The era of universal lords has dawned, and Chen awakens with an SSS-level talent known as Resource Thousandfold Amplification. While others begin by chopping trees to acquire a mere 100 units of timber, he quietly gazes at the astonishing 100,000 units in his backpack. As everyone else frets over constructing arrow towers, Chen effortlessly erects a formidable steel fortress. The regional channel suddenly broadcasts, "Warning! Player Zhang Tianba, the Lord, has encountered a mysterious arrow tower attack, resulting in total annihilation of his forces. Whose arrow tower can eliminate top-tier assassins in an instant?" This defies logic. As Chen surveys the mountains of resources piled in his warehouse, he ponders, this talent seems to suggest more than just the ability to create arrow towers. Chapter 1. Awakening of the SSS-level talent. Chen is an ordinary office worker, and on this day, as usual, he returns home from work and opens his beloved video game. Just as he becomes engrossed in play, a blinding flash of white light sweeps over him, and he silently loses consciousness. When Chen finally opens his eyes, the frigid light violently tears through his eyelids. No familiar ceiling greets his gaze. Instead, he is surrounded by the lush green of a primordial forest, brutally encroaching upon the edges of the sky. The air is damp, thick with the earthy scent of soil and humus. Each breath feels like swallowing icy spring water that rushes into his lungs. He sits up abruptly, the coarse blades of grass scrape against his bare arms, sending a slight sting through him. This is not a dream. Beneath him lies a thick, soft carpet of moss, and in the distance, the haunting howl of an unknown beast pierces through the thicket. His heart races wildly within his chest, pounding against his ribs like a drum. Ding! Welcome to the world of lords and the struggle of all races. A cold, mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, suddenly erupts within his mind without warning. You have bound your lord identity. Chen. Initial territory has been established. Coordinates X 734, Y 218. Initial resource allocation. Wood 100, stone 100, food 100. Please strive to survive, develop your territory, and compete for supremacy among the races. The flood of information crashed down upon Chen, sweeping away the last remnants of his hope. Universal transmigration? The era of lords? The struggle of all races? Each term entwines with a heavy absurdity and a chilling sense of reality. He pinches his thigh hard. The sharp pain is vividly real. His chaotic thoughts have yet to settle when a sharper, almost ancient pressure-laden prompt resonates deep within his consciousness. Talent awakening in progress. Detecting abnormal soul compatibility. Compatibility has breached the threshold. Congratulations. You have awakened the unique SSS-level talent. Resource Thousandfold Amplification. SSS-level? Uniqueness? Thousandfold Amplification. These phrases strike like lightning into his mind, causing Chen to hold his breath instantly. His heart nearly escapes the confines of his chest. The thunderous rush of blood echoes in his ears. Almost instinctively, with a trembling reverence, he focuses his thoughts on his lord's backpack interface, which hovers in the corner of his vision, visible only to him. Chen's fingertips hover in midair as the lord's backpack interface glows with a soft blue light, resembling a meticulously polished crystal of ice. The interface is remarkably simple. On the left side, 3 resource icons are displayed. Stacked timber appears in a deep brown hue, each piece marked with distinct growth rings. The gray-black stone showcases sharp edges, as if one could scent the earthy aroma emanating from the depths of the rock. While food is represented by a plump wheat ear, its golden grains subtly shimmering in the virtual light. The numbers on the right side are glaringly clear. Wood 100, stone 100, food 100. He inhales deeply. The humid air mixed with the scent of decaying ferns induces a dryness in his throat. The trembling in his fingertips travels through his nervous system, tinged with an anticipation and fear he himself has yet to acknowledge. Thousandfold amplification, he whispers, his voice starkly out of place in the quiet forest. The distant beastly howls have ceased without him noticing, leaving only the rustle of wind through the leaves, akin to the breath of some unseen creature lurking in the shadows. A subtle shift in his mind, like pressing an invisible switch. In the next moment, the numbers on the backpack interface begin to wildly fluctuate. The figure for wood, initially at 100, erupts like a spark igniting oil, soaring to an unbelievable 1,000, 10,000, 50,000, and ultimately stabilizing at a figure that would drive any lord into a frenzy. 100,000. The transformation of stone mirrors this phenomenon. The gray-black icon's number surges like a flood, escalating from 100 to 100,000, the solid rock image seemingly expanding within the light and shadow. The most astonishing revelation comes from the food category. The virtual wheat ear suddenly bursts forth with dazzling golden light, the plump grains multiplying at an observable rate, racing from an initial 100 to a staggering 100,000. The golden radiance nearly spills over the interface, as if one could smell the sweetness of freshly baked wheat. Wood, 100,000. Stone, 100,000. Food, 100,000. Three vivid red numbers hover in his sight, like three flaming orbs, igniting a warmth in his eyes. Chen abruptly lowers his head, his hands pressing into the mossy ground, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The coarse grass brushes against his wrist once more, yet this time he remains oblivious. The tumultuous emotions within him feel like a volcano on the verge of eruption, yearning to roar aloud while simultaneously wishing to stifle his mouth to keep this monumental secret hidden from the world. A unique SSS-level talent. He is not a gaming expert, nor a survivalist in a post-apocalyptic world. He is merely an ordinary office worker who rides the subway daily, with the greatest pleasure being to construct defensive towers in virtual realms. Transmigrating to this so-called world of lords in the struggle of all races, he is unsure whether he will survive even until tomorrow. Yet now, he possesses a substantial bounty of 100,000 units of timber, 100,000 units of stone, and 100,000 units of sustenance. What does this signify? It signifies that while other lords are still grappling with the challenges of constructing their first shelter for the night, he can erect a formidable stone wall without delay. It implies that when others are struggling with a meager slice of moldy bread, his granaries are sufficiently stocked to sustain an army. In this brutal world, where the strong prey upon the weak, he has secured the most robust foundation imaginable. With a deep exhalation, Chen released a long breath of fetid air, the white mist dissipating instantaneously in the frigid atmosphere. He compelled himself to regain his composure, the tremors in his fingertips gradually subsiding. Following the exhilaration, a chilling sense of foreboding seeped into his very bones. The phrase "the contest of myriad races" pierced through the euphoric haze bestowed by his talents like a chilling icicle. To be designated under the moniker of myriad races signifies that the challenges awaiting him extend far beyond the treacherous elements of nature and ferocious beasts. The lurking threats posed by the alien races concealed in the shadows are likely to be the most lethal peril of all. Instinctively, he touched the fabric of his clothing, still clad in the gray t-shirt emblazoned with the company logo and a pair of jeans, which had been marred by several gashes from branches during his traversal. His exposed skin bore numerous tiny scratches. In such a state, one could hardly contend with alien races. He would likely struggle against even a moderately sized wild dog. I must establish defenses post-haste. Chen gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. This initial territory was situated within a relatively flat glade, flanked by a steep rock face entwined with deep green vines. Below the rock face lay a narrow opening, scarcely wide enough for a single person to pass through, shrouded in darkness and obscurity. To the left, a dense coniferous forest loomed, the towering trees casting an impenetrable shadow, allowing only scattered beams of sunlight to filter through the gaps. To the right sprawled a vast expanse of ferns, towering to half his height, their edges serrated and menacing. With the rock face at my back, it is easy to defend yet difficult to assault. He swiftly made a judgment. His past experiences in strategy games were proving invaluable at this moment. First, clear a secure zone and construct the most basic wooden shelters and fences. With renewed determination, he focused on the timber in his backpack. Do you wish to expend 10 timber to construct a basic lumber mill? The cold prompt echoed in his mind. Yes. As he confirmed, 10 virtual timber icons transformed into motes of light, illuminating the ground with a faint blue magic circle. Where the light flickered, 10 sturdy logs materialized out of thin air, automatically assembling into a rudimentary framework for a wooden house, its roof adorned with thick thatch, exuding the fresh scent of unrefined timber. The emergence of the lumber mill seemed to trigger an underlying rule, as a progress bar suddenly appeared in Chen's field of vision. Lumber mill, level 1 automatically produces 10 timber per hour, enhanced by talents to yield 10,000 timber per hour. The 1,000-fold enhancement can even apply to building outputs. Chen's pupils constricted, an indescribable thrill surging within him once more. This meant that as long as he continued to construct various resource buildings, he could obtain a ceaseless influx of immense resources. Without a modicum of hesitation, he immediately opted to expend more timber and stone. Do you wish to consume 20 timber and 10 stone to construct a basic quarry? Do you wish to consume 15 timber and 5 stone to construct a basic warehouse? Do you wish to expend 30 timber to construct a basic fence, 10 meters? A series of confirmation commands were issued, and motes of light flickered incessantly as simple yet functional structures erupted from the ground in the clearing. The stone mill of the quarry began to turn slowly. The wooden door of the warehouse closed automatically, and a ring of spiked wooden fences partially enclosed the area, forming a preliminary defensive line. As the final segment of the fence was completed, Chen realized that his back was drenched with cold sweat, not from fatigue, but from an instinctual fear of this unfamiliar world. Leaning against the freshly constructed wooden house, the rough planks provided a semblance of stability. His gaze returned to the interface of his backpack, where the three figures of 100,000 each continued to hover, silently narrating his potential. At that moment, a faint gurgle emanated from his stomach. The shock of his traversal and the flurry of activity had awakened a hunger that surged like a tidal wave. Chen opened the food tab. With a mere thought, a palm-sized piece of black bread materialized in his hand. The bread felt warm to the touch, its surface coarse, yet it emanated a rich aroma of wheat. He eagerly took a substantial bite, and as he chewed, the earthy flavor of the grain spread through his mouth. This ordinary black bread, at this moment, tasted more exquisite than any delicacy he had ever savored. With resources in hand, I possessed the means to survive. As Chen swallowed the last morsel of bread, he gazed towards the cave entrance beneath the rock face, determination gleaming in his eyes. But this is far from sufficient. In a contest of myriad races, now that I, Chen, have arrived, I have no intention of becoming a lamb for slaughter. From the depths of the distant forest, another beastly roar echoed, seemingly closer than before, imbued with a chilling greed. Chen clenched his fists, stuffing the final bite of bread into his mouth, and turned towards the newly constructed warehouse. He understood that his journey as a lord had merely begun. Chapter 2. Thousandfold Amplification. Spirit-nourished fields. Chen approached the cave entrance beneath the rock face, where a damp chill rushed forth to greet him, laden with a heavy earthy aroma. He attempted to call out, but his voice was swallowed by the darkness, producing no echo. The entrance was narrow, allowing only a single person to pass sideways, and within lay a pitch-black void, obscuring its depth. He decided to refrain from immediate exploration. Furrowing his brow, Chen recognized that he possessed neither illumination tools nor defensive weapons. Recklessly entering an unknown cave would be exceedingly perilous. He turned back to the central clearing, his gaze resting upon the relatively flat terrain. Although he had a temporary surplus of food, reliance on initial resources could not be a long-term strategy. Muttering to himself, he observed the food supply value of 100,000, which appeared substantial, yet the dangers of this world were unpredictable. He needed to swiftly establish self-sufficiency in sustenance. With a flicker of thought, the Lord interface unfurled once more, and this time he located the option for basic farmland within the construction list. Basic farmland consumes 20 wood, 5 food as seeds. Once established, it can cultivate basic crops, yielding 20 food every 24 hours. Only 20 food? Chen frowned slightly. Such output was insufficient for his needs. However, he soon recalled his innate talent, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Built. As the command was issued, the icons for 20 wood and 5 food transformed into motes of light and vanished. A faint blue magic circle illuminated the ground once more, this time encompassing an area of approximately 10 square meters. As the radiance faded, a neatly arranged field emerged before him, the soil beautifully tilled, exhibiting a rich, healthy dark brown hue. Yet, in that very moment of the basic farmland materializing, something within Chen seemed to awaken. He could distinctly sense his SSS-level talent. Resource thousandfold amplification, emanating a soft glow that enveloped the farmland. The soil of the field began to undergo astonishing transformations. The once ordinary dark brown soil rapidly deepened, as if imbued with boundless nutrients, subtle glimmers coursing through its depths. A refreshing fragrance permeated the air, reminiscent of countless plants mingling their scents. Inhaling it invigorated Chen, banishing his previous fatigue. Basic farmland has been influenced by the talent resource thousandfold amplification, evolving into a special structure. Spirit-nourished fields, level 1. Spirit-nourished fields, level 1, richly infused with spiritual energy. It can cultivate various crops, with a growth cycle shortened by 90, and yield increased by 1,000 times. The produced crops will carry a faint spiritual aura, and long-term consumption can enhance physical constitution. Automatically restores 5 points of soil fertility per hour after talent amplification. This becomes 5,000 points per hour. It has directly evolved into a special building. Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. He had anticipated a mere increase in yield, not a reduction in growth cycle, nor the added benefit of enhancing constitution from the crops produced. And even the soil fertility recovery was boosted by his talent. He crouched down, gently touching the soil of the spirit-nourished fields with his fingertip. The soil was fine and moist, sending an indescribable comfort through his fingers, as if life itself flowed within. He could distinctly feel the pure energy contained within the soil. Was this the so-called spiritual energy? Wonderful. With this spirit-nourished fields, the issue of food was utterly resolved. Chen sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A growth cycle shortened by 90 meant that crops which originally required 24 hours to mature could now be harvested in just 2 hours. And an increase in yield by 1,000 times was staggering. Crops that once produced 20 food every 24 hours would now yield 20,000 food daily. an unimaginable output. Moreover, the crops would enhance constitution, an incredible boon for Chen, who was currently defenseless. Without hesitation, he retrieved 5 units of food from his backpack to serve as seeds, and with a flick of thought, he planted them in the spirit-nourished fields. As soon as the seeds touched the soil, they began to sprout and grow. In a visible burst of speed, tender green sprouts broke through the earth, rapidly growing taller. Sprouting leaves, blooming, and bearing fruit. Within mere minutes, a bounty of plump wheat ears appeared before Chen, golden and gleaming with a faint aura. The air filled with an even richer scent of wheat. Harvested wheat, 20,000. Would you like to store it in the warehouse? Store. Following Chen's command, the 20,000 units of wheat transformed into motes of light and entered the warehouse. He plucked a stalk of wheat, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. The rich aroma mingled with a hint of spiritual energy, filling his lungs and leaving him feeling refreshed. Is this the power of the spirit-nourished fields? Truly wondrous. Chen marveled. He could sense that the value of the spirit-nourished fields far surpassed that of the previous lumber yard and quarry. With it, his territory could continuously produce high-quality food, not only meeting his needs, but also enabling him to cultivate formidable subordinates. Standing tall, Chen gazed towards the distant forest. Now, with ample resources, robust defenses, and a steady food supply, his next task was to elevate his strength swiftly and then explore this mysterious world to understand the true nature of the so-called myriad races. The contention of myriad races. You say? I, Chen, am ready to engage. Clenching his fists, a resolute light flickered in his eyes. He understood that the path ahead was fraught with danger and challenges, yet with his unique SSS-level talent, he was confident in establishing his foothold in this world and even ascending to the pinnacle of the myriad races. At that moment, a feral roar echoed from the distant forest, the sound closer and more savage than before. Chen's expression shifted slightly. It seemed that the peaceful days would not last long, and danger was encroaching swiftly. He quickly committed the situation of the spirit-nourished fields to memory, then turned and sprinted towards the wooden cabin. He needed to craft defensive weapons post-haste to confront the impending peril. Simultaneously, he pondered whether he should construct additional defensive structures to bolster his territory's defenses. A sense of urgency filled Chen's heart. He knew that in this world of competing myriad races, only by continually growing stronger could one survive. His first step was to secure his territory within this treacherous forest. Chapter 3, Mythical Arrow Tower. Iron Fortress. Chen burst into the wooden cabin, pressing his back firmly against the rough wooden door, his heart racing in response to the recent feral roar. Breathing heavily, his gaze darted around the modest wooden structure, which contained nothing but a bed fashioned from raw timber and a wooden chest. This one tea suffice. Merely having a cabin and a fence is inadequate. Gritting his teeth, Chen felt the proximity of that beast's roar. He sensed its ferocity, far beyond what his current condition could withstand. He immediately concentrated his thoughts, opening the Lord panel, his fingers swiftly gliding across the virtual interface in search of defensive structures. Soon, an icon caught his attention. Basic Arrow Tower. Basic Arrow Tower consumes 50 wood, 30 stone. Once constructed, it can automatically attack enemy units within range, with a base attack power of 10 and a range of 50 meters. This is it. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chen's eyes at this moment. The automated attacking arrow tower undoubtedly represented the finest means of defense. Construct. With his command, the 50 units of wood and 30 units of stone on the panel vanished instantaneously. Outside the wooden hut, the pale blue magic circle illuminated once more, this time radiating an even more dazzling brilliance than when constructing the farmland. An abundance of wood and stone surged forth from the void, rapidly stacking and combining in the center of the magic circle. Within mere seconds, a 5-meter-tall wooden arrow tower took shape within the confines of the fence, with a rudimentary wooden bow perched atop it. At the instant the initial arrow tower was formed, Chen's SSS-grade talent, Resource Amplification, was reactivated. A more potent halo emanated from within him, enveloping the entire arrow tower in an instant. An astonishing transformation occurred once again. The surface of the once wooden tower suddenly became cloaked in a layer of dark material that shimmered with a metallic sheen, as if forged from the hardest dark iron. Complex and enigmatic golden runes materialized along the tower's body, with faint streams of energy flowing between them, exuding an overwhelming pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. The wooden bow atop the tower morphed instantaneously, elongating into a colossal bow that glimmered with a ghostly blue light, its strings seemingly coalescing an energy arrow poised to be unleashed at any moment. The height of the arrow tower rapidly escalated, quickly reaching 10 meters, its body growing robust and firmly rooted in the ground, instilling a sense of invincibility. More remarkably, as the arrow tower underwent its transformation, the surrounding fence was similarly affected. The ordinary wooden palisade was swiftly replaced by sturdy iron, bristling with sharp spikes, perfectly merging with the arrow tower to form a genuine iron fortress. The initial arrow tower has been influenced by the talent resource thousandfold amplification, evolving into a special structure. Mythical Arrow Tower, Level 1. Mythical Arrow Tower, Level 1, a super arrow tower imbued with mythical power, crafted from mysterious metal and equipped with an energy giant bow. Attack power, 10,000, enhanced by talent. Range, 500 meters, capable of automatically locking onto enemy units within range, firing energy arrows infused with destructive power that deal devastating blows to targets. Additionally, the Mythical Arrow Tower integrates with surrounding defensive structures, forming an iron fortress effect that significantly enhances territorial defense capabilities. Chen gasped in astonishment, utterly shocked by the terrifying presence of the Mythical Arrow Tower and iron fortress before him. This was no mere arrow tower. It was an extraordinary weapon. With an attack power of 10,000, a range of 500 meters, and an automatic locking feature, it was more than sufficient to deal with the savage beast from earlier. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the distant jungle, followed by a massive shadow bolting out from the thicket, charging toward Chen's territory. It was a beast the size of a water buffalo, cloaked in gray bristles, with two curved tusks protruding from its head and crimson eyes that radiated ferocity. Clearly, this creature had been drawn in by the commotion in the territory. Now was the time. Chen's heart raced as he fixated on the oncoming beast. Almost the instant the creature entered the range of the Mythical Arrow Tower, the energy giant bow atop the tower sprang into action. The bowstring automatically pulled back, and a ghostly blue energy arrow rapidly coalesced, shimmering with a dangerous glow. Whoosh! The energy arrow pierced through the air with a sharp sound, like a bolt of blue lightning, and instantaneously struck the beast. With no suspense at all, the energy arrow accurately struck the creature's head, instantly penetrating its skull. The feral beast barely had time to emit a cry before its massive body collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Mythical Arrow Tower slayed a savage wild boar, common, yielding 10 pounds of pork, 5 pounds of bristles, and 2 tusks. Influenced by the talent resource thousandfold amplification. Received 10,000 pounds of pork, 5,000 pounds of bristles, and 2,000 tusks, automatically stored in the warehouse. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Chen's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned before a look of ecstatic delight spread across his face. Just from a single ordinary savage wild boar, the amplification from his talent had yielded such an abundance of resources. He hastily accessed the warehouse interface, and indeed, a considerable quantity of pork, bristles, and tusks had been added. While these resources may not seem as vital as wood or stone in this world, each resource could hold unforeseen utility. For instance, bristles could be fashioned into bowstrings, while tusks could be sharpened into weapons. Chen approached the door of his wooden hut, cautiously opening a narrow gap to gaze upon the imposing Mythical Arrow Tower and the fallen wild boar in the distance, his heart swelling with a sense of security. With the presence of this Mythical Arrow Tower and iron fortress, he had at least established a stable foothold in this perilous forest, at least for the time being. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The savage wild boar he had just defeated represented the lowest level of threat. In this world of myriad races vying for supremacy, there were far more formidable entities awaiting him. He must adeptly utilize his SSS-grade talent, perpetually develop his territory, and enhance his strength to survive in this brutal competition, perhaps even to emerge victorious. Taking a deep breath, Chen's gaze hardened with resolve. He turned back to the wooden hut, contemplating his next course of action. Should he continue to construct more defensive structures, or leverage the resources at hand to forge weapons and tools? Or perhaps it was time to explore that mysterious cave. Countless thoughts flooded his mind, and in the distant forest, something seemed to stir, hinting at the brewing of a new crisis. Chapter 4, Mythical Barracks. Shadow Sanctuary. Chen paced back and forth in the wooden hut. The exhilaration from slaying the savage wild boar gradually faded, replaced by deeper concerns. Although the Mythical Arrow Tower was immensely powerful, he knew all too well that being alone posed a significant risk. Should he encounter a situation requiring direct action, his ordinary office worker physique would likely prove inadequate for even the most basic self-defense. He needed to find a way to acquire some assistance. Muttering to himself, his gaze fell upon a corner of the Lord's panel, where a softly glowing icon marked World Channel caught his attention. He had been so preoccupied with addressing crises that he had overlooked this function. Upon focusing his thoughts on the icon, a semi-transparent chat box immediately materialized before him, overflowing with a torrent of text that scrolled by at such a rapid pace that the individual contents were nearly indecipherable. Is anyone out there? I'm surrounded by venomous insects, and I'm about to perish. I started with such scant initial resources, just built a rickety wooden hut, and now I'm besieged by wolves. Can someone help me? Haha. I awakened an A-grade talent for rapid regeneration. Now I'm set. The war of myriad races is real. I just saw a winged monster fly by. It terrified me. Does anyone know how to elevate territory levels? I want to build more defensive structures, but it's impossible. Messages of lament, boasting, and pleas for help intertwined. Each line imbued with the anxiety and struggle of those who had crossed over. As Lu Chen perused the messages, his heart sank gradually. It seemed he was not the only one who had traversed to this wretched place, and the majority were in far graver predicaments than his own. Even those who had awakened high-level talents were struggling. One could only imagine the plight of those with more ordinary abilities. Territory level. Lu Chen seized upon the key information and swiftly opened the territory information panel. Territory level, level 1. Current maximum number of defensive structures that can be built, 3. Defensive structures built, Mythical Arrow Tower, 1. Upgrade conditions, territory expansion to 1,000 square meters, cumulative resource consumption of 10,000 units. I see. A level 1 territory can construct a maximum of 3 defensive structures. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. He already possessed 1 mythical arrow tower and could construct 2 more to maximize his defenses. Construct a basic arrow tower. With the issuance of the command, 50 units of wood and 30 units of stone were expended once more. A pale blue magical array illuminated the area, revealing the outline of a wooden arrow tower. Shortly thereafter, a radiant glow enveloped it, and another mythical arrow tower rose majestically, standing in opposition to the first, while the range of the steel fortress expanded, completely enclosing the open space within. Another one. The moment the third mythical arrow tower was completed, a system prompt sounded. You have reached the maximum limit of level 1 territory defensive structures and can no longer construct further. Lu Chen gazed with satisfaction at the 3 towering mythical arrow towers. They resembled 3 silent guardians. Their eerie blue energy great bows perpetually aimed at the depths of the forest, exuding a chilling aura. With these 3 towers in place, the safety of the territory was momentarily assured. Yet, he was acutely aware that passive defense alone would not suffice to truly establish himself in this world. He must possess the power to strike proactively. It was time to seek out buildings capable of recruiting allies. Lu Chen reopened the building list, and as his fingers glided across the screen, a brand new icon came into view. Basic Barracks. Basic Barracks consumes 100 wood, 50 stone, and 50 food. Once constructed, it allows for the recruitment of basic soldiers, pikemen. When the territory is level 1, the barracks limit is 1 building. This is it. Lu Chen's spirit surged. Although pikemen sounded quite ordinary, having them was certainly better than having none. Moreover, he was eager to see what surprises his SSS-level talent would bring to the barracks. Construct. Instantly, 100 wood, 50 stone, and 50 food vanished, and a magical array brighter than that of the arrow tower flickered to life in the center of the open space. Golden light shooting skyward, even penetrating the dense canopy above. A multitude of resources converged and merged within the array, gradually forming a rudimentary barracks made of logs and stones, resembling the most basic barracks from a game. At that moment, Lu Chen's SSS-level talent, Resource thousandfold amplification, erupted once more. This time, the radiance transformed from a soft halo into streaks of black lightning, surging violently into the basic barracks. An astonishing transformation began. The rudimentary logs and stones were swiftly replaced by a dark purple metal, and the barracks exterior became sharply defined, exuding an air of sci-fi mystery. The walls were inscribed with twisted shadow runes, pulsating with black energy and emanating a disquieting sense of oppression. The entrance transformed into a shimmering portal of shadow energy, upon which 4 ancient and majestic characters appeared. Shadow Sanctuary. The basic barracks has been influenced by the talent Resource thousandfold amplification and has evolved into a special building. Mythical Barracks, Shadow Sanctuary, Level 1. Shadow Sanctuary, Level 1, a mythical level barracks infused with shadow power, capable of recruiting special units, Shadow Assassins. Recruitment conditions. Each Shadow Assassin requires the consumption of 100 food, 50 wood, and 1 shadow crystal, first summon free. Note: unit types do not currently support amplification, talent abilities pending unlock. Shadow Assassins? Lu Chen's eyes widened as he beheld the attributes of the Shadow Sanctuary. A tumult of excitement welling within him. This was far from a mere basic soldier. It sounded like the legendary elite assassins. He quickly glanced at the resources required for recruitment. Food and wood were abundant, but the shadow crystal posed a dilemma. This item sounded exceedingly rare, and he was uncertain where to obtain it. However, upon seeing that the first summon was free, he breathed a sigh of relief. Let us summon one and see. Lu Chen approached the entrance of the Shadow Sanctuary and extended his hand to touch the shadowy portal. The portal rippled immediately, and a dark figure slowly emerged. It was a slender female assassin, clad in a black bodysuit, her face obscured by a silver mask that revealed only her piercing, glimmering eyes. She wielded 2 short daggers, faint shadow energy coursing along their blades, radiating a cold and lethal aura. Shadow Assassin, Level 1. Attack Power, 500. Defense Power, 100. Speed, 300. Skill, Shadow Strike. Instantly teleport behind the target, dealing 150 damage. Incredible. Lu Chen gasped, astonished. Even a Level 1 Shadow Assassin had attributes that surpassed those of ordinary beasts. With such a companion at his side, His sense of security rose significantly. At that moment, a message in the world channel captured his attention once more. Has anyone seen a black crystal? The system informs me that I need this to build a special structure. I just killed a shadow leopard and obtained a shadow crystal. Who wants it? I'll trade it for food. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. So shadow crystals could be acquired by defeating special beasts. He glanced at the shadow assassin beside him and then at the distant forest, determination flickering in his gaze. It seemed the time had come to take the initiative. He decided that once the shadow assassin had acclimated to the territory, he would lead her deep into the forest. Not only to obtain more shadow crystals and recruit additional shadow assassins, but also to explore the surrounding environment in search of more resources and clues. The distant forest remained eerily silent, yet Lu Chen understood that it concealed countless dangers and opportunities. Chapter 5. Lin Jingjing's Natural Power. Lu Chen's gaze fixated on the world channel message regarding the shadow crystal. The sender's ID was Wild Wanderer. Without hesitation, he replied telepathically, I have food. 1,000 food for 1 shadow crystal. Will you trade? Almost instantaneously, he received a reply. Absolutely. I'm on board. Where are you? I'll bring it right away. It was evident that Wild Wanderer was desperate for food. Lu Chen provided his coordinates. X, 734, Y, 218, and cautioned, my territory is defended. Please do not wander in. Just call out to me when you arrive. Understood, thank you. Approximately half an hour later, a somewhat hoarse voice called from outside the territory. Big shot. I'm Wild Wanderer. I've arrived. Lu Chen instructed the shadow assassin to check the situation, and upon confirming that the newcomer bore no ill intent, he opened a small gate in the steel fortress. A ragged, gaunt young man stepped inside, tightly clutching a black crystal, the very shadow crystal he sought. Upon witnessing the scene within the territory, the young man's eyes widened in disbelief, especially at the sight of the 3 mythical arrow towers radiating a terrifying aura, which left him gasping in awe. Wow, big shot, your territory is incredible. Without further ado, Lu Chen retrieved 1,000 food from his storage and traded it with the young man. The moment the young man received the food, sheer joy illuminated his face as he profusely expressed his gratitude before hastily departing. Lu Chen held the shadow crystal in his hand, sensing the faint shadow energy within it. Intrigued, he attempted to amplify it using his talent. However, no matter how he focused his will, the shadow crystal remained completely unresponsive. The chilling sound of the system notification momentarily startled Lu Chen, only for him to quickly come to terms with it. It appeared that even this SSS-level talent was not omnipotent and had its limitations. Nevertheless, the ability to acquire shadow crystals through trade was quite commendable. Subsequently, Lu Chen exchanged food for 4 shadow crystals in the world channel. With sufficient resources at hand, he immediately made his way to the Shadow Sanctuary to recruit shadow assassins. Would you like to consume 100 food, 50 wood, and 1 shadow crystal to recruit a shadow assassin? Yes. As Lu Chen issued his command, the shadow gate shimmered once more, and a succession of dark figures emerged. In just a few minutes, 4 shadow assassins stood before him. Alongside the one he had previously summoned for free, he now possessed 5 shadow assassins. Although these 5 assassins bore a striking resemblance to one another, subtle distinctions became apparent upon closer inspection. Some were taller, others more slender. Some wielded daggers infused with denser shadow energy, while others possessed colder, more piercing gazes. Shadow assassins, level 1, X5. Attack power, 500. Defense, 100. Speed, 300. Skill, Shadow Strike. Instantly teleport behind the target, inflicting 150 damage. Gazing at the formidable shadow assassins before him, Lu Chen felt a surge of confidence. He resolved to venture deeper into the forest with them for exploration. Let us depart. Lu Chen commanded, and the 5 shadow assassins swiftly fanned out in a protective formation around him, stealthily advancing deeper into the forest. The speed of the shadow assassins was remarkable, their movements nearly silent, akin to phantoms. Lu Chen trailed behind them, perceiving the surroundings whirling past him in rapid succession. The thorns and vines that had previously required cautious navigation were effortlessly cleared away by the assassins. Along their path, they encountered numerous wild beasts, all dispatched with remarkable efficiency by the shadow assassins. Some had their throats slit by daggers, while others were instantaneously eliminated by a shadow strike. Lu Chen noted that the resources obtained from slaying these beasts still benefited from the 1,000-fold amplification of his talent, with various meats, furs, and bones rapidly accumulating in his warehouse. Approximately an hour into their foray into the forest, a sudden commotion of hurried footsteps and cries for help pierced the air. Help! Someone is trying to kill me. It was the voice of a girl, filled with terror and despair. Furrowing his brow, Lu Chen exchanged glances with the shadow assassins. They immediately quickened their pace towards the source of the cries. Soon, they beheld a chilling scene. A girl clad in a green dress was being pursued by 3 burly men wielding machetes. A long gash adorned her arm, blood staining her sleeve. Tears traced down her dirt-smudged face, and her steps grew increasingly labored, as she was on the verge of being caught. Stop them, Lu Chen commanded without hesitation. The 5 shadow assassins surged forward like arrows released from a bow, materializing before the three men in an instant. The assailants barely had time to react before they felt a chilling presence. One of the men attempted to raise his machete, only to be pierced through the heart by a dagger wielded by a shadow assassin, dying instantly. The remaining two men, paralyzed by fear, turned to flee. But they stood no chance against the swift shadow assassins. With a series of soft thuds, the other two men collapsed to the ground, lifeless. As the girl witnessed her pursuers being vanquished, her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Chen approached her, scrutinizing the girl before him. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, possessing delicate features. Despite her face being marred by dirt and tears, her innocence remained evident. At that moment, however, her eyes were filled with fear and wariness. "Are you all right?" Chen inquired gently. The girl lifted her head, regarding Chen and the shadow assassins with suspicion. Trembling as she replied, "Are you?" "I am Chen, the lord of this territory." He gestured towards the direction behind him. "Why were those men pursuing you?" After a moment of hesitation, she slowly responded, "My name is Lin Jingjing. I was with them at first, but they sought to seize my resources. When I refused, they intended to kill me." Chen nodded. He had already witnessed the brutal realities of this world. Looking at Lin Jingjing, he said, "It is dangerous for you to be alone. Would you like to return to my territory with me?" Lin Jingjing hesitated, glancing at the shadow assassins behind him and then into his earnest eyes, before nodding. Yes, thank you." Chen instructed one of the shadow assassins to assist Lin Jingjing as they made their way back to the territory. Upon their return, Chen advised Lin Jingjing to rest while he inspected the state of the fertile fields. After a brief respite, Lin Jingjing regained some strength and wandered curiously around the territory. Upon seeing the fertile fields, her eyes sparkled with amazement. What is this? Such a rich aura of life," she exclaimed in astonishment. Approaching the fertile fields, she extended her hand to gently touch the soil. At the moment her fingers made contact, a faint green luminescence radiated from her hand, merging with the land. A miraculous scene unfolded. The growth rate of the crops in the fertile fields suddenly accelerated several-fold. Crops that would typically take 24 hours to mature now appeared on the brink of ripeness. Chen, witnessing the spectacle, was utterly astonished. "What is happening?" Lin Jingjing also looked taken aback, gazing at her hand as she explained, "My awakened talent is the gift of nature, which accelerates plant growth. I had no idea it would have such a profound effect here." Chen was overjoyed. With Lin Jingjing's talent, the yield from the fertile fields would significantly increase. However, as Lin Jingjing's talent began to take effect on the fertile fields, deep within the distant elven forest, an ancient elven elder suddenly opened his eyes, a grave expression crossing his face. Such potent fluctuations of natural energy, yet there is an unsettling undertone. Someone is defiling the powers of nature. The elder murmured to himself. "I must send someone to investigate." An invisible threat was quietly encroaching upon Chen's territory. Chapter 6. Lin Jingjing joins. Chen observed the rapidly growing crops in the fertile fields and then turned to Lin Jingjing, his eyes brimming with delight. He hurried to her side, exclaiming excitedly, "Your talent is incredibly beneficial. With you here, our food supply will be more stable than ever." Lin Jingjing felt a bit bashful under Chen's enthusiastic gaze. Lowering her head as she softly replied, "I didn't expect such remarkable results either." Chen smiled and waved his hand dismissively, "Regardless, it is truly wonderful to have you here. By the way, what happened to your territory?" At the mention of her territory, Lin Jingjing's eyes reddened instantly. Her voice trembling as she recounted, "My territory was devastated by a horde of wild beasts. After awakening my talent, I managed to establish a small farm. But a pack of frenzied wild bulls came and my defenses were utterly insufficient. The core of my territory was trampled, and now, nothing remains but this." As she spoke, Lin Jingjing retrieved a small, softly glowing crystal from her pocket, her lord's token. The token was marred with cracks, clearly having lost its original purpose. Chen gazed at the damaged lord's token, his heart filled with a sense of melancholy. In this merciless world, safeguarding one's territory proved to be a formidable challenge. He gently patted Lin Jingjing's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Do not grieve, let the past remain in the past. Since your domain is lost, why not stay here with me?" Lin Jingjing lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Is that truly possible?" "Certainly," Chen affirmed with a nod. "However, if you wish to remain in my territory, you must relinquish your lordship and become a member of my domain. Are you willing to do so?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Jingjing nodded vigorously. "I am willing. As long as I can survive, I will do anything." With that, she handed the lord's token to Chen. Upon receiving it, Chen felt a surge of energy. The lord panel immediately displayed a notification. Lin Jingjing voluntarily relinquishes her lordship to become a resident of the territory. As the notification echoed, the shattered token transformed into a shimmering light, merging into the core of Chen's territory. He sensed subtle changes within his domain, though he could not yet discern their nature. After relinquishing her lordship, Lin Jingjing seemed to be considerably lighter in spirit. She eagerly offered to assist in managing the Linyan wilderness, which Chen welcomed wholeheartedly. with Lin Jingjing's innate talent for nature's bounty. The crops in the Linyun wilderness flourished at an astonishing rate, yielding harvests almost continually, causing the food reserves to skyrocket. Meanwhile, the shadow assassins who had ventured out began to return, bringing with them a bountiful haul of meat, furs, bones, and a plethora of rare minerals and herbs. Upon inspecting the warehouse, Chen noted a significant increase in the quantity of various resources. These resources could potentially be exchanged for numerous shadow crystals, he mused. He reopened the world channel, eager to see if anyone was willing to sell shadow crystals. The world channel remained vibrant and bustling, with messages flooding in. Patiently, Chen scrolled through, finally discovering several listings for shadow crystals. One individual, using the ID Ironblood Warrior, stated, selling shadow crystals, 1 for 5,000 wood. Interested parties please PM. Another, going by the ID Lucky One, claimed, just acquired 2 shadow crystals, 1 for 3,000 food, first come first served. Checking his warehouse, Chen found an abundance of both wood and food, prompting him to quickly message both Ironblood Warrior and Lucky One, expressing his desire to exchange for their shadow crystals. Ironblood Warrior responded promptly, sure, where are you? I'll deliver. Lucky One also replied, great, I'm on my way. Chen provided his coordinates and instructed the shadow assassins to remain vigilant outside the territory. He understood that in this world, all transactions carried inherent risks. Soon, Lucky One arrived first. He was a young man, visibly excited yet anxious. Chen successfully completed the trade, exchanging 6,000 food for 2 shadow crystals. After a short while, Ironblood Warrior also arrived, a towering figure with a muscular build that suggested he was not one to be trifled with. Chen executed the trade with him as well, exchanging 5,000 wood for 1 shadow crystal. In total, this trading endeavor netted Chen 3 shadow crystals, bringing his total to 4, which he intended to use to recruit 4 additional shadow assassins to bolster his territory's strength. Just as he prepared to head towards the shadow sanctuary, Lin Jingjing rushed over, exclaiming, Chen, the crops in the Linyun wilderness have matured again, and this time the yield seems even greater. Chen's heart soared with joy as he followed Lin Jingjing to the Linyun wilderness. There, the crops had formed small hills, emitting an enticing aroma. Upon checking the warehouse interface, he was astonished to find that the food supply had increased by over 50,000. This is fantastic, Chen exclaimed. With you here, we need never worry about food again. Lin Jingjing beamed with happiness, thrilled to contribute to the territory. However, unbeknownst to them, deep within the distant Elven forest, a venerable elder with silver hair had dispatched 2 formidable Elven hunters, making their way towards Chen's territory. A new crisis was on the horizon. Chapter 7, The Pursuit of the Elven Queen. Deep within the Elven forest stood a magnificent palace entwined with the roots of ancient trees. The palace's apex was adorned with countless luminous gemstones, illuminating the surrounding night sky as if it were day. At the throne in the palace's heart, the Elven Queen, Aliena, coldly observed Chen's Linyun wilderness through a water mirror. In the reflection, the crops were growing at an unnatural speed, maturing rapidly, and the distorted nature power caused Aliena to furrow her brow. Standing beside her, the Elven elder bowed and spoke, Your Majesty. It is from there that the strange fluctuations of nature's power are intensifying. Someone is clearly abusing nature's gifts. A chilling glint flashed in Aliena's eyes, her voice icy and resolute. The power of nature is sacred and shall not be desecrated. Windrunner and Moonshadow, go retrieve the individuals from that land. I shall interrogate them personally. If they resist, do not hesitate to eliminate them. Yes, Your Majesty. 2 figures emerged from the palace's shadows, kneeling to accept their orders. They were the previously dispatched Elven hunters, Windrunner and Moonshadow, now exuding a more intense aura, evidently empowered by the Queen's blessing. Windrunner excelled in tracking and ranged archery, while Moonshadow was a master of stealth and close-quarters assassination. Together, they formed the most elite hunting duo among the elves. Meanwhile, within Chen's territory, he was surveying the newly recruited 4 shadow assassins, feeling a surge of confidence. With a total of 9 shadow assassins and 3 mythical arrow towers at his disposal, he felt prepared to confront any adversary. Chen, look over there. Lin Jingjing suddenly pointed towards the sky, her complexion paling. Chen followed her gaze to see 2 green figures soaring through the air like arrows released from a bow, swiftly descending upon the territory. Elves. Chen's expression turned grave in an instant. From various games and novels, he had learned that elves were typically nature-loving, proud, and immensely powerful. Why would they suddenly come for him? Sinners who defile nature, prepare to face nature's judgment. Windrunner's voice rang out, melodious, yet laced with lethal intent. He swiftly drew his longbow, launching an arrow forged from wind elements towards the Linyun wilderness with a sharp whistle. Not good, Chen shouted, quickly issuing commands. Mythical arrow towers, attack. Shadow assassins, protect the Linyun wilderness. The 3 mythical arrow towers simultaneously illuminated with an ethereal blue glow, their energy bows locking onto Windrunner and Moonshadow. 3 energy arrows, imbued with annihilation power, shot forth, colliding with Windrunner's wind arrow in a tremendous explosion, creating a shockwave in the air. Moonshadow seized the opportunity to infiltrate the territory, her silhouette flitting like a specter through the shadows of the fence, her dagger glinting menacingly as she aimed for Lin Jingjing, who was near the Linyun wilderness. Clearly, she recognized Lin Jingjing's connection to the land. You shall not harm her. One shadow assassin materialized before Lin Jingjing, their dagger intercepting Moonshadow's strike. As a crisp sound resonated, both individuals recoiled several steps. Yuying gazed at the shadow assassin before her with a hint of surprise, not anticipating that her opponent's speed would rival her own. Yet, she did not falter. With a swift motion, she darted towards Lin Jingjing once more. The other shadow assassins immediately surrounded her, engaging in a fierce skirmish. In the skies above, the Windwalker incessantly unleashed arrows of wind, each imbued with formidable penetrating power, forcing the mythical arrow tower to mount a full-scale defense. Although the mythical arrow tower possessed superior offensive capabilities, the Windwalker's velocity rendered it exceedingly difficult to land a precise hit. Standing before the wooden cabin, Chen attentively monitored the unfolding battle. He discerned that these elven hunters surpassed any adversaries he had previously encountered, particularly the elf known as Yuying, whose agility and ferocity were remarkable. The 9 shadow assassins found themselves unable to subdue her for the time being. A sense of urgency welled up within him. He needed to devise a means to support them. He glanced toward the warehouse, which housed a plethora of resources. Perhaps he could construct new defensive structures to counter these elves. At that moment, the Windwalker seized an opening, and an arrow of wind pierced through the defenses of the mythical arrow tower, striking the edge of the Lingyun fertile fields. Instantly, the crops in the impacted area withered, and the soil turned charred and blackened. No, Lin Jingjing exclaimed, her eyes brimming with anguish. Her natural gift talent activated immediately, enveloping the scorched earth in a green glow, attempting to mend the damage, but the results were minimal. Witnessing this, the Windwalker smirked coldly. The forces that desecrate nature are ultimately fragile. A surge of fury ignited within Chen. These elves were attacking indiscriminately and had ravaged the Lingyun fertile fields. He promptly opened the Lord S panel, searching for structures capable of countering the elves. He found it. A glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes as he resolved to construct a magic tower. Do you wish to consume 500 wood, 300 stone, and 100 food to build a primary magic tower? Yes. With Chen's command, a substantial quantity of resources was expended. A primary magic tower, constructed from magical crystals and stone, rose majestically at the heart of the territory. Subsequently, the SSS-grade talent resource thousandfold amplification took effect once more. The primary magic tower has been affected by the talent resource thousandfold amplification and has evolved into a special structure. Mythical Magic Tower, Level 1. Upon completion, the Mythical Magic Tower immediately locked onto the airborne Windwalker, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning with a crackling sound. The Windwalker, caught off guard by the sudden emergence of such a formidable defensive structure, was unable to evade in time, resulting in a direct hit that sent him plummeting to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Seeing the Windwalker severely wounded, Yuying's heart raced. And in her moment of distraction, a shadow assassin seized the opportunity, driving a dagger deep into her shoulder. Yuying winced in pain, unwilling to linger. Swiftly extricating herself from the grip of the shadow assassin and rushing to aid the Windwalker, her eyes vigilant as she regarded Chen and his companions. We shall return. The wrath of the Elven Queen is beyond your endurance. With a fierce declaration, Yuying hastily retreated with the Windwalker, leaving the territory in disarray. Chen watched their vanishing figures, his heart unyielding. He understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. The pursuit by the Elven Queen had only just begun. He needed to bolster the territory's strength swiftly to confront the graver challenges ahead. Lin Jingjing approached Chen, her expression laden with concern as she surveyed the ravaged Lingyun fertile fields. Chen, what shall we do? The Elven Queen will undoubtedly pursue us. Chen placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, resolutely stating, do not worry. As long as I am here, I will ensure your safety. Our priority now is to restore the territory and enhance our power. I believe that if we grow sufficiently strong, we need not fear even the Elven Queen. With that, Chen began directing the shadow assassins to clear the battlefield, repairing the damaged fences and revitalizing the Lingyun fertile fields. He sensed that an even greater storm was quietly brewing. Chapter 8. Repairing the fences, upgrading to Level 2 territory. As the figures of Yuying and the Windwalker vanished at the forest's edge, Chen immediately summoned all shadow assassins. 10 shadowy figures swiftly gathered before him, kneeling on one knee, awaiting orders. Despite their slightly disheveled state following the recent skirmish, their murderous intent had only intensified. Prioritize the repair of the fences, reinforcing them with the sturdiest wood and stone. Chen instructed, gesturing toward the breach wrought by the elven hunters. Clear away the charred soil from the Lingyun fertile fields so that Lin Jingjing can rejuvenate the crops. Yes, the shadow assassins replied in unison, their figures blurring as they sprang into action. Their movements were remarkably efficient. When transporting stones, it was as if they were lifting feathers, and when felling trees, their daggers made clean cuts. In less than half an hour, the steel fortress's fences were restored to their former glory, even thicker than before. With the spikes coated in venom extracted from beasts, Lin Jingjing knelt beside the Lingyun fertile fields, her fingertips radiating green light as they seeped into the soil. The areas ravaged by the arrows of wind began to sprout new life, and at the moment when the tender shoots broke through the scorched earth, a notification popped up on Lu Chun's Lord panel. Lingyun fertile fields, level 1, has temporarily increased yield by 10 due to the nurturing power of nature. It seemed that not all crises were devoid of benefits. Lu Chun gazed at the rejuvenated fields and suddenly noticed the territory information flickering in the corner of the panel. Upon inspection, he discovered that all upgrade conditions had been met. Territory range expanded to 1,000 square meters, cumulative resource consumption of 10,000 units. Do you wish to consume 5,000 wood, 5,000 stone, and 1,000 food to upgrade the territory to level 2? Upgrade. Lu Chun confirmed without hesitation. The ground trembled slightly as a pale blue magic circle expanded from the center of the territory to its edges. Wherever it passed, the vines on the rock walls wove themselves into sturdy nets, and runic light shields emerged atop the fences, while the height of the 3 mythical arrow towers increased by an additional 3 meters. Even more astonishingly, the Lingyun fertile fields, originally only 10 square meters, expanded to over double its size. Congratulations! The territory has been upgraded to level 2. The maximum number of defensive structures has increased to 5. The maximum number of resource buildings has increased to 3, and the maximum number of special buildings has increased to 2. New buildings unlocked. Watchtower, blacksmith, pasture. Lu Chen's gaze immediately turned toward the Shadow Sanctuary. This building, radiating shadow energy, was enveloped in a golden luminescence, and the words Shadow Sanctuary gradually revealed dark purple patterns on the lintel. Moments later, the system notification chimed. The Shadow Sanctuary can be upgraded to level 2. Do you wish to consume 10,000 wood, 5,000 stone, and 100 shadow crystals? There were only 3 shadow crystals remaining. Lu Chun frowned as he glanced at the world channel. Fortunately, the elven arrows that had dropped during the recent battle had multiplied in the warehouse, forming a small mountain. He promptly sent out a message, exchanging elven arrows for shadow crystals, 100 arrows for 1 crystal, first come, first served. The message was immediately snatched up. The elven arrows, imbued with pure natural energy, served as excellent materials for crafting magical weapons, and soon a dozen individuals arrived to trade shadow crystals. Watching the number of shadow crystals in the warehouse surge to 150, Lu Chun immediately chose to upgrade the Shadow Sanctuary. The building erupted in a dazzling display of light, its height doubling, and the luminous door transformed into a profound vortex. On the recruitment list displayed on the panel, an additional line of golden text appeared. Unlocking special unit. Shadow Hunter, requires 100 wood, 200 food, 5 shadow crystals. Shadow Hunter, level 2 proficient in long-range sniping. Arrows laced with shadow toxins can conceal themselves in shadows to launch surprise attacks. With the introduction of hunters, the mid to long-range combat capabilities would be covered. As Lu Chun pondered the number of recruits needed, he suddenly heard an alarm from the watchtower, a newly constructed edifice. The crystal atop the tower could scan movements within a kilometer radius. A 5-member team was detected in the northwest, their breaths weak, being pursued by a pack of wolves. Reports from the shadow assassins echoed in his mind. Ascending the watchtower, Lu Chun indeed saw 5 ragged figures sprinting through the woods, followed closely by over 20 gaunt wolves with greenish faces and bared fangs. One among them brandished a rusted iron sword to fend off the beasts. Yet a wolf's claw tore into his shoulder, and he was on the brink of being devoured. They were vagrants. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. The World Channel frequently conveyed tales of vagrants. Most were former lords who had lost their territories or outcasts abandoned by their clans. Lacking resources and talents, they could only survive in the wilderness. Dispatch 3 shadow hunters to rescue them, but do not reveal our strength, Lu Chen contemplated. These individuals might possess feeble combat power, yet they could bolster the population of the territory and share the burdens of construction and agriculture. 3 shadows darted forth like arrows released from their bowstrings, concealing themselves behind the wolf pack. Just as the wolves were about to pounce on the vagrants, 3 arrows entwined with shadow struck the wolves' eyes, allowing the toxin to swiftly spread to their hearts. The remaining wild wolves, startled, fled, only to be mercilessly dispatched by the assassins emerging from the shadows. The rescued vagrants stared in shock at the corpses before them, and the leader, the one with the severed arm, suddenly knelt. Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives. We are willing to serve you with all our might. As Lu Chun descended from the watchtower, the 5 had already been brought before him by the shadow assassins. Among them were the young and the old. The eldest carried a medicinal basket, while the youngest clutched a stone axe. But it was the man with the severed arm who bore a tattered lord's insignia at his waist. I do not harbor idlers here. Chen fixed his gaze upon the man's eyes. Relinquish your lordship and become farmers or craftsmen in this territory. Are you willing? Without hesitation, the man cast the insignia to the ground. To survive, no title matters. The other 4 promptly followed suit, surrendering their meager insignias. Detected 5 vagrants voluntarily joining. Territory population 5. Unlocking building. Cottage, level 1. Chen gazed at the newly appeared cottage icon on the panel and suddenly realized that the true strength of a level 2 territory might not rest in mightier weapons, but rather in those who were willing to fight for survival. As the shadow hunters converted the wolves' corpses into 10,000 pounds of wolf meat stored in the warehouse, his gaze toward the depths of the forest grew imbued with a sense of strategic composure. Chapter 9. Discovery of the Shadow Crystal Mine. The vagrants stood in the clearing, gazing at the territory enclosed by steel fences with eyes full of awe. Chen observed their frostbitten lips and worn straw sandals, and with a thought, opened the building list. Level 1 cottage, requires 30 wood, 10 stone. Can accommodate 2 to 3 residents, providing basic shelter. Construct 2 level 1 cottages. As the command was issued, 60 wood and 20 stone transformed into motes of light. A pale blue magic circle illuminated the clearing, and 2 sturdy logs stood upright, entwined with vine-like branches to form a roof, while earth mixed with grass stalks solidified into walls. In mere minutes, 2 wooden houses with chimneys sprang forth, furnished even with rudimentary wooden beds and tables. You may rest inside for now. Chen gestured toward the cottages. Work assignments will begin tomorrow. The man with the severed arm quickly bowed with the others in thanks, while the youngest boy could not help but reach out to touch the cottage's wall, his eyes glistening with excitement. Only the elder with the medicinal basket regarded the fertile land thoughtfully, a glimmer of insight flashing within his murky pupils. Having settled the vagrants, Chen turned his attention to the newly unlocked buildings. The watchtower had long been completed, now suspended with a pale blue scanning screen transmitting real-time movements within a kilometer radius to the Lord's panel. He approached the screen, adjusting the parameters with a flick of his fingertip, expanding the alert range to 1,500 meters. Next was the blacksmith shop. Blacksmith shop, level 1 requires 50 wood, 50 stone, 10 iron Oregon. Can repair weapons and equipment, forge basic iron tools. The iron ore in the warehouse had piled up like a mountain due to a 1,000-fold increase, and Chen confirmed the construction without hesitation. As the magic circle activated, black ore intertwined with wood, and a stone house complete with a furnace rose from the ground, gray smoke billowing from its chimney, filling the air with a sulphurous scent. My lord, the man with the severed arm appeared behind him, pointing at the furnace in the blacksmith shop. The angle of this furnace is incorrect, the ventilation is poor, and it cannot produce the intense heat needed for tempering iron tools. Chen raised an eyebrow. Do you understand forging? A hint of shame crossed the man's face. I learned from the old blacksmith in my village for a few years, but after the territory was destroyed, my skills fell into disrepair. He picked up a piece of iron ore, weighing it in his hand, if the vent could be adjusted, and a bit of flint powder added. The furnace could burn 30% hotter than now. Chen's heart stirred. Could he be a hidden talent? He immediately declared, from today onward, you will manage the blacksmith shop. Feel free to request any materials you need. The man stood stunned for a moment before joyfully kneeling. Thank you for your trust, my lord. I am Wang Tai, and I shall not fail you. The subsequent construction of the livestock pen was even simpler. A space was enclosed with wood, and the previously hunted creatures, a few injured antelopes and rabbits, were kept within. The elder with the medicinal basket proactively stepped forward, retrieving a few herbs from his basket, crushing them, and applying them to the antelope's wounds. These creatures are wild, but if properly fed, the ewes can produce milk, and the rabbits can breed, which is more reliable than hunting. You are knowledgeable about this? Chen inquired. The elder stroked his beard, smiling. I am Sun Zhong, and I used to raise livestock in the herb garden, so I know a few rudimentary methods. He pointed at a limping rabbit. This little one injured its hind leg. If you wrap it with bone-setting grass, it will recover in half a month. Chen looked at the panel displaying, livestock pen, level 1 can domesticate small animals, providing fur and meat, and understood. Another capable individual had emerged. Among the remaining 3 vagrants, 2 burly men were assigned to assist in repairing the fence, while the boy with the stone axe, named Go Sheng, possessed a sharp gaze. And Chen had him assist Wang Tai. The next morning, the territory buzzed with activity. Wang Tai directed the men in adjusting the blacksmith shop's ventilation, and indeed, the flames in the furnace turned a brilliant red. Sun Zhong scattered herbs in the livestock pen, while the injured animals nuzzled affectionately against his pant legs. Go Sheng, wielding a small hammer, diligently followed suit in forging iron tools, while Lin Jingjing led 2 women in harvesting crops in the fertile land, her blessing of nature causing the wheat ears to grow thicker than an arm. Chen stood atop the watchtower, observing the industrious vagrants fulfilling their roles, when he suddenly received a notification. Territory morale has increased, resource gathering efficiency raised by 5. Just then, the scanning light of the watchtower flickered red, marking an energy point in the valley to the northwest. High-intensity shadow energy reaction detected. Suspected shadow crystal vein. Lu Chen's heart jolted, and he hastily magnified the screen. The valley was shrouded in dense black mist, and amidst the darkness, flickering purple points of light could be faintly seen, the very color of shadow crystals. Dispatch 2 shadow assassins to investigate and exercise caution. Half an hour later, the assassin returned with news. Within the valley lay a vast expanse of shadow crystal mines. Surrounded by a horde of shadow lizards of moderate strength, Lu Chen clenched his fists, realizing that the issue of shadow crystals was finally on the verge of resolution. With this vein, he could recruit shadow hunters in unlimited quantities and even unlock higher-tier troops. He turned to Wang Tai, who was busy in the blacksmith's forge, and called out, "Wang Tai, forge 20 poison daggers. We are about to embark on a mining expedition." Wang Tai paused, raising his hammer, and replied loudly, "Absolutely. I guarantee they will be razor-sharp." Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the rooftops of the territory. As the smoke from chimneys intermingled with the vibrant green light of the fertile lands, creating a scene brimming with vitality. Lu Chen understood that with the discovery of the mine, his territory would soon experience a new wave of explosive growth, and the threats lurking deep within the forest would soon be confronted. Chapter 10. Occupying the mine, the unamplifiable crystals. Wang Tai's efficiency exceeded expectations. Within 2 hours, 20 meticulously crafted poison daggers lay aligned at the entrance of the forge, their blades glinting with an eerie blue light, while the venom reflected a strange hue in the sunlight. "My lord, this venom is concocted from the saliva of shadow lizards, specifically designed to counter malevolent entities." Wang Tai wiped the sweat from his brow and pointed to the grooves carved into the handles. "I've also etched anti-slip channels for a more secure grip." Lu Chen picked up one of the daggers. It felt icy to the touch, the blade sharp enough to slice through air. He nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Each shadow assassin shall be equipped with 2 daggers. Let us set forth." 9 shadow assassins, leaving 1 to guard the territory, immediately stepped forward to retrieve the daggers, their figures blending seamlessly into the shadows of the forest. Lu Chen mounted a tamed antelope, the first riding beast produced by the ranch. Though not as swift as a warhorse, it excelled in maneuvering through the woods. The party advanced swiftly, with the scanning screens of the watchtower continuously updating the movements surrounding the mine. As they approached the valley, a heavy black mist enveloped them, carrying the mixed scent of rust and decay. "Halt!" Lu Chen reined in the antelope, signaling the party to stop. From within the mist, the faint sound of scales scraping against rock emerged, the numbers far surpassing those previously surveyed. He opened the Lord's panel, and indeed saw over 20 red dots marked on the screen, circling the entrance of the mine. "Shadow hunters, engage in range suppression. Assassins, clear the periphery," Lu Chen ordered in a hushed tone. 3 shadow hunters swiftly ascended the treetops, and as the bowstrings quivered, 3 arrows imbued with shadow energy soared through the air, striking the most conspicuous red dots within the mist. The echoes of agonized screams erupted from the fog, followed by a cacophony of frantic hisses. Seizing the moment of chaos among the shadow lizards, 6 shadow assassins slipped into the black mist. The sound of their daggers slicing through the air melded with the crisp crackle of rupturing scales. Lu Chen rode closely behind, his gaze vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, a 2-meter-long shadow lizard burst forth from the mist, its skin as smooth as obsidian, and the saliva dripping from its mouth corroded the ground, creating hissing pits. Lu Chen sidestepped its lunge, thrusting his dagger into its eye. With a sickening squelch, the dagger pierced deeply. The shadow lizard emitted a heart-wrenching screech, its massive body thrashing violently on the ground, but the timely arrival of the shadow assassins ensured it was swiftly silenced. Kill shadow lizard, elite, obtained 3 shadow crystals. 1 lizard skin. Due to the influence of the talent Resource Amplification, obtained 3,000 shadow crystals, 1,000 lizard skins. Lu Chen felt a stir of excitement. The loot from elite monsters was indeed more bountiful. Just as he intended to delve deeper, he noticed that the quantity of shadow crystals in the warehouse had only increased by 3, not 3,000. What could be the reason? Lu Chen furrowed his brow and ordered another shadow assassin to eliminate a regular shadow lizard. Kill shadow lizard, normal, obtained 1 shadow crystal. Due to the influence of the talent Resource Amplification, obtained 1,000 shadow crystals. This time, the warehouse's count still only increased by 1. A troubling suspicion began to form in Lu Chen's mind. He instructed the shadow assassin to pass him the recently acquired shadow crystals. Upon touching the crystal with his fingertip, he immediately received a system notification. Detected special or talent Resource Amplification does not apply. It cannot be amplified. Lu Chen's expression darkened. Previously obtained resources from hunting beasts and traded shadow crystals had all been subject to normal amplification, yet these indigenous crystals from the mine were exempt. This meant he would need to rely on tangible extraction to amass sufficient shadow crystals. As he pondered this predicament, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the black mist. A colossal lizard, 3 times the size of a regular shadow lizard, charged forth from the mine. Adorned with bone spines and eyes ablaze with ghostly purple flames, it was the leader of the shadow lizards. A lord-level creature. Chen felt a jolt of apprehension. Such a creature's combat prowess rivaled that of the elven hunters he had encountered earlier. The arrows from the shadow hunters merely left faint white marks on the giant lizard's hide. The giant lizard swung its tail, sending 2 shadow assassins flying against the rock wall, rendering them unconscious. Use the poison daggers, Chen shouted as he dashed forward. He skillfully dodged the giant lizard's attack while plunging his dagger deep into its abdomen, the most vulnerable spot where the scales were thinnest. At the moment of impact, the giant lizard let out a painful roar, black smoke billowing from the wound as the venom rapidly corroded its insides. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow assassins swarmed the beast, daggers raining down like a tempest upon it. After a fierce battle, the giant lizard finally collapsed, its massive body convulsing a few times before falling silent. Kill shadow lizard leader. Obtained 10 shadow crystals, 1 shadow core. Chen picked up the shadow core, a purple crystal the size of a fist, containing energy 100 times denser than ordinary shadow crystals. He attempted to amplify it with his talent, but still received no response. It appeared he would have to accept this reality. With a sigh, Chen directed the shadow assassins to clear the battlefield and occupy the mine. The interior of the mine proved to be more expansive than anticipated, with walls embedded with countless shadow crystals emitting a soft purple glow. The 2 middle-aged men accompanying Wang Tai promptly retrieved their tools and began the extraction. My lord, this ore is exceedingly hard. Ordinary tools cannot penetrate it. One man called out. Chen had Wang Tai forge several specialized pickaxes and enlisted the shadow assassins to assist with prying. As the first shadow crystal was pried loose, the quantity in the warehouse finally began to grow, albeit slowly. Leave 2 to guard the mine, the rest come back with me. Chen observed the steadily increasing number of shadow crystals, feeling a sense of relief. Although they could not be amplified, the mine's reserves were substantial enough to support the recruitment of more shadow hunters. On the return journey to the territory, Chen contemplated the reason behind the lack of amplification. Perhaps it was due to the crystal's excessively pure energy. Or perhaps the mine itself was under the protection of some rule. Regardless, this meant he could no longer depend on his talent as before and would need to devise a more meticulous resource plan. As he arrived at the territory, the setting sun painted the horizon crimson. Lin Jingjing was bustling about in the fertile fields with the refugees. While the numbers of antelopes and wild rabbits in the ranch had considerably increased, and the forge's flames still blazed brightly, Chen stood atop the watchtower, gazing towards the distant mine, his eyes flashing with resolve. What if they cannot be amplified? As long as he can steadfastly guard this mine, he will be able to amass sufficient resources to carve out a niche for himself in this world of competing races. Unbeknownst to him, as he occupied the mine, the water mirror of the Elven Queen, Elia, clearly displayed the location of the mine and the continuously harvested shadow crystals. A cold smile curved upon Elia's lips. Defiling nature was not enough. They dared to meddle with shadow energy? It seems it is time to teach them a lesson. A greater storm is silently brewing. Chapter 11. The temptation of the wolf meat porridge. The campfire of the refugee encampment flickered as the last rays of the setting sun vanished beyond the treetops, and wisps of smoke began to rise from the chimney of Chen's territory. In the clearing beside the blacksmith's workshop, a large bronze pot, with a diameter of 2 meters, was perched atop a stone stove, the flames licking the sides of the pot, producing a crackling sound. Within the pot, thick meat porridge boiled, golden grains enveloping dark red chunks of meat, exuding an irresistible aroma. This was concocted from the freshly hunted wolf meat of the day. Wang Tai squatted beside the stove, stoking the fire with a hearty smile on his face. Old Sun remarked that the wolf meat possessed a warm nature and, when mixed with spirit grain rice, could replenish vitality and blood. Chen stood at the edge of the pot, observing the shadow assassins tossing pieces of processed wolf meat into the bubbling mixture. These wolves had been uninvited guests, attacking the mine in the afternoon. And after being shot down by the shadow hunters, their meat had piled up into small mountains under 1,000-fold amplification. Originally, he intended to dry the meat for storage, but was stopped by Sun Zhong. My lord, now is the time to win over the hearts of the people. Sun Zhong leaned on his cane, gesturing towards the edge of the distant forest. Those refugees had gone days without food. The scent of the meat would surely draw them near. A bowl of hot porridge would serve better than any promise. Chen nodded in agreement. He instructed Lin Jingjing to fetch the freshest grains from the spirit-rich fields and had Wang Tai forge this large pot. At that moment, the fragrant steam wafted with the wind, like an invisible hand, tugging at the hungry souls hidden within the forest. Indeed, it was not long before the first figure appeared outside the fence. It was a ragged young boy, clutching a broken spear, cautiously observing the scene within the territory. When his gaze fell upon the steaming pot, his throat involuntarily swallowed. Come on in. Chen beckoned the shadow assassin to open the side gate. There is plenty for all. The boy hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to temptation, stumbling inside. Wang Tai ladled a generous bowl of meat porridge and handed it over. The boy seized the bowl and began to gulp it down. burning his tongue, yet reluctant to part with it. With the arrival of the first, there soon came a second. Within half an hour, over 30 refugees had gathered outside the fence, comprising men, women, and children. Most appeared gaunt, their eyes filled with suspicion and longing. Chen had a temporary cooking station set up outside the fence to distribute the porridge, but he forbade them from entering the core area of the territory. Want to come inside? Chen stood atop a height, his voice resonating throughout the camp. Tomorrow, join us in mining, farming, and building houses. If you are willing to work, not only will you be provided meals, but you will also receive your own house. The crowd erupted in a flurry of murmurs. Some were skeptical, while others were already misty-eyed. A woman clutching a child asked tremulously, "My lord, is what you say true? Will we truly have houses to live in?" "I shall not go back on my word." Chen pointed toward the two newly constructed houses. "You see, those are prepared for you." As night fell, several bonfires ignited outside the fence. The refugees gathered around the flames, cradling steaming bowls of meat porridge, their faces lighting up with long-lost smiles. Children chased and played, while adults whispered among themselves, their conversations revolving around the enigmatic lord and his bountiful territory. Chen instructed the shadow assassins to patrol the perimeter of the camp while he perched himself atop the watchtower, gazing at the flickering lights below. The population count on the lord's panel was steadily rising. 56 individuals had entered the camp, with 37 expressing a clear desire to join the territory. "My lord." Lin Jingjing approached the tower carrying a bowl of meat porridge. Old Sun mentioned that among the refugees, there is a skilled blacksmith and a carpenter. Both are talented hands. Chen accepted the bowl, his gaze lingering on the floating pieces of meat, suddenly reminded of the awkwardness he faced upon his arrival. In just a few days, he had transformed from a solitary individual into the lord of nearly 100 people. This transformation filled him with warmth and further solidified his resolve to protect this territory. As the night deepened, the bonfires gradually dwindled, and the refugees nestled within the makeshift grass huts, drifting into slumber. Yet, Chen remained wide awake, opening the lord's panel and tracing his fingers across the translucent interface, seeking the conditions for upgrading the territory. Territory level 2. Current population 78, including 8 core members. 70 refugees. Unlocked buildings. Mythical arrow towers 3. Shadow sanctuary level 2. Spirit-rich fields level 1. Blacksmith level 1. Pasture level 1. Watchtower level 1. Houses 4. Conditions for upgrading to level 3 territory. Population must reach 200 individuals. Total resource consumption of 100,000 units. Current progress 67, 320, 100,000. Must possess at least one level 3 building. Eliminate all threats within a 5-kilometer radius of the territory. Current remaining threats: Shadow Lizard Nest 1, Wolfpack 2. Unknown energy points 3. Chen's eyes lingered on the fourth condition for quite some time. Eliminating surrounding threats meant taking proactive action, which posed a significant challenge given the current military strength. Yet, as he gazed at the continuously growing population figure on the panel and the mountain of resources amassed in the warehouse, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. "Beginning tomorrow, we shall expand the houses," he declared to the air, his voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the night. "Have the shadow assassins widen their patrols and ascertain the exact locations of those threats." In the distant forest, the sounds of wolves howled, swiftly repelled by the protective energy barrier surrounding the camp. Chen understood that as the population grew, the territory's allure would only increase, accompanied by ever more daunting challenges. However, he was prepared. Neither the lurking monsters nor the watchful elves could halt his forward march. As the first light of dawn painted the sky with shades of gray, the sun's rays streamed through the watchtower window, warming Chen's face. He closed the lord's panel and turned towards the camp. A new day had begun, brimming with tasks awaiting his attention. Meanwhile, the pot of steaming wolf meat porridge would continue to entice more refugees, coalescing into a torrent that would propel the territory's development. Chapter 12. Golden Spirit Grain. A glimmer of hope as dawn broke, Chen was stirred awake by a disturbance emanating from the spirit-rich fields. He hastened out of the wooden house, only to find Lin Jingjing standing on the ridge, her hands gently caressing the plump rice ears. A pale green aura flowing from her fingertips. The once golden grains now shimmered with a faint golden light. "Chen, look." Lin Jingjing beckoned excitedly. These grains seemed different. As Chen approached, he observed that the grains in the spirit-rich fields had indeed undergone a marvelous transformation. The ears of grain were more than twice as plump as before, their husks cloaked in a delicate layer of golden down. Sunlight cascaded upon them, refracting a warm glow, and the air was imbued with an indescribable fragrance. A single breath invigorated him. The spirit-rich fields, level 1, has absorbed natural power and the fortune of the territory. The conditions for upgrading have been met. Would you like to consume 5,000 wood, 3,000 stone, and 10,000 food to upgrade to level 2? Suddenly, an upgrade prompt appeared on the lord's panel, and Chen did not hesitate to confirm. as the values of resources plummeted with remarkable speed. The expanse of the spiritual abundance fields once again expanded. The soil took on a deeper hue, subtly illuminated by a golden shimmer coursing through its depths. The golden sheen upon the ears of grain grew increasingly vibrant, resembling diminutive suns. The spiritual abundance fields have been upgraded to stage 2, unlocking a special crop, golden spirit grain. Golden spirit grain, a unique grain infused with faint spiritual energy. Its consumption can gradually enhance physical constitution and accelerate wound healing, making it a superior ingredient for brewing spiritual wine and preparing medicinal dishes. The growth cycle has been reduced to 12 hours, with a 50 increase in yield, further augmented by a 30 effect due to the blessing of nature. Golden spirit grain. Chen gazed at the description on the panel, a surge of euphoria swelling within him. This extraordinary grain could serve not only as sustenance, but also enhance vitality and enable the creation of medicinal dishes. Undoubtedly a boon for the development of his territory. Lin Jingjing gently plucked a stalk of golden spirit grain, and as the grains separated from the ear, they emitted a crisp tinkling sound, akin to fine gold dust cascading down. Making porridge with these grains will surely be more fragrant than the wolf meat porridge, she remarked, her eyes sparkling with visions of the future. Chen instructed the refugees to commence the harvest of the golden spirit grain, and under the influence of a 1,000-fold increase, the quantity of food in the warehouse surged dramatically. As he beheld the towering piles of golden spirit grain, he suddenly realized that this was not merely food, but the cornerstone of stabilizing the hearts of the people. He had Wang Tai craft several enormous granaries to store the golden spirit grain securely. After addressing matters concerning the spiritual abundance fields, Chen made his way to the Shadow Sanctuary. Through the accumulation of time, the number of shadow assassins had reached 43, while the shadow hunters numbered 27. Such a force was sufficient for small-scale skirmishes. He opened the building upgrade panel to review the requirements for advancing the Shadow Sanctuary. To upgrade the Shadow Sanctuary, Stage 2, to Stage 3, the following materials are required: 10,000 shadow crystals, 50 shadow cores, 500 obsidian, and 300 wolf claws. Note: clearing shadow lizard nests can regularly yield shadow crystals and shadow cores. Ordinary nests yield 100 and 300 shadow crystals, and 1 and 3 shadow cores, respectively, each time. Upon seeing the list of upgrade materials, Chen's gaze fell upon the shadow lizard nest. He had previously noted its presence while occupying the mine, but at that time, his forces were insufficient for a reckless assault. It was now imperative to eliminate this threat swiftly, as it would yield upgrade materials and fulfill the conditions for enhancing his territory. He opened the troop panel. Chen silently recited, and the Lord panel promptly displayed detailed troop information. Shadow Assassins, Level 1, 43, Attack Power 500, Defense Power 100, Speed 300, Skill, Shadow Assault. Shadow Hunters, Level 1, 27, Attack Power 600, Defense Power 80, Speed 250, Skill, Shadow Arrow Rain, causing sustained damage to enemies within range. Examining the values on the panel, Chen began to formulate a plan. The Shadow Assassins excelled in close quarters ambush, while the Shadow Hunters could provide ranged fire support. Together, they were more than capable of addressing the threat posed by the Shadow Lizard Nest. He summoned the leaders of the Shadow Assassins and Shadow Hunters to devise a detailed battle strategy. My lord, there exists a layer of shadow energy barrier surrounding the Shadow Lizard Nest, which is difficult to breach with ordinary attacks, the Shadow Assassin leader knelt, speaking in a solemn tone. However, I have observed that the barrier's energy weakens each morning, presenting the optimal opportunity for an ambush. The Shadow Hunter leader added, deep within the nest, there should be a Lord-level Shadow Lizard. Its skin is tough, and ordinary arrows will struggle to penetrate. We must divert its attention while we strike from the side. Chen nodded in agreement with their plan. We shall act at dawn tomorrow. We must take the Shadow Lizard Nest in one fell swoop. He paused and added, ensure everyone is prepared, equipped with sufficient supplies and backup weapons. At that moment, Sun Zhong approached carrying a medicinal basket, presenting several purple herbs to Chen. My lord, these are shadow herbs I found nearby. When crushed and applied to weapons, they inflict additional damage on shadow creatures. Chen accepted the herbs, warmth spreading through his heart. With these preparations, the likelihood of successfully clearing the Shadow Lizard Nest increased significantly. He observed the bustling refugees in the distance, some expanding homes, others mining ore, and still others tending to livestock, each face radiating hope for the future. The emergence of golden spirit grain was akin to a glimmer of hope, illuminating this once barren land. Chen understood that as long as this hope was preserved and continually nurtured, one day, his territory would shine as the most resplendent entity in this world of myriad races vying for supremacy. As night fell, the campfire reignited. This time, the aroma wafting from the fire was not solely that of wolf meat porridge, but also the fragrant rice porridge made from golden spirit grain. The refugees cradled steaming bowls of porridge, feeling the warmth coursing through them, their gazes toward Chen filled with gratitude and reverence. Standing atop the watchtower, Chen gazed towards the distant Shadow Lizard Nest, a steadfast gleam in his eyes. Tomorrow would entail a fierce battle, but he was prepared. Clearing the shadow lizard nest would not only provide the materials required for upgrading the shadow sanctuary, but also eliminate a lurking threat surrounding his territory, thereby clearing obstacles for its development. The night breeze swept through, carrying the fragrance of golden spirit grain and the unknown challenges that lay ahead. Yet in Lu Chen's heart, there resided only anticipation for the future and a yearning for victory. Chapter 13. The Secret Pulsation of Shadow Crystals. In the early hours of dawn, the forest was steeped in a heavy dew-laden atmosphere as Lu Chen stood at the edge of the black mist surrounding the shadow lizard nest, observing the energy fluctuation curve displayed on the watchtower screen. At the moment the curve plummeted to its nadir, he abruptly raised his hand. Action. The 43 shadow assassins surged into the black mist like arrows released from a bow, their daggers coated with the essence of shadow herbs emanating a faint violet glow upon contact with the air. Indeed, as the captain had indicated, the energy barrier surrounding the nest had thinned. When the assassins' daggers pierced the barrier, they encountered only minimal resistance, akin to slicing through a damp sheet of paper. Hiss. A sharp hiss emanated from the black mist as dozens of shadow lizards erupted from the depths of the nest, their obsidian-like scales reflecting cold light in the morning sun. The shadow hunters had already ascended the surrounding treetops, with a tremor of the bowstring. 27 arrows entwined with shadow energy shot forth in a fan shape, striking the lizard's compound eyes with precision. Lu Chen, riding an antelope, followed closely behind, deftly deflecting the splattering saliva with his dagger. The droplets that landed on the ground corroded into sizzling pits, yet were deflected by the defensive energy shield he wore. A rudimentary shield crafted from wolf hide mixed with obsidian powder, capable of withstanding the erosion of low-level shadow energy. The battle was more intense than anticipated. The Lord-level shadow lizard that charged forth from the depths of the nest was larger than the one encountered previously, its back adorned with spiny protrusions gleaming with a metallic sheen. The ambush from the shadow assassins merely left shallow white marks upon its hide. Divert its attention, Lu Chen shouted as he hurled a firebomb. This weapon, concocted by Wang Tai using wolf fat and spirit grain wine, erupted in flames upon contact with the lizard's scales, causing it to thrash its tail in agitation, exposing the vulnerable area of its abdomen. Now, the shadow hunter leader's arrows flew forth like meteors, striking true at the lord-level lizard's throat. Shadow energy coursed along the arrow, tearing a deep, bone-revealing gash at its neck. As the last lizard fell amidst a pool of blood, the horizon began to lighten with the dawn. Lu Chen gasped for breath as he assessed the spoils of battle. Scattered within the depths of the nest lay 327 shadow crystals and 3 shadow cores, alongside a pile of gleaming obsidian. Detection of special or talent resource, 1000-fold amplification temporarily unsupported. The chilling notification echoed once more as Lu Chen gazed at the immobile values in the warehouse, his brow furrowing in concentration. These shadow crystals pulsed faintly in his palm, reminiscent of a living creature's heartbeat, yet remained impervious to the amplification of his talent. Let's bring them back to the territory. He waved his hand, instructing the assassins to package the crystals. Although they could not be amplified, these materials were essential for upgrading the shadow sanctuary and must not be squandered. On the way back to the territory, Lu Chen opened the announcement channel, intending to exchange some surplus obsidian for a few wolf claws. The messages in the channel were still a chaotic mix, but there was a considerable amount of discussion regarding the shadow crystals. What use do these worthless crystals have besides taking up backpack space? A user with the ID Woodcutter expressed his frustration, recounting how he had slain a shadow lizard the previous day and collected 5 crystals, which he could not sell. I have over 200 stacked in my warehouse, and no one wants them even for food, another user named Scavenger chimed in, adding that he had heard that the elves would hunt anyone possessing such items, deeming them a potential disaster. A thought struck Lu Chen, and he privately messaged Woodcutter, 1 shadow crystal in exchange for 10 pounds of golden spiritual grain. Would you care to trade? The response was nearly instantaneous. Absolutely. I'll trade as many as you have. In the next half hour, Lu Chen exchanged golden spiritual grain for nearly 1,000 shadow crystals. The crystals, piled in the warehouse, emitted a faint purple glow, and the pulsing in his palm seemed to grow clearer, as if responding to some distant call. My lord, these stones are rather peculiar. Sun Zhong entered the warehouse, leaning on his cane, his frail fingers brushing over the pile of crystals. In his youth, he had come across records and ancient texts stating that shadow crystals were the stagnant blood of the earth's veins, and an accumulation of them could invite natural calamities. A chill ran through Lu Chen. He recalled the Elven Queen's pursuit and the complaints in the announcement channel, suddenly realizing that the value of the shadow crystals might have been gravely underestimated. Those who deemed the crystals useless likely had not discovered the correct method of utilization. As he pondered, the alarm from the lookout tower blared suddenly. The screen displayed a green dot rapidly approaching from the northwest, stopping atop the treetops 3 kilometers from the territory. It's an elf? Lu Chen magnified the screen to reveal the true identity of an elven ranger clad in green leather armor, with a longbow embedded with moonstones resting on her back. and arrows in her quiver emanating energy fluctuations reminiscent of windwalkers. The ranger was using a telescope to observe the territory. Just as her gaze swept over the warehouse, Chen received a private message from the World Channel. The Cinder's ID being Wind Whisperer. Shadow crystals are a cancer to nature. Destroy them at once, or the wrath of the elves will incinerate your territory. The message concluded with a burning flame icon, akin to a blatant threat. Chen stared at the unmoving green dot on the screen and suddenly smiled. If shadow crystals truly held no value, why would the elves dispatch a ranger to monitor them day and night? He walked to the corner of the warehouse, placed a shadow crystal on the obsidian-crafted platform, and infused a hint of energy from the spiritual grain into it. The purple light on the surface of the crystal flickered violently, and the ground beneath the platform trembled slightly, as if something deep underground had been awakened. So it is. A moment of enlightenment flickered in Chen's eyes. The true value of these crystals might not lie in their apparent energy, but rather in their secret connection to the earth's veins. On the distant treetops, the elven ranger tightened her grip on the longbow. Upon witnessing the purple light emanating from the warehouse, the communication crystal in her ear pendant glimmered softly, and she whispered to it, "The target is researching the shadow crystals. Should we take action?" A cold voice from the other end, belonging to the elven queen, replied, "Observe the situation. I wish to see what this blasphemous human can conjure." As sunlight pierced through the black mist into the ruins of the shadow lizard's den, Chen surveyed the mountain of shadow crystals in the warehouse and abruptly decided to halt all transactions. These stones, pulsating with a secret rhythm, perhaps concealed secrets more significant than merely upgrading the shadow sanctuary. Unbeknownst to him, each pulse resonating in his palm left new records in the elven surveillance logs. The clanging of metal echoed from the territory's blacksmith shop, as Wang Tai forged obsidian into new weapons. The golden spiritual grain in the fertile fields had ripened, and Lin Jingjing began a new round of harvesting with the refugees. Standing atop the lookout tower, Chen gazed at the distant, unyielding green figure, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the shadow crystal in his palm. A silent game of strategy surrounding the shadow crystals had quietly unfolded amidst the interplay of light and shadow in the forest. Chapter 14, Night Raid, The Hungry Uprising. The night fell like a velvet cloth soaked in ink, pressing heavily upon the forest. The bonfire in Chen's territory had extinguished, and the refugees curled up in the newly constructed houses, fast asleep, with only the energy cores atop the 3 mythic arrow towers still flickering faintly, like vigilant eyes. On the scanning screen of the lookout tower, the green dot representing the elven ranger remained steadfast 3 kilometers away in the treetops, like a stubborn green speck. Chen rubbed his throbbing temples, returning the shadow crystal to the warehouse. Its pulsing grew increasingly clear, yet the secret within remained elusive. "My lord, it is time to rest." The voice of the shadow assassin captain sounded behind him, her mask still stained with the blood of the afternoon's battle. "We have patrols on the periphery. There should be no issues." Chen nodded, preparing to turn back to the wooden house, when suddenly, the screen began to flicker violently. From the northwest, over 100 red dots surged forth, rapidly approaching the territory, 3 of them radiating particularly intense energy fluctuations, even bearing a faint lordly aura. "It's the refugees." Chen's pupils dilated as he magnified the image of the dots. The figures were ragged, wielding makeshift weapons like wooden sticks, stone axes, and even a few rusty iron swords, their faces etched with fervor and hunger. At the forefront of the crowd, 3 men brandishing fragments of lordly tokens shouted loudly, spitting in the moonlight, "That Lu has hidden the golden spiritual grain. Let's rush in and seize it. Why should he hoard so much food alone? We're all lords. Why should he enjoy while we starve? Let us storm in, ransack his warehouse, and burn his wretched land." Their incendiary words ignited the suppressed greed among the refugees like sparks falling into a pile of dry tinder. Most of these individuals were new faces lured by the golden spiritual grain in recent days, yet to experience the serenity of the territory. And now stirred by the 3 destitute lords, their emotions ran wild. "Defensive structures, open fire." Chen's voice turned icy. He had once believed a bowl of hot porridge could warm hearts, yet had forgotten that hunger could turn even the gentlest lamb into a ravenous wolf. The 3 mythic arrow towers simultaneously pivoted towards the northwest, and azure light coalesced on the energy bows. The shadow hunters had already climbed atop the barricades, their bowstrings taut in the night, the tips of their arrows glistening with an eerie silver sheen. "Fire!" With Chen's command, the energy arrows, trailing long tails of flame, tore through the night sky like falling stars. The leading refugees barely had time to cheer before they were shredded by the torrent of energy, blood and flesh splattering 3 meters high amidst the earth. Screams erupted, and the charging line came to an abrupt halt. But the 3 destitute lords, driven to madness, waved their tokens. "Fear not. They only have 3 rickety towers. Rush in, and it's golden spiritual grain for the taking." The crowd surged once more. This time they had learned, fanning out in a crescent formation to evade the arrow tower's fire. However, the shadow hunters behind the barricades had already locked in their targets. releasing 27 poisoned arrows in unison, accurately piercing the throats of the foremost individuals. The venom acted swiftly. The victim writhed on the ground, convulsing as their skin rapidly turned a shade of dark blue-black, and within mere seconds, life extinguished from their body. Fear spread like a plague, causing many of the refugees to retreat, only to be shoved forward by those behind them. Slay those 3 instigators. Lu Chen's voice was as sharp as ice. The shadow assassins darted out from behind the barriers like arrows released from a bow, their daggers tracing 3 silver lines under the moonlight, striking precisely into the backs of the 3 fallen lords. Defeated fallen lord, Zhang Meng, obtained 1 residual talent fragment, slight strength amplification. Defeated fallen lord, Li Ergu, obtained 1 residual talent fragment, slight speed amplification. Defeated fallen lord, Wang Matzi, obtained 1 fragment of the lord's token. What astounded Lu Chen further was that when the fragment of strength amplification fused into his body, a sudden buzzing resonated in his mind. Detected absorbable talent fragment. Will you fuse to unlock the talent resource tenfold amplification new feature? Fuse. The fragment transformed into a warm current that surged through his limbs, and Lu Chen distinctly felt a more intense pulse emanating from the shadow crystal in his palm. On the Lord panel, a new line of text quietly appeared. Unlocked. Can consume 1,000 units of ordinary resources to convert 1 unit of special or into an amplified state, limited to 10 times per day. Could it truly render special or amplifiable? A storm of excitement surged within Lu Chen. He immediately accessed the warehouse and selected 10 shadow crystals for conversion. Consumed 10,000 wood. Successfully converted 10 shadow crystals into an amplifiable state. Under the influence of the talent resource tenfold amplification, gained 10,000 shadow crystals. The quantity of shadow crystals in the warehouse surged dramatically, with the previously accumulated 327 crystals now combined with the newly converted 10,000, finally providing enough materials to upgrade the Shadow Sanctuary. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the refugees, having lost their leader, had already scattered. The energy arrows from the Mythical Arrow Tower continued to sporadically launch, clearing out the die-hard individuals attempting to resist. The shadow assassins methodically collected useful items from the corpses. Although these individuals had come to attack, the supplies they carried had piled up into small mountains under the tenfold amplification. My lord, I found this. An assassin picked up a blood-stained piece of cloth, upon which was scrawled in charcoal a haphazard message. The Elven lord said to act tonight, and we shall be rewarded with golden spirit grains afterwards. Lu Chen clenched the cloth tightly, casting his gaze towards the treetops 3 kilometers away. The green light had vanished unbeknownst to him, leaving only a few leaves torn by arrows, spiraling down in the night breeze. So it was the Elven clan pulling the strings behind the scenes. He chuckled coldly, crumpling the cloth into a ball. Killing the 3 fallen lords not only resolved the crisis, but also unlocked a new talent function. This transaction was far from a loss. Upon returning to the warehouse, Sun Zhong was directing the refugees and counting the supplies. The old man gazed at the shimmering shadow crystals that had been transformed and suddenly sighed. My lord, the pulsation of these crystals seems to resonate with your aura. Lu Chen looked down at his palm, and indeed, a faint golden light seeped from his skin, intertwining with the purple glow of the shadow crystals in a spiral pattern. He attempted to immerse his mental energy within. Astonishingly, countless minute veins emerged within the crystal, subtly connecting to the earth's veins beneath the Lord's domain. Old son, do you know what this is? Sun Zhong squinted thoughtfully for a moment before suddenly trembling. This resembles the earth vein nodes recorded in ancient texts. It is said to communicate with the energies deep within the earth, but he pointed at the veins. Normal earth veins are golden. Why does yours contain shadows? A thought struck Lu Chen. Could it be that the Elven clan pursued him not only for the fertile spirit land, but also because of these shadow crystals capable of communicating with the earth's veins? In the distant forest, the Wind Whisperer knelt before the Elven Queen's water mirror, their voice trembling. Your Majesty, the plan has failed. The human not only repelled the refugees, but seems to have also unraveled part of the secrets of the shadow crystals. In the water mirror, the intertwined golden and purple light in Lu Chen's palm was particularly glaring. Alia's fingers tightened around the armrest of her throne, her gem-encrusted nails digging deep into the wood. It seems gentle methods are no longer effective. Convey my orders, assemble the silver archers, and in 3 days, we shall raise that blasphemous land. Moonlight filtered through the ears of grain in the fertile spirit land, casting mottled shadows on Lu Chen's hand. He gazed at the mountain of shadow crystals piled in the warehouse, suddenly realizing that the stakes of this game were far greater than he had imagined. The talent fragments obtained from slaying the lords might just be the key to unraveling all mysteries. The shadow assassins were still clearing the battlefield, the forge's fire reignited. As Wang Tai prepared to transform the confiscated iron into defensive weapons overnight, Lu Chen stood atop the watchtower, carefully securing the newly acquired talent fragments, while the golden glow at his fingertips and the shadows of the distant forest engaged in a new round of struggle in the night. Chapter 15. New troop type. Nightmare Night. As the night deepened, the stench of blood from the battlefield was washed away by the evening breeze, replaced by the fragrant scent of grass wafting from the fertile spirit land. Chen stood before the Shadow Sanctuary, where the numbers of 10, 327 shadow crystals, and 3 shadow cores gleamed on the panel. The materials required for the upgrade were more than sufficient. Upgrade the Shadow Sanctuary to level 3. His voice resonated clearly in the silent night. Will you consume 10,000 shadow crystals, 50 shadow cores, 500 obsidian, and 300 wolf claws to upgrade the Shadow Sanctuary, level 2, to level 3? Without hesitation, Chen confirmed his choice. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of black energy enveloped the Shadow Sanctuary. Runes danced frantically on the stone walls, and the originally dark purple metallic exterior gradually became adorned with dark golden patterns. The words Shadow Sanctuary above the entrance were engulfed by a swirling shadow flame, transforming into 3 ancient characters. Shadow Palace. Congratulations. The Shadow Sanctuary has been upgraded to level 3, Shadow Palace, unlocking a new troop type, Nightmare Night. Nightmare Night recruitment requirements: food 1000, iron or 200, shadow crystals 50, shadow cores 5. Chen's gaze fell upon the troop type description, and his heart raced. The panel displayed the phantom of the Nightmare Night, a warrior mounted on a black nightmare beast, clad in dark golden armor, with shadow energy flowing through the gaps of the armor. In their hand was a lance 3 meters long, its tip shimmering with a ghostly purple light, emanating an oppressive aura. Nightmare Night, level 3. Attack power, 2000, defense power, 1500, speed, 400, mounted state. Skills: Nightmare Charge deals devastating impact to enemies in a straight line, with a 30 chance to instill fear. Shadow Protection grants shadow shields to self and surrounding allies, absorbing a certain amount of damage. So powerful. Chen couldn't help but marvel. Just the level 1 Nightmare Knight's attributes far surpassed those of Shadow Assassins and Shadow Hunters, undoubtedly becoming the trump card for his territory. He opened the Lord panel to check the troop limit for level 2 territory. Indeed, a new line of explanation appeared on the panel. Level 2 territory troop limit. Shadow Assassins 200, Shadow Hunters 100, special troops, such as Nightmare Knights, 20. Currently, his territory had 150 Shadow Assassins and 80 Shadow Hunters, leaving some room before reaching the limit. Let's recruit 5 Nightmare Knights for a trial. Chen contemplated within his heart, recognizing that although the recruitment costs were considerable, the investment was justified to confront the Silver Archer Battalion of the Elven race 3 days hence. Would you like to expend 5,000 food, 1,000 iron, or 250 shadow crystals, 25 shadow cores to recruit 5 Nightmare Knights? Indeed, the gates of the Shadow Palace creaked open, and 5 dark figures emerged from within. The nightmare beasts they rode were colossal, their limbs ablaze with eerie blue flames, treading silently upon the ground. The knights dismounted gracefully, kneeling on one knee, their armor clanging with a dull resonance. We pay our respects, my lord. The voices of the 5 echoed like the friction of metal, imbued with a heavy aura of shadow. Chen approached one of the Nightmare Knights, extending his hand to touch the surface of the armor. A chilling sensation coursed through him, and the dark golden patterns on the armor flickered with a faint luminescence under his touch. He could distinctly sense that the energy contained within these knights was vastly more potent and refined than that of the Shadow Assassins and Hunters. Excellent. Chen remarked with satisfaction, nodding. From today onwards, you are tasked with guarding the core areas of our territory, particularly the Verdant Sanctuary and the storerooms. As you command. The Nightmare Knights responded in unison, remounting their steeds. The fiery hooves of the nightmare beasts left ephemeral imprints upon the ground, soon vanishing into the night, leaving behind only wisps of indistinct shadow energy. Having concluded matters with the Nightmare Knights, Chen made his way to the blacksmith's forge. Long Tai was laboring diligently alongside several vagrants, forging iron implements, the flames of the furnace casting a crimson glow upon their faces. Upon seeing Chen enter, Long Tai promptly set down his hammer. My lord, your timing is impeccable. He gestured toward a pile of freshly crafted iron arrows on the ground, their tips infused with a hint of obsidian powder, rendering them sharper and extending their range significantly. Chen picked up an iron arrow, its tip gleaming with a chilling brilliance, indeed an improvement over the previous versions. Well done, he praised. Forge additional shields and armor, and prepare as many as possible. We may face a fierce battle in 3 days. Long Tai's expression turned grave. Rest assured, my lord, I shall exert every effort. After departing the blacksmith's forge, Chen proceeded to observe the training of the Shadow Assassins and Hunters. 150 Shadow Assassins were executing stealth maneuvers outside the enclosure, their figures flitting through the trees like phantoms, while 80 Shadow Hunters practiced archery, their arrows striking the distant targets with remarkable precision, showing negligible deviation. Witnessing the growing strength of his forces filled Chen with a profound sense of confidence. Although the Silver Archer Battalion of the Elven race was formidable, he believed that with the current military might, coupled with the mythic Arrow Tower and the imminent recruitment of more Nightmare Knights, they could certainly defend their territory. As the night deepened, Chen stood atop the watchtower, gazing towards the direction of the Elven forest. He understood that the Silver Archer Battalion was en route, heralding a greater storm on the horizon. Yet, he felt no trace of fear. Rather, he was imbued with anticipation. He opened the Lord's panel, scrutinizing the resource values and military status, vowing silently, regardless of the cost, he must safeguard this territory and the individuals who place their trust in him. Territory level 2. Current population 186, including 8 core members, 178 vagrants. Resources: wood 568,000, stone 423,000, food 1, 256,000, iron ore 35,800, shadow crystals 8,077. Shadow cores 2, 25 already used. Military force: shadow assassins 150, shadow hunters 80, nightmare knights 5. Taking a deep breath, Chen closed the panel. He recognized that now was not the time for complacency. He must seize this final opportunity to bolster the strength of the territory. He turned and descended the watchtower, heading towards the Shadow Palace to recruit additional Nightmare Knights, thereby enhancing their leverage for the upcoming battle. The night breeze swept through, carrying the chill from the depths of the forest, as well as the scent of war. Chen's gaze grew increasingly resolute. His territory must not be trampled by anyone. Chapter 16, The Hidden Talents Among the Vagrants. As Chen entered the Shadow Palace, the lingering pain from converting shadow crystals still resided in his palm. The warehouse, having transformed 8,077 shadow crystals under the effect of his talent, now contained 8,077,000, yet only 2 shadow cores remained. The recruitment of 5 Nightmare Knights had nearly depleted his previous reserves. He needed to acquire more shadow cores. His gaze fell upon the exchange function on the panel. Exchanging 10,000 would allow 1 shadow core to be converted into enhanced status, limited to 10 times per day. The thought of this expenditure pained him. Yet no better solution presented itself. Exchange for 10 shadow cores. Upon confirming the command, 100,000 would transformed into luminous energy, infusing the pile of shadow core fragments in the warehouse. Those shards reformed in the light, coalescing into 10 complete cores, which then expanded under 1,000-fold amplification into 10,000, casting a ghostly purple glow that illuminated the Shadow Palace as if it were day. Would you like to expend 30,000 food, 6,000 iron, or 1,500 shadow crystals, 150 shadow cores to recruit 30 Nightmare Knights? Indeed, the gates of the Shadow Palace burst open, and 30 figures riding nightmare beasts surged forth in a torrent of flames, their dark golden armor shimmering in the interplay of light and shadow. The shadow energy upon their lances nearly taking on a tangible form. As the final knight took their position, the system notification chimed. Special troops limit for second-tier territories reached 30. Chen gazed at this silent iron cavalry before him, a profound sense of solidity surging within him. The essence of the 30 Nightmare Knights intertwined, forming an invisible barrier, rendering even the winds from the verdant sanctuary seemingly stagnant. Guard this place. He issued his command, turning towards the periphery of the territory. In the announcement channel, complaints regarding shadow crystals continued to flood in. He deftly typed a new message. 100 pounds of golden spirit valley in exchange for 1 shadow core, unlimited purchase. At the moment the message was sent, private chat notifications cascaded in like a tide. My lord, I have 3 cores. Can I deliver them in time? 5 cores for 500 pounds. I'm on my way. Please. I'm starving. I'll trade 10 cores for some food. Chen sifted through the nearest 20 trading parties and dispatched shadow assassins to the agreed location for collection. Within 2 hours, the shadow cores in the warehouse surged to 2,000, ample to support subsequent building upgrades. Simultaneously, a long queue had formed at the entrance of the territory. Survivors from the previous night's raid had arrived with more vagrants, most drawn by the renown of the Golden Spirit Valley, while others sought food exchanges, their eyes reflecting both longing and trepidation. Old son, please begin the registration. Chen handed a stack of forms made of Spirit Valley paper to Sun Zhong, instructing them to note down their skills, even if it was merely basket weaving or identifying herbs. Sun Zhong chuckled as he accepted the forms. My lord, you're on the path to striking gold. However, the registration process encountered a hiccup almost immediately. A middle-aged man with a limp slammed his form onto the table. Right? I can only forge iron. If it weren't for blacksmith Wang saying there were good ores here, I wouldn't bother with this commotion. Chen glanced up, noting the man's calloused hands, marred by burns, and a small, polished chisel hanging at his waist. An idea sparked in his mind as he pointed to the obsidian in the warehouse. Can you forge armor from this stone? The man cast a glance at the obsidian, his eyes suddenly alight. This is dark iron ore. Mix in 30% refined iron, and we can produce armor that can slice through steel like butter. He grasped the chisel and etched a mark upon the stone, regrettably lacking the proper tools. Otherwise, he might have accomplished more. Wang Tai? Chen called out loudly. Wang Tai, who was engaged in forging a shield, hurried over and was momentarily taken aback by the man's technique. "You are the apprentice of Master Zhang the blacksmith?" The limping man scoffed. "That old fool expelled me from his tutelage long ago." "A talent indeed," Chen immediately declared. "From this day forth, you shall be the second in command at the blacksmith shop, with your wages doubled, and you'll be provided 3 meals a day of golden spiritual porridge." The man stood dumbfounded, gazing at the registration form Chen handed him, his eyes suddenly brimming with tears as he clumsily inscribed his name upon the form, Zhang Kezi. Similar incidents unfolded continuously. A woman cradling a child could coax rare herbs to bloom in the fertile lands of spiritual essence, which, upon identification by Sun Zhong, were discovered to be prime materials for antidotes. An elderly hunchback excelled at weaving. The baskets crafted from vines could bear 1,000 pounds. Even the previously mentioned youth, Dog Shang, revealed an astonishing talent for archery, prompting the Shadow Hunter captain to personally request him as a disciple. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the registration forms had accumulated into a small mountain. Chen beamed as he observed the population statistics on the panel. Current population, 512, including 12 core members, 500 refugees. These refugees were akin to unrefined gemstones, capable of radiating remarkable brilliance if given the opportunity. "My lord, look at this." Lin Jingjing rushed forward with a form in hand, its elegant handwriting revealing that the individual claimed to be able to draw maps, having marked 3 hidden water sources nearby. The reverse side depicted a detailed topographical sketch, with mountains, rivers, and cave locations clearly labeled, even indicating an iron or vein at a certain spot. As Chen noted the signature Su Wanner, he recalled that someone had mentioned in the announcement channel that a female lord had been hunted for her map-making skills and had unexpectedly ended up here. "Bring her to me." As Su Wanner entered the wooden cabin, she nervously twisted the hem of her garment. Upon seeing the territorial planning map laid out by Chen, her eyes instantly sparkled. "My lord, your defensive layout has 3 blind spots, particularly the canyon to the northeast, where cavalry could charge directly in." She spoke eloquently, tracing potential adjustments on the map with her fingertips, transforming the originally flimsy defense system into an impregnable fortress. The more Chen listened, the more astonished he became. She was clearly not just an ordinary cartographer, but a strategic talent well-versed in military terrain. "Let her stay." Chen handed her a pen crafted from spiritual essence, declaring, "From now on, the exploration and planning of the territory will be entrusted to you." Su Wanner's hand trembled slightly as she grasped the pen, tears falling onto the map and blurring the ink in small splotches. "Thank you, my lord." As night fell, the bonfires in the territory burned brighter than ever before. Zhang Kezi led the blacksmith shop in an all-night endeavor to forge armor, the sparks flying from the dark iron resonating with a crisp sound. Su Wanner, accompanied by several young individuals, meticulously crafted the surrounding maps, their silhouettes illuminated by the oil lamps, focused and earnest. Sun Zhong busied himself in the newly established medicinal herb garden, where the special herbs thrived under Lin Jingjing's innate talent. Standing atop the watchtower, Chen gazed down at the bustling crowd below and suddenly understood that the true wealth of the territory was never the resources or soldiers, but rather these individuals willing to strive for survival. He opened the Lord's panel, noting that the conditions to upgrade the territory to level 3 had been more than half fulfilled. Conditions to upgrade to level 3 territory. Population reaches 200 individuals. Current, 512. 200. Cumulative resource consumption of 100,000 units. Current progress, 97, 320, 100,000. At least 1 level 3 building. Current, Shadow Hall. Eliminate all threats within a 5-kilometer radius of the territory. Current remaining threats, 2 packs of magical wolves, 3 unknown energy points. Only the final step remained. He gazed towards the direction of the Elven forest, where 30 nightmare knights patrolled outside the fence, their fiery hooves tracing a protective path on the ground. The Silver Archers team, arriving in 3 days, would serve as the first litmus test of the territory's strength. The night wind carried the sounds of the blacksmith's hammer and the laughter of the refugees, and Chen's fingertips lightly tapped upon the panel. The talents hidden among the refugees were like stones cast into a lake, sending forth increasingly larger ripples across this territory. He knew that one day, these ripples would coalesce into a mighty wave, sweeping across the world of the myriad races in conflict. Chapter 17, Clear the Periphery. Level 3 territory emerges. As dawn broke, Su Wanner arrived bearing the meticulously crafted map. On the parchment-like paper from the Valley of Spiritual Essence, 3 red dots and 2 yellow dots were clearly marked with charcoal, accompanied by dense annotations. "My lord, 2 packs of magical wolves are located at the Black Wind Pass to the west and the Bone Ravine to the south." Su Wanner explained while pointing to the yellow dots. The wolf pack at Black Wind Pass consists of about 50 wolves, with a one-eyed magical wolf as their leader. Known for its incredible speed, the wolves at Bone Ravine are even more ferocious, mixed with several mutated iron-armored magical wolves, their hides tough and resilient. She shifted her finger to the 3 red dots. The northernmost energy point has the most stable fluctuations, resembling a vein of, or the central point emanates a shadowy aura, likely a beast's lair, and the easternmost point is peculiar, displaying faint energy responses yet resonating with a metallic quality. Chen examined the distances marked on the map. The farthest, Black Wind Pass, lay a mere 4 kilometers away, well within the territory's alert range. Split the forces into 3 routes, he decisively commanded. The first team of Shadow Hunters will accompany me to Black Wind Pass, the second team will head to Bone Ravine, and the 30 Nightmare Knights will divide into 2 groups. One team will assist the assassins in purging the Shadow Lair, while the other will accompany Su Wanner to investigate the eastern area. With the assignments complete, each team swiftly assembled. Chen mounted a tamed antelope steed, followed by 80 Shadow Hunters, their arrows glinting coldly in the morning light. The battle at Black Wind Pass unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. Just as the one-eyed magical wolf was about to lead its pack into a charge, it was pinned to the rocks by a rain of arrows from the Shadow Hunters. The arrows, imbued with shadow toxins, pierced through the wolf's fur, emitting black smoke from the wounds. Within a quarter of an hour, all 50 magical wolves lay dead. Defeated one-eyed magical wolf, Lord level, gained 50 magical wolf claws, 20 magical wolf hides. Due to talent enhancement, gained 50,000 magical wolf claws, 20,000 magical wolf hides. Chen observed the skyrocketing values in the warehouse and suddenly recalled that the dwarven encampment might require leather, instructing the hunters to meticulously collect the wolf hides. Meanwhile, news arrived from the south that the iron-armored magical wolves at Bone Ravine had been lured into an open area by the Shadow Hunters, who then shot flaming arrows through their joint seams, successfully clearing them out. First, to the Orvane, Chen redirected the team northward. The Orvane marked by Su Wanner was concealed within a hollow in the mountains, the entrance obscured by vines. Once cleared, it revealed a silver glimmering rock face. Discovered level 2, Orvane, Mithril or Vein. Can extract Mithril or used for forging equipment of level 2 and above. Mithril. Chen's heart leaped with joy. This ore was even rarer than obsidian and was a crucial material for crafting the armor of the Nightmare Knights. He promptly arranged for 10 refugees to establish a mining point there, leaving 2 shadow assassins to guard it. The next destination was the Shadow Beast Lair. The entrance here was deeper than that of the Shadow Lizard Lair, with black, fluffy particles floating in the air that stung like needles upon contact with skin. The Shadow Knight's shadow shields proved invaluable at this moment, as the fiery hose dissipated the black fluff in their wake. Deep within the lair lurked a dozen shadow leopards, therefore merging seamlessly with the darkness, save for their glowing green eyes. The shadow assassins thrived in this environment, the sharp sounds of daggers clashing with leopard claws echoing through the space until it was swiftly cleared. Gained 300 shadow crystals, 10 shadow cores. Talent enhancement for this type of creature not yet unlocked. Upon finally arriving at the abandoned camp in the east, Su Wanner was crouched before a heap of charred remnants of a bonfire. In the center of the camp stood 3 stone structures, their roofs having caved in significantly. Yet the forge in the corner still radiated a residual warmth. "My lord, take a look at this," Su Wanner exclaimed, lifting a rusted metal plaque inscribed with dwarven runes, the emblem of the Anvil tribe, famed for their mastery in crafting enchanted weaponry. Within the cellar of the stone house, they unearthed 5 dust-covered weapons, 3 battle axes adorned with rubies, and 2 long swords entwined with lightning patterns. Found second-tier weapons, blazing battle axe X3, thunderstrike longsword X2. Chen grasped one of the blazing battle axes, the ruby blade glimmering subtly in the sunlight, emanating a discernible warmth. He swung it experimentally, finding its weight perfectly suited for a Nightmare Knight's use. Once the final threat was eradicated, a notification abruptly appeared on the Lord's panel. "Congratulations. All threats within a 5-kilometer radius of your domain have been eliminated. All conditions for territory upgrade have been met. Would you like to consume 100,000 wood, 100,000 stone, and 50,000 food to upgrade to a 3rd-tier territory?" Upgrade. With the confirmation of his command, the entire territory was suddenly enveloped in a golden luminescence. The spirit-rich fields expanded thrice in size, golden droplets oozed from the soil, and the 3 mythical arrow towers soared above 20 meters, their energy-laden bows entwined with lightning. While the ruins of the Shadow Hall illuminated completely, revealing a shadow teleportation array before its entrance. Territory upgraded to 3rd tier. Unlocked buildings. Magic Tower, 2nd tier. Beast Taming Yard, 2nd tier. Council Hall. Troop capacity increased. Shadow Assassins 500, Shadow Hunters 300, Nightmare Knights 100. New functionality unlocked. Territory teleportation array can connect to explored friendly areas. Standing before the newly constructed Council Hall, Chen contemplated the newly unlocked features, suddenly recalling the forsaken dwarven camp. If he could repair the forge there, perhaps he could craft even more formidable weapons. At that moment, a shadow assassin retrieved a broken teleportation token from the ruins, inscribed with the same runes as the Council Hall. As Su Wanner polished the token, it abruptly glowed red, resonating with the territory's teleportation array. My lord, this token can activate the camp's teleportation point. A spark ignited in Lu Chen's mind. It seemed the value of the abandoned camp far surpassed that of the 5 weapons. Unbeknownst to him, in the Elven forest, the silver archers had gathered, their leader caressing the moonstone on the bowstring. The queen had commanded that the land be utterly scorched. As night descended, the bonfire of the territory extended 3 kilometers away to the mines and the camp. Lu Chen stood before the map in the council hall, his fingertips tracing the newly unlocked areas. The initiation of the 3rd-tier territory not only signified enhanced defenses and troop strength, but also bestowed upon him the means to confront the elves directly. In the Shadow Hall, newly recruited nightmare knights were acclimating to the teleportation array, while in the blacksmith shop, Zhang Kezi was attempting to forge with the first piece of mithril ore. And beside the spirit-rich fields, Lin Jingjing's natural powers fostered the flourishing of the Golden Spirit Valley. Observing all of this, Lu Chen suddenly comprehended that purging the periphery was merely the beginning. The true contest among the myriad races had only just commenced. Chapter 18, The Elven Ultimatum. On the final dawn of the 3-day deadline, Lu Chen stood atop the highest point of the council hall, surveying his entire domain. The silhouette of the 3rd-tier territory unfurled in the morning light, the spirit-rich fields having expanded to 100 acres. The golden stalks of the Golden Spirit Valley swaying in the wind like waves of gold, while 5 mythical arrow towers loomed at the edges of the enclosure, their energy cores glowing with an intensified azure brilliance. The teleportation array before the Shadow Hall flickered with black streams of light. As 100 nightmare knights patrolled on their fiery steeds, the dark patterns on their armor shifting under the sunlight. After finalizing the troop count, Lu Chen commanded the Lord's panel. Shadow Assassins, 500, 500, 3rd-tier territory limit. Shadow Hunters, 300, 300. Nightmare Knights, 100, 100. Building status, Mythical Arrow Tower, level 3, x5, Magic Tower, level 2, x3. Shadow Sanctuary, level 3, Spirit-rich Fields, level 3, Blacksmith Shop, level 2. All constructible buildings have reached current level limits. Remaining resources, wood 120, 000, stone 80, 000, food 500, 000, iron or 50, 000, mithril or 1, 200, shadow crystals 50, 000, shadow cores 3, 000. To fill these figures, Lu Chen had nearly depleted the resources accumulated over the preceding days. Merely recruiting the final 50 nightmare knights consumed 50, 000 food, 10, 000 iron, ore, and 500 shadow crystals. Zhang Kezi led the blacksmith shop in a relentless 3-day endeavor, crafting arrows and armor that piled into small mountains, yet still felt insufficient. My lord, the world channel is in an uproar. Su Wanner rushed in with the latest news, the parchment scroll scrawled with glaring text. Lu Chen opened the world channel. The messages on the screen refreshing at an astonishing speed. Help. The silver archers have decimated the oak domain to the west. Their arrows can pierce through 3rd-tier barriers. Have you heard? That lord named Lu Chen was targeted by the elves 3 days ago. He has probably turned to ash by now. The silver archers are equipped with moonlight arrows. Those struck will be corroded by the forces of nature, utterly indefensible. I saw a rain of arrows soaring towards the X-734 area. The discussions were laced with fear and schadenfreude. No one believed anyone could withstand the most elite archers of the elven race. Lu Chen closed the channel, his fingertips gliding over the control interface of the magic tower. The crystals atop the 3 towers simultaneously glowed, as lightning coiled into spheres at their peaks. All units, enter level 1 alert. His voice echoed through the territory's broadcast, reaching every corner. Shadow hunters occupied the high points of the arrow towers, nightmare knights secured the spirit-rich fields, and the assassin corps concealed themselves at the forest's edge, awaiting his command. The response was a synchronized clattering of armor. Lin Jingjing led the refugees into the newly constructed bunker, while Sun Zhong urgently concocted antidotes in the herb garden. Zhang Kezi's blacksmith shop was still forging the final batch of arrowheads, sparks sizzling against the mithril ore. At noon, the southeastern sky abruptly darkened. It was not clouds obscuring the sun, but a torrent of arrows composed of hundreds, if not thousands, forming a black deluge. The moonstones on the arrowheads reflected a ghastly light, resembling a swarm of locusts descending upon the territory. The silver archers. The lookout towers sounded the alarm, approximately 500 in number, 3 kilometers away. Lu Chen clenched his fists, watching as the 5 mythical arrow towers simultaneously raised their energy bows. The taut bowstrings vibrated with a hum that trembled the air, as azure energy arrows coalesced in the sunlight, aimed directly at the oncoming rain of arrows. Fire. 5 streams of energy surged forth like wild dragons unleashed, colliding with the elven arrow rain midair. The resulting explosions thundered deafeningly, shockwaves whipping the surrounding leaves into a frenzy. Fragments of moonstone cascading like meteors, embedding themselves into the ground, creating a myriad of small craters. Magic towers, cast lightning spell. The lightning spheres atop the 3 magic towers abruptly expanded, as several robust bolts of lightning tore through the clouds, striking precisely at the densest area of the arrow rain. The formation of the silver archers instantly crumbled, many being struck by the lightning, plummeting from the sky with anguished cries. However, the elves' counterattack was equally swift. The surviving archers quickly adjusted their formation, their arrows no longer aimed at the defensive structures, but rather inclined towards the spirit-rich fields. The moonlight arrow descended upon the golden spirit valley, causing the rice stalks to wither instantaneously, and the soil to emanate an eerie grayish hue. Lin Jingjing's natural gift of restoration faltered momentarily. Nightmare Knights, charge. Lu Chen's voice resonated with fury. 100 knights mounted on nightmare beasts burst forth from the enclosure, their fiery hooves leaving scorched imprints upon the ground. Their target was not the archers in the sky, but rather the elven scouts that had descended to encroach upon the territory. The shadow energy on their lances tore through the air, clashing with the elves' short blades and igniting dazzling sparks. The shadow assassins and hunters were also not idle. 500 assassins infiltrated the forest's edge, preying upon isolated elves, while 300 hunters ascended the arrow towers, alternating their poisoned and energy arrows to suppress the offensive rhythm of the Silver Archer Brigade. At that moment, the world channel erupted with excitement. What was that? There's lightning in the southeast. It's the Silver Archer Brigade of the elves. I just saw them fly by overhead, at least 500 strong. Which unfortunate soul has been targeted? With such numbers, they might just roll over us. I heard 3 days ago the Elven Queen vowed to flatten a human territory. Could it be now? The battle raged for a full 2 hours. The elven arrows had dwindled to less than half, and the luminous glow of the moonstone dimmed increasingly. Lu Chen's energy arrows were also running low, and the 3 magic towers bore the brunt of overuse, their structures marred with cracks, one even emitting black smoke. The shadow assassins suffered 120 casualties. The shadow hunters lost 70, and though none of the nightmare knights perished, half sustained injuries, their mounts significantly weakened. Nearly a third of the spirit-abundant fields lay devastated, and the yield of the Golden Spirit Valley would be halved at the very least. Retreat. The elven commander, observing the increasingly fortified defenses, finally gritted his teeth and issued the order. Continuing the fight would only lead to unnecessary attrition. The 500 silver archers withdrew as swiftly as they had come, leaving behind a scattered array of arrow fragments and dozens of elven corpses. Lu Chen stood at the edge of the enclosure, gazing in the direction of the elves' disappearance, his back drenched in cold sweat. Though victorious, the triumph was bitter. He opened the Lord S panel, the resource values strikingly grim. Only 30,000 wood remained, 20,000 stone, 20,000 shadow crystals consumed, and most painfully, the mithril ore was nearly depleted from forging defensive weaponry. Defense victory detected. Gained elven spoils, 500 moonstones, 30 elven bows, 100 bundles of healing herbs. Special items cannot be amplified. Sun Zhong led the herbalists out to tend to the wounded, while Lin Jingjing knelt by the spirit-abundant fields, tears falling upon the withered rice stalks, her green aura desperately infusing the soil, yet only managing to revive a small patch. Zhang Ke leaned on his hammer at the blacksmith's door, surveying the debris of weapons scattered around, letting out a long sigh. The world channel was only just catching up. Has the thunder ceased? Is it over? Does anyone know the outcome? Did the elves win or the humans? I bet 5 pounds of grain that the humans are done for. Don't bet. I just received news that the Silver Archer Brigade has retreated. It seems they didn't fare well. What? Who managed to hold them off? Come out, and let me cling to your leg. Lu Chen paid no heed to the discussions in the channel. He walked toward the Shadow Hall, observing the injured nightmare knights, then gazed toward the elven forest. This victory was merely temporary. The Elven Queen would not relent. Next time, it might not be the Silver Archer Brigade that came. Zhang Ke, he called. Prioritize the repair of defensive structures. Use the remaining mithril ore to forge the best armor. Sun Lao, tally the casualties. Herbal remedies should be prioritized for the combatants. Lin Jingjing, do not despair. What can be restored in the spirit-abundant fields? We still have seeds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the territory's cooking smoke rose anew, yet it was sparser than in days past. Lu Chen stood before the council hall, staring at the panel displaying territory damage level 35. For the first time truly grasping the harsh reality of the struggle among the races. Yet his gaze held no trace of retreat. He traced his finger across the Lord's panel, allocating all transmutable resources into production, the pulse of the shadow crystals growing ever clearer in his palm. Ilea, he murmured, as if declaring war against the Elven Queen. Next time you come, I shall show you that this land is not so easily trampled. Deep within the forest, the Wind Whisperer knelt before Ilea, presenting a shattered elven shield. Your Majesty, the Silver Archer Brigade has suffered grievous losses. We request reinforcements. Ilea gazed into the water mirror reflecting Lu Chen's territory, her fingertips sending a sudden explosion of moonstone shards. Reinforcements? No. Relay my command. Let the Obsidian Elders lead a charge, bringing forth the wrath of nature. I wish to obliterate that land from the map entirely. As night deepened, Chen's territory was illuminated by more torches, not in celebration of victory, but to hastily repair their homeland. An even greater storm was quietly brewing. Chapter 19. The emanation of abyssal energy corrosive worms emerged from the depths. The restoration work proceeded briskly in the morning light. Zhang Ke, accompanied by the blacksmith's apprentices, encircled the cracking magic tower, hammering away. Mithril or melted into silvery liquid within the furnace, flowing into molds to form new tower bricks. Sun Zhong's herbalist area was filled with drying herbs, green juices dripping onto stone slabs, exuding a bitter aroma. Lin Jingjing knelt at the edge of the spirit-abundant fields, her fingertips glowing with verdant energy thrice as intense as before. The roots of the withered rice stalks finally sprouted tender shoots. Lu Chun stood before the map in the council hall, his fingers gliding over the area representing the Elven forest. The resource values on the panel slowly began to rise. 45,000 wood, 32,000 stone, 38,000 shadow crystals, and only 300 mithril were remaining. Su Wanner marked newly discovered mining points beside him, her pen halting abruptly at a location beneath the spirit-abundant fields. My lord, the geological structure here is rather peculiar. She pointed at the folded lines on the map, recalling her discovery of a hollow echo beneath the foundation while repairing the bunker last night. As if there were underground caverns. Before she could finish, the ground suddenly trembled violently. This was not the shockwave from the previous battle, but a rhythmic pulsation emanating from deep within the earth, akin to a massive creature breathing underground. The newly sprouted rice shoots in the spirit-abundant fields withered at once, their green tips visibly darkening and rotting. What is happening? Lin Jingjing gasped, retreating as the natural energy at her fingertips was repelled by a foul stench. This was not merely nature's decay, but rather, it had been corroded by something. Lu Chen's Lord panel abruptly emitted a piercing alarm. Detected strong abyssal energy fluctuations. Coordinates X. 732, Y. 217, beneath the spirit-abundant fields. Abyssal energy? A wave of unease washed over him. This term occasionally appeared in the world channel, and any territory associated with it ultimately met a fate of desolation. The tremors intensified, and the ground of the spirit-abundant fields suddenly split open, revealing a 3-meter-wide chasm. Black-red viscous liquid surged from the crevice, glistening in the sunlight, transforming everything it touched, from the golden spirit valley to the moss, into putrid sludge. Soon after, swarms of worms began to emerge from the fissure. They were pitch black, roughly half a meter long, their heads covered in shells, while their tails trailed sticky tendrils, producing a nauseating hissing sound as they crawled, the clattering of their shells against the ground echoing like incessant rain. Corrosive worms. Sun Zhong's voice trembled as he rifled through his medicine basket, producing a yellowed ancient tome. The tome recounted that these were creatures from the abyss's edge, subsisting on energy consumption, their slime capable of corroding all organic matter and metal. The number of corrosive worms rapidly escalated, soon exceeding 100. They disregarded the barriers of the fence, as the corrosive slime effortlessly dissolved the wooden enclosure, and even the iron barriers were corroded, forming honeycomb-like holes. A corrosive worm crawled onto the base of the mythical arrow tower, its tail tendril gently touching the hard rock, causing white smoke to emerge. Nightmare Knights, intercept. Lu Chen's voice was hoarse with anger. The spirit-rich fields formed the foundation of their territory and must not be destroyed by these worms. 100 knights mounted on nightmare beasts charged forward, their flaming hooves trampling the corrosive worms, only to have the fire extinguished by the slime. As the lance pierced the worm's shell, dark red bodily fluids splattered forth, sizzling as they hit the armor, while the dark golden patterns faded at a visible pace. Retreat. Do not engage in close combat. Lu Chen commanded urgently. The corrosive capabilities of these worms exceeded expectations, rendering the Nightmare Knight's armor utterly ineffective. He turned to the magical tower, switched to flame projection. Mythical arrow tower, unleash energy arrows at maximum power. The lightning crystals atop the 3 magical towers dimmed, replaced by an orange-red flame. A column of intense fire surged forth like a torrent of lava, targeting the densest cluster of corrosive worms. The stench of burning slime permeated the air, and many corrosive worms were reduced to charred remains in the inferno, yet more emerged from the cracks, quickly filling the void. The energy bows of the 5 mythical arrow towers were drawn to their limits, as azure arrows descended with a whoosh, each strike clearing a small area. However, the reproduction rate of the corrosive worms was alarmingly swift, with new individuals incessantly surfacing from the fissures, as if there were no end in sight. At that moment, the world channel erupted in chaos. Has anyone detected abyssal energy? My instruments are about to explode. Which poor soul is it now? The northern skeleton territory was gnawed away by corrosive worms last time. Why have abyssal creatures suddenly appeared? Is the battlefield of myriad races about to open early? I've heard that the slime of corrosive worms can even corrode artifacts. If you encounter them, run. Don't think about standing your ground. The battle raged for half an hour, with the bodies of corrosive worms piling up in the spirit-rich fields, the dark red slime forming small streams. Yet, The fissures continued to widen, new corrosive worms perpetually emerging. The flames from the magical towers waning as their energy depleted, with the mythical arrow tower's energy reserves dwindling to merely 30%. The casualties among the shadow assassins and hunters were steadily rising. As soon as an assassin's dagger touched a corrosive worm, it was corroded to scrap metal, while the hunter's arrows, after penetrating the worm's shell, were swiftly dissolved by the bodily fluids, failing to inflict fatal damage. Chen observed the panel displaying shadow assassins remaining 310, shadow hunters remaining 180. His heart constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand. The threat from the elf race was yet to be resolved. And now they faced an onslaught of abyssal creatures. Was this the new norm of the struggle among myriad races? Elder Sun, is there anything that can counter them? He shouted towards the herb garden. Sun Zhong rifled through ancient texts and suddenly brightened. I found it. The ancient texts state that corrosive worms fear purifying energy, such as the moonstone of the elf race. Moonstone? Chen immediately accessed the warehouse, where he had stored 500 moonstones obtained from defeating the Silver Archer Brigade. How do we use it? Crush it. Mix it with the essence of Spirit-Rich Valley and sprinkle it on them. Without hesitation, Chen ordered Lin Jingjing to extract the essence from the Spirit-Rich Valley and instructed Zhang Xiaoji to grind the moonstones using the blacksmith's mill. The silvery powder mingled with the green essence, emitting a faint glow and exuding a sacred aura. Shadow hunters, apply this to your arrowheads. Chen handed the mixture to the nearest hunter. The arrows flew through the air, striking precisely at the seams of a corrosive worm's shell. The moment the luminous liquid made contact, white smoke erupted. The corrosive worm emitted a piercing shriek, its body curling as if ignited, while its dark red bodily fluids rapidly solidified. Effective. Chen's spirits lifted. Everyone use this. The luminous arrows fell like a meteor shower, and the formation of corrosive worms finally faltered. They began to retreat, attempting to burrow back into the fissures. But Chen was not about to let this opportunity slip away. Magical towers, incinerate the fissures. Mythical arrow towers, aim deep into the cracks. The intense flames temporarily blocked the retreat of the corrosive worms, as energy arrows continuously shot into the fissures, each explosion revealing a dozen more hidden corrosive worms. When the last corrosive worm was reduced to ash, the spirit-rich fields had transformed into a desolate ruin, the once golden land now marred by dark red scars. Corrosive worms killed, 537. Abyssal crystals obtained, 12, cannot be amplified. Detected abyssal energy has temporarily subsided, but the fissures remain open, posing a risk of resurgence. Chen collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the panel indicating territory damage level 60, a metallic taste rising in his throat. This battle was more perilous than the confrontation with the elf race. The sudden appearance of corrosive worms had exacerbated the already weakened territory. Lin Jingjing crouched at the edge of the fissure, watching the completely devastated spirit-rich fields as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Sun Zhong handed her the last bottle of moonstone powder. Child, do not despair. With this, the soil can still be saved. Discussions continued on the World Channel. Did that abyssal energy just disappear? Has it been resolved? Impossible. The corrosive worms are a headache, even for the elf race. I bet 5 pounds of jerky that territory is definitely lost. Do you think this could be a precursor to the battlefield of myriad races opening? Chen paid no heed to these speculations. He approached the fissure, feeling the cold touch of the abyssal crystal pulse in his palm, resonating faintly with the dark crystal's rhythm. These two energies, one light and one dark, both carried an essence of destruction. Su Wanner, draft a map of the fissure's surroundings, marking all geological anomalies. Zhang Xiaoji, craft sealed containers from the remaining mithril ore. I need to collect gas samples from within the fissures. Elder Sun, study the formula for the moonstone powder. We need more purifiers. The sunset's afterglow filtered through the fissures of the magical tower, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Chen stared at the fissure oozing a small amount of slime, suddenly realizing that the threat from the elf race might not be the most terrifying. The true danger could be lurking deep within this land, emanating from the unknown realm known as the Abyss. He clenched the abyssal crystal in his palm, the resource values on the panel resetting to 0 once more, yet his gaze was sharper than ever before. Whether it be elves or abyssal creatures, he whispered to the fissure as if proclaiming to the entire world, if you wish to destroy my territory, you must first step over my corpse. Deep within the fissure, a faint roar seemed to resonate, imbued with ancient hunger and greed, laying new foreshadowing beneath the territory. Chapter 20. The Tremor of the Mine. Discoveries in the Mithril Mine. The fissures of the spirit-rich fields continued to exude wisps of black gas. Chen had just organized his people to cover the contaminated soil with moonstone powder when urgent news arrived from the Mithril Mine in the west. My lord, the mine has collapsed. A worker responsible for mining rushed into the council hall, his dirt-smeared face a mask of terror. There was a sudden tremor underground, and many people were buried inside. Chen sprang to his feet, the abyssal crystal in his palm vibrating violently. He seized the mithril battle axe from the wall of the council hall and dashed out the door. Nightmare Nights. Follow me to the mine. 30 nightmare knights quickly assembled, their burning hooves striking sparks from the stone road. As they passed through the spirit-rich fields, Lin Jingjing was leading the workers in spreading moonstone powder. Tender green shoots had already begun to sprout from the dark red soil. Upon seeing Lu Chen's anxious figure, she couldn't help but call out, "Be careful." Lu Chen turned around and waved his hand, his attention swiftly captured by the scene ahead. 100 meters away from the entrance of the Mythical mine, he could see a heap of rubble, where several shadow assassins were clearing stones with their daggers, faint cries for help from miners echoing through the crevices. "Stand aside." Lu Chen raised his mithril battle axe, the blade glowing with a sudden crimson light. He swung it fiercely at the pile of debris, the hard rock splitting apart as if it were mere tofu, revealing a passage barely wide enough for two to squeeze through. "Enter and rescue them. The rest of you, stand guard." Lu Chen commanded the Nightmare Knights, leading the way into the opening. Inside the mine, thick dust hung in the air, and the torches on the walls flickered violently in the draft, illuminating the surrounding ores with an eerie silvery glow. "My lord, over here." A shadow assassin's voice called from deeper within. After advancing about 50 meters along the tunnel, they encountered a collapsed fault. 5 miners were trapped on the other side, 2 of whom were struck by falling rocks, their clothes soaked in blood. More alarmingly, a fissure had opened in the central rock wall, from which a dark red slime oozed, creating black bubbles where it came into contact with the mithril or more abyssal energy. Lu Chen's heart sank. The rift in the spirit-fertile fields had yet to be resolved, and now the mithril mine faced the same predicament. This was no coincidence. He swung his axe to break apart the surrounding rock. A foul stench more potent than that of the spirit-fertile fields assaulted his senses. Deep within the fissure, a ghostly violet light flickered, revealing what appeared to be scale-like forms writhing within. "My lord, be careful!" a nightmare knight suddenly shouted. Lu Chen quickly retreated, witnessing a creature 10 times the size of a corrosion worm emerge from the crack. Its body was covered in a silver-black shell, embedded with tiny mithril particles. Its multifaceted eyes glimmered ominously red, and the slime dripping from its mandibles corroded the ground beneath, leaving a multitude of small holes. "It's an abyssal mining worm." Sun Zhong had followed them in, his ancient tome now coated in dust. The tome stated that these creatures fed on ores, burrowing through mines. With a particular fondness for mithril, the abyssal mining worm opened its maw, shooting a silver thread towards Lu Chen. He swiftly dodged, the thread striking the rock wall and eroding a large hole in the hard mithril ore. "Use fire." Recalling his experience with corrosion worms, Lu Chen commanded the Nightmare Knights. 30 knights unleashed flames simultaneously, enveloping the entire fault in intense heat. The abyssal mining worm emitted a shrill scream, its silver-black shell charring in the flames. Yet it did not retreat. Instead, it lunged more violently at the fiery barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen observed deeper into the fissure, where the ghostly violet light grew ever brighter, revealing a passage leading underground, flanked by walls encrusted with dense ore, including many black crystals emanating an abyssal aura. "Old son, what are those ores?" Sun Zhong squinted, studying them for a moment before gasping in realization. "That is abyssal mithril. Mithril tainted by abyssal energy, although corrosive. It possesses hardness 10 times greater than ordinary mithril." At that moment, the abyssal mining worm broke through the fiery barrier, its mandibles lunging towards the nearest miner. Lu Chen hurled his mithril battle axe, the blade striking precisely at a joint in the creature's armor. Dark red fluid spraying forth and splattering onto the wooden supports of the mine, which instantly ignited into charred remains. "Retreat!" Lu Chen shouted as he pulled the injured miner away, ordering the sealing of the mine's entrance with stone. As the last knight exited the mine, Lu Chen commanded the detonation of explosives to obliterate the tunnel. Following the violent explosion, the entrance to the mithril mine was completely sealed. Yet the trembling of the ground did not cease. It grew increasingly intense. Messages flooded the world channel. There's unusual activity in the western mine. The iron ore I was mining suddenly turned black. Same here. Abyssal bugs have emerged from the mithril mine, and their slime can corrode ores. Do you think these abyssal creatures are all emerging from the same place? The battlefield of the myriad races must be about to commence. Otherwise, why are there so many strange occurrences? Lu Chen sat upon a rock outside the mine, anxiety swelling within him as he gazed at the panel displaying mithril or remaining 120. Mithril is a crucial material for crafting high-tier weapons. The pollution of the mine meant a forthcoming shortage in equipment supplies. "Old son, can abyssal mithril be utilized?" he suddenly inquired. Sun Zhong pondered over the ancient tome, stating, "The tome mentions that its corrosiveness can be neutralized using purification arrays, but it requires a significant amount of moonlight stones and the juice from the spirit-fertile fields. Moreover," he pointed at the fissure, "the extraction process would be perilous. There are undoubtedly many abyssal mining worms." Lu Chen glanced back at the sealed mine entrance, where the ground continued to bulge subtly, clearly indicating that more abyssal mining worms were active below. He suddenly recalled the map drawn by Su Wanner, suggesting that the fissure of the mithril mine and that of the spirit-fertile fields seemed interconnected underground. "Su Wanner, Chen called into the communication crystal. Immediately draw the underground vein map of the territory. I need to know if these two fissures are linked. Understood. I will get on it right away. As night fell, Suwaner arrived with the completed map. On the parchment resembling sheep's skin from the spirit fertile fields, two red lines intersected 50 meters underground, forming an irregular net-like structure, with a massive red dot marking the center. My lord, both fissures lead to a vast cavern underground. Suwaner pointed at the red dot. I suspect that might be the nest of the abyssal creatures. Chen studied the map, suddenly making a bold decision. Zhang Xiaozi, forge a batch of corrosion-resistant tools. Old Sun, prepare sufficient purifying agents. Lin Jingjing, collect the juice from the spirit fertile fields. In 3 days, we will descend and investigate. But my lord, it's too dangerous. Lin Jingjing expressed her concerns. Chen shook his head, saying, we cannot avoid this. Rather than waiting for them to emerge from below, it is better to take the initiative and discover what lies within this abyssal nest. He clenched the abyssal crystal in his palm, its pulsations synchronizing with the tremors from the ground below, as if guiding him towards a direction. The discovery of the mithril mine had made him acutely aware that the threat posed by the abyssal creatures was far more severe than he had imagined. Yet it also presented new possibilities. If they could harness abyssal mithril, the equipment level of the territory would elevate significantly. In the distance, within the Elven forest, Elder Obsidian reported to the figure of Alia reflected in the water mirror, Your Majesty, the mithril mine of the human territory has also exhibited signs of abyssal energy. Should we no need, Alia interrupted, her fingertips caressing a piece of black ore. Let the abyss and humanity contend for a while. We shall reap the benefits of their conflict. Once they have inflicted mutual destruction, we will seize that land, and by the way, she glanced at Chen's silhouette in the water mirror, fill the core of the energy of nature. The tremors from the mithril mine continued. Yet Chen's territory ignited more torches. The forge's furnace burned throughout the night, as mithril ore melted into silvery liquid in the flames. In the herb garden, moonlight stone powder mixed with the juice from the spirit fertile fields, forming a pale green potion. Within the council hall, Chen meticulously plotted the action route for 3 days hence, studying the underground vein map. He knew that this expedition into the underground nest would be fraught with peril, but for the survival of the territory, he had to take the risk. The abyssal creatures could traverse through the mine. Perhaps he too could exploit this passage to discover methods to combat the abyss. As the night breeze swept by, it brought with it the fragrance of the spirit fertile fields grass, mingled with the foul odor emanating from deep beneath the earth. Chen gazed up at the starry sky, where the stars twinkled faintly, seemingly foretelling the arduous challenges ahead. Yet, his resolve grew ever more steadfast, regardless of the dangers that lay ahead. He would lead his territory forward. In 3 days, the moment that would determine the fate of the territory would arrive. Chapter 21. The first encounter with the underground dwarves. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chen's territory resembled a well-oiled machine, pulsating with life under his meticulous guidance. The forge blazed tirelessly throughout the night, as the hobbled Zhang led his team in crafting batch after batch of weaponry and armor, mithril or liquefied in the furnace, flowing into molds to form new arrowheads and axe blades. In the herb garden, Sun Zhongjing directed the refugees in concocting purification agents. The pale green elixir, a blend of moonstone powder and essence from the Spirit Valley, wafted a delicate fragrance from the ceramic jars, potent enough to counteract the corrosion of abyssal creatures. Lin Jingjing remained ever vigilant in the spirit-rich fields, her fingertips aglow with verdant light. Under her diligent care, the lands ravaged by corrosive insects gradually regained vitality. As new seeds of golden spiritual grain were sown, soon sprouting tender green shoots, Chen stood before the council hall, opening the Lord's panel, his gaze sweeping over the displayed values, nodding in satisfaction. Territory level, 3. Current population, 680, including 15 core members, 665 refugees. Resources, wood 150,000, stone 120,000. Food 800,000, iron or 80,000, mithril or 120, shadow crystals 50,000, shadow cores 500, abyss crystals 300, moonstone 1,000, military strength, shadow assassins 500, shadow hunters 300, nightmare knights 100, building status, mythical arrow towers, level 3, 5, magic towers, level 2, 3, shadow temples, level 3, spirit-rich fields, level 3, smithy, level 2. Pasture, level 2, watchtowers, level 2, civilians' homes, 20, council hall, level 1. The military strength had reached the upper limit for a level 3 territory, and resources had accumulated significantly. Chen's gaze fell on the conditions for upgrading the territory. Conditions for upgrading to level 4 territory. Population must reach 1,000. Total resource consumption must amount to 500,000 units. Current progress, 350,000, 500,000. At least one level 4 building must be possessed. At least one abyssal contaminated area must be occupied and purified. There remains much to be done, Chen murmured. An additional 300 recruits were necessary. Resources needed further accumulation, and there was not even a shadow of a level 4 building, let alone the purification of an abyssal contaminated area. However, Chen did not feel disheartened. He was convinced that given sufficient time, all these conditions could be fulfilled. At present, he was more concerned with the impending expedition into the underground nest in 3 days. Just then, a faint sound of camel bells echoed from afar. Camel bells? Chen furrowed his brow. What could such sounds be doing in this forest? Following the sound, he discovered it emanated from the mysterious cave mentioned in Chapter 1. The cave lay beneath the steep cliffs at the back of his territory, barely wide enough for a single person to pass, shrouded in darkness. Chen had been preoccupied with developing his territory and had yet to explore it. Let us go take a look, Chen instructed the nearby shadow assassins. As the group approached the cave's entrance, the sound of the bells grew clearer. The jingling resonated with an ancient and enigmatic aura, unlike anything human. Is anyone there? Chen called into the cave. Silence enveloped the cave for a moment before a rough voice emerged, thick with accent. Who are you? Disturbing our work. And who are you? What are you doing in there? Chen inquired. We are dwarves. Mining. The gruff voice replied. Dwarves? A flicker of realization sparked in Chen's mind. He recalled the abandoned dwarven camp he had discovered earlier and was surprised to encounter actual dwarves here. We are from the nearby territory and heard some commotion, so we came to investigate, Chen explained. After a brief pause, the cave echoed with rustling sounds. Soon, a diminutive figure emerged from the cave. It was a dwarf, standing less than 5 feet tall, stout in build, with dark skin and a bushy beard adorning his face. He wore tattered leather armor and wielded a miner's pick in hand, a small bell hanging from his waist, the source of the camel bell sound. Who are you? We haven't wronged you. The dwarf eyed Chen and his party warily, gripping his pick tightly. There's no need to be alarmed. We mean no harm. Chen replied with a smile. We are simply curious as to why dwarves are here. The dwarf scrutinized Chen, and upon seeing he bore no ill intent, he relaxed slightly. We are from the Anvil tribe. Our camp was attacked by monsters, so we took refuge in this cave. There are plenty of good ores here. So we decided to mine a bit. Chen understood at once. These dwarves were survivors of the Anvil tribe. He recalled the 5 weapons he had found in the abandoned dwarven camp, realizing this tribe indeed excelled in forging. How long have you been mining here? How many of you are left? Chen queried. Nearly a month now, and there are still about a dozen brothers inside, the dwarf answered. The ores in this cave are excellent, but there is something odd inside. Bugs keep coming out to cause trouble. Bugs. Chen's heart tightened. Could they be abyssal creatures? What kind of bugs? He pressed. They're dark, slippery ones that spray slime. Quite bothersome. The dwarf frowned. Indeed, abyssal creatures. Chen's expression grew serious. It seemed this cave was also tainted by abyssal energy. We are here to deal with those bugs, Chen proposed. Would you be willing to cooperate with us? We will help you eliminate the bugs, and you will assist us in mining the ores. The dwarf's eyes brightened. Really? You can handle those bugs? Of course. Chen assured confidently. We possess specialized weapons and potions to combat them. The dwarf hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. We will cooperate. If you can drive those bugs away, we will gladly help you mine. Chen smiled. Fantastic. Please wait inside while we prepare. We will assist you in clearing out the bugs shortly. The dwarf nodded and turned back into the cave. Chen gazed at the cave entrance, his heart brimming with anticipation. If he could secure the dwarf's assistance, mining the abyssal mithril would become significantly easier. Moreover, the dwarf's forging skills could greatly benefit the development of his territory. Prepare yourselves. We are heading in, Chen instructed the shadow assassins. They nodded, gripping their weapons tightly. Taking a deep breath, Chen led the way into the cave. The cave was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the dim light of torches hung on the rock walls by the dwarves. The air was thick with dust and the scent of minerals, mingled with a faint, unpleasant odor. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the sound of the camel bells grew increasingly distinct. Soon, Chen spotted several dwarves, armed with their picks, mining at the rock face. Upon seeing Chen and his group, they paused their work, regarding them with suspicion. Do not be alarmed. These are our new allies, here to help us deal with those bugs, the earlier dwarf announced. Only then did the dwarves lower their guard. Though they still clutched their picks tightly, Chen surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the cavern was far more expansive than he had anticipated, resembling an enormous labyrinth with its myriad passages. The rock walls were adorned with various ores, including the elusive mithril and abyssal mithril. Were those insects? He inquired. Right at the fork ahead. We've been ambushed by them several times while mining. A dwarf pointed towards a dark intersection. Chen nodded. Very well, let us investigate. He led the shadow assassins towards the fork, with the dwarves following closely behind, their mining picks at the ready for any necessary assistance. The fork was engulfed in darkness, where only the sounds of their footsteps and breaths echoed. Suddenly, a hissing noise erupted from the shadows, and several corrosive worms emerged from a corner, charging towards them. It's them, the dwarf shouted. Prepare for battle. Chen commanded. The shadow assassins immediately surged forward, their daggers glinting menacingly as they lunged at the corrosive worms. The worms' viscous secretions splattered, yet the assassins were well prepared. Their armor was coated with a purifying agent, causing the liquid to sizzle harmlessly upon contact. Soon, several corrosive worms lay vanquished on the ground. Observing the carcasses, Chen frowned. Although the number of worms was limited, their presence indicated that abyssal energy had already permeated deep within this cavern. "Let us proceed," Chen declared. The group continued deeper into the cavern, dispatching numerous corrosive and abyssal mining worms along the way. The dwarves watched in astonishment, never expecting Chen and his companions to handle the pests with such ease. As they delved further, the abyssal energy grew denser, and the air became increasingly foul. Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberated, followed by the emergence of a colossal figure from the darkness. It was a gigantic abyssal worm, its body measuring 3 meters in diameter and over 10 meters in length. Devoid of eyes, but possessing a massive maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, with corrosive slime dripping from its jaws, creating gaping holes in the ground. "My heavens! It's an abyssal worm!" The dwarves exclaimed in fright, retreating hastily. Chen's expression turned grave. This worm was larger than any abyssal creature he had previously encountered, presenting a formidable challenge. "Nightmare Knights, prepare for battle," Chen commanded. 30 Nightmare Knights charged forth, their fiery hooves striking the ground with a resounding thud. Their lances glimmered with crimson light as they thrust towards the abyssal worm. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, its massive body twisting violently as it lunged towards the knights. Though the knights attempted to evade, several were knocked aside, crashing heavily to the ground. "Use fire," Chen shouted. The Nightmare Knights unleashed flames that enveloped the abyssal worm in an instant. The creature writhed in agony, its body thrashing amidst the flames. Seizing the opportunity, Chen raised his mithril battle axe, its blade igniting with a fierce red glow. He swung it downwards, striking the worm's maw with precision. The abyssal worm let out a more agonizing wail, contracting its massive body before fleeing deeper into the cavern. "Don't let it escape," Chen bellowed. The Nightmare Knights pursued, their flaming hooves leaving a trail of scorched footprints. Chen watched the direction in which the abyssal worm had fled, his brow furrowing. This creature was immensely powerful, and a swift resolution was imperative, otherwise it would pose a significant threat. He turned to the dwarves, noting their pale faces and trembling forms. "Do not fear, we shall protect you," Chen reassured them. The dwarves calmed slightly, their gazes toward Chen filled with gratitude and reverence. "Thank you, brave humans," one dwarf expressed. "Without you, we would surely have fallen prey to that monstrous worm." Chen smiled. "There is no need for thanks, it is our duty. Now, we must devise a plan to locate and eliminate this abyssal worm." The dwarves nodded in agreement. "We will accompany you. We are familiar with the terrain and can be of assistance." Chen acknowledged. "Very well, let us proceed together." After a brief respite, the group set off in pursuit of the abyssal worm. The paths within the cavern grew narrower and more treacherous, yet their resolve did not waver. Chen understood that vanquishing this abyssal worm was merely the beginning. In this perilous subterranean realm, greater challenges awaited them. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of confidence. As long as they stood united, no obstacle was insurmountable. The sound of camel bells echoed throughout the cavern, seemingly guiding their way. Chen's gaze hardened with determination. He believed that as long as they followed the sound of the bells, they would inevitably uncover a means to address the abyssal threat and ensure the prosperity of their territory. Chapter 22. The Underground Dwarven Caravan. The echoes of their pursuit reverberated through the depths of the cavern, the slime trails left by the abyssal worm resembling a dark ribbon winding into the shadows. Dwarf leader Glenn, brandishing a torch, led the charge, his mining pick striking the rocks to create sparks as he deftly navigated around loose stones. "This way, it has burrowed into the rubble." Glenn suddenly halted at a fork in the path, illuminating a half-meter-wide hole in the rocky wall, from which a thick, dark red slime oozed. Chen signaled the Nightmare Knights to stop, then approached the hole to take a whiff. A potent stench of sulfur mingled with a foul odor assailing his senses. "This must be a cave system," he remarked, glancing at Glenn. "Have you been here before?" Glenn scratched his oil-stained beard. "We encountered it last month while mining. The passages are as intricate as a spider's web, with luminescent moss. However, there are swarms of bats, and we dared not venture further." As they spoke, a commotion erupted from the hole. Several fist-sized bats burst forth, colliding with the torchlight, their wings coated in slime that glistened in the fire's glow. Chen, quick on the draw, captured one, noticing its wings beginning to rot, with blackened veins visible beneath its thin membrane. Polluted by abyssal energy, he muttered, tossing the bat aside and drawing his mithril battle axe. "Glenn, take us the quickest route around to the other side of the cave and cut off its escape." Glenn's eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting a flanking maneuver? I know a shortcut." The dwarves' familiarity with the terrain exceeded expectations. They squeezed through a narrow crevice, crawling for about 100 meters before emerging into a vast chamber. Before them lay a cavern approximately 100 meters in diameter. the stalactites shimmering with a bluish-green glow from the phosphorescent moss, and the puddles on the ground reflected the breathtaking spectacle above, momentarily distracting them from their dire predicament. The abyssal worm lay coiled in the center of the pool, its massive form nearly overflowing the water's surface. It seemed to be licking its wounds. Smoke rising from the wound inflicted by the mithril battle axe, while its dark red bodily fluids spread in eerie patterns across the water. Now is our chance, Chen hissed. 30 nightmare knights surged forth from the crevice, their flaming hooves shattering the reflections on the water's surface, creating a fiery net that ensnared the pool. The abyssal worm sensed the danger and leapt from the water, splashing droplets that sizzled against the stalactites. Use the purifying agent, Chen shouted. Tossing a ceramic jar to Glenn, the dwarves were prepared. Over a dozen of them simultaneously launched a light green potion into the air. The potion transformed into a mist within the phosphorescence, and as the abyssal worm traversed through the haze, its colossal form suddenly exuded a plume of white smoke, reminiscent of grease splattered with boiling water. A piercing roar reverberated through the cavern, causing debris to cascade from the ceiling. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Chen leaped onto the back of the nightmare beast, propelling himself into the air, while his mithril battle axe carved a crimson arc, striking precisely at the worm's decaying mandibles. With a sharp crack, the axe blade penetrated deep. The abyssal worm's body convulsed violently, its massive form thrashing within the cavern. Shattered stalactites raining down like hail. Glenn, concealed behind a crevice with his kin, watched Chen's figure dart through the chaos, his murky eyes filled with astonishment. When the final tremor ceased, the abyssal worm lay rigid as iron. Leaning on his bloodied axe, Chen gasped for breath. Sweat mingling with the cavern's humidity trickling down his cheeks. Suddenly, the abyss crystal in his palm grew warm, and the ground in contact with the worm's carcass began to exude wisps of black-red mist, which the crystal gradually absorbed. Acquired Abyss Core 1, containing pure abyssal energy. Abyssal Worm Leather 50, usable for crafting corrosion-resistant armor. Detected special material. Would you like to consume 1,000 moonstone for purification? Without hesitation, Chen confirmed. Instantly, as the powdered moonstone was sprinkled over the worm's remains, the black-red mist erupted violently before swiftly coalescing into a black crystal the size of a pigeon's egg, hovering above the carcass and quivering slightly. Is this the heart of the abyss? Glenn exclaimed suddenly, retrieving a rusted copper box from his chest, lined with yellowed parchment, upon which was depicted a design identical to the crystal before them. Our chieftain once said, this item could be exchanged for 10 carts of mithril. Chen raised an eyebrow. Do you dwarves still engage in trade? Glenn patted the bell at his waist, the tinkling sound echoing throughout the cavern. Our Anvil tribe's ancestors were traders. As long as there are valuable items, we can barter for food, even at the edge of the abyss. He lowered his voice, producing a palm-sized silvery white ore from his mining pouch. For instance, this star-patterned silver can imbue weapons with lightning damage. How about I trade you 10 jars of purification agents for it? Chen took the ore, feeling a faint current coursing through his fingertips. This material was far rarer than mithril, perfectly suitable for forging the lances of nightmare knights. Add 5 pounds of golden spirit grain. He chuckled. This will greatly enhance your miner's strength. Glenn's eyes sparkled. Deal. Once the gateway of barter was opened, the dwarves began to conjure various treasures from their mining bags as if performing magic. Night vision crystals, fireproof grease, and pickaxes etched with anti-slip patterns. Chen, in turn, offered spirit grain wine, cured meat, and healing potions, soon amassing 2 small mountains of goods within the cavern. These are treasures we've hoarded for 3 years. Glenn cradled a black iron box, its latch inscribed with dwarven runes. At the moment it opened, 6 short axes glimmered with a faint blue aura, their frosty patterns seemingly undulating. Discovered Tier 2 enchanted weapons. Frost short axes 6, cannot be amplified. Chen grasped one of the short axes, a chill spreading up his arm, causing him to shudder. This is quite good, he mused. I will trade you 20 shadow cores for it, along with a blueprint for crafting corrosion-resistant armor. Glenn's breath quickened at once. Shadow cores are critical materials for forging enchanted weapons and could fetch a sky-high price in the dwarven black market. Gritting his teeth, he produced a roll of parchment wrapped in animal skin. Additionally, 50 pounds of abyssal worm meat. Our tribe's furnace requires this as fuel. Just as the negotiations reached a midpoint, a flurry of bells rang out from the depths of the cavern. Glenn's expression changed. It's the warning bells we left at the cave entrance. Upon returning to the mouth of the cave, they discovered 10 dwarves encircling 3 hooded figures. These individuals bore a stature akin to Glenn's, their belts adorned with bronze badges, the scales depicted on the badges gleaming in the firelight. It's the Anvil merchant caravan, Glenn exclaimed in surprise. We thought you had all been devoured by monsters. The leader among the cloaked figures lifted his hood, revealing a scarred face. He paused upon seeing Chen, then retrieved a palm-sized copper scale from his backpack. Human friend, I am the caravan overseer, Ball. I heard you have purification agents. I can offer abyssal batwing membranes, 3 jars for £1. How does that sound? Lu Chen regarded the flapping bats within their cages, suddenly realizing that this dwarven caravan was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. Not only could they traverse the abyssal contaminated zones, but they also possessed an astute understanding of the value of various resources. I want live bats. He pointed at the cages, and in addition, I require your caravan's map. I will exchange double the purification agents for it. Ball exchanged a knowing glance with Glenn, then produced a roll of sheep parchment. This is a map we obtained by trading 10 carts of or from the goblins, marking all resource points on the third layer of the underground. But you must teach us how to make golden spirit grain porridge. It's more filling than any potion. As the map unfurled, Lu Chen's breath hitched. It not only indicated several unpolluted veins, but also highlighted a region circled in red, labeled refuge of the dwarven forging master. Deal. He grasped the map tightly, the heart of the abyss in his palm radiating warmth. The emergence of this dwarven caravan might indeed be the key to purifying the abyssal corruption. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the cave's crevices, Lu Chen's warehouse brimmed with rare materials. The dwarves, laden with golden spirit grain and purification agents, joyfully retreated deeper into the cavern, agreeing to return in 3 days with more goods for trade. Glenn handed Lu Chen a bell as he departed. Shake it 3 times, and we'll know it's you. By the way, don't sell that heart of the abyss to the elves. They would use it to summon the wrath of nature, a force far more terrifying than the abyssal worm. Lu Chen held the cool bell in his hand, standing at the cave's entrance as he gazed at the territory shrouded in morning mist. The verdant glow of the spirit-rich fields intertwined with the warmth of the blacksmith's forge, while the distant mithril veins echoed with the rhythmic clinks of hammers. Those were Glenn's dwarven miners, diligently extracting or with their star-patterned silver pickaxes. He opened the Lord's panel, and the progress towards upgrading to a Tier 4 territory subtly shifted. Conditions for upgrading to Tier 4 territory. Population must reach 1,000, current 720, 1,000. Cumulative resource consumption of 500,000 units, current 420,000, 500,000. Possess at least 1 Tier 4 building, can be unlocked through dwarven blueprints for the enchantment workshop. Occupy and purify at least 1 abyssal contaminated area, completed 1. An enchantment workshop? Lu Chen's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he observed the newly available building option. If he could merge the dwarven forging techniques with his resources, perhaps he could indeed forge a weapon capable of combating the elves. In the depths of the cavern, Ball whispered to a glowing crystal. Chieftain, we have found the human capable of purifying abyssal energy. Yes, he possesses spirit grain and shadow cores. And he has slain the abyssal worm. Good, we shall keep a watchful eye on him, awaiting your command. As the crystal's light dimmed, Ball gazed towards Lu Chen's territory, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. The bell at his waist chimed gently, resonating with the one Glenn had left, silently weaving a web of trade in the unnoticed depths. Lu Chen secured the heart of the abyss within his warehouse and traced his fingertip over the icon for the enchantment workshop. The initiation of barter not only brought forth rare resources, but also unveiled the potential for an alliance with other races to stand against the abyss. Next, preparations must be made to counter the elves' forthcoming onslaught. He gazed towards the direction of the elven forest, the crimson glow of mithril or melting in the furnace reflecting in his pupils, resembling 2 flickering flames. The faint echo of camel bells reverberated from the depths. No longer merely a guide, but rather a tacit understanding reached among different races, marking a new move on the chessboard of the myriad factions vying for supremacy. Chapter 23. The Emerald Shadows Flitting Through the Treetops. Before the morning mist had fully dissipated, Lu Chen sat upon a stone chair in the council hall, activating the global chat channel. The messages on the luminous screen remained chaotic, yet there was an increase in discussions regarding territorial expansion. Lord Zhang Batian is truly formidable. Last night, he annexed 2 small territories. Now he commands a Tier 3 domain with an army exceeding 1,000. It is said that Lord Zhang has awakened an A-grade talent rare unit, the Berserker, capable of defeating 10 ordinary soldiers single-handedly. He is terrifying. Whoever dares to provoke Lord Zhang might not see the dawn of tomorrow. He declared yesterday that he intends to unify the human territories of this forest within 3 days. Alas, we small territories can only survive in the cracks, hoping not to attract Lord Zhang's attention. Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He had encountered the name Zhang Batian several times before, each mention accompanied by news of annexations and expansions. He had not anticipated that this individual had already established a Tier 3 domain, wielding such immense power. In this ruthless world, such a figure undoubtedly posed a significant threat. It appeared that he could no longer focus solely on the elves and the abyss. Closing the chat channel, Lu Chen felt an increase in vigilance. He summoned Su Wan-er, instructing her to continue sending people to the edge of the forest to guide the refugees, assuring them that as long as they were willing to join, their needs for food and shelter would be met, along with a guarantee of safety. Su Wan-er nodded. Rest assured, my lord, I will make the arrangements immediately. Before long, a long queue formed at the entrance of the territory. Tempted by the allure of the Golden Spirit Valley, an increasing number of refugees flocked here. Sun Zhong and his team methodically registered newcomers and allocated accommodations. While Zhang Keizi's blacksmith shop received numerous helpers, the flames in the furnace burning more fiercely than ever. Lu Chen observed the ever-growing population figures on the panel, current population, 850, 1,000, feeling somewhat reassured. The requirement for upgrading to a Tier 4 territory was drawing nearer. He only needed to accommodate 150 more individuals to meet the first condition. Shadow Assassins, Team 1, scout the Eastern Black Forest. Team 2, investigate the Southern Marshlands. Team 3, explore the Western Rocky Outcrops. Maintain stealth, avoid exposing our strength, and retreat immediately upon encountering formidable foes. Lu Chen commanded the captain of the Shadow Assassins. Understood. 60 Shadow Assassins vanished like phantoms into the forest, their figures swiftly melding with the dense foliage. Having dealt with these matters, Lu Chen made his way to the spirit-fertile fields. Lin Jingjing was leading the refugees in harvesting a new batch of Golden Spirit Valley. A soft green halo swirling at her fingertips, the rice ears so full they nearly bent over. Upon seeing Lu Chen approach, she paused her work. A smile illuminating her face. Lu Chen, look, this yield surpasses our last by quite a bit. Lin Jingjing pointed at the mountain of Golden Spirit Valley, her eyes brimming with delight. Lu Chen stepped forward, plucking a stalk of rice. The grains were golden and plump, exuding a faint fragrance. Thank you for your hard work, he said with a smile. With this food, we can accommodate more refugees, and our territory can develop even faster. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, rustling the treetops. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened instantly, and he abruptly looked up towards the forest's edge. He spotted several emerald figures darting through the treetops like specters, moving with astonishing speed, leaving behind only a faint green afterimage. Their movements were light and agile, as if they were one with the forest. Had it not been for Lu Chen's extraordinary perception, he would not have noticed them at all. Elves. Lu Chen's heart tightened. These elves were clearly heading towards his territory, and judging by their agility, their strength was undoubtedly on par with the previous Silver Archer team. He immediately commanded the nearby Shadow Assassins, stay vigilant. Closely monitor the movements of those elves without alarming them. The Shadow Assassins quickly dispersed, hiding in the shadows of the fence. Their gaze fixed intently on the treetops at the forest's edge. Lin Jingjing also sensed the unusual presence and nervously clutched Lu Chen's sleeve. Lu Chen, are they elves? What do they want again? Lu Chen gently patted her hand, reassuring her, do not worry. With us here, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. It seems they are observing us, searching for our vulnerabilities. He understood that the appearance of these elves was no coincidence. After the failure of the Silver Archer team, the Elven race had not given up. Rather, they had chosen a more covert approach, attempting to find an opportunity to attack. Discussions regarding Zhang Batian continued to unfold on the global chat channel. Lord Zhang has begun expanding again. This time, his target is a nearby Tier 3 territory, and it is rumored that both sides have already clashed. The berserkers under Lord Zhang are unstoppable. That territory likely won't hold out for long. I wonder who Lord Zhang will target next after unifying the human territories? The elves, or those abyssal creatures? Lu Chen contemplated these messages, his mind racing. Zhang Batian's meteoric rise would undoubtedly disrupt the delicate balance of this forest. Perhaps, for him, it represented both a threat and an opportunity. He glanced again towards the forest's edge, where the emerald figures had vanished without a trace, as though they had never been there. Yet Lu Chen knew they remained somewhere, quietly watching this place. It seems we must hasten our pace of development. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He turned to Suwan and said, instruct the Shadow Assassins to accelerate their exploration efforts and quickly ascertain the surrounding situation, particularly the movements of the elves. Additionally, notify Glenn to expedite the delivery of a batch of star-patterned silver. We need to forge more weapons and armor. Suwan complied and departed. Standing before the council hall, Lu Chen gazed at the continuously expanding territory, a sense of urgency swelling within him. The elf surveillance, Zhang Batian's threat, and the lurking dangers of the abyss weighed heavily upon him like ominous clouds. Yet he did not waver. He believed that as long as he continued to enhance his strength and unite all possible allies, he would surely overcome these challenges and establish a foothold in this world of competing factions. The wind among the treetops continued to blow, as if carrying the essence of the elves, reminding Lu Chen that danger was never far away. A new storm was quietly brewing. Chapter 24, The Mythical Alchemy Workshop. On the stone table of the council hall, stacked shadow crystals emitted a faint purple glow. Lu Chen's fingertip glided across the exchange interface of the Lord panel, his gaze lingering upon an icon shimmering with a golden halo, Alchemy Workshop Blueprint. Ever since the unlocking of his talent allowed for the acquisition of special items 10 times a day, the shadow crystals in the warehouse had accumulated at an astonishing rate, now surpassing 1 million. Previously, intelligence obtained from the Dwarven merchant caravan for 300,000 shadow crystals indicated that this blueprint was hidden within a relic deep in the Black Forest, guarded by a horde of shadow spiders. Team 1, Take 50 shadow hunters and retrieve this item, Chen instructed, handing the blueprint's coordinates to the captain of the shadow assassins, at any cost. 3 days later, when the blueprint was unfurled upon the stone table, even Glenn, with his vast experience, gasped in astonishment. The intricate alchemical array depicted on the blueprint, drawn with golden threads, was dazzlingly complex, and even he, a dwarf, could not fully comprehend the runes marked in its corners. Construction of the alchemy workshop requires 500,000 wood, 300,000 stone, 5,000 mithril, or 1,000 abyss crystals, 500 shadow cores. Gazing at these astronomical numbers, Zhang Kezi could not help but exclaim, "My lord, this endeavor demands more materials than constructing 10 blacksmith shops." Yet Chen remained unfazed. The freedom afforded by the shadow crystals emboldened him to squander resources. And the wood and stone in the warehouse had piled up like a mountain, magnified 1,000-fold. "Built," he declared decisively, reserving the prime location adjacent to the blacksmith shop for this purpose. The construction process lasted a full 2 days. When the final rune-engraved mithril brick was set into the foundation, the entire workshop erupted in a blinding white light. Flowing golden patterns emerged on the stone walls, and the chimney of the roof emitted colorful plumes of smoke, filling the air with a peculiar scent that mingled sulfur with a hint of sweetness. Mythical Alchemy Workshop has been completed. Amplified. Special Effect 1. There is a 1 chance of doubling the output when crafting items. Special Effect 2. There is a 1 chance of not consuming materials when crafting items. This effect. Zhang Batian leaned closer, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the workshop's walls. Could it truly save materials? Chen nodded with a smile, encouraging him to test a batch of iron ore. With a mix of skepticism and hope, Zhang Batian tossed the iron ore into the furnace, and as he pressed the forging button, the workshop suddenly glowed with golden light. Special Effect 2 activated. This crafting does not consume materials, yielding 100 refined iron. It worked. Zhang Batian leaped with excitement, nearly dropping the hammer in his hand. This discovery sent ripples of enthusiasm throughout the entire territory. The commoners clamored to enter the alchemy workshop, feeling honored even to transport materials. Seizing the opportunity, Chen selected 20 nimble young individuals for Zhang Batian to personally train, forming the first alchemy squad. Meanwhile, the recruitment for the Shadow Sanctuary was nearing completion. Thanks to the freedom granted by the Shadow Crystals, the ranks of the 500 Shadow Assassins and 300 Shadow Hunters were fully staffed, with 100 Nightmare Knights also in position. From the watchtower, the sight of black figures surging on the training ground resembled a tide, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The population had reached 980. Su Wanner approached with the latest statistical report. With just 20 more individuals, they would meet the first condition for upgrading to a Tier 4 territory. Chen accepted the report, his gaze drifting to the global channel. Zhang Batian had already annexed the Tier 3 territory to the north, and was now boasting about his intent to march southward. Many lords were privately messaging Chen, hoping to unite against this tyrant. These individuals were unreliable. Chen closed the chat window, realizing that true allies were those who could provide tangible assistance. He recalled the underground dwarven trading caravan. Ball had just exchanged a batch of star-patterned silver for 10 jars of purification agents and mentioned that the Eastern Goblin tribe possessed unique conscription techniques. Conscription techniques? Chen's interest was piqued. Ball had stated, those green-skinned creatures can train captives into death warriors. Though their methods may be crude, they are undeniably effective. It was rumored that their leader had seized a secret of troop transformation from a human lord. This piece of information had lingered in Chen's mind ever since. If he could acquire new troop training capabilities, the Shadow Sanctuary might unlock even more formidable units, such as heavily armored infantry capable of countering Elven archers or siege specialists adept at breaching fortifications. Su Wanner, Chen suddenly spoke. Send the second team of Shadow Assassins to the Eastern Goblin tribe for reconnaissance, focusing on locating that secret of troop transformation. Su Wanner expressed concern. The Goblin tribe is notoriously cunning and has close ties with Zhang Batian. Should we deploy the Nightmare Knights for support? Not necessary. Chen shook his head. Now was not the time to sever ties. He instructed the assassins to operate covertly, steal if possible, but if not, return with intelligence. Just then, an alarm sounded from the watchtower. My lord, a large number of green figures have been spotted approaching from the west. Chen's heart raced as he quickly ascended the watchtower. Peering through the treetops at the forest's edge, he beheld a throng of green figures gathering, their numbers exceeding 1,000, led by the Elven archer, the Wind Whisperer, whom he had once repelled. It seemed the elves were indeed desperate. Clenching his fists, Chen commanded, alert all combat units to a state of level 1 readiness. The alchemy workshop must hasten the production of anti-magic arrows. The order swiftly echoed throughout the territory. Shadow assassins infiltrated the forest to set traps. Shadow hunters ascended the arrow towers to calibrate their bows. And the thunder of Nightmare Knights' hooves resonated behind the barricades. Zhang Batian led the alchemy squad in overtime, the flames of the furnace casting a crimson glow across the sky. Every newly forged arrow shimmered with the faint light of runes. Lu Chen stood beside the fertile fields. Observing Lin Jingjing hastened the growth of the Golden Spirit Valley with nature's gift. The plump grain swayed in the breeze like strings of golden bells. Once we upgrade to a Tier 4 territory, he murmured softly to himself, as if making a promise. We shall establish a war academy capable of training 100 types of troops. Lin Jingjing looked up, her eyes glimmering with trust. I believe you can achieve it. In the distance, the Wind Whisperer watched intently from the treetops, her gaze fixed on the movements within the territory. Upon spotting the smoke rising from the alchemy workshop, a cold smile crept across her lips. Forging weapons through foul means will only hasten your demise. Behind her, the Elven warriors simultaneously raised their longbows. The moonstone arrowheads converging into a blinding beam of light under the sun. A great battle was imminent, yet Lu Chen's gaze remained fixed on the distant future. Chapter 25. Alchemy Fragment. Body Refinement Potion. The fires of the alchemy workshop burned through the night, with Zhang Batian and 20 apprentices bustling about without pause. The demand for anti-magic arrows was ever increasing. Each arrow required mithril smelting, rune engraving, and the application of moonstone powder, 3 intricate processes. Even with the 1 probability boost from the Mythical workshop, production could not keep pace with consumption. This batch of iron ore lacks sufficient purity. Zhang Batian hurled a rust-colored ore to the ground, and as the iron shards scattered, he suddenly noticed a frail young man crouched in the corner before a heap of waste, sketching with a piece of charcoal. What are you dawdling about? Zhang Batian bellowed. The youth flinched, hastily concealing the charcoal behind him. The exposed parchment bore strange symbols, depicting a triangular crucible emitting spiraling smoke, with annotations reading, Sulfur 3, Saltpeter 1. Essence of Spirit Valley half a cup. My lord, this is... Zhang Batian was about to explode in anger when Lu Chen happened to patrol by the workshop entrance. The youth cowered, burying his head in his arms, his voice barely audible. I am Li Mo. I used to be an apprentice at a pharmacy. I noticed the smoke when you smelted, and wondered if I could add something to reduce it. Lu Chen picked up the parchment, his pupils narrowing in surprise. The symbols appeared chaotic at first glance, but harmonized with the foundational logic of alchemical arrays, particularly. The depiction of the spiraling smoke bore a striking resemblance to the purification rune in the dwarven blueprint. You understand alchemy? Lu Chen's voice carried an almost imperceptible thrill. Li Mo timidly produced a small cloth pouch from his breast, revealing 3 vials of liquid in different hues. These are concoctions I made from herbs. The yellow one hastens wound healing, the blue one repels mosquitoes, and the one on the right, when added to molten iron, makes it brittle. Zhang Batian seized the blue vial, inhaling its scent, and his eyes widened in astonishment. This mosquito repellent is more effective than Old Sun's formula. Where did you learn this craft? From an old book belonging to the pharmacy owner, Li Mo replied, his head bowed even lower. That book was missing its latter half. It only covered basic solvent preparation. A storm of excitement brewed within Lu Chen. This was indeed a hidden talent in alchemy. He made an immediate decision. From today onward, you are in charge of solvent preparation. Take whatever materials you need directly from the warehouse. Li Mo's head shot up, disbelief sparking in his eyes. I can really do it? Whether you can or not, we will find out through testing, Lu Chen assured. Pointing to the mountain of sulfur ore. I need a solvent that can dissolve sulfur impurities. Can you produce it within 3 days? Yes. Li Mo replied confidently. Li Mo's voice suddenly rose with clarity, his frail figure standing upright. That afternoon, the familiar sound of camel bells echoed from beneath the earth, heralding the arrival of Bauer and his 10 dwarven companions at the cavernous trading post, where they brought a heavy iron box among their goods. Lord Lu Chen, I have brought what you requested, Bauer proclaimed as he opened the box to reveal a black velvet lining, neatly arranged with 7 yellowed parchment scrolls inscribed with the dwarven runes for body tempering. Discovered alchemical fragment. Body tempering potion formula, incomplete. Can restore 10 formula contents. Requires 100 abyss crystals. Without hesitation, Lu Chen confirmed the restoration. The crimson abyss crystals transformed into motes of light, merging into the fragment. And the blurred text gradually became legible. Take 3 tails of abyss worm blood, 5 tails of golden spirit grain powder, exposed to moonlight for 3 ticks. And when the liquid turns amber, could this formula enhance physical constitution? Lu Chen's breath quickened. If it could be mass-produced, the survival capabilities of the shadow assassins would be significantly augmented. Bauer rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Our chieftain drank this when he was young. It said he could punch through a Tier 3 iron skin. However, this formula lacks a crucial neutralizer. Consuming it directly would scorch one's internal organs with abyssal energy. What is needed to complete it? The neutralizing secret of the goblin's strong acid, or the diluted essence of the elven spring of life. Bauer lowered his voice. Zhang Batian has been collecting these. I heard he captured an alchemist who can craft the neutralizer. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the world channel. On the luminous screen, Zhang Batian's brazen proclamations continued to flood the interface. Buying abyss worm blood. 1 gene for 1,000 food. As much as you have. Just what I need. Lu Chen privately messaged Zhang Batian. 5 gene of abyss worm blood in exchange for 100 gene of niter and 20 pieces of tan direwolf hide. Zhang Batian replied in an instant. You have worm blood? Where's the trade? I'll send my brothers over. X, 734 coordinates, 3 kilometers outside, under the old oak tree. Only 2 may come. Lu Chen added a warning emoji. The transaction proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Zhang Batian's men were evidently eager to obtain the worm blood, showing little regard for the direwolf hide that Lu Chen had saved through a one chance. As Lu Chen observed the newly added niter and direwolf hide in his warehouse, he immediately instructed Li Mo to begin experimenting. Use these materials to concoct a solvent and see if you can restore the body tempering potion. In the following 2 days, the World Channel became Lu Chen's resource repository. 10 shadow cores for 100 star silver, as much as you need. This was prepared for the blacksmith's forge. 500 food for 1 bottle of the Spring of Life. Elven friends, come quickly. With a mindset of trial and error, he sent out the message, only to find an anonymous user accept the order. Abyss crystals for strong acid. Ratio 100, 1, long-term effective. The goblin tribe quickly messaged him, expressing their willingness to exchange 3,000 crystals for the recipe. Limo's talent erupted under the ample resources. Not only did he create a green solvent capable of dissolving sulfur impurities, boosting the output of anti-magic arrows by 30, but during his experiments, he unexpectedly triggered the Mythical Workshop's double effect, producing an additional 5 bottles of a shining enhanced healing potion from what should have been 5 basic healing potions. Acquired special effect healing potion X5, restores 30 health instantly upon use. Lord Lu Chen, look at this. On the morning of the 3rd day, Li Mo rushed into the council hall, holding a transparent vial. Inside, the amber liquid swirled slowly, with tiny golden motes suspended within. This is, Lu Chen took the vial, and the system prompt chimed immediately. Successfully restored body tempering potion. Beginner contains weak abyssal energy and natural force. Consuming it can enhance physical constitution by 10. With a 5 chance to trigger a berserk state, lasting 10 minutes, all attributes increased by 50, followed by 1 hour of weakness. The moment the vial touched his palm, Lu Chen suddenly recalled Bauer's mention of the neutralizer. Li Mo had inadvertently substituted the Spring of Life with Spirit Essence, perfectly neutralizing the toxicity of the abyss worm blood. Send it to the Shadow Assassin Captain and let her select 10 individuals for the trial. Lu Chen's gaze drifted to the window, where the dark figures in the training ground practiced amidst the morning mist. Also, copy the formula 10 times and have the alchemy team produce it in bulk. Li Mo nodded vigorously, and as he turned, he accidentally knocked over a waste barrel in the corner, sending charcoal rolling across the floor in a crooked arc. Lu Chen stared at the arc, suddenly reminded of the spiral rune on the dwarven fragment. Perhaps the true potential of the body tempering potion was far beyond mere beginner grade. On the World Channel, Zhang Batian had begun the countdown to head south, and the Elven clan's movements grew increasingly frequent. Lu Chen glanced at the panel, where the population read 998, and tossed the last 2 bottles of special effect healing potions into the warehouse, lightly tapping the exchange interface. Publish mission, recruit 2 vagrants. Reward 100 gene of golden spirit grain, priority for those knowledgeable in herbalism or mining. The moment the message was sent, familiar clamoring echoed at the gate of the territory. Lu Chen knew that the dawn of a Tier 4 territory was nearing, and that yellowed alchemical fragment might become the pivotal bargaining chip to shatter the balance. Chapter 26. Lin Jingjing's Natural Transformation. As the clamor at the territory gate began to rise, Lu Chen's Lord panel displayed a notification. Territory population has reached 1,000, meeting one of the conditions for upgrading to Tier 4 territory. He looked at the 2 vagrants carrying tattered bundles, an elderly craftsman skilled in weaving vine armor, and a youth able to identify 20 types of herbs, and finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. The resource report presented by Sue Warner indicated that the cumulative resource consumption had reached 498,000 units, leaving just 2,000 to reach the 500,000 mark. Initiate the Tier 4 territory upgrade procedure. Lu Chen stood at the center of the council hall, his fingertip pressing firmly on the light screen. Would you like to consume 100,000 wood, 100,000 stone, 50,000 food, and 500 mithril, or to commence the Tier 4 territory upgrade? Estimated upgrade duration, 72 hours. 72 hours? Lu Chen was taken aback. From Tier 1 to Tier 3, upgrades had never taken more than 12 hours, yet this time it demanded a full 3 days. He glanced at the note on the panel. Tier 4 territory will unlock the connection function to the earth veins, requiring a slow synchronization of surrounding energy nodes. The process cannot be interrupted. It seemed a protracted battle lay ahead. Lu Chen closed the panel and instructed Sue Warner, during the upgrade, suspend all external missions and have the Shadow Assassins focus on guarding the core area of the territory. At that moment, the spirit essence fertile fields began to emit a peculiar green glow. Lin Jingjing knelt on the newly cultivated furrow, her fingertips channeling natural power that no longer flickered sporadically but flowed like a green stream, slowly permeating through the soil's patterns. Since last night, She had felt the land calling to her, as if a beating heart lay hidden deep within the fertile expanse. Jingjing, it's time to rest. As Chen approached, he noticed dewdrops clinging to her eyelashes, and a green halo swirling around her, intermingling with the golden radiance of the spirit grain to form a wondrous pattern. Jingjing shook her head, her voice imbued with an unprecedented ethereal quality. It's speaking to me. Chen, can you hear? Chen focused intently, only hearing the rustling of the wind through the rice stalks. Yet he saw Jingjing's fingertips penetrating 3 inches into the soil, and the originally golden grains began to shimmer with an emerald hue, their roots intertwining underground to form a network that sparkled with faint light, converging toward the core of the fertile fields. It was the heart of the spirit essence fertile fields. Sun Zhong arrived, leaning on his cane, his murky eyes gleaming with astonishment. In my long life, I have only seen records of symbiosis between man and earth in ancient texts. I never expected to witness it firsthand. As the words faded, a mound of earth, half a meter high, suddenly rose at the center of the Lingyun fertile fields. A fissure opened at the summit of the mound, from which a crystal, the size of a walnut and entirely emerald green, slowly ascended. Hovering in midair and exuding a calming aura, detected the manifestation of the core of the Lingyun fertile fields. Jingjing's talent, gift of nature, is commencing an upgrade. Jingjing's body levitated half a foot above the ground, her long hair dancing without wind, while a green light beam extended from her fingertips to the core crystal. The golden spirit grain, which would typically require 3 days to mature, was now visibly sprouting, filling with grains, and ripening at an astonishing pace. With several ears adorned with diamond-shaped green crystals, Jingjing's talent has upgraded to Heart of Nature, allows direct communication with plant cores, enhancing growth efficiency by 100. Unlocking the skill life link, which consumes her mental energy to repair large-scale land damage, and spirit seed cultivation, transforming ordinary seeds into spirit seeds. As the green light beam dissipated, Jingjing gently descended to the ground, a faint green leaf imprint appearing on her forehead. She approached the ear of grain that bore the green crystal, and upon a mere touch, the crystal transformed into a warm current that flowed into her palm. I can feel the breath of each seed. Jingjing's eyes sparkled with wonder. They expressed a yearning for more sunlight and water. Chen gazed at the newly added 20 acres of arable land in the Lingyun fertile fields and the softly glowing spirit seeds, overwhelmed by a profound sense of astonishment. This was not merely an upgrade of talent. It was as if Jingjing had truly become one with this land. The upgrade of the 4th-tier territory had now entered a critical phase. A faint golden energy barrier emerged at the territory's periphery, enveloping the entire area, while the buildings within began to reconstruct at a leisurely pace. The base of the mythical arrow tower extended outward, the rune density of the shadow sanctuary increased, and even the eaves of the houses gained an additional layer of moisture-repellent luminescence. 24 hours had elapsed. The following morning, Suwana reported that the energy barrier had absorbed moonlight 3 times, and now even the shadow energy of the nightmare nights could not penetrate it. Chen stood on the inner side of the barrier, where ripples arose at his fingertips. He could sense the barrier filtering external energies, allowing only the pure essence of nature and ley line energy to infuse every corner of the territory. This meticulous energy filtration might be the reason for the lengthy upgrade process. The World Channel had not been tranquil during these 3 days. Zhang Beishan's southern expedition encountered obstacles, reportedly attacked by unknown creatures at the edge of the Black Forest, suffering significant losses. The activities of the Elven race had become increasingly frequent, with some lords discovering a priesthood bearing the wrath of nature deep within the forest. Has Li Mo's body-tempering potion entered mass production? Chen inquired on the evening of the 3rd day. Su Wanner handed over a report. 100 bottles have been produced, triggering double effects twice, resulting in a total of 202 bottles. After testing, the Shadow Assassins exhibited an average physical enhancement of 12, with 3 individuals entering a berserk state. Chen accepted a bottle of the potion. The amber liquid contained tiny golden specks, a powder derived from special grains cultivated by Jingjing using spirit seed cultivation, replacing the required life spring. Only 6 hours remain. He gazed towards the sunset beyond the energy barrier, golden rays piercing through, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Jingjing was seated atop the central mound of the Lingyun fertile fields, surrounded by a green halo that harmonized with the golden glow of the barrier, resembling a flowing oil painting. As the last sliver of sunlight vanished below the horizon, the energy barrier suddenly contracted violently, transforming into countless golden specks that infused every structure within the territory. The height of the mythical arrow tower surpassed 50 meters, its energy core radiating a spectrum of colors, while a fierce beast-head relief emerged on the door of the shadow sanctuary, with distant battle cries echoing from within. The boundary of the Lingyun fertile fields expanded outward by a kilometer, and the central green crystal sank into the ground, leaving only a spiral rune on the surface. 4th-tier territory upgrade complete. Unlock structures. War Academy can research troop conversion technology, ley line spring, Produces 10 units of pure energy daily. Advanced housing. Accommodates 10 people. With rooms. Troop limit increased. Shadow Assassins 1000. Shadow Hunters 500. Nightmare Knights 300. New troop type unlocked. Earth Guardians. Requires research at the War Academy. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the War Academy, and the troop conversion codex that Bayer had mentioned suddenly became vividly clear in his mind. Just then, Lin Jingjing slowly stood up, the leaf imprint on her forehead flickering, causing all crops in the Lingyun fertile fields to mature simultaneously. Golden waves of rice mixed with flecks of emerald green, the spirit grains that could directly enhance physical prowess. The upgrade was complete. Lin Jingjing walked to Lu Chen's side, cradling a spirit grain in her palm. It conveyed the message that they would no longer need to worry about food. Lu Chen grasped her hand, feeling the pulsation from the core of the Lingyun fertile fields resonate perfectly with the ley line energy of the 4th-tier territory. He understood that this prolonged upgrade had not only fortified their defenses and military strength, but had also imbued this land with true vitality and resilience. In the distant forest, the Wind Whisperer gazed at the changes in Lu Chen's territory reflected in the water mirror, her face pale as a sheet. The members of the priesthood behind her simultaneously raised their staffs, green energy coalescing into a beam of light directed at the sky, signaling the highest alarm to the Elven Queen. Lu Chen looked up at the night sky, the energy fluctuations of the 4th-tier territory shining like a lighthouse in a world of competing races. He tightened his grip on the body-tempering potion in his hand, the outline of the War Academy distinctly illuminated by the moonlight. It was time for them to take the initiative. Chapter 27, War Academy, Earth Guardians. On the morning following the dissolution of the energy barrier of the 4th-tier territory, Lu Chen stood in the open space at the center of the territory, gazing at the newly risen structure before him. The War Academy was constructed entirely of gray-white stone, crowned with a statue of a figure wielding a long sword and shield, exuding an imposing aura. The steps leading to the entrance were inscribed with a myriad of runes, emanating a subtle energy ripple. It has finally been completed. Lu Chen inhaled deeply and stepped into the War Academy. Inside was a spacious hall, its walls adorned with illustrations of various troop types, while a massive sand table stood in the center, marking the terrain and resource points surrounding the territory. Su Wanner, please fetch the troop conversion codex that Bayer mentioned. Lu Chen instructed Su Wanner, who had followed him in. Su Wanner soon returned with a weathered ancient tome. Lu Chen opened the tome and began to study it intently. The troop conversion technology detailed within was intricate and challenging to comprehend, yet he managed to glean information about the Earth Guardians. Earth Guardians, a special melee troop type, proficient in defense and positional warfare, capable of resonating with the earth to gain additional defensive power. Recruitment requires 5,000 units of Tier 2 wood, 3,000 units of Tier 2 stone, 100 units of Tier 2 mithril, 2,000 units of iron ore, 10,000 units of food, occupying 2 civilian population slots. With a daily maintenance cost of 100 units of wood and 500 units of food. Earth Guardian limit, 200 individuals. Upon seeing the resources required for recruitment, Lu Chen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The consumption was even higher than that of the Nightmare Knights, particularly with the inclusion of Tier 2 stone and Tier 2 mithril, undoubtedly increasing the difficulty of recruitment to balance combat power. However, when he noticed the Tier 2 wood, a smile crept onto his lips. In the black forest surrounding the territory, while previously clearing out the magical wolf packs and abyssal creatures, he had amassed a substantial amount of Tier 2 wood, piled in the warehouse like a small mountain, perfectly timed for use. As for the Tier 2 stone and Tier 2 mithril, there were also considerable reserves from clearing the mithril veins and surrounding stone mines. Initiate the recruitment program for the Earth Guardians, commanded Lu Chen, directing his gaze towards the War Academy's central sand table. Instantly, the runes upon the table illuminated, and a beam of light shot skyward. Shortly thereafter, the ground trembled, and humanoid figures composed of rock and soil began to emerge from the depths below. Towering over 2 meters, their bodies were encased in thick rock armor, adorned with minute particles of mithril, and wielding massive stone hammers. They exuded an imposing presence. Shall we consume 5,000 wood, level 2, 3,000 stone, level 2, 100 mithril, level 2, 2,000 iron, or 10,000 food, and allocate 2 of the populace to recruit 10 Earth Guardians? Yes, Lu Chen confirmed without hesitation. As the command was issued, the quantities of supplies in the warehouse diminished rapidly, and simultaneously, the number of registered populace decreased by 20. The 10 Earth Guardians fully materialized, kneeling on one knee and proclaiming in a deep, resonant voice, "We salute you, my lord." Lu Chen approached one of the Earth Guardians, placing his hand upon its rock armor. The armor was exceptionally hard, its surface icy to the touch, with the mithril particles glimmering faintly in the light. He could sense the immense power contained within the Earth Guardian, as if it were intricately connected to the very land beneath his feet. Excellent, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. From this day forward, you are tasked with safeguarding the War Academy and the Leyline Springs. As you command. The 10 Earth Guardians responded in unison, their voices reverberating like thunder. In the days that followed, Chen continued to recruit Earth Guardians. The level 2 wood, stone, and mithril in the warehouse were consumed at an astonishing rate, and soon, he had successfully recruited 50 Earth Guardians, resulting in a corresponding decrease of 100 in the populace. Observing the colossal figures in the training ground, Chen felt a surge of confidence. With these Earth Guardians, the territory's defensive capabilities would be significantly enhanced. My lord, Zhang Batian is boasting in the World Channel, claiming he will come to confront you personally, Su Wanner reported, her expression tinged with concern. Chen opened the World Channel and indeed found Zhang Batian's message. Chen, do not think that upgrading to a level 4 territory makes you impressive. If you have the guts, come out for a duel and see if I don't knock your teeth out. Numerous voices echoed in agreement, most of which were lords under Zhang Batian's command. Chen scoffed and closed the World Channel. There's no need to pay him any mind. He said to Su Wanner, our primary objective now is to strengthen our power, recruit more Earth Guardians, and fortify our territory's defenses. Su Wanner nodded. You are right, my lord. However, we must not let our guard down. Zhang Batian's influence should not be underestimated, and the Elven priesthood is also stirring. Chen wholeheartedly agreed. He glanced at the Earth Guardians in training, their stone hammers slicing through the air with vigor, each collision producing a deafening sound. We must expedite the recruitment process and strive to amass a full complement of 200 Earth Guardians. But my lord, Su Wanner interjected with concern, the level 2 wood, stone, and mithril in the warehouse are dwindling. We only have enough for 30 more recruits left, and the populace has dwindled to around 200. Chen furrowed his brow, surprised at how quickly these resources and populace had been depleted. Didn't we have a substantial amount of level 2 wood, stone, and mithril previously? We had nearly 1,000 in populace. How could it diminish so swiftly? Most was allocated for the construction of the War Academy and the recruitment of Earth Guardians, which also consumes quite a bit of populace, Su Wanner explained. After a moment of contemplation, Chen instructed, send the Shadow Assassins back to the Black Forest and Mithril mines to gather more level 2 wood, stone, and mithril. Additionally, increase recruitment efforts for the populace, assuring them that those who join will receive favorable treatment. As you command, Su Wanner replied, promptly departing. At that moment, Liemo rushed in, holding a vial of deep blue liquid. My lord, look at this. I have successfully developed a potion that enhances the defensive capabilities of the Earth Guardians. Chen took the potion, examining it closely. The liquid was a deep blue, speckled with tiny luminous particles, exuding a potent aura of energy. Does this potion truly enhance defense? Indeed, my lord, Liemo replied confidently. I have incorporated pure energy harvested from the ley line springs along with abyssal wormshell powder. After multiple trials, it can enhance the defense of the Earth Guardians by 20 for a duration of 12 hours. A surge of joy filled Chen's heart. Excellent work, Liemo. With this potion, the combat effectiveness of the Earth Guardians will elevate to a new level. Quickly, begin mass production. At once, my lord, Liemo exclaimed, hurrying off to prepare. In the ensuing days, the territory buzzed with activity as efforts to recruit Earth Guardians intensified. The Shadow Assassins returned from the Black Forest and Mithril mines with substantial amounts of level 2 wood, stone, and mithril, while Su Wanner successfully recruited numerous refugees, gradually replenishing supplies and populace in the warehouse. The defensive potion developed by Liemo also commenced mass production, distributed to each Earth Guardian. When the 200th Earth Guardian was finally recruited, Chen stood in the training ground, gazing at this formidable army of stone, pride swelling within him. Their armor shimmered under the sun, the mithril particles glistening brilliantly, and the sound of their hammers and shields clashing echoed like thunder. The recruitment of these 200 Earth Guardians had consumed vast quantities of level 2 wood, stone, and mithril, and had also occupied 400 of the populace, creating a degree of strain on the territory's resources and population. From this day forth, you shall be the first line of defense for our territory. Chen's voice resonated across the training ground. No matter the enemy you face, hold your ground and do not retreat. Swear to defend our territory with your lives. The 200 Earth Guardians shouted in unison, their voices booming like thunder, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. In the World Channel, Zhang Batian continued to boast of his impending southern advance. The Elven priesthood also gathered in the depths of the forest, suggesting that a great battle was imminent. Standing atop the lookout tower, Chen surveyed the distant Elven and Black forests, his gaze unwavering. With the War Academy and Earth Guardians at his disposal, he felt confident in facing any challenge, even if it required substantial resource and populous expenditures. Zhang Batian, Ilea, Chen murmured softly, come, let me witness your true strength. The lights of the War Academy illuminated the night, as research continued within. Chen understood that this was merely the beginning. To establish his foothold in this world of competing races, he must continually enhance his strength and develop more formidable troops and weaponry. The emergence of the Earth Guardians undoubtedly provided him with a crucial advantage, and despite the significant costs incurred during recruitment, it was all worthwhile. Chapter 28, The Blade in the Shadows. The night enveloped the forest like a heavy shroud. Lu Chen stood atop the lookout tower, gazing toward the distant elven and black forests, his eyes sharp as blades. The world channel echoed with Zhang Baishan's taunts, while the elven priesthood remained silent. This calm before the storm stirred a sense of unease within him. We can wait no longer, Lu Chen whispered to himself. Remaining idle will only render us passive. He turned and descended the lookout tower, summoning the leader of the Shadow Assassins and several key members. I have decided to take the initiative and seek opportunities within the forest. Lu Chen wasted no time, stating that Zhang Batian and the Elven tribe would inevitably launch an attack against them. Rather than waiting to be struck, it would be prudent to take the initiative. The captain of the Shadow Assassins narrowed his eyes. Do you mean we should launch a surprise attack on them? No, Lu Chen shook his head. Our current strength is insufficient to confront both Zhang Batian and the Elven tribe simultaneously. Our objective is to identify their weaknesses, gather intelligence, and if possible, find an opportunity to diminish their power. He paused before continuing. I will lead 50 elite Shadow Assassins into the forest. Su Wanner, you will remain in the territory to oversee the overall situation. Should anything arise, immediately contact me with the communication crystal. Sir, please be cautious. Su Wanner expressed her concern. Rest assured. Lu Chen patted her shoulder. We will prioritize our safety. You are responsible for commanding the Earth Guardians and other forces. Ensure that the territory is defended. Understood. Su Wanner replied solemnly. Lu Chen turned his gaze to the captain of the Shadow Assassins. Are you prepared? All is ready, my lord. The captain responded in a deep voice. The 50 elite Shadow Assassins had assembled, clad in black stealth attire, their faces obscured by masks, revealing only their piercing, glimmering eyes. The daggers in their hands glinted coldly under the moonlight. Let us depart. With a commanding voice, Lu Chen led the way into the shadows of the forest. The 50 Shadow Assassins followed closely, moving with a grace and agility reminiscent of phantoms, silent as they weaved through the trees. The forest lay in stillness, interrupted only by the rustling leaves in the wind and the occasional roar of a beast. Lu Chen guided the Shadow Assassins forward with utmost caution, avoiding the main paths and opting for secluded trails, leaving no trace of their passage. My lord, we have discovered some footprints ahead, whispered one of the Shadow Assassins, pointing to a trail of large tracks on the ground. Lu Chen crouched to examine them closely. The footprints were substantial, suggesting they belonged to some large creature. And there were many, indicating a group had passed through. These are the tracks of the berserkers under Zhang Baishan's command, Lu Chen deduced. They must be on patrol. Should we follow them? The captain inquired. Lu Chen pondered for a moment before responding. Yes. Follow them, but maintain your distance. We must not be detected. The group stealthily trailed behind the berserkers' footprints, navigating through dense woods until they reached a valley. The valley was brightly lit, revealing numerous figures in motion. Indeed, it was a temporary camp established by Zhang Batian. It seems they have stationed a considerable number of troops here, Lu Chen whispered. We should retreat for now and deliberate further. Just as they prepared to withdraw, a sudden commotion erupted in the valley. Lu Chen and his companions quickly concealed themselves behind a large boulder, peering out to observe. A group of berserkers was seen escorting a dozen or so elves into the camp, appearing as captives, battered and shackled in iron chains. Elves! One of the Shadow Assassins exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This may present an opportunity. He whispered a few words to the captain of the Shadow Assassins, who nodded in agreement. Soon, Lu Chen and several Shadow Assassins donned the pre-prepared berserker attire, infiltrating the valley. They kept their heads lowered, mimicking the gait of the berserkers, cautiously advancing deeper into the camp. At the center of the camp, a towering berserker was issuing commands. He was likely the leader of this encampment. Lu Chen noted that beside his tent stood a cage containing the captured elves. Now is the time, Lu Chen thought, signaling to the nearby Shadow Assassins. A few of them swiftly maneuvered behind the tent, dispatching 2 guarding berserkers. Meanwhile, Lu Chen seized the moment amidst the chaos, rushing to the cage and prying open the lock with his dagger. Quickly follow us. Lu Chen urged the elves within the cage in a hushed tone. The elves hesitated for a moment but quickly understood, darting out of the cage. Though injured, they moved with agility and swiftly kept pace with Lu Chen. Enemies. The berserker leader noticed the disturbance and shouted loudly. Instantly, the camp erupted into chaos as berserkers grabbed their weapons and charged toward Lu Chen and his companions. Retreat. Lu Chen bellowed, leading the captured elves and Shadow Assassins toward the valley's exit. The berserkers pursued relentlessly, igniting an intense chase throughout the valley. The Shadow Assassins exploited the terrain's advantages, continuously harrying the berserkers to buy time for Lu Chen and the elven captives. As Lu Chen ran, he skillfully shot arrows backward, each arrow striking true, taking down a berserker with precision. The elven captives, though unarmed, utilized their agility and familiarity with the forest to create distractions for the berserkers. After a fierce battle, Lu Chen finally led the elven captives and Shadow Assassins out of the valley, evading the berserkers' pursuit. They sprinted until they were a considerable distance from Zhang Baishan's camp before stopping to catch their breath. Thank you for saving us. One who appeared to be the elven leader spoke to Lu Chen, his voice weak, yet filled with gratitude. There is no need for thanks, Lu Chen replied. We simply could not bear to witness the Elven tribe being oppressed by Zhang Batian. He paused, inquiring, "How did you come to be captured by Zhang Batian's forces?" The Elven leader sighed. "We are a patrol unit of the Elven tribe. We encountered Zhang Batian's berserkers in the forest and were overwhelmed, leading to our capture. They sought to extract information about the defenses of the Elven forest from us, but we would rather die than divulge such secrets. Which is why we are in this state." Lu Chen's interest piqued. "Do you know where the Elven priests are located?" The Elven leader regarded Lu Chen warily. "Why do you ask this?" "To be candid," Lu Chen replied, "we have some grievances with the Elven tribe, but we do not wish to go to war with them. I seek to speak with them, hoping to resolve our differences and unite against Zhang Batian." The Elven leader hesitated before responding. "The priests are located at the Moonlight Temple deep within the forest. However, they are not friendly towards humans. Your visit may prove perilous." "I understand." Lu Chen nodded. "But I must attempt it." He addressed the Elven leader. "We will escort you to this point. Be cautious and return to the Elven forest as swiftly as possible." "Thank you, human lord," the Elven leader expressed gratefully. "If you can indeed persuade the priests, it would be a blessing for the entire forest." With that, the Elven leader led the other elves into the depths of the forest, disappearing from sight. Lu Chen watched their departing figures and turned to the captain of the Shadow Assassins. "We are heading to the Moonlight Temple. My lord, do we truly need to go?" The captain voiced his concerns. "The Elven priests are dangerous, and we are unfamiliar with the terrain." "We must go," Lu Chen asserted firmly. "This is our best chance to resolve our conflict with the Elven tribe. If we can ally with them, our odds against Zhang Batian will significantly improve." After a brief respite, the group set out towards the Moonlight Temple, nestled atop a mountain deep within the forest. The temple was enveloped in a dense aura of magical energy, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to approach. Lu Chen and the Shadow Assassins carefully traversed the magical barrier. Arriving at the entrance of the Moonlight Temple, the grand doors were shut tight, adorned with exquisite carvings that exuded a sacred and solemn atmosphere. "Is anyone there?" Lu Chen called out towards the temple. After a while, the grand doors of the temple slowly creaked open, revealing several Elven priests clad in flowing white robes. Their gazes were icy and filled with hostility as they regarded Lu Chen and his companions. "Humans, what brings you here?" The foremost Elven priest inquired coldly. "I am Lu Chen, the lord of a nearby territory," Lu Chen replied. "I wish to discuss matters concerning the conflicts between us and the Elven race, as well as our mutual struggle against Zhang Batian." "We have nothing to discuss with humans," the Elven priest scoffed. "Your kind is greedy and selfish, only capable of ravaging the forests and plundering resources. As for Zhang Batian, we have our own means of dealing with him. Your interference is unwarranted." "Esteemed priest," Lu Chen said patiently, "Zhang Batian's power is growing increasingly formidable. If we do not unite, we shall inevitably be picked off one by one. In such a case, not only will our territory be consumed by him, but the Elven forests will also be in peril." He paused and continued. "I understand that we have had conflicts with your kind in the past, but those were mere misunderstandings. We do not seek to harm the forest. In fact, we are endeavoring to protect it. I implore you to grant us an opportunity to prove our sincerity." The Elven priest fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Lu Chen's words. After a while, he spoke. "Your arguments are compelling, yet we cannot place our trust in you lightly. If you are genuinely earnest, assist us with a task." "What is it?" Lu Chen inquired. "Zhang Batian's men have been persistently harassing our borders, seizing many of our possessions," the Elven priest explained. "If you can help us reclaim what was taken and teach those marauders a lesson, we may consider entering negotiations with you." A flicker of joy ignited in Lu Chen's heart. "Very well, we accept your terms." "Excellent," the Elven priest nodded. "The marauders are holed up in the Black Wind stronghold to the east. Go forth, and we shall await your good news." With that, the Elven priest turned and re-entered the temple, the doors sealing shut once more. Lu Chen gazed at the closed doors and remarked to the captain of the Shadow Assassins. "It seems we have a new mission. My lord, could this be a trap?" The captain of the Shadow Assassins expressed concern. "Perhaps," Lu Chen replied, "but we have no choice. Whether it is a trap or not, we must take the risk." He led the Shadow Assassins towards the direction of the Black Wind stronghold. The Black Wind stronghold was a fortified outpost under Zhang Batian's command, its terrain treacherous and defensible. "We cannot simply charge in." Lu Chen assessed the stronghold's defenses. "The fortifications are too stringent. A direct assault would lead to devastating losses." "What shall we do then?" the captain of the Shadow Assassins queried. A sly smile crept across Lu Chen's lips. "We are blades in the shadows. We shall utilize our strengths." He murmured instructions to the Shadow Assassins, who nodded in understanding before vanishing into the forest shadows. As night fell, the Black Wind stronghold was shrouded in silence, save for a few marauders at the entrance, yawning in boredom. Suddenly, several dark figures, like specters, vaulted over the walls, Lu Chen and his Shadow Assassins. They swiftly dispatched the guards at the entrance and stealthily infiltrated the stronghold. Most of the marauders within were fast asleep, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Lu Chen led the Shadow Assassins to the warehouse where the stolen goods were stored. The warehouse brimmed with a plethora of supplies: timber, stone, iron ore, and numerous treasures of the Elven race. Hurry, let us move these items out, Chen whispered. The shadow assassins sprang into action, dividing tasks amongst themselves, some hauling supplies, others standing guard. In no time, they had emptied the warehouse of its contents. It's time to leave them a memento, Chen said with a cunning grin. He produced several smoke bombs from his pocket, igniting and tossing them into the marauders' tents. Soon, thick smoke billowed forth, causing the marauders to cough and flee their tents in chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Chen and the shadow assassins hastily retreated from the Black Wind stronghold with the reclaimed goods. By the time the marauders realized what had transpired, Chen and his companions had already vanished without a trace, leaving behind an empty warehouse and a scene of utter disarray. Chen led the shadow assassins to the entrance of the Moonlight Temple, where the Elven priests gazed in astonishment at the recovered treasures. You truly succeeded. The leading Elven priest regarded Chen with a newfound respect in his eyes. We merely did what was necessary, Chen replied. Now, may we engage in discussions? The Elven priest paused momentarily before responding. Come with me. Chen and the shadow assassins followed the Elven priest into the Moonlight Temple. The interior of the temple was resplendent, with a magnificent statue of a goddess standing at its center, radiating a sacred light. Very well, Lord Chen, the Elven priest declared. We are prepared to consider an alliance with you to confront Zhang Batian together. However, we require time to deliberate. You must return and await our message. Agreed, Chen nodded. We shall await your favorable news. He led the shadow assassins away from the Moonlight Temple, heading back toward his territory. Though their proactive endeavor had not yielded substantial results, they had successfully gathered intelligence and established initial contact with the Elven race, a commendable beginning. As night enveloped the surroundings, Chen and the shadow assassins gradually faded into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a faint trail of footprints that the wind swiftly scattered. Chapter 29. The energy divergence experiment. Upon returning to his territory, dawn had just begun to break. The fields shimmered with a soft green glow in the morning mist, and Lin Jingjing was seated atop the central mound, meditating, her leaf-shaped mark on her forehead resonating with the crystals beneath. Chen refrained from disturbing her and made his way directly to the alchemy workshop. Liamo had sent word the previous night that the energy divergence experiment had made new progress. The workshop was suffused with a pungent amalgamation of sulfur and sweetness. 7 bronze furnaces lined the walls, their flames exhibiting an unusual blue-violet hue, a result of the energy from the leyline spring. Liamo was crouched over the central experiment table, carefully inserting a mithril rod entwined with copper wire into the energy corridor's interface. My lord, you're here, Liamo exclaimed, his eyes bearing heavy dark circles. Look at this. He adjusted a knob on the experiment table, and suddenly, the energy corridor above glowed. The previously concentrated golden energy stream was divided into 7 tributaries, each channeled into the furnaces. The flames within instantly surged, and the mithril, which would typically require an hour to melt, was now transforming into liquid silver at a visibly accelerated pace. The divergence efficiency has reached 67. Limo's voice trembled with excitement, an increase of 12 from the last attempt. But the issue is, before he could finish, the furthest right furnace emitted a deafening explosion. The blue-violet flames extinguished abruptly, and the molten mithril solidified into a twisted mass, its surface marred by a layer of black impurities. The energy purity is insufficient, Chen observed as he approached, his fingertips brushing against the cooled mithril. The energy after divergence was too mixed, tainted with the abyssal essence in the air. Liamo raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. I attempted to filter it with moonstone powder, but once I add the 3rd spoonful, the energy flow dissipates. Chen pondered for a moment, retrieving a vial of body-tempering potion from the warehouse. Let us try adding this. As the amber potion dripped into the energy corridor's interface, the golden tributaries rippled. The previously volatile energy calmed immediately, and the flames in the 7 furnaces stabilized to a vibrant orange red, the molten mithril gleaming with the clarity of a mirror. Energy stabilization detected, diversion efficiency increased to 89, impurity content decreased to 0.3. Success. When Liamo leaped up in exuberance, he accidentally knocked over the reagent rack behind him, causing a vibrant cascade of colorful liquids to form a bubbling stream on the floor. Consequently, the forging speed could be tripled, and nearly half of the mithril could be saved. As Chen gazed at the fluctuating numbers on the panel, he suddenly recalled the iron ores seized from the Black Wind Camp's warehouse. By employing this method to process all the ores, he could prioritize the upgrade of the Earth Guardian's armor. He paused for a moment before adding, let us keep 2 furnaces aside and see if we can use the diversion energy to purify the abyss crystals. Liamo nodded eagerly. I shall attend to it at once. Upon leaving the alchemy workshop, Su Wanner stood beneath the watchtower, clutching a crumpled piece of parchment. My lord, the news about Zhang Batian on the World Channel is becoming increasingly frequent. She handed the note to Chen, which was densely scribbled with excerpts. Chen unfolded the paper, his eyes swiftly scanning the contents. Zhang Batian has annexed the Tier 3 territory of Mist Valley yesterday. reportedly rendering the Lord's plant growth talent ineffective. Rumors of a blood sacrifice have begun circulating in the Berserker camp, suggesting that the hearts of captives must be offered to enhance the frenzy effect. Some have seen as captain of the guards leading a team deep into the Black Forest, the purpose of which remains unknown. Warning: Zhang Baishan's men are collecting tolls. All merchant caravans passing through Blackwind Camp must surrender 30% of their supplies. The last piece of information struck him most profoundly. The Blackwind Camp served as a vital thoroughfare connecting the eastern and western forests, and Zhang Batian's actions were evidently aimed at severing the ties between the various territories. He accessed the world channel, his fingers gliding rapidly across the luminescent screen as he privately messaged those who had mentioned blood sacrifice and Black Forest. Friends, do you know the exact timing of the blood sacrifice? 100 pounds of golden spiritual grain in exchange for information. What lies deep within the Black Forest? I offer second-tier mithril for the coordinates. Responses trickled in, mostly consisting of fearful refusals. Only one user with the ID Lone Traveler replied, "Do not inquire further." Zhang Baishan spies are scattered throughout the channel. The last individual who leaked his whereabouts had their territory obliterated the following day. Chen closed the chat box, a weight of gravity settling deeper within him. This Zhang Batian was not only formidable, but also exceedingly cautious. Discovering his weaknesses proved to be more arduous than anticipated. Prepare the swiftest antelope, and let 10 shadow assassins conceal themselves. Follow me. Chen commanded the captain of the shadow assassins. We shall stealthily scout near Blackwind Camp. Maintain a distance of 50 meters, and ensure our presence remains undetected. The captain of the shadow assassins, his eyes sharp, responded solemnly, "Understood, my lord." "You have only just returned." Su Wanner attempted to interject, but was cut off. The more perilous the location, the greater the opportunity. Chen mounted the antelope, informing Lin Jingjing, "I wish to review the subsequent data from the energy diversion experiment upon my return tonight." The antelope darted swiftly through the thicket, while Chen crouched low, striving to conceal himself amidst the dense foliage. 50 meters behind him, the 10 shadow assassins blended seamlessly with the shadows, their footsteps so light that not a sound could be heard. They occasionally ascended the treetops or hid behind the underbrush, maintaining a vigilant distance while observing their surroundings. Deliberately avoiding the main path, Chen advanced along the trail previously scouted by the shadow assassins. As he neared Blackwind Camp, approximately 5 kilometers away, a harsh voice echoed from the canyon ahead. "Hand over your belongings, or do not blame me for being rude." It was a gruff male voice, reeking of alcohol. This moonlight grass was painstakingly gathered. "Could you spare a little for me?" "My brother is waiting for it to change his medicine," responded a female voice, tinged with a sob yet resolute. Chen halted the antelope, raising a hand to gesture behind him. The 10 shadow assassins instantly dispersed, finding concealed positions as their daggers quietly slipped from their sheaths, their gazes fixed intently on the canyon entrance. Peering cautiously around the edge, Chen observed 3 men clad in berserker armor encircling a girl in a green dress. She carried a half-basket of herbs, among them several plants with delicate white flowers. Precisely the moonlight grass essential for crafting healing potions, as mentioned by the Elven priestess. "Spare some?" The leader of the berserkers scoffed, kicking over the basket. "Lord Zhang has decreed that all herbs in this area belong to us. Those who know their place had best scram. Or we'll take the little lady along for our amusement." The girl lunged for the scattered moonlight grass, but a berserker seized her by the hair. As she struggled and turned, Chen caught a glimpse of her face. About 17 or 18 years old, dirt smeared on her cheekbones. Yet her eyes sparkled like stars forged in fire. "Release her." A cold voice suddenly echoed from above the canyon. The 3 berserkers froze, looking up just in time to see a shadow leap down from the treetops, the red glow of a mithril battle axe carving an arc through the morning mist. With a crisp snap, the wrist of the berserker gripping the girl as hair shattered. Chen landed between them, the antelope behind him pawing the ground, snorting angrily. The shadow assassins held their breath, fingers poised on their blades, ready to spring into action. Who dares meddle in Lord Zhang's affairs? The leader of the berserkers retreated, clutching his severed arm, while the other 2 drew their curved blades. Chen remained silent, merely positioning the girl in green behind him. His gaze fell upon the emblem emblazoned on the chest of the berserker, a wolf's head with a gaping maw, identical to that of the Blackwind Camp's leader. It seemed that this was what Zhang Batian referred to as the toll. The girl tugged at Chen's garment, her voice trembling. "My lord, do not confront them head-on. They are numerous." Chen did not turn back, tightening his grip on the battle axe. The morning light streamed through the canyon's crevices, casting a long shadow behind him, akin to a blade poised to strike. The 10 pairs of eyes lurking in the shadows were equally sharp as eagles, awaiting his command, ready to pounce upon their prey. Chapter 30. Locking in Zhang Baishan's location, Dwarven Miniature Core Modification. The cold gleam of the mithril battle axe flashed in the morning light. Chen did not afford the remaining berserkers a moment to react. He wrapped his left arm around the girl in green's waist and swiftly retreated, simultaneously sweeping his right leg to kick away the curved blade approaching from the left. The shadow assassins surged forth like arrows released from a bow, their daggers striking with precision into the berserkers' throats, droplets of blood splattering against the canyon's green stones, blooming into grotesque flowers. Clear away any traces. Chen steadied the trembling girl in green, his gaze sweeping over the fallen bodies. The 10 shadow assassins sprang into action, dragging the corpses with a deftness akin to moving cotton, swiftly restoring the canyon to a state as if nothing had transpired, leaving only the scattered moonlight grass still quivering gently. Thank you, my lord, the girl in green stammered, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her garment, knuckles turning white. Chen plucked a sprig of moonlight grass, the white flowers dusted with soil, yet still exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. Do you know Zhang Batian? The girl abruptly looked up, fear flickering in her eyes. He is the nightmare of this forest. My territory was destroyed by him, and my brother was struck by a poisoned arrow from his guards. Where is he now? Chen's voice turned suddenly grave. The girl retrieved a crumpled piece of parchment from her bosom, upon which a crude map was sketched with charcoal. I heard from the itinerant herbalist that he has relocated his main base to the blood-soaked valley north of Black Wind Camp. There, preparations for the blood sacrifice are underway. The words blood-soaked valley had been repeatedly scrawled over, the ink so dark it nearly pierced through the parchment. As Chen unfurled the map, he discovered that the location marked by the woman corresponded precisely to the most chaotic energy region within the Black Forest. On the geomantic chart previously drawn by Sue Warner, a conspicuous red whirlpool was indicated at that very spot. The antidote for this poisoned arrow requires moonlight grass. Chen noted that her medicine basket contained a fragment of a black arrowhead, its patterns strikingly reminiscent of the weapon wielded by the berserker Zhang Batian. The woman nodded, tears falling onto the map. The shaman stated that a century-old moonlight grass is necessary as a catalyst, yet after 3 days of searching, I have only managed to gather these. Chen handed her all the moonlight grass he had. Take these for immediate use. Return with me to the territory. Perhaps Elder Son will have a solution. He glanced at the shadow assassin, instructing, continue your reconnaissance of the Black Wind stronghold. I will escort her back. On their journey back to the territory, the woman in the green attire recounted her ordeal intermittently. Her name was Lin Xiaowan. Once the lord of a small territory near the Misty Valley, gifted in herbal identification, but her home was destroyed overnight for refusing to submit to Zhang Batian. Upon consuming a certain red potion, his berserker's skin turns a dark crimson, granting them the strength to cleave through Tier 3 barriers. Lin Xiaowan's voice trembled as she spoke of the most terrifying figure, the captain of the personal guards, who was said to manipulate blood. My territory was submerged in blood by him. Chen felt a chill in his heart. Manipulating blood? This sounded more like an abyssal ability than a typical berserk effect. He retrieved a communication crystal. Sue Warner, check if there were records of abyssal energy fluctuations when the Misty Valley was annihilated. I found it, my lord. The sound of papers rustling came from the other end of the crystal. 3 days ago at midnight, a brief burst of abyssal energy was detected from the direction of the Misty Valley, approximately of B-grade intensity, lasting for 17 seconds. After ending the communication, Chen looked at Lin Xiaowan's pale face, suddenly realizing that Zhang Batian's blood sacrifice was no mere coincidence. This ambitious man was likely exploiting abyssal energy to augment his forces, and the blood sacrifice in the Blood Valley was probably a crucial ritual. Meanwhile, a small storm was brewing in the dwarven camp within the subterranean caverns. Glenn wielded a hammer, striking a walnut-sized green crystal repeatedly. Sparks flew onto the surrounding mithril ore, producing a sizzling sound. Chief, this thing is far too hard. Glenn wiped the sweat from his brow. The edge of his hammer had already chipped. Yet the surface of the crystal remained marked only by a faint white line, harder to crack than the shell of an abyssal worm. Ball crouched nearby, observing the internal patterns of the crystal through a magnifying glass. This is the core fragment of the spirit abundant fields that Chen sent yesterday, commissioned for miniature modification. Let's try wrapping it in star pattern silver, he suggested, pointing at the silver liquid melting in the furnace. Ancient texts claim that star pattern silver can guide the flow of energy. Glenn carefully poured the star pattern silver liquid over the surface of the crystal. An extraordinary scene unfolded. Instead of sliding off, the silver liquid crawled along the crystal's patterns as if alive, ultimately forming a delicate net-like shell that encased the green crystal, transforming it into a bead adorned with silver lines. Miniature core modification complete. Capable of stabilizing an output of 30 natural energy, reduced in size to 1.5 times its original, compatible with the energy corridor interface of the alchemical workshop. Ball picked up the modified core bead, gently rubbing it in his palm. The silver lines on the surface glowed, and a gentle wave of natural energy coursed through his arm, alleviating the soreness in his muscles that had ached from striking the ore. It worked. Ball exclaimed excitedly, tossing the bead into the air. This can be directly inserted into the alchemical furnace. With this, the energy distribution efficiency can reach at least 95. Glenn caught the bead, suddenly recalling Chen's earlier instructions. By the way, regarding the purification of abyssal crystals, we've attempted it 10 times, all failing. He pointed to a pile of black powder in the corner. Each time we added the 7th spoonful, the crystal would explode. Ball picked up the powder, sniffing it with a furrowed brow. The abyssal energy within is too volatile. It must be neutralized with pure, natural energy. Perhaps when Lu Chen arrives with more core fragments, it might be feasible. At that moment, Lu Chen had just delivered Lin Xiaowan to Elder Sun's medicinal garden. The elder examined the black poison spots on her brother's arm, stroking his beard thoughtfully. This is the blood corrosion curse. Indeed, it requires a century-old moonlight grass as a catalyst. However, he retrieved a plant radiating green light from the medicine cabinet. Let's try this. After crushing the green crystal of the Spirit Valley, it was mixed with the juice of the moonlight grass to form a pale golden ointment. As Elder Sun applied the ointment to the poison spots, the blackness visibly receded at an astonishing pace, revealing tender new flesh beneath. This is, Lin Xiaowan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. A specialty of the Spirit Abundant Fields, a variant of the Golden Spirit Valley. Lu Chen stood at the entrance of the medicinal garden, observing the message from Ball on the communication crystal, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lin Xiaowan, do you wish to reclaim your territory? Lin Xiaowan abruptly raised her head, her earlier timidity replaced by flames of determination. Yes, I would do anything for revenge. Lu Chen handed her the blueprint for the miniature core. Do me a favor. The shaman of the Black Wind Stronghold is Zhang Beishan's confidant. He possesses a tome titled Detailed Explanation of Blood Sacrifices. Could you? I can. Lin Xiaowan interrupted him, her finger tracing the location of the Black Wind Stronghold on the map. I know that shaman. He once studied herbal identification with my father, and he may trust me. Lu Chen met her resolute gaze and turned to command the Shadow Assassin Captain. Dispatch 5 men to protect her. Retreat immediately after securing the book. Do not engage in battle. As night fell, the sound of camel bells echoed from the underground. Ball appeared at the trading point with the modified miniature core, the bead shimmering with a gentle green light under the torchlight. My lord, look at this pattern. He pointed at the spiral design on the silver mesh. It can automatically adjust its output according to energy intensity, ensuring it won't explode like last time. Lu Chen inserted the bead into the energy corridor interface of the alchemical workshop. The golden energy flow was instantly tamed, and the flames of the 7 furnaces stabilized like solidified light, purging even the most minute impurities from the molten mithril liquid. Energy distribution efficiency increased to 96. New function unlocked. Energy sharing. Excess energy can be channeled into designated structures. Wonderful. Limo's cheer nearly caused the workshop's roof to collapse. This means we can provide power to the magic tower. Lu Chen observed the fluctuating values on the panel when he suddenly received a message from Lin Xiaowan. We got it, but they've discovered us. We're heading towards the Blood Valley. The message concluded with a blurred image of an altar at the center of the Blood Valley, where dozens of captives were bound. And Zhang Beishan's captain of the personal guards was raising a dagger, poised to strike the heart of one of the captives. Assemble everyone. Lu Chen's voice was as cold as iron as he channeled the energy of the miniature core into the magic tower, targeting the Blood Valley. The 30 Nightmare Knights' flaming hooves shattered the tranquility of the night, the sound of the Earth Guardian stone hammers clashing resonating like war drums. The shadow assassins vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving only the glinting cold light of their daggers. Ball looked at the energy beam illuminating Lu Chen's territory and suddenly said to Glenn, melt down all the star-patterned silver. It seems we are in for a tough battle. The blood sacrifice ritual in the Blood Valley was about to commence, and Lu Chen's blade had already been drawn in silence. Chapter 31. The Blood Valley. The night is not over. The night was as dark as ink, the silhouette of the Blood Valley shimmering with an eerie red under the moonlight. Lu Chen crouched behind a massive rock on the ridge, observing the flickering torches in the camp below, the body-tempering potion in his palm warming slightly. The 30 Nightmare Knights' flaming hooves were wrapped in burlap, making only the faintest sounds as they trod upon the fallen leaves, while the 200 Earth Guardians stood like silent stone statues, their heavy shields forming an ironclad defense. 3 more minutes. Lu Chen murmured, his fingertips tapping out commands on the communication crystal. In the shadows on the western side of the valley, 50 shadow hunters simultaneously cocked their crossbows. The crossbow bolts, tempered with moonstone powder, shot forth like silver meteors, piercing the throat of the sentry with unerring precision. Almost in the same breath, 5 mythical arrow towers unleashed their energy beams from behind the clouds, obliterating the altar at the heart of the camp. The captain of the guards, engaged in a blood ritual, was hurled into the air by the shockwave, his dagger tracing a mournful arc in the sky. Enemy attack. Zhang Beishan's furious roar echoed from the main tent. The beast-hide flaps of the tent were violently thrown aside, revealing the nearly 3-meter-tall figure of the brute, his bare torso adorned with dark red markings on his bronze skin. The massive axe he wielded glimmered ominously in the moonlight, a 3rd-tier weapon known as the Earth-Shatter Axe. Seized from the Lord of Misty Valley. Kill. Lu Chen vaulted onto his nightmarish beast, his mithril battle axe leaving a fleeting silhouette in the air. 30 nightmarish knights surged down the ridge like a breaking dam, their fiery hooves shattering the camp's barriers, and the torrent of cavalry lances swiftly tore through the berserkers' formation. The Earth Guardians followed closely, their stone hammers shaking the ground with each strike, causing the entire valley to tremble. The enraged berserkers, who had consumed the crimson elixir, were on the verge of going berserk when they were met with an iron wall of shields that shattered bones and tendons. "Halt them!" The captain of the guards, clutching his bleeding forehead, rose with determination, slamming his hands onto the ground. The bloodstains surrounding the altar began to bubble violently, transforming into dozens of blood arrows aimed at Chen. "Purification agent!" Chen shouted as he hurled a clay jar. The moonstone powder erupted midair, and as the blood arrows collided with the powder, they dissipated into azure smoke, revealing the clawing figure of the captain behind. "Your opponent is me." Chen's nightmarish beast reared up, its lance thrusting straight for the captain's throat. At the moment of contact between mithril and blood, a nauseating corrosive sound echoed. As the shadow energy at the lance's tip and the blood corrosive force viciously clashed, splattering droplets of blood onto the ground, which burned small holes into the rock. The battle on the eastern front was equally brutal. Despite the ferocity of Zhang Baishan's berserkers, they found themselves stymied by the impenetrable defenses of the Earth Guardians. Each strike of the rock giant stone hammers crushed at least 3 berserker skulls, yet the sheer number of berserkers was overwhelming. As many climbed over their fallen comrades' bodies to gnaw at the gaps in the guard's armor. "Elixir!" Chen bellowed. The shadow assassins immediately cast deep blue defensive potions toward the Earth Guardians. Upon contact with the armor, a pale blue aura emanated, leaving only faint white marks from the berserkers' bites. Meanwhile, Ball arrived with the dwarven blacksmiths, wielding star-patterned silver spears that shimmered with lightning. Each throw pierced through the chests of multiple berserkers. "Chen, I will tear you apart." Zhang Batian cleaved through 2 nightmarish knights with his massive axe, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Chen. The dark red markings on his body radiated with increasing brightness, as if countless worms writhed beneath his skin, a sign of abyssal energy overload. Chen suddenly recalled the detailed explanation of the blood ritual sent by Lin Xiaowan, where one page was marked in red ink. When the blood ritual spirals out of control, the energy node at the heart will manifest a dark purple hue. He glanced over, and indeed, he spotted a coin-sized purple blotch at Zhang Baishan's sternum. Now is the moment. Chen swallowed the body-tempering potion, instantly activating his berserk state. He felt his blood ignite, and the red glow of his mithril battle axe surged threefold. Seizing the opportunity during Zhang Baishan's axe swing, he crouched low and lunged forward, the axe blade striking precisely at the purple blotch. Zhang Batian emitted a howl that was anything but human, his massive axe flying from his grasp and crashing down on his own main tent. Dark purple blood gushed from the wound, pooling on the ground into a bubbling stream. As the dark red markings receded at a visible pace, revealing the pale, swollen skin beneath, the captain of the guards, witnessing this, became mentally unhinged, causing the blood arrows under his control to falter. Chen seized the chance, swinging his lance in a silver arc that pierced through the captain's heart. The uncontrolled blood instantly collapsed, transforming into a torrential downpour of blood that soaked the valley's soil in an even deeper crimson hue. The battle raged on for a full 2 hours. As dawn broke, there were no standing berserkers left in the valley, just a field strewn with corpses and severely wounded survivors. Chen's nightmarish beast was drenched in blood. Only 7 of the 30 knights remained. While half of the 200 Earth Guardians bore injuries, their stone armor riddled with cracks, the shadow assassins suffered the most grievous losses, returning with only 19 out of 50, each bearing at least 3 fatal wounds. Zhang Batian had vanished. In the place where he had been, only a pool of dark purple blood and a broken half of his massive axe remained. Bale's dwarves began clearing the battlefield, dragging out captives from the corpses, most of whom were common folk controlled by the blood ritual, their eyes still glimmering with crimson as they muttered incessantly about the Bloodmaster. "My lord, we found this." A shadow assassin presented a dark golden insignia, engraved with a snarling wolf's head, identical to the emblem of Zhang Baishan's guards. Chen crushed the insignia, glancing at the notification that popped up. Defeated Zhang Baishan's main force, acquired 100 abyssal energy fragments, unlocked skill Abyssal Purification, basic. As the sunlight pierced through the valley, Chen suddenly coughed, black blood spilling from his lips. The side effects of the body-tempering potion began to manifest, and the weakness that followed the berserk state washed over him like a tide. He gazed in the direction where Zhang Batian had disappeared, knowing that this adversary would inevitably return. Yet, at that moment, all he desired was to lie beside the corpses and sleep soundly. The dwarven blacksmiths were busy repairing the Earth Guardian's armor, while Ball treated Chen's wounds with star-patterned silver. Lin Xiaowan approached, clutching the detailed explanation of the blood ritual, tears shimmering in her eyes under the sunlight. "Can we return to my territory?" Chen looked at her blood-stained face, then at the refugees in the valley burying the dead, and slowly nodded. "Yes, we can." But he understood that the night in the blood-red valley was far from over. Deep within the Black Forest, where Zhang Batian had fled, more abyssal energy lay in wait, and that blood-stained ritual explanation might well be the true Pandora's box. Chapter 32. The Drums of War at the Forest's Edge. The smoke of the blood-red valley had not yet dissipated when Lin Xiaowan set forth with 10 rescued commoners on the road home. Her territory lay at the edge of Misty Valley, where remnants of the wooden houses remained as broken walls and charred stumps, still bearing unburnt rags. But when she spotted the resilient moonlight grass sprouts pushing through the medicinal field, she suddenly knelt down, tears dripping onto the moist earth. Let us rebuild. Lin Xiaowan's voice trembled with emotion, yet resonated with unwavering resolve. She scattered the 5 pounds of golden spirit grain seeds gifted by Lu Chen into the tilled soil, her herbal identification talent flickering to life as new leaves sprouted under her fingertips. The shadow assassins left behind had constructed a temporary outpost in a nearby hollow. And through the communication crystal, Su Wanner's voice resonated. Lordly, there are significant unfamiliar energy fluctuations at the edge of the Black Forest, resembling the essence of other races. Lin Xiaowan gazed eastward, where the sky shimmered with an unusual purple-gold hue, perfectly aligning with the descriptions flooding the world channel. Do you see? The clouds in the east are bleeding. Suddenly, there's a golden teleportation array in my territory, inscribed with multiracial battlefield reserve. I heard that lords who reach tier 3 can receive an invitation. Is this the onset of interdimensional chaos? The contours of the multiracial battlefield grew increasingly clear, like an invisible net slowly enveloping the forest. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's territory was undergoing rapid recovery following the battle. The forge and the blacksmith shop roared day and night, as Zhang the Lame and Li Mo utilized split energy to forge new mithril armor, each piece shimmering with flowing silver light. In Sun Zhong's medicinal field, jars of healing potions piled up into small mountains, while the moonlight grass left by Lin Xiaowan was transformed into a potent antidote for blood toxins. Lin Jingjing's talent for the heart of nature caused the fertile lands to thrive, with golden spirit grain waves already cresting over the newly repaired ridges. Reinforcements have arrived. Shadow Assassins 500, 500, Shadow Hunters 300, 300, Nightmares Knights 100, 100, Earth Guardians 200, 200. Lu Chen stood atop the watchtower, gazing at the formidable army in the training grounds, his palms slowly regaining the power of the Abyss Purification skill. The newly added entry requirement for the multitude battlefield shimmered with golden light, with only one final step remaining, purifying a core of abyssal corruption. My lord, the forest to the west is trembling. The shout of the lookout pierced the air, and Lu Chen's gaze instantly shifted towards the west. He beheld the treetops on the horizon violently swaying, as if a colossal beast was making its way through the woods, a dull drumming sound carried by the wind. Thump, 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 each beat resonating in his chest. It's the forest trolls. Bowers arrived, leaning on his blacksmith's hammer, his dwarven merchant caravan just returned from the Black Forest, brandishing the Blood Skull battle flag, at least 300 strong. The forest trolls, natives of the deep Black Forest, stood nearly 4 meters tall, their skin rugged like ancient bark, wielding stone clubs capable of easily demolishing tier 3 stone walls. Lu Chen had read of this race in Su Wanner's ancient texts. They survived by devouring energy cores, particularly enamored with fertile lands rich in life force. All units, assume battle positions. Lu Chen's command resonated through the crystal communicator across the territory. 500 shadow assassins instantly melded into the underbrush at the forest's edge, their daggers glinting coldly under the sun. 300 shadow hunters scaled 5 mythic arrow towers, poison and energy arrows neatly arranged in the slots. 100 Nightmares Knights formed a line before the fertile land, their fiery hooves scorching the earth beneath them, while 200 Earth Guardians formed a shield wall, protecting the houses and alchemical workshops behind them, the sound of stone hammers striking shields echoing in harmony with the distant war drums. The beat of the war drums grew louder, and the silhouette of the forest trolls finally came into view. They were bare-chested, their muscular arms adorned with desiccated skulls. The leading troll hoisting a stone club carved with fangs, the blood-red skull on their banner facing the fertile land, its eye sockets embedded with 2 glowing emeralds. Kill! Seize their energy. The leading troll roared, slamming the stone club into the ground, sending splintered stones flying towards the barricades. 300 trolls surged like a black tide towards the territory. Their speed far exceeded what one would expect from their size, powerful legs trampling through the underbrush, snapping branches beneath them. Mythic arrow towers, fire at will. Lu Chen's voice was as cold as iron. 5 streams of energy tore through the air, accurately striking the center of the troll formation. The resulting shockwave hurled a dozen trolls into the air, green blood splattering on the leaves, causing the wilted branches to sprout new buds. Their blood contained a peculiar life energy. Hunters, aim for their knees. 300 poison arrows were simultaneously loosed, their tips laced with Limo's newly developed paralysis potion. The foremost trolls staggered and fell, their robust knees pierced by the arrows, green blood gushing forth, pooling into a bubbling stream on the ground. Yet the troll's ferocity surpassed all expectations. The comrades behind them trampled over the fallen bodies, continuing their charge. Their stone clubs swinging like windmills, the barricade creaking under the assault, wooden structures beginning to show spiderweb-like cracks. Earth Guardians, advance. 200 stone giants marched forward with heavy steps, their shields colliding with the trolls' stone clubs, producing a deafening cacophony. The leading Earth Guardians' armor was instantly riddled with cracks. Yet they did not retreat an inch. Their stone hammers struck through the gaps in their shields, each blow capable of shattering a troll's ribcage. Nightmare Knights, flank left. 100 knights on their fiery steeds surged like a river of molten iron, tearing a gash through the troll formation from the side. The shadow energy on their lances intertwined with flames, creating a swirling storm of death, reducing the troll's limbs and stone clubs to mere fragments. Chen darted across the battlefield, his mithril battle axe cleaving through the incoming stone clubs, the abyss purification skill glowing with a soft golden light in his palm. Each contact with the troll's wound caused the green blood to instantly coagulate. My lord, their battle flag is problematic. The voice of the shadow assassin captain crackled through the communicator. Those emeralds are absorbing energy from the battlefield. Chen looked up to see the emeralds on the blood skull banner glowing brighter, the surrounding trolls seemingly injected with adrenaline. The blood from their wounds beginning to flow backward, even the severed limbs twitching as if to regenerate. Liamo, Chen shouted. A whistling sound came from the direction of the alchemical workshop. 10 explosive bombs enhanced with energy diversion hurtled through the air like meteors, accurately striking the trolls surrounding the banner. The resulting blue-violet flames erupted with potent energy interference, causing the emerald's glow to dim significantly. Now, Chen gulped down the body-enhancing potion. Reactivating his berserk state, he leaped onto the back of a nightmare beast, the red glow of his mithril battle axe tearing through the battlefield as he cleaved towards the head of the leading troll. Crack! The collision of the stone club and battle axe sparked a blinding flare. Using the recoil, Chen flipped and landed, sweeping the axe blade to sever the troll's arm that held the banner. The blood skull banner crashed to the ground, the emeralds shattering with a crisp sound. With the loss of their banner's power, the trolls fell into chaos. The Earth Guardians seized the opportunity to advance, the frequency of their stone hammers crashing down increasing, while the Nightmare Knights' lances formed an impenetrable net of fire, pinning the fleeing trolls to the ground one by one. As the last troll fell before the fertile land, the setting sun painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson. Chen leaned on his battle axe, panting, green blood from the trolls mixing with his own black blood, dripping onto the ground and emitting puffs of white smoke. Killed 327 forest trolls, acquired 500 troll blood, 120 fangs, unlocked material life, core fragments, usable for repairing Earth Guardians. Detected an increase in energy fluctuations from the multitude battlefield. You have met the entry requirements. Would you like to teleport to the preparation area? Chen did not respond immediately. He watched the leaves shaken loose by the war drums swirling in the air. Suddenly recalling the direction of Lin Xiaowan's territory, a message from her came through the communicator. My lord Chen, a golden teleportation array has sprouted in my herb garden. This is, do not touch it. Chen's voice was weary. Wait for me to deal with things here, then I will come find you. The sound of war drums at the forest's edge had quieted, but the horn of the multitude battlefield had only just sounded. Chen gazed into the depths of the dark forest to the west, where not only the fleeing Zhang Batian awaited, but perhaps more races like the forest trolls were being drawn in by the energy of the battlefield. He clenched the life core fragment in his palm. The troop numbers on the panel showing further depletion, yet the golden teleportation array leading to the multitude battlefield had quietly taken shape in the center of the territory. Chapter 33, The Shadow of the Troll Catapult. The voice of Lin Xiaowan trembled through the communicator as Chen mounted the nightmare beast. Bowers, take 50 Earth Guardians and 20 Shadow Assassins with me. His voice echoed throughout the camp. The rest stay behind to reinforce the defenses. The golden teleportation array glimmered beneath his feet, but Chen chose not to use it. Lin Xiaowan's territory was only 30 kilometers away, and the speed of the nightmare beast was sufficient. He needed time to ponder. The forest trolls had always been a scattered tribe. Yet this time they had not only emerged in full force, but had also employed catapults, indicating something amiss. At that moment, the world channel erupted. Has anyone seen the firelight to the west? It seems to be from the Misty Valley. As I passed by earlier, I chanced upon a horde of trolls besieging a modest territory, a sight most pitiful. Could it be the domain of Lin Xiaowan? Just yesterday, she was beseeching the channel for moonlight grass. And where is Chen? Was he not growing quite close to Lin Xiaowan? Why is he absent? Chen galloped forth, the wind rushing past his ears, intermingled with a faint, ominous rumble. Upon cresting the final ridge, his heart sank at the scene before him. Lin Xiaowan's territory had been engulfed in flames. A dozen crude yet menacing catapults hurled fireballs with wild abandon, while wooden palisades crumbled under relentless assault. Within the sole intact stone house, Lin Xiaowan sheltered with the refugees, her silhouette flickering precariously in the glow of the inferno. Standing beside the catapults were dozens of trolls, their bare torsos adorned with crimson markings, grinning malevolently as they pulled the ropes. Each catapult's axle entwined with dried vines, launching fireballs that carried a pungent odor of grease, exploding upon impact with flames that bore a greenish hue. It is corrupted fire oil. Bayer's voice trembled with both fury and alarm. These trolls were in league with the abyssal creatures. Normal flames do not exhibit a greenish tint. Lu Chen's heart plummeted. Corrupted fire oil is a byproduct of abyssal pollution, releasing toxic fumes upon combustion. While Lin Xiaowan's stone house was sturdy, it could not withstand the permeation of such noxious gas. Accelerate. He urged his nightmarish beast onward, its flaming hooves leaving a trail of charred imprints upon the ground. Lord Lu Chen, Lin Xiaowan, spotting the familiar figure, felt tears streaming down her face. The refugees beside her, mostly elderly and children, pressed wet cloths to their mouths and noses, their coughing resonating in the air. The trolls by the catapults noticed them too. The lead troll brandished a stone club and roared, while several others turned, aiming their flaming clay pots at Lu Chen and his companions. Earth Guardians, form a shield. Bayer's bellow echoed thunderously. 50 stone giants swiftly assembled a shield wall, their massive stone shields gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Green fireballs struck the shield wall, exploding upon impact. The toxic liquid splattering against the stone surface, releasing hissing white smoke, yet failing to breach their defenses. Shadow assassins, disable the catapult's axles. Lu Chen unsheathed his mithril battle axe. 20 shadows dispersed like wraiths, their daggers coated with a paralyzing agent glimmering in the firelight. They evaded the trolls' clubs, deftly slipping beneath the catapults, plunging their daggers precisely into the vine-entangled axles, green ichor gushing forth, rendering several catapults incapacitated in an instant. Attack! The nightmarish beast leapt over the burning palisade, sweeping its axe blade, cleaving 2 trolls who failed to react in time. The flames of corrupted fire oil burned upon his armor, yet were kept at bay by the shadow energy of the beast. Bayer charged alongside the Earth Guardians, the clash of stone hammers against clubs resonating through the ground. These stone giants, though battle-worn, were more valiant than ever, especially upon glimpsing the terrified children within Lin Xiaowan's stone house, their stony visages betraying a semblance of fury. The world channel buzzed with rapidly refreshed messages. Goodness, that's Lu Chen's emblem. He truly went to rescue Lin Xiaowan. 50 Earth Guardians? This formation is exceedingly extravagant. I told you they had a connection. Who else would risk their life to save a minor lord? Look, it seems there are shadows of abyssal creatures behind the trolls. The green flames resemble those from the polluted mines last time. The battle proved more arduous than anticipated. These trolls seemed impervious to pain, even when severed at the arm. They lunged forward to bite at the Earth Guardian shields. More troublesome were the clay pots of corrupted fire oil they hurled, although the catapults were destroyed. The trolls began to throw with their hands, the green flames intensifying around the stone house. Limo's purification agent, Lu Chen suddenly recalled, retrieving a clay pot from his backpack. Bayer caught it and hurled it at the flames encircling the stone house. The pale green solution erupted in the air, causing the green flames to retreat as if meeting their nemesis, revealing the scorched earth beneath. Effective, Bayer shouted, bring more bottles. Lu Chen immediately commanded the shadow assassins to retrieve all purification agents from their packs. When the last flicker of flame was extinguished, the door of the stone house finally swung open. Lin Xiaowan emerged, cradling an unconscious child, her face streaked with soot washed away by tears. Thank you, she choked, her voice trembling but filled with relief. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the fallen trolls, their corpses rapidly decaying, green liquid pooling on the ground, crawling toward the black forest. These were no ordinary trolls. He knelt, using his dagger to lift a piece of troll skin, revealing blackened muscle fibers beneath. They had been altered by abyssal energy. On the World Channel, discussions regarding abyssal energy eclipsed the focus on the rescue. Are abyssal creatures beginning a large-scale invasion? Even trolls have been corrupted. Is Zhang Bassian in league with them? He has been active in the Black Forest. Lu Chen found himself in a predicament, having saved Lin Xiaowan. He had effectively made a mortal enemy of the abyssal forces. I advise him to flee quickly. With his meager forces, he cannot withstand the abyssal creatures. Lu Chen closed the channel, observing Lin Xiaowan as she assessed the casualties. 7 refugees had perished, most struck by falling beams. The roof of the stone house charred through, and the newly sown golden spirit grain in the medicinal field utterly destroyed. Yet Lin Xiaowan's eyes were resolute, commanding the survivors to clear the debris and rebuild the palisade. Come with me, Lu Chen urged. Your territory is no longer tenable. Lin Xiaowan shook her head, gesturing to the surviving moonlight grass in the corner of the medicinal field. This is my home. I can rebuild, but I require some timber and stone. Lu Chen gazed at the tinder sprouts standing amidst the ashes, suddenly reminded of the fertile lands of his own domain. He turned to Bayer and declared, let the Earth Guardians remain to assist. You take the shadow assassins to scout the edges of the Black Forest for any remaining troll catapults. As you command. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the mist, temporary wooden palisades had risen around Lin Xiaowan's territory. Lu Chen stood before the palisade, gazing toward the black forest, where the shadows appeared denser than the day before. A message from Sue Warner crackled through the communication crystal. My lord, there are increasing waves of abyssal energy surrounding the territory, as if a formidable force is gathering. On the World Channel, an anonymous user abruptly posted a video. Deep within the black forest, countless green lights were in motion, vaguely revealing the outlines of catapults. At the forefront stood a familiar figure, Zhang Batian, holding a black flag emblazoned with twisted abyssal runes. The video was swiftly deleted. Yet those who had seen it erupted in chaos. It's Zhang Batian. He truly colludes with the abyssal forces. Those lights are troll catapults. He is preparing for a large-scale assault. Lu Chen was in peril. He had just offended Zhang Batian and the abyssal forces, clenching his mithril battle axe. The red glow of the blade shimmered in the morning light. He glanced at Lin Xiaowan, who was diligently rebuilding the medicinal field, then turned toward his own territory, suddenly realizing that evasion was never a solution. Bayer, he addressed the communication crystal, notify everyone to prepare for battle. This time, we shall not hide. Though the shadows of the troll catapults had dispersed, the threat of Zhang Batian and the abyssal forces loomed overhead like dark clouds. The clamor of the World Channel continued, filled with fear and schadenfreude. Yet Lu Chen knew that the true battle was just beginning. He assisted Lin Xiaowan in planting the last seed of golden spirit grain. And at the moment his fingertip met the seed, a tender sprout broke through the soil. Perhaps, akin to this tenacious plant, the more dire the circumstances, the more astonishing vitality it can unleash. The winds of the black forest swept through once more, carrying with them the acrid scent of putrid oil and the distant, rhythmic beating of war drums. Lu Chen's gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, poised for the impending storm. Chapter 34. The Assault of the Forest Trolls. When Lu Chen returned to his territory, twilight had draped itself over the treetops like cotton soaked in ink. The bonfire atop the watchtower had just been ignited, only to be extinguished in an instant by a sudden gust of wind, leaving behind but a few embers. The shadowy hunter stationed at the tower issued a piercing alarm. My lord, to the west, a dark mass has been sighted. It is trolls. At least 1,000 of them. Before the warning could fully escape his lips, the ground trembled violently. It was not the dull thud of a catapult, but the resounding roar of countless hooves, as if an unseen heavy convoy were trampling the very heart of the forest. Lu Chen ascended the watchtower, his night vision revealing an unforgettable scene. The forest bordering the black forest was toppling. Countless green figures surged like a breaching dam, wielding stone clubs and burning clay pots, charging toward his territory. The foremost trolls even bore reinforced catapults, their wheels carving deep ruts into the ground. All units, assume battle positions. Lu Chen's roar was torn asunder by the wind, yet it struck like thunder into every soldier's ears. 200 Earth Guardians swiftly formed 3 layers of shield walls, their stone armor glimmering coldly under the torchlight. The frontmost Guardian slammed his stone hammer heavily against the ground, the resounding thud momentarily drowning out the troll's cacophony, as if proclaiming the territory's resolve. 100 Nightmare Knights mounted their steeds, their fiery hooves anxiously clawing at the ground behind the barricade, while their lances formed a blazing net that painted the night sky crimson. 500 Shadow Assassins melded with the darkness, silently infiltrating the surrounding woods, their daggers glinting with fragmented silver under the moonlight. 300 Shadow Hunters ascended 5 mythic arrow towers, poison-tipped arrows and energy arrows alternating in the slots, aimed directly at the vanguard of the troll onslaught. At that moment, the World Channel fell into an eerie silence, only to erupt moments later with a deluge of messages. I see it. A green tide from the direction of the Black Forest. It is the main force of the forest trolls. Their target is undoubtedly Lu Chen's territory. Zhang Batian is seeking to murder with a borrowed knife. It's over. 1,000 trolls. No territory of Tier 3 can withstand this. Even Lu Chen's Earth Guardians can't hold against such a horde. Lu Chen paid no heed to the clamor of the channel. His eyes fixated on the dozen catapults within the troll formation, their axles entwined with vines thrice the thickness of before. And the clay pots filled with putrid oil glimmered with an eerie green light under the moon, evidently enhanced by abyssal energy. Magic towers, target the catapults. He bellowed into the communication crystal. The crystals atop the 3 magic towers suddenly flared into brilliance, and 3 thick bolts of lightning rent the night sky, striking accurately at the foremost catapult. Wood splintered and green flames erupted. The struck troll was instantly turned to char, yet the subsequent catapults swiftly filled the void, loading more clay pots onto their launchers, their fuses crackling ominously. Fire! The leading troll emitted a deafening roar. A dozen flaming clay pots arced through the air, trailing green tails as they descended upon the territory. The defensive barricade groaned under the impact, wooden structures igniting in green flames, venom seeping through the crevices into the territory, scorching the ground until it billowed with white smoke. Even more terrifying, 2 clay pots landed at the edge of the spirit-abundant fields, upon contact with the venom. The golden spirit valleys wilted and blackened. Lin Jingjing's natural heart talent could barely sustain life in the core area against such intense abyssal energy. Mythic arrow towers. Fire at will. Lu Chen's eyes burned with rage. 5 torrents of energy erupted like dragons emerging from the sea, detonating within the troll formation. Green blood splattered onto the leaves, causing the trees to twist and grow wildly, their branches entwined with black vines. These trolls, corrupted by the abyss, had turned their very blood into a weapon of pollution. The vanguard of trolls had already reached the barricade. They raised their stone clubs, smashing furiously, and the fortified barricade, which could withstand Tier 3 weaponry, began to crack under the relentless assault of the 1,000 trolls. A sharp crack rang out from the leftmost shield wall as a guardian's stone shield splintered with spiderweb-like fractures, followed by a second blow that shattered the shield entirely. The stone club struck the guardian's chest with residual force, sending him flying into the rear, where he collided with a magic tower, scattering debris everywhere. Fill the gap. Came Bayer's roar from behind the shield wall. Wielding his dwarven axe, he cleaved through the troll's arms with each swing, his mithril armor soaked in green blood. Yet he stood steadfast in the most perilous position. 2 Earth Guardians rushed forward, forming a new defensive line with their shields. The sound of stone hammers crashing against the troll's knees echoing like the drumming of death. In that moment, the shadow assassins launched their ambush. Utilizing the shadows of the trees as cover, their daggers found their mark in the troll's vulnerable necks, the weak points in their armor. 500 assassins darted through the troll ranks like bolts of black lightning, each strike claiming a life. However, the sheer number of trolls was overwhelming. The fallen spaces were immediately filled by their comrades, some trolls disregarding their wounds and dragging assassins into the green flames, perishing together. Nightmare Knights charged the left flank. Lu Chen, observing the widening crack on the left side of the barricade, immediately issued the command. 100 knights surged forth like a river of molten iron from the breach, their fiery hooves trampling the green flames as they tore a path through the troll formation. The shadow energy entwined with flames on their lances formed a swirling storm of death, shredding trolls and their clubs alike. Yet, they soon found themselves surrounded. Several trolls lunged at a lone knight, fiercely pinning his lance down with stone clubs, while another troll seized the opportunity to bite at the knight's throat. The armor screeching under the immense force. Lu Chen leapt from the watchtower, his mithril axe cutting through the air with a crimson glow. His target was the catapults within the troll formation. Eliminating this ranged threat would allow the shield wall to endure longer. The fiery hooves of the nightmare beast left charred imprints on the ground, and wherever it passed, the green flames recoiled, forming a burning path. Stop him. The leading troll, realizing Lu Chen's intent, charged forward, brandishing its stone club. This troll stood nearly double the height of its kin, clad in armor forged from abyssal worm shells. The club's tip embedded with a massive green gemstone, the very gem from the shattered Bloodskull battle banner. Lu Chen did not waver. He swallowed a body-enhancing potion, his berserk state activating in an instant, the red glow of his mithril axe tripling in intensity as it collided heavily with the troll's stone club. In that moment of clash between 2 immense forces, the air seemed to freeze, and the surrounding trolls were knocked askew. Lu Chen harnessed the recoil to leap into the air, his axe blade sweeping down, striking true into the chink of the troll's armor. Green blood gushing forth and pooling into a bubbling stream upon the ground. Kill him. The wounded troll bellowed in madness. The surrounding trolls, sensing the scent of blood, abandoned their assault on the shield wall, turning instead to pounce upon Lu Chen. His situation turned perilous in an instant. As he swung his axe to deflect the stone clubs, he sought an opportunity to break free. The fiery hooves of the nightmare beast continued to kick away approaching trolls. But more and more trolls surged from every direction, a death net of clubs and teeth tightening around him. At that moment, the arrows from the shadow hunters suddenly intensified. 300 poison arrows fell like a silver storm, blanketing the area around Lu Chen, causing the struck trolls to convulse and fall, granting him a precious moment to breathe. Sir, the left shield wall is on the verge of collapse. The voice of the shadow hunter captain echoed through the communication crystal, laced with urgent breaths. Lu Chen looked up to see a gaping breach nearly 10 meters wide on the left side, with a horde of trolls surging through, racing towards the spirit-infused fields. Lin Jingjing was valiantly leading the refugees, employing purification agents to resist, but their efforts were as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot against the trolls. One refugee, having just splashed the potion onto a troll, was immediately struck in the chest by a stone club, meeting his demise on the spot. Sun Zhong. Lu Chen bellowed. A prompt response came from the direction of the herbal garden. Sun Zhong, leading the herbalists, hurled specially formulated incendiary potions towards the breach. These potions ignited violently upon contact with air, creating a fiery barrier that temporarily halted the troll's advance, yet incinerated the last untouched patch of spirit grain. The messages on the global channel shifted from concern to lamentations. The left has fallen. The trolls have breached. I told you it wouldn't hold. So many trolls. It was impossible to defend. If Lu Chen dies, we are next. Zhang Baishan's move is too ruthless. Look, the spirit-infused fields are ablaze. That is his foundation. Lu Chen felt as if a massive rock pressed upon his heart. He understood that he could no longer linger in battle. Immediate reinforcements were imperative. He feigned a strike with his axe to push back the troll before redirecting the nightmarish beast towards the breach. The mithril battle axe sliced through the air, severing an advancing troll's arm, green blood splattering onto his armor, hissing as it corroded the metal. Upon reaching the breach, a harrowing sight met his eyes. The bodies of the Earth Guardians piled into a small mountain, remnants of stone embedded with the troll's tusks. Bauer's left arm lay grotesquely twisted, yet still braced the crumbling shield wall. Lin Jingjing knelt at the core of the spirit-infused fields, her hands pressed to the ground. The leaf mark on her forehead glowing intensely as she used her life force to combat the encroaching corruption. Kill! Lu Chen's roar was tinged with bloodlust. He charged into the throng of trolls, his axe whirling like a windmill, each strike accompanied by the sickening crunch of shattering bones. The nightmarish knights, upon witnessing their lord, summoned their last reserves of courage, their fiery hooves igniting once more as they surged forth towards the breach. The shadow assassins and hunters simultaneously tightened their defenses, concentrating all firepower at the breach. Poison arrows, energy bolts, incendiary flasks, and lightning spells intertwined to form a net of death, systematically eliminating the trolls that poured in. The battle raged throughout the night. As dawn broke with the light of a pale sky, the tide of attacking trolls finally began to recede, not out of defeat, but because the sun's ascent would inflict excruciating pain upon these abyssally empowered creatures. Lu Chen, leaning on his battle axe at the breach, found his armor unrecognizable, obscured by a mixture of green blood and black grime, hardened into a shell. He surveyed the battlefield littered with corpses, both troll and ally alike, feeling no elation of victory, only an overwhelming fatigue and fury. Only 87 Earth Guardians remained, more than half bearing irreparable injuries. The nightmarish knights suffered grievously, with only 32 out of 100 surviving, their mounts' flames flickering like a candle in the wind. The combined forces of the shadow assassins and hunters numbered less than 300, each bearing at least 3 wounds. The spirit-infused fields had been devastated, nearly half destroyed, 2 magical towers rendered completely inoperable, and the energy core of the mythical arrow tower teetering on the brink of depletion. The world channel finally fell silent. After a long pause, someone cautiously typed, "Did we hold?" No one replied. Everyone could envision the carnage of that bloody battle and surmise the magnitude of Lu Chen's losses at this moment. Lu Chen ignored the channel. He approached Lin Jingjing, who had exhausted all her strength, collapsed on the ground, her leaf mark dimmed. "Did we hold?" Lin Jingjing's voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. Lu Chen gazed towards the retreating trolls, where the black forest still loomed ominously in the morning light. He knew this was merely the beginning. Zhang Batian and the abyssal forces behind him would not rest easily. Chapter 35. The Torrent of Resources and the 5th Level Threshold. As morning light pierced through the remnants of smoke, Lu Chen stood beside the scorched earth of the spirit-infused fields, the Lord's panel in his palm glowing with a gentle blue light. The brutality of last night's bloodshed lingered in the air, but the mountainous pile of resources in the warehouse flowed like a warm tide, gradually soothing the wounds of war. "Begin replenishing the forces," he commanded the panel, his fingertips gliding over the recruitment option for shadow assassins. Recruit 500 shadow assassins requires 50,000 wood, 100,000 shadow crystals, 50 refugee population. Confirm? Confirm. With the pulse of energy emanating from the shadow sanctuary, 500 dark figures emerged from the teleportation array, newly forged daggers glinting coldly in the sunlight. Lu Chen promptly selected the shadow hunters and nightmarish knights, as the warehouse's wood and iron reserves visibly diminished, yet the troop numbers on the panel soared. Shadow assassins, 500. 500. Shadow hunters, 300, 300. Nightmarish knights, 100, 100. Earth guardians, 87, 200. Undergoing repairs, expected to recover to 150 in 12 hours. This was the assurance of resource freedom. Despite the heavy losses incurred overnight, the Mythical Alchemy Workshop's double output and zero consumption effects ensured that the warehouse maintained an astonishing reserve. 2. 800, 000 wood, 1. 500. 000 stone, 800, 000 iron ore, 35, 000 mithril ore, 580, 000 shadow crystals, and 12, 000 abyssal crystals. These figures were sufficient to sustain 3 battles of equal scale. Not to mention that Limo's alchemy team continued to produce resources ceaselessly. Zhang Chong prioritized the repairs of the 2 magical towers, reinforcing the energy cores with star-patterned silver. Lu Chen commanded through the communication crystal. "Got it. I'll call the dwarven blacksmiths right away, and we'll have the tower tips shining before sunset." Zhang Chong's voice resonated with the crisp sounds of metal clashing, clearly already procuring materials. Lu Chen strolled along the war-torn streets, the contours of the level 4 territory beginning to stretch and rejuvenate under the nourishment of resources. In front of the War Academy's shattered walls, refugees were repairing the cracks with freshly delivered stone, while craftsmen inscribed defensive runes on the walls, now denser by 30% than before the battle. All 7 furnaces of the alchemy workshop blazed brightly, blue-purple flames licking the cauldrons, while golden veins of energy coursed along the rooftop, diverting excess energy into the leyline springs, causing the once exhausted springs to gush forth with clear energy liquid. He paused in front of a half-collapsed dwelling, its roof shattered by a troll's stone club the previous night. Yet at this moment, 20 refugees were hoisting freshly felled timber to construct beams. With moonstone powder embedded in the rafters shimmering in the sunlight, a moisture-resistant coating specially added by Lin Jingjing, extending the wood's lifespan threefold. What is the construction progress of the level 4 buildings? Lu Chun summoned the construction panel. The progress bar on the luminous screen climbing slowly. Mythical Arrow Tower, level 355, repaired, energy core, fill level 80. Magical Tower, level 2 under reconstruction, expected completion in 12 hours. Shadow Sanctuary, level 311, functionality intact, can additionally recruit 50 special assassins. Spirit-infused fields, level 3 core area intact. Perimeter repair level 35, Lin Jingjing is accelerating recovery. War Academy, level 1 repair status 60, unlock new feature, troop advancement, requires 100,000 wood to activate. Leyline Spring, level 1 energy output restores to 70, capable of supplying power to 3 buildings simultaneously. Civilians housing, level 230, 12 houses under reconstruction, each accommodating 10 people. What brought him the greatest solace was the newly added option for troop advancement. The stone tablet of the War Academy displayed the advancement route for the Nightmare Knight. By consuming 100 abyss crystals and 50 star pattern silver, one could transform an ordinary Nightmare Knight into an abyssal Nightmare Knight, whose steed would possess a corrosive flame effect. Without hesitation, Lu Chun confirmed the activation of the troop advancement feature. The wood count instantaneously diminished by 6 figures, but the statue atop the War Academy suddenly glowed red, and the sword-bearing hand slowly raised, coalescing a black flame ball in its palm, marking the activation of the function. As he stepped onto the open ground at the center of his territory, a prompt unexpectedly appeared. All buildings in level 4 territory repaired, upgrade complete. Would you like to view the upgrade requirements for level 5 territory? Lu Chen's heart raced. He had never proactively sought the conditions for level 5 before. At this moment, his fingertip hovered anxiously above the light screen. Upgrade conditions for level 5 territory. The population must reach 5,000, current 1,200, 5,000. The total controlled resources must exceed 100 million units, current 38 million, 100 million. There must be at least 3 mythical level buildings, current 1, Mythical Arrow Tower. At least 3 large abyssal pollution zones must be purified, current 1, outer region of Lingyun fertile fields. At least 1 equal tier lord must be defeated, current 0, 1. Note, Zhang Batian and Ilea both qualify. The 5th condition struck Lu Chen's mind like a heavy stone. Defeating an equal tier lord? This implied a decisive battle must be fought against either Zhang Batian or the Elven faction, rather than a mere border conflict. He recalled Ilea's cold gaze in the water mirror and Zhang Baishan's black flag embroidered with abyssal runes, tightening his fingertips involuntarily. At that moment, a new message echoed through the world channel. Zhang Baishan's territory was expanding rapidly, having annexed 2 level 3 territories to the east, with the number of berserkers exceeding 2,000. It was rumored that he could now rip apart the shell of abyss worms with his bare hands. Level 5. Lu Chun murmured softly, his gaze sweeping across the colossal figures on the panel. To achieve a population of 5,000 required at least 20 new civilian houses, while the total resource requirement of 100 million meant excavating the Black Forest mines 3 times over. The 3 mythical level buildings demanded unfathomable materials. Just the blueprint for upgrading the Mythical Arrow Tower required 1,000 pieces of star pattern silver and 500 abyss hearts. Yet, his resolve remained unshaken. Lin Jingjing's heart of nature was stirring a green tide in the Lingyun fertile fields, the polluted soil visibly shedding its darkness. While the clanging of hammers echoed from Zhang Kei's blacksmith shop, the newly forged Earth Guardian armor glimmered with lightning patterns of star pattern silver. And Baal's dwarven convoy had departed with 3 carts of troll tusks, which were said to fetch a substantial amount of repair potions in the goblin market. Suwaner. Lu Chun addressed the communication crystal. Compile a list of all exploitable mines and instruct the shadow assassins to focus on investigating the star pattern silver veins in the Black Forest. My lord. Regarding the population requirement for level 5 territory, Su Wanner responded hesitantly. We currently only have 200 people. Even if we relocate all the refugees from Lin Xiaowan's territory, we would still be far short. Lu Chun gazed at the rebuilding civilian houses, where the fatigue on the refugees' faces was gradually being replaced by hope. He recalled the image of those small lords trembling under Zhang Baishan's oppression, suddenly struck by inspiration, to issue a recruitment decree, allowing all willing lords to retain 50 of their territorial assets, while sharing the bounties of the Lingyun fertile fields. This decision was undeniably audacious. Sharing the resources of the Lingyun fertile fields would dilute the overall yield, but Lu Chen understood that in the impending challenge for level 5 territory, going solo would spell certain failure. As the setting sun gilded the reconstructed magic tower, Lu Chen stood atop the lookout tower, observing the gradually increasing resource values on the panel. The wood surpassed 3 million, stone reached 2 million, and the reserves of shadow crystals were sufficient to support 3 full-scale wars. The number of Earth Guardians had restored to 150, with every stone giant's armor enhanced by an additional layer of star-patterned silver, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Magic tower repair complete, energy output increased by 15. Unlocks new skill, group shield. Lingyun fertile fields repair, status 60. Lin Jingjing's talent, heart of nature level increased, capable of purifying small abyssal pollution. War Academy troop advancement function activated. First abyssal nightmare knight successfully transformed. Lu Chen called up the conditions panel for level 5 territory, gently tapping on the 5th requirement. The screen suddenly displayed a more detailed annotation. Defeating an equal tier lord allows you to seize their territory core, accelerating your own territory's upgrade. So that was it. He suddenly grasped the implication. This requirement not only demanded combat, but also compelled lords to consolidate resources, forming a more formidable alliance. The curtain for the battlefield of myriad races had quietly lifted within the rules of territory upgrade. At that moment, the communication crystal vibrated. It was a message from Baal. A large star-patterned silver vein had been discovered near the Blood-Red Valley, but it was guarded by Zhang Beishan's elite guards. Lu Chen raised his gaze toward the direction of the Blood-Red Valley, where the night sky appeared darker than elsewhere. He clenched the abyss crystal in his palm, feeling the surging energy within. The repaired magic tower suddenly illuminated with 3 blue beams. The energy waves of the group shield spreading across the territory's borders like a gentle armor. The torrent of resources was converging, and the threshold for level 5 territory was now within reach. Lu Chen understood that the true challenge lay not in the cold numbers, but in how to navigate the path of survival amidst war and cooperation. As night deepened, he pressed the button to upgrade the mythical arrow tower to level 4. The resource values on the screen plummeted instantaneously. Yet the energy core atop the tower radiated a brilliance more resplendent than ever before. This beam of light pierced through the night over the Black Forest, a silent proclamation heralding the dawn of a new phase. Chapter 36, The Emergence of an Alliance. Before the morning mist had fully dissipated, Lu Chen stood before the energy corridor of the alchemy workshop. The diversion device being calibrated by Li Mo was channeling energy from the leyline spring into 7 furnaces, where blue-violet flames churned within. The level 2 mithril was transforming into a silvery liquid under the energy's wash, its surface shimmering with a faint golden hue, a sign that the double output special effect had been triggered. "My lord, look at this," Li Mo exclaimed, running over with a piece of star-patterned silver ingot. The spiral patterns on the ingot were 3 times denser than usual, and by forging it with diverted energy, the purity of star-patterned silver had increased by 20. Moreover, he lowered his voice, "We just triggered zero consumption twice in a row, saving nearly 100 pounds of ore." Lu Chen took the ingot, feeling the familiar tingle of electricity at his fingertips. The resource values on the panel were rapidly fluctuating. The special effects of the mythical level alchemy workshop combined with the energy from the leyline spring had propelled the resource growth rate beyond previous limits, as if an invisible torrent were continuously pouring into the storage. This was the power of talent, Lu Chen reflected. From the initial struggle for survival to the present freedom of resources, the double output and zero consumption effects of the mythical level alchemy workshop had become the core driving force behind the operation of the territory. He summoned the interface, gazing intently at the figures representing wood, stone, and shadow crystals, and suddenly realized that the confidence to vanquish Zhang Batian might very well lie within these ever-increasing numbers. "Suwaner, what is the effect of the recruitment order?" Lu Chen inquired through the communication crystal. 3 lords have already responded, expressing their willingness to join, Suwaner replied, her voice imbued with a hint of excitement. They were Lin Xiaowan from Misty Valley, Zhao from Blackwind Stronghold, and Chen Shui from Crescent Spring, who brought with them nearly 500 refugees and a trove of ores. Upon arriving at the council hall, Lu Chen found the 3 lords already awaiting his presence. Lin Xiaowan was clad in newly tailored leather armor, a poisoned dagger sheathed at her waist. Zhao Hu, a burly figure, bore scars from battles with berserkers on his arms, while Chen Shui, a demure woman, was surrounded by a faint mist of water vapor. Her talent lay in water purification, earning her considerable renown in the vicinity of Crescent Spring. "Lord Lu Chen," Zhao Hu began, his voice resounding like a bell. "Zhang Beishan's men extorted tolls from us yesterday at Blackwind Stronghold, and my merchant caravan lost 3 carts of iron ore. I cannot let this go unpunished." Chen Shui nodded gently. "There have been abnormalities in the water source at Crescent Spring as well. Black, fluffy substances are floating in it, resembling abyssal pollution." Lu Chen unfurled the map, tracing the location of Bloodied Valley with his fingertip. "Zhang Beishan's main stronghold is right here, guarded by his elite troops stationed at the star-patterned silver mine, which serves as the core of his resources. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the three lords. Individually, we are no match for him, but if we join forces. Join forces? A flicker of wariness crossed Lin Xiaowan's eyes. What assurance do we have that you won't consume us like Zhang Batian? Lu Chen produced 3 bags of golden spiritual grain seeds and pushed them toward the trio. These are improved varieties from the luminous fields, yielding 3 times the output of ordinary seeds. As a gesture of goodwill, I offer these to you. The yield from the luminous fields will be distributed according to contribution. The golden grains shimmered in the morning light, causing the breaths of the 3 lords to quicken. They understood that in this resource-scarce world, food was the foundation of survival. I shall join, Xiaohu declared decisively. As long as we can take down Zhang Batian, I would stake my life. Lin Xiaowan and Chen Shui exchanged glances and slowly nodded in agreement. In the air of the council hall, it seemed as though invisible bonds were quietly weaving together, forming the nascent shape of a loose alliance. In the days that followed, the territory experienced unprecedented prosperity. Xiaohu's caravan brought in iron ore from Blackwind Stronghold. Chen Shui utilized her water purification talent to enhance the irrigation system of the luminous fields, while Lin Xiaowan cultivated pollution-resistant moonlight grass with the herbalists. Resources piled up in the warehouses like mountains. What exceeded 4 million, stone reached 3 million, and star-pattern silver ore amounted to 8,000, sufficient to support the construction of 3 mythic-level buildings. Lu Chen focused his energy primarily on 2 matters: accelerating the advancement of military units and gathering intelligence on Zhang Batian. The progress of transforming Abyssal Nightmare Knights on the War Academy slate had reached 30. The mounts of the first 30 knights emitted a ghostly purple flame, leaving scorched earth in their wake, while the corrosion effect of their lances could easily penetrate a berserker's armor, a result of enhancements using troll tusks and abyssal crystals. My lord, the shadow assassins have brought news. Su Wanner entered, holding a slip of paper. Zhang Batian has conducted a new blood sacrifice in Bloodied Valley. The number of berserkers has surpassed 3,000, and her voice trembled slightly. His elite commander has mastered the blood clone skill, capable of creating 3 clones that possess 80 of his strength. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the world channel, where Zhang Batian's arrogant proclamations flooded the screen once more. 3 days hence, I shall wash away all dissenters. Your territories will belong to me. The accompanying messages were abundant, indicating that many lords had already pledged their allegiance to him. He is forcing us to strike first, Lu Chen mused, rubbing his brow. Bloodied Valley was easily defensible, and a direct confrontation would incur heavy losses. Perhaps we can breach from within. Lin Xiaowan suddenly spoke up. I know of a refugee who once served in Zhang Batian's domain. He mentioned that the blood sacrifice requires a pure heart as an offering, and only the hearts of children untainted by abyssal corruption will suffice. Beast. Xiaohu slammed his fist onto the table, splitting the wooden surface. Yet Lu Chen's eyes sharpened. This is his weakness. If we can destroy the offerings required for the blood sacrifice, his berserkers will not receive their enhancements. He turned to Chen Shui. Crescent Spring is closest to Bloodied Valley. Can your people infiltrate? Chen Shui pondered for a moment. Among my refugees, there are a few adept hunters skilled in disguise. They can masquerade as servants delivering offerings. However, we need a batch of false offerings to conceal our intentions. I shall prepare them, Liamo interjected. By mixing the roots of luminous fields with abyssal crystals, we can create substitutes that closely resemble hearts and emit similar energy fluctuations. The plan would take shape under the cover of night. Chen Shui's hunters set out towards Bloodied Valley with 20 false offerings, while Xiaohu's caravan created a ruckus outside the valley to draw the guards' attention. Lu Chen led 50 Abyssal Nightmare Knights and 100 Earth Guardians to await their signal 10 miles from the valley. Before departing, Lu Chen stood atop the watchtower, surveying the resource figures on the panel. Wood at 4, 500, 000, stone at 3, 200, 000, star pattern silver, ore at 9, 500, and abyssal crystals at 5, 800. These numbers were the foundation of their alliance and the capital for opposing Zhang Batian. Remember, our goal is to destroy the offerings, not to engage in direct combat. Lu Chen cautioned through the communication crystal. Once we succeed, retreat immediately. Do not linger. Understood. The voices of the 3 lords rang out in unison, imbued with an unprecedented determination. As the first rays of moonlight spilled over Bloodied Valley, Lu Chen's fingertip glided over the option for military advancement. The number of Abyssal Nightmare Knights had reached 50, their mounts aglow with ghostly purple flames under the moonlight, leaving a trail of burning hoofprints in their wake. Zhang Batian, your demise is nigh, Lu Chen whispered, his gaze fixed upon the direction of Bloodied Valley, where the night sky glowed with an eerie red light, and the roars of berserkers echoed faintly. The shape of the alliance had begun to take form, and the torrent of resources brought forth by their talents continued to flow, presenting an imminent opportunity to defeat Zhang Batian. Lu Chen tightened his grip around the star-patterned silver ingots in his hand, feeling the energy contained within, as if envisioning the scene of their territory upgrading to level 5, which would not only rid them of Zhang Batian's threat, but also secure a place for them on the battlefield of myriad races. The night breeze swept through the luminous fields, the golden grains rustling softly, as if cheering for the impending battle. Chen understood that this conflict was not merely about the survival of their territory, but also the future of their alliance. He mounted the abyssal nightmare beast, the ghostly purple flames illuminating the path ahead, as well as the hope within his heart. The clarion call to battle would soon resound through Bloodied Valley. Chapter 37. The Crimson Conclusion, the Demise of Zhang Batian. The moonlight fell like frost, blanketing every inch of the Black Forest. Chen mounted his steed, the ghostly purple flames of the abyssal nightmare beast leaving a trail of burning imprints on the ground. He cast a final glance back at the brightly lit territory, where the last batch of shadow hunters ascended the mythic arrow tower, the energy arrows on their strings flashing with vigilant light. According to the plan, these 50 hunters would safeguard their homeland. Forward! With a command, the 50 nightmare knights surged forth like bolts of black lightning, darting out from the forest's edge. Behind them stood 100 gleaming earth guardians, their stone shields reflecting a cold light under the moon's glow. Further back, 200 archers led by Lin Xiaowan, their arrows coated with a newly developed paralyzing agent, awaited the command. Zhao, who commanded 300 melee vagrants, brandishing battle axes, their coarse shouts startling the roosting birds in the forest. Meanwhile, Chen Shui, accompanied by 50 adept hunters skilled in camouflage, had already vanished into the dense woods leading to the Blood Valley. The World Channel was ablaze with discussions regarding this decisive battle. Does Chen truly dare to launch a full-scale attack? Is he not afraid of losing his territory? Zhang Batian's 3,000 berserkers are not to be trifled with. This is sheer suicide. Look towards Blood Valley. The crimson glow is intensifying. The blood sacrifice ceremony is about to commence. Suddenly, Chen's communication crystal vibrated. It was a message from Chen Shui. I've infiltrated the valley. The sacrificial repository is located to the east of the altar, and the guards are 3 times more than anticipated. Proceed with Plan B. As Chen replied, he ordered the captain of the abyssal nightmare knights beside him to accelerate their advance, creating chaos on the western side of the valley to divert the guards' attention. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, the tranquility of Blood Valley was abruptly shattered. The hooves of the abyssal nightmare knights trampled the barricades at the valley's entrance, their ghostly purple flames igniting the guards' tents. The berserkers, roused from slumber, charged out bare-chested, grasping their stone axes, only to be met by the oncoming corrosive flames that engulfed them in agonizing screams. Chen, you're seeking death. Zhang Batian's furious roar echoed from the direction of the altar. The towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, stood bare-chested, the dark red abyssal patterns on his skin flickering in the morning light as he dragged his earth-shattering axe along the ground, carving a deep trench. Behind him, his elite guard had split into 3 doppelgangers, each wielding bloodied spears, their gazes as cold as serpents. The melee vagrants led by Zhao, who surged forward, engaging in a brutal clash with the berserkers. Though poorly equipped, their thirst for vengeance burned hotter than any weapon. The dull thuds of axe blades striking flesh intertwined with the sickening cracks of shattered bones, composing a tragic symphony. Lin Xiaowan's archers loosed arrows from behind the shield wall of the Earth Guardians. The paralyzing agents slowed the berserkers' movements, their green blood pooling on the ground like a winding stream. Chen's focus remained fixed on the altar's center. There, on the high platform, 20 crystal containers were displayed, each cradling a pulsating heart, the pure hearts required for the blood sacrifice. Zhang Batian stood before the containers, his hands forming intricate seals, dark red energy threads extending from his fingertips to the containers, channeling the life force of the hearts into the berserkers below. Now, Chen commanded the abyssal nightmare beast to leap into the air, his mithril battle axe slicing through the air with a crimson glow, aimed directly at Zhang Batian's head. The earth-shattering axe was hastily raised to block, and at the moment of collision, a shockwave erupted, sending surrounding crystal containers flying and causing one pure heart to tumble to the ground, shattering under the iron boots of a berserker. My sacrifice. Zhang Batian's eyes bulged with rage. The abyssal patterns on his body turned pitch black, his form swelling nearly double, veins bulging beneath his skin like coiling dragons. I will have your life. The earth-shattering axe swept toward Chen with a howling wind. As he sidestepped to evade, the blade grazed his shoulder, cleaving through the body of an Earth Guardian behind him. Amidst the flying stone debris, Chen suddenly noticed a palm-sized white spot on Zhang Batian's lower back, a remnant of abyssal energy overload, the most lethal weakness identified in Lin Xiaowan's intelligence. Earth Guardians, raise your shields. 100 stone shields instantly formed an impregnable wall, trapping Zhang Batian in the center. The abyssal nightmare knights seized the opportunity to charge, their ghostly purple flames scorching the berserker's armor, their lances piercing accurately into their throats. Lin Xiaowan's archers targeted Zhang Batian's legs, the paralyzing agents rendering his movements increasingly sluggish. At that moment, an unexpected upheaval occurred. A tremendous roar erupted from the mountainside to the east of the altar, a cascade of rubble tumbling down. burying half of the berserker camp. Amidst the dust, a dozen verdant figures could be seen leaping through the treetops, their arrows glowing softly with green light. Precisely severing Zhang Bastian's energy threads, it was the Elven archers. Ilea? Lu Chen's heart raced. On the World Channel, a video surfaced, at the edge of the Elven forest. Ilea stood atop a giant tree, the Wind Whisperer beside her drawing back her bowstring, the arrow aimed directly at Blood Valley. The video caption read, "The dead IOU is settled today." Zhang Bastian, clearly aware of the elf's intervention, roared in fury as he turned towards the east. "Even you long-eared beings dare to conspire against me?" He swung his axe, cleaving through the Earth Guardian shield wall, charging directly at the Elven archers. Now, seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lu Chen imbibed a body-enhancing potion, activating his berserk state instantly. The red glow of his mithril battle axe surged threefold as he leaped onto the back of the abyssal nightmare beast, the axe blade plummeting like a meteor, landing precisely on the white spot on Zhang Bastian's lower back. With a sickening squelch, dark purple blood gushed forth as Zhang Bastian let out a heart-wrenching scream, his massive frame crashing to the ground. The abyssal patterns on his body rapidly faded, revealing pale, swollen skin beneath. The earth-shattering axe slipped from his grasp, crashing onto the altar and crushing the remaining pure hearts into dust. The doppelgangers of the elite guard, witnessing the scene, fell into disarray, their energy threads dispersing instantaneously. Seizing the moment, Chen Shui's hunters surged forth from the shadows, plunging daggers into the backs of the doppelgangers, green blood splattering onto their camouflaged furs, causing an eerie glow to emanate from the pelts. The battle reached its zenith at noon. The Blood Valley lay strewn with the corpses of berserkers. Zhang Bastian's head severed by Zhao Hu, suspended at the altar's pinnacle. The doppelgangers of the elite guard were pierced by the energy arrows of the Elven archers, dissolving into countless motes of light. The children who had been sacrificed, under Chen Shui's purifying gift, finally stirred from their stupor, their fear washed away by tears. The figures of the elves had long vanished into the depths of the dense forest, leaving behind a carpet of glowing green arrows. Lu Chen picked up one of the arrows, the shaft engraved with delicate moon patterns, Ilea's mark, a silent declaration from the Elven kin. "We seek no alliance. But the threat of the abyss must be faced together." After 10 minutes of profound silence, the World Channel erupted with celebratory messages. "Zhang Bastian is dead. Lu Chen has triumphed. I knew Lu Chen could do it. Finally, no more tolls to pay. The elves actually intervened. Aren't they enemies of Lu Chen? Look. The territory upgrade notification. Lu Chen's territory is about to reach level 5. Standing atop the altar, Lu Chen gazed at the notifications flashing on his panel. Defeated equivalent tier, Lord Zhang Bastian. Gained Abyss Core 1000. Unlocked skill Abyss Purification Intermediate. Territory upgrade condition met 5/5. He raised his gaze towards the Elven forest, where the treetops swayed gently in the wind, as if unseen eyes were watching him. The abyssal nightmare beast nudged his palm, its ghostly purple flames gradually subsiding. "Let us return." When Lu Chen's army returned to their territory, laden with the harvested star-patterned silver ore and liberated vagrants, the shadow hunters left behind cheered with bows raised high. The golden spirit valley, rich with spiritual essence, swayed gently in the wind, as Lin Jingjing's heart of nature talent coaxed new green shoots from the scorched earth. The golden light curtain of the level 5 territory slowly ascended at the border, like a warm embrace, welcoming the victorious warriors. Zhang Bastian's demise became the stepping stone for Lu Chen's rise, while the elves' quiet gesture of assistance planted new seeds of hope in this war-torn forest. Chapter 38. The Glory of Level 5 and New Paths. As the golden light curtain rose at the edge of the territory, Lu Chen stood atop the central hill of the Spirit Valley. As Lin Jingjing's fingertips brushed against his, the energy emanating from their palms resonated with the ley lines and springs of the earth, causing a gentle green luminescence to envelop the entire territory. The elevation to a level 5 domain did not erupt with thunderous sounds. Rather, it unfolded like a silent tide, saturating every inch of land with pure energy. Domain level, level 5. Current population, 5,200, including the original 1,200 inhabitants, 3,000 refugees from Zhang Bastian's former forces, and 1,000 dependents brought by the Alliance Lord. Resources, 8 million timber, 6 million stone, 12 million food, 5 million iron ore, 5,000 mithril, 3,000 starlight silver, 8 million shadow crystals, 10,000 abyss crystals, 1,500 abyss cores, 5,000 moonlight stones, 300 life core fragments. Gazing at the figures displayed on the panel, Lu Chen finally exhaled in relief. Defeating Zhang Bastian not only granted him the satisfaction of revenge, but also facilitated a remarkable leap in his territory's growth. With the population surging past the 5,000 mark and resources sufficient to support 3 large-scale wars. Even the previously scarce starlight silver had become abundant due to the acquisition of Zhang Bastian's mines. The list of constructions available for the level 5 domain appeared. Su Wanner approached, cradling the newly refreshed panel, upon which the golden letters shimmered brilliantly. New buildings. Glorious Barracks, level 5 capable of training 3 types of advanced troops simultaneously, training speed increased by 50, requires 500. 000 timber, 300, 000 stone, and 1000 starlight silver. Spirit Repository, level 5 resource storage limit increased to 100 million, capable of automatically purifying contaminated resources. Requires 1000 mithril and 2000 moonlight stones. Multi-species relay station. Level 1 can establish temporary teleportation passages with other races. Requires 500 abyss cores and 1000 ley line energy. War Fortress. Level 5 replaces the existing palisade. Defense strength increased by 300. Capable of garrisoning 1000 soldiers. Requires 5 million stone and 3 million iron ore. What most captured Lu Chen's attention was the multi-species relay station. This building signified that he would no longer be confined to the resources of the Black Forest. Perhaps he could establish stable trade routes with dwarves, elves, and even more distant races through the station. He promptly decided. Prioritize the construction of the multi-species relay station and the Glorious Barracks, and assign the plans for the War Fortress to Jean Casey, instructing him to lead all craftsmen in its construction. 3 days after issuing the orders, the familiar sound of camel bells echoed from the depths of the earth. Bauer's dwarven merchant caravan had arrived, bringing with them 20 hefty iron boxes, adorned with glowing dwarven runes, marking them as dangerous items. My lord, the treasures you requested have arrived, Bauer exclaimed, lifting the lid of a box to reveal a neat array of thick metal tubes, wrapped in starlight silver wire and topped with red fuses. These are our clan's prized possessions, explosive tubes. Item, Dwarven Explosive Tube, level 3. Effect, produces a violent explosion, inflicting massive damage to buildings and creatures within range, capable of destroying defenses below level 4. Crafting materials, starlight silver wire, abyss sulfur, troll bile, ley line copper ingots. Lu Chen grasped one of the explosive tubes. Its weight was substantial, and its temperature was notably higher than the surrounding air. The power of this device. Hee. Bauer chuckled, rubbing his hands. Last month, we used this to blow open a goblin's obsidian fortress. A wall 30 meters thick crumbled like paper. If you want it. 1 tube can be exchanged for 5 abyss cores, and we can even include a user manual. This price was exorbitantly profitable, yet Lu Chen did not hesitate. Although Zhang Batian was dead, many remnants of his forces still hid in the depths of the Black Forest, fortified within their strongholds. Conventional siege methods would prove ineffective. I want 100 tubes, along with the crafting blueprints. Bauer's eyes lit up instantly. The blueprints will cost an additional 100 abyss cores. They have been passed down from our ancestors. As the transaction was finalized, the captain of the Shadow Assassins returned just in time. Kneeling, he presented a newly drawn map. My lord, while clearing out Zhang Batian's remnants, we discovered 2 high-level resource points. The map featured 2 glowing spots marked in red. Thunder Canyon to the northwest of the Black Forest discovered a level 4 starlight mithril vein, accompanied by a small quantity of level 5 void crystals, guarded by lightning elementals. Corrupted Bone Mire to the east of the swamp discovered a level 3 obsidian mine and abyss sulfur mine, suitable for crafting explosive tubes, with unknown abyssal creatures stirring in the mire's depths. Level 4 starlight mithril. Lu Chen's breath quickened. This mineral was the core material for upgrading the level 5 mythic arrow tower, capable of imbuing energy arrows with lightning damage, effectively countering the elves' natural shields. Deploy 50 Shadow Assassins to guard the perimeter of the vein. Do not disturb the lightning elementals. Lu Chen pointed to the location of Thunder Canyon, stating that mining would commence once the Glorious Barracks were completed and advanced troops trained. Understood. At that moment, the world channel was ablaze with news of Lu Chen's upgrade to a level 5 domain. Wow. Level 5. How long has it been? Lu Chen is upgrading at rocket speed. 5,200 in population? Did he absorb all of Zhang Batian's refugees? That's ruthless. I heard he acquired explosive tubes from the dwarves. Is he planning to take action against the remnants in the Black Forest? The teleportation array to the multi-species battlefield is about to open. The level 5 domain should grant him direct entry. Lu Chen paid no heed to the chatter. He stood before the newly constructed multi-species relay station, gazing at the slowly rotating golden teleportation array at its center, the runes at its core echoing the patterns on the dwarven explosive tubes. The user manual left by Bauer lay open on the stone table. One page circled in red ink with the words, "The power of the explosive tube can be enhanced to level 5 when resonating with void crystals." It was clear that the void crystals from Thunder Canyon must be obtained swiftly. Lin Jingjing approached, cradling a pot of freshly cultivated moonlight spirit rice, the white grains glimmering like pearls in the sunlight. This was cultivated using the energy from arrows left by the elves. It yields double the output of golden spirit grains and can purify mild abyssal pollution. Lu Chen accepted the rice head, feeling the energy resonate with the spirit rice. The panel's Spirit Fertile Fields level quietly ascended to level 4, unlocking a new feature, resource conversion, which allows ordinary food to be transformed into energy crystals at a ratio of 10 to 1. Su Wanner, Lu Chen turned and called out. Issue an announcement. All allied lords may exchange for moonlight spirit rice seeds based on their contributions, prioritizing those participating in the Thunder Canyon mining efforts. This decision once again stirred waves within the alliance. Zhao Hu was the first to volunteer, thumping his chest and promising to bring the most elite melee refugees. While Chen Shui proposed trading her purification talent for the mining rights to the void crystals, as her water purification ability could effectively counter the lightning elementals. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the final brick of the glorious barracks was laid. The statue atop the barracks, wielding a longbow and battle axe, symbolized the fusion of ranged and melee combat. The screen automatically displayed the advanced troops available for training. Level 5 Thunder Archers, utilizing Level 4 Starlight Mithril Bows. Their arrows imbued with lightning effects, requiring Starlight Silver Ingots and Void Crystals. Level 5 Earth Shatterers, an advanced form of the Earth Guardians, capable of manipulating rocks for area attacks, requiring Obsidian and Life Core Fragments. Lu Chen gazed at the soldiers assembled before the barracks. Their armor glinted with golden light in the fading sunlight, their eyes brimming with eagerness for the new battlefield ahead. The glory of the Level 5 territory has not only bestowed upon it a formidable power, but has also imbued this war-torn land with the confidence to venture into a broader world. In the distance, the faint rumble of thunder from the Thunder Canyon seems to call forth new conquerors. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the explosive barrel. Feeling the ceaseless energy flowing into him from the Level 5 territory, a determined smile gracing his lips. His era has only just begun. Chapter 39. Fortresses erected and the grief of the trolls as dawn pierced through the clouds. Its golden rays illuminated Lu Chen's territory, revealing a scene bustling with activity and order. After days of relentless labor, the construction of various edifices was nearing completion. The quantity set to reach the upper limit of a Level 5 territory. Standing atop the command tower, Lu Chen surveyed the flourishing land below. Mythical arrow towers loomed like iron giants around the territory, their number capped at 10. The energy cores atop the towers shimmered with a brilliant light, ever prepared to unleash lethal energy arrows. The war fortresses wound intricately, enclosing the entire territory within their embrace. The towering walls, reaching 50 meters, were riddled with arrow slits and artillery emplacements, while 1,000 soldiers stood with unwavering vigilance, their gazes sharp as eagles. From the glory barracks came the synchronized shouts of soldiers, as training for 3 advanced troop types proceeded methodically. Thunder Archers drew their bows, arrows crackling with electricity, while Earth Shatterers brandished their massive stone hammers, each strike reverberating through the ground. Newly trained Void Assassins moved with ethereal grace, seemingly merging into the shadows around them. The final rune of the Spirit Repository was inscribed, glowing softly as it enveloped the resources within, automatically purifying the abyss-tainted ores. The teleportation array at the racial relay station was also calibrated and ready to establish contact with other races. My lord, all buildings have reached their maximum capacity. The report came. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. These structures served as solid foundations, providing his territory with a stable base and the confidence to launch a counteroffensive against the troll tribes in the forest. Convey my orders, assemble the forces, and prepare to attack the troll tribes in the forest, he commanded, his voice resolute and authoritative. The command swiftly spread throughout the territory, eliciting a fervent response from the soldiers. 500 Thunder Archers ascended the mythical arrow towers, bows drawn taut, their arrows aimed deep into the forest. 300 Earth Shatterers lined up before the war fortresses, their stone hammers crashing heavily against the ground, creating a thunderous din. 200 Void Assassins stealthily infiltrated the forest's edge, poised to strike a lethal blow against the trolls, while 1,000 ordinary soldiers formed a solid phalanx behind them, ready to support at a moment's notice. On the World Channel, news of Lu Chen's troop assembly spread rapidly. What is Lu Chen planning? Is he really going to take action against the troll tribes? With such a display, it seems he intends to eradicate the trolls completely. The trolls have caused him considerable trouble in the past. The strength of a Level 5 territory is truly formidable. The troll tribes are likely to face dire consequences. We eagerly anticipate Lu Chen's overwhelming victory, ridding us of those vile trolls. Lu Chen paid no heed to the discussions on the World Channel. He mounted his abyssal nightmare beast, raising his mithril war axe high, and issued the command to advance. Onward. At his command, the army surged forth like a torrential flood toward the trolls' forest encampment. The energy arrows from the mythical arrow towers were the first to be unleashed, whistling through the air and striking the perimeter of the troll camp, erupting in brilliant flashes of light, with many trolls being flung into the air by the explosions. The Earth Shatterers charged ahead, their stone hammers swinging with ferocity, shattering the trolls' defenses. Arrows from the Thunder Archers rained down like a tempest, each imbued with electrical power, causing the trolls to howl in agony upon impact. The Void Assassins maneuvered effortlessly within the troll camp, their daggers glinting menacingly as they harvested the lives of the trolls. Ordinary soldiers formed a steadfast phalanx, advancing steadily and dispatching any trolls that dared to resist. Enraged by the unfolding chaos, the troll chieftain emerged, brandishing a massive stone club and roaring defiantly. This troll towered over its kin, its skin as hard as iron, covered in a thick layer of armor. "Come forth!" Chen bellowed, spurring his abyssal nightmare beast to confront the chieftain. The collision of the mithril war axe and the stone club produced a resounding clash, both combatants staggering back momentarily. Regaining his footing, Chen's eyes gleamed with fierce determination, channeling the energy within him. The mithril war axe surged with crimson light as he swung it once more at the troll chieftain. This strike was powerful, although the chieftain fought valiantly to withstand it. He was forced to retreat, a distinct crack appearing on his armor. At that moment, several void assassins seized the opportunity, silently maneuvering behind the troll chieftain, their daggers plunging into its back. The chieftain let out a piercing scream as its colossal form collapsed to the ground, lifeless, with their leader fallen. The trolls descended into chaos, their ranks breaking apart in disarray. Chen led his soldiers in a relentless pursuit, systematically eliminating the remaining trolls. The battle raged on for an entire day, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the troll camp lay in ruins, devoid of any surviving trolls. The soldiers erupted in cheers, celebrating this hard-won victory. Standing atop the rubble, Chen surveyed the fallen trolls scattered about, his heart devoid of pity. These trolls had repeatedly attacked his territory, inflicting significant losses upon him. Now they were merely reaping the consequences of their actions. Clear the battlefield and collect any useful resources. Chen commanded his soldiers. They promptly set to work, gathering troll tusks, pelts, and other valuable items. These materials could be fashioned into weapons and armor, and could also be traded with other races at the racial relay station. On the World Channel, news of Chen's triumph over the troll tribe flooded in. Incredible. Chen has truly annihilated the troll camp. The forest is finally at peace. We need no longer fear troll attacks. Chen's strength is astonishing. A level 5 territory is indeed formidable. I wonder where Chen will set his sights next, perhaps the Elven race. Chen, however, had no inclination to speculate on such discussions. His gaze was fixed on the depths of the forest, his expression contemplative. The fall of the troll tribe was but a beginning. Many more challenges awaited him. He knew he must continuously bolster his strength to establish his foothold in this perilous world. As the soldiers returned with their spoils, Chen's resource reserves were replenished once more. He understood that with these resources, his territory could further develop and expand, adequately preparing for the impending multiracial battlefield. As night fell, Chen's territory glowed brightly, radiating peace. Yet beneath this tranquility, a formidable power was quietly coalescing, poised to shine brilliantly on the battlefields of the future. Chapter 40. Subjugating the First Alien Territory. The troll camp on the third morning following the clearance of the troll tribe's ruins. Chen received a clandestine report from the void assassins. At the juncture of the Black Forest and the swamp, there lay a medium-sized troll camp. The camp's leader, upon learning of the main tribe's annihilation, was vacillating between surrender and resistance with his kin. "Bring 50 Earth Shatterers and 30 Thunder Archers. Accompany me to this camp," Chen instructed, marking the location of the camp on the map with his fingertip. The camp lies less than 20 kilometers from the star-woven mithril vein of Thunder Canyon. If it can be subdued, it would ensure the safety of the mining site while granting access to the troll's unique obsidian extraction techniques. As the team approached at noon, the outline of the camp came into view. Unlike the previously decimated tribe, this camp's fence was constructed from a blend of obsidian and vines, adorned with spikes made from troll tusks. A gray-black flag fluttered in the breeze, embroidered with the image of a stone hammer, a hallmark of troll craftsmanship. "My lord, they have displayed 3 corpses at the camp entrance." The voice of the void assassin echoed from the trees. These were the trolls who had attempted to flee, indicating their leader was asserting dominance. Chen reigned in the abyssal nightmare beast, prompting the Earthbreaker to toll the bronze bell they carried. As the sound reverberated through the forest, several green heads cautiously emerged from behind the fence, their stone-like faces etched with vigilance. "I am Chen," he proclaimed, his voice penetrating the gaps in the fence. "Your main tribe has been vanquished. Resistance will lead only to death. Should you choose to submit, I guarantee the safety of your kin and share the bounty of the fertile lands." A profound silence enveloped the area as time passed, and after approximately an incense stick's burn, the fence creaked open, revealing a somewhat gaunt troll, clad in no armor and wielding merely a wooden staff. The staff's head was embedded with a dark green crystal, symbolizing wisdom among trolls. "Human lord," the thin troll rasped, his voice as coarse as sandpaper. "Why should we trust you? The remains of our kin you have slain have yet to cool." Dismounting, Chen ordered the Earthbreaker to present 2 wooden crates. As the lids were lifted, the left contained 50 pounds of golden grain, shimmering under the sunlight, while the right held 10 pairs of stone wrist guards reinforced with star-woven silver, inscribed with anti-corrosion runes. "The golden grain is plentiful," Chen remarked, his gaze sweeping over the thin troll's kin, many of whom bore withered animal hides around their waists. "You excel in extracting obsidian. My territory requires this, or the quantity extracted will be exchanged proportionately for food and weapons." The troll's Adam's apple bobbed. The green crystal atop his staff flickering momentarily. Chen noted the absence of a chunk from his left ear. The edges of the wound bearing neat cut marks, a mark of punishment from the main tribe, indicating his prior weakness. We have 327 kin, 80 of whom are children, the thin troll suddenly declared. We may submit, but we wish to retain our customs. The camp's defenses will be our responsibility, and your people must not enter at will. Agreed, Chen replied without hesitation, but you must take on the watch around the mine's perimeter, providing 1,000 pounds of obsidian as tribute to the treasury each month. This condition far exceeded the thin troll's expectations. He had anticipated having to surrender at least half of his kin as hostages, yet Chen's terms were unexpectedly lenient. The green crystal's glow intensified as he conversed rapidly with his kin, the agitation among the trolls gradually subsiding, with many mothers holding their children even displaying expressions of gratitude. I am Grolon. The thin troll bowed his head to Chen, tracing a complex symbol on the ground with his staff. From this day forth, the Stonemer camp awaits your commands. The world channel erupted with activity once news spread. What? Chen has gone mad. He.s. actually recruiting trolls? Isn't he afraid of backlash? Are you serious? Trolls are experts in obsidian extraction. With them, Chen's war fortress could triple in strength. I heard that camp possesses unique forging techniques, capable of mixing troll bile with obsidian to create corrosion-resistant shields. This is true leadership, while we are still fighting. He has already begun to incorporate other races. Ignoring the channel's chatter, Chen followed Grolon into the Stonemer camp. Contrary to expectations of chaos, the tents were neatly arranged, featuring a designated waste disposal area and several furnaces constructed from obsidian still radiated warmth in the corners. These furnaces are used for forging stone rods, Grolon explained, pointing to the semi-finished products. Our rods infused with abyssal sulfur can shatter Elven magical shields. Chen picked up a semi-finished rod. Noting its surface patterns bore a resemblance to the star-woven silver lines found in dwarven explosive barrels. Share your forging methods, and I will have Zhang the cripple teach you how to craft rune-inscribed armor. Grolon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Trolls struggled with weak defenses, and donning rune armor would boost their combat effectiveness by at least 30%. He promptly summoned his kin to fetch a hide scroll, inscribed with forging diagrams drawn in troll blood, detailing the fusion ratios of obsidian with various materials. That evening, the first batch of troll miners set out for the corrupted bone mire under the guidance of the Earthbreaker, led personally by Grolon. His staff could sense the location of underground ores, and what would typically take 3 days to locate the sulfur vein, under his direction, was pinpointed in just 2 hours. My lord, Grolon reported, this sulfur mixed with troll bile can enhance the explosive power of the barrels by a further 10%. Zhao Hu, overseeing the operation, sent a message with accompanying images of trolls grinding sulfur in stone mortars, green bile dripping into the powder, igniting faint blue flames. As Chen observed the newly added, attached territory, Stonemer Camp, Tier 1, and the subsequent, available population, 327, trolls, a smile graced his lips. The benefits of incorporating other races had surpassed expectations, not only alleviating labor shortages, but also unexpectedly providing methods to enhance explosive barrels. Just then, a message from Su Wanner arrived. My lord, the Elven envoy from the multiracial post has arrived, stating that Queen Alia wishes to discuss matters of shared mining rights. Chen gazed toward the direction of the Elven forest, where the treetops glimmered with a faint green light in the twilight. He recalled a line from Grolon's scroll. Obsidian can absorb natural energy, making it a nemesis to Elven magic. Have the envoy wait, Chen commanded. Vaulting onto the abyssal nightmare beast, I wish to inspect the progress of the furnace modifications at Stonemer Camp. The camp's furnaces had been outfitted by dwarven blacksmiths with energy diversion mechanisms, blue-purple flames licking at the obsidian ingots, the pores being filled with star-woven silver threads. Grolon squatted nearby, stirring the molten liquid with his staff, the glow of the green crystal harmonizing with the flames, causing the originally gray-black or to shimmer with a pearlescent sheen. Acquired item, Rune Obsidian, Tier 3. Effect, contains anti-magic properties, suitable for constructing defensive structures and anti-magic weapons. Chen picked up a cooled piece of obsidian, discovering its hardness had doubled from before. A swipe of his dagger left merely a faint white mark on its surface. Suddenly, he realized that incorporating the Stonemer camp was perhaps not solely for the mining vein, but also to prepare for the impending multiracial battlefield, where the factions would not be limited to elves and trolls. As night fell, Chen stood atop the lookout tower of the Stonemer camp, observing the trolls gathered around a bonfire, their rough yet soothing songs filling the air. In the distance, the Thunder Canyon's veins flickered with electric light, while the sulfur steam from the corrupted bone mire glimmered silver under the moonlight. His territory was, in an unprecedented manner, melding the strengths of different races. The news of incorporating other races rippled through the Black Forest like pebbles thrown into a lake. It would not be long before more foreign tribes, bringing their unique skills, would sound the bell of allegiance. Chen understood that this was merely the beginning. True integration would require not only the deterrence of military force, but also a sincere commitment to resource sharing and respect for each other's customs. He turned to descend the lookout tower, preparing to return to his territory to meet the Elven envoy. The rune-infused obsidian nestled within his pocket shimmered with a steady luminescence under the moonlight, resembling a weighty cornerstone that laid the foundation for the potential coexistence of myriad races. Chapter 41. Controversy over the brand and the fracture of cooperation. On the 5th day following the allegiance of the Stonehammer camp, Chen stood at the edge of the corrupted Bone Myers mining site, observing the sweat-drenched troll miners at work. The branding incentive method devised by Grelin was in full effect. Every troll who met their mining quota bore a faint green rune branded upon their arm, enhancing their stamina and granting them additional rations during food exchanges. "My lord, this method is exceedingly effective," Zhao Hu exclaimed, rushing over with a ledger. The figures therein startlingly impressive. 3,000 pounds of obsidian mined in a single day, more than double the previous output. Chen's gaze fell upon the arm of a young troll, the faint green rune glimmering subtly in the sunlight. This brand, crafted from diluted spirit essence valley sap mixed with troll bile, not only boosted productivity, but also posed no permanent harm. However, a tempest of controversy surrounding the slave brand erupted across the world channel. Chen is treating trolls as slaves. The earlier promises of shared output were mere fabrications. Those upstairs understand nothing. It's an incentive rune. My cousin works in the mines and says it's far better than starving. I suspect the elves are stirring the pot. They've always been disgruntled with Chen's recruitment of trolls. Just wait. Queen Elia will surely find an excuse to incite trouble. These discussions were not unfounded. Just yesterday, the Elven envoy at the multiracial relay station had submitted their 3rd letter, each more severe than the last, demanding that Chen cease the abuse of natural forces, particularly forbidding Lin Jingjing from using the heart of nature to alter the spirit essence fertile fields. "My lord, the Elven envoy has delivered an ultimatum," Su Wana reported with concern. Queen Elia herself has arrived at the front hall of the multiracial relay station. As Chen entered the relay station, he found Elia standing by the window, her silver hair casting a cold sheen in the morning light. She was not clad in her usual attire but wore a battle skirt adorned with thorn patterns, the hilt of her elven sword gleaming with a dangerous emerald light. "Lord Chen," Elia turned, her gaze as sharp as ice. "Do you realize your transgressions?" "What transgressions have I committed?" Chen replied, seating himself opposite her, the golden teacup on the table rippling with the tea's surface. "You have allowed that girl to use natural forces to hasten crop growth." Elia pointed towards the spirit essence fertile fields beyond the window, where the golden grain thrived. "That is a desecration of nature. The energy of the spirit essence fertile fields is meant to grow in cycles, yet you humans have forced it to ripen prematurely, like foolishly pulling seedlings to hasten their growth." Chen set down his teacup, his voice turning frigid. "My territory requires sustenance. Lin Jingjing's gift is a beacon of hope for survival, not a basis for your judgment." "Hope?" Elia's voice rose sharply, the thorn patterns on her skirt glowing ominously. "You nourish trolls with natural forces, branding them as slaves, and even use spirit essence sap to enhance weapons. If this continues, the energy of the entire forest will be drained." She stepped forward, drawing her sword, the tip hovering menacingly at Chen's throat. "Surrender Lin Jingjing and destroy the spirit essence fertile fields, and I will consider this matter as if it never occurred. Otherwise, or else what?" Chen did not flinch, meeting her gaze with unwavering resolve. "Do you believe that a mere 300 elven archers can intimidate me? Or do you intend to provoke both trolls and humans into a simultaneous conflict?" Elia's sword trembled slightly. She had indeed stationed troops outside the relay station. But the trolls of the Stonehammer camp had already received word. They were currently surrounding the station with rune-infused obsidian shields. And Grelin's staff was aimed directly at the energy core of the relay station. "You are forcing my hand." Elia's voice quivered imperceptibly. "You broke the agreement first." Chen stood slowly, maneuvering away from the sword's tip. "The shared mining was your proposal. Now that you see my power growing, you wish to rescind our pact?" At that moment, an influx of messages flooded the world channel. "Look at the stir in the Elven forest. Many archers are gathering at the multiracial relay station. Is Elia about to strike? All because Chen utilized natural forces? I stand with Chen. We cannot starve while discussing environmental concerns. The elves are such hypocrites. They can chop down trees to build temples, yet when humans farm, it is sacrilege?" Elia's expression darkened. She had not anticipated Chen would dare to confront her publicly, nor the overwhelming support he garnered on the world channel. Especially upon reading comments regarding the elves' deforestation for temple construction, her fingers tightened in a white-knuckled grip. This was a deeply buried secret of the elves. Their past actions to build the Moonlight Temple had indeed involved the felling of an entire ancient forest. Cooperation is at an end. Elia sheathed her sword and turned towards the door. "From this day forth, the Elven race and your territory are irreconcilable. Do not let the door hit you on the way out," Chen replied, his voice calm and unyielding. As Elia's figure vanished from the relay station, Grelin burst in with several trolls, the green crystal atop his staff flickering ominously. My lord, should we? He gestured with a motion of decapitation. Unnecessary. Lu Chen gazed towards the elven forest, assured that Elia would not dare to engage in open conflict. Not yet. Yet he understood that peace had irrevocably ended. Though the elven archers outside had withdrawn, the air was thick with the scent of impending conflict. Lin Jingjing sensed a disturbance in the natural energy of the spirit essence fertile fields, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. That afternoon, Lu Chen received a message from Lin Jingjing. The energy at the edge of the fertile fields is beginning to dissipate, as if being drawn away by some unseen force. Accompanying the message were images of several golden grains turning yellow, their roots entwined with slender black tendrils, a hallmark of the elves' withering magic. On the World Channel, Elia posted a pinned announcement. All who oppose Lu Chen shall find themselves allies of the elven race. The plunderers of the spirit essence fertile fields shall ultimately pay the price. A chorus of support followed, with many lords previously defeated by Lu Chen rallying to her cause. Even a goblin tribe vowing to supply explosives to assist the elves in their destruction of the fertile fields. My lord, we must prepare. Su Wanner laid out a newly drawn defense map on the table, highlighting 7 potential attack points in red ink. Grelin proposed using rune-infused obsidian to construct an anti-magic barrier, albeit at a considerable cost. Lu Chen's gaze fixed upon the core area of the spirit essence fertile fields. Not only was it a source of sustenance, but it also served as Lin Jingjing's wellspring of power. Suddenly, he recalled Grelin's words. In ancient troll legends, natural forces and abyssal energies were akin to twin brothers. Contingent upon their application, have Li Mo gather all the rune-infused obsidian, Lu Chen commanded decisively, and construct a ring of anti-magic barriers around the spirit essence fertile fields. Furthermore, let Grelin's men apply the branding technique from the mining slaves to the guards. As night descended, a circle of dark green luminescence illuminated the perimeter of the spirit essence fertile fields. The rune-infused obsidian glowed coolly beneath the moonlight, repelling the black tendrils of withering magic, which hissed as they met the barrier. Lin Jingjing stood atop the central mound, her leaf-shaped mark resonating with the glowing wall as the previously yellow grains regained their golden sheen. The arguments on the World Channel persisted, yet Lu Chen remained indifferent. He stood within the protective barrier, observing the green runes upon the arms of the troll guards, suddenly realizing that Elia's true fear might not stem from the misuse of natural forces, but rather from the amalgamation of humanity and other races, an amalgamation that birthed a power far more terrifying than mere natural forces alone. Cooperation may have ended, but our journey is just beginning. Lu Chen addressed the communication crystal, his voice resonating throughout his territory. Defend the spirit essence fertile fields, protect our home. In the distance, within the elven forest, Elia downed a cup of poison in one swift motion. The long-winded speaker outside knelt on one knee, proclaiming, Your Majesty. All archers are in position and ready to launch an attack. Arya remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the verdant expanse of Lingyun, where the green luminescent barrier stood out vividly against the night. She understood that once this war commenced, there would be no turning back. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's territory, having endured the controversies of the slave brand and the fallout from shattered alliances, had hardened like tempered steel in the tempest. Chapter 42, The Ambush of the Lava Dragon, The Abyss Returns. The anti-magic barrier of Lingyun had only been operational for 3 days when a disquieting tremor erupted from the depths of the Black Forest. Initially, it was a mere quiver, akin to distant thunder rolling in the background. However, by noon on the 3rd day, the ground suddenly split open, revealing a gaping chasm 3 meters wide, from which searing magma erupted, instantly engulfing 3 unsuspecting troll sentinels. It was the Earth Dragon. Grognar's roar echoed from the direction of the mines. His staff trembled violently in his grasp, the green crystal at its tip glowing ominously, tainted by the abyss. This was a lava dragon. When Lu Chen reached the edge of the fissure, he beheld an unforgettable sight. Deep within the chasm, a colossal reptilian creature, measuring several dozen meters in length, slowly raised its head. Dark red magma coursed through the gaps in its scales, while its multifaceted eyes blazed with a sinister purple flame. Most terrifying of all was the black crystal embedded in its neck, identical to the abyss core once wielded by Zhang Batian. Abyssal mutated creature, Lava Dragon, Tier 5. Abilities, Magma Eruption, Seismic Tremors. Abyssal Corruption, Weakness, the reverse scale atop its head, covered by abyssal crystal. Thunder Archers, aim for its eyes. Lu Chen's cry was swallowed by the dragon's roar. 30 archers swiftly knocked their arrows, the thunderbolts tracing silver arcs through the sunlight, only to be melted into wisps of smoke upon contact with the dragon's scales. The Earthbreakers raised their stone hammers, striking at the rocks at the fissure's edge. Amidst the thunderous crash of falling boulders, the chasm was temporarily half-blocked, yet the dragon's tail swept through the debris like a battering ram, shattering the newly placed stones with ease. The dark red magma surged forth once more, scorching the outer anti-magic barrier of Lingyun. causing the dark green light wall to ripple under the intense heat. At that moment, the global channel erupted with chaos. By the gods! A tier 5 abyssal creature. Has Chen stirred the abyssal nest? I knew the elf race's decay magic was too peculiar. It must have roused something from beneath. Look at the crystal on the dragon's neck. It's identical to Zhang Baishan's core. Could he still be alive? We're doomed. Ling Yun is going to be scorched by magma. Chen disregarded the turmoil in the channel. He observed that each time the dragon spewed forth magma, the abyssal crystal on its neck dimmed momentarily. Grogner, can your staff suppress the abyssal energy, even if just temporarily? The slender troll nodded through gritted teeth. I can attempt it. But it requires 5 of my kin as sacrifices to activate the ancient runes of the staff with life energy. No, Chen firmly rejected. Have Liemo bring all the demolition barrels here immediately, and gather 50 troll miners to construct diversion channels with runic obsidian around the fissure, redirecting the magma towards the corrupted mire. As the first bundle of demolition barrels arrived, the dragon was poised to unleash its final assault upon Ling Yun. Chen personally ignited the fuses, binding 10 barrels together and hurling them into the dragon's gaping maw. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted within the dragon's throat. Dark red magma, mixed with shattered teeth, bursting forth. The dragon emitted a pained howl, the abyssal crystal on its neck dimming instantly, revealing a narrow gap in the reverse scale, untouched by the magma and glistening like jade. Now, Chen vaulted onto the abyssal nightmare beast, his mithril battle axe glowing with crimson light. He spurred his mount towards the dragon's head, and when he was 3 meters from the reverse scale, he consumed a body-enhancing potion, the surge of rage-infused strength propelling him skyward. The axe blade fell like a meteor, striking precisely at the fissure in the reverse scale. Clang! The sharp sound of metal meeting metal made Chen's hands tingle. The mithril axe rebounded half an inch. The hardness of the reverse scale surpassed all expectations, as the energy from the abyssal crystal continually repaired the fissure. Lin Jingjing! Chen shouted into the communication crystal. A green light emanated from the direction of Ling Yun. Lin Jingjing's voice, tinged with a sob, was resolute. I've infused the power of nature into your axe. Hurry! The mithril battle axe suddenly radiated a soft green light, intertwining with the crimson glow of the blade to form a spiraling stream of energy. When Chen struck down once more, the reverse scale finally displayed web-like cracks, the abyssal crystal's light flickering violently, on the verge of shattering. The dragon retaliated fiercely, lowering its head and launching Chen and the abyssal nightmare beast into the air. As he soared, Chen coughed blood, yet clung tightly to his axe. He glimpsed a fissure appearing in the abyssal crystal on the dragon's neck, from which not magma but dark purple blood flowed, an indication of abyssal energy overload. Everyone, heed my command. Chen rose, enduring the excruciating pain. The earthbreakers pounded the ground with their stone hammers, creating vibrations to disrupt the dragon's movements, while the thunder archers concentrated their fire on the crack in its neck. Grogner, have your kin block its retreat with runic obsidian. The battle raged for a full 3 hours. As the setting sun stained the sky crimson, the dragon's roars gradually weakened. The abyssal crystal on its neck shattered completely under relentless assault, dark green blood gushing forth and corroding the ground into deep pits. Seizing this final opportunity, Chen channeled all his energy into the axe, leaping high to shatter the dragon's reverse scale. With a final, mournful cry, the dragon collapsed, its enormous body shaking the ground violently. The dark red magma slowly cooled, revealing the ravaged earth beneath, once an energy conduit connecting to Ling Yun, now tainted by abyssal energy. The global channel buzzed with rapid updates. Did we win? Chen actually defeated a tier 5 abyssal creature. Look at the dragon's corpse. Something seems to be moving inside. Are those baby dragons? At least a dozen, all tainted by the abyss. What about the elves? Are they still watching? If they don't intervene, the Black Forest will fall to the abyss. At that moment, Chen's communication crystal vibrated with an urgent message from Su Wanner. My lord, the anti-magic barrier of Ling Yun has developed multiple cracks. Black withered vines are infiltrating through the gaps, and Lin Jingjing can hardly hold on. He raised his gaze towards Ling Yun, where the dark green barrier indeed exhibited breaches, black withered vines slithering forth like venomous serpents, entwining the roots of the Golden Spirit Valley. In the distance, on the edge of the Elven forest, he could faintly discern the silhouettes of archers, who neither attacked nor retreated, but coldly observed the unfolding disaster. Grogner, take your people to clear the dragon-esque carcass and gather the shards of the abyssal crystal. Chen's voice, though weary, was unwavering. Zhao, organize all the refugees to reinforce the anti-magic barrier. Combining the roots of the Spirit Valley with the cooled rubble from the magma can temporarily fend off the decay magic. Upon returning to Ling Yun, Chen was confronted with a harrowing sight. Lin Jingjing lay collapsed upon the core mound, the leaf imprint on her brow dim and lifeless, while nearly half of the surrounding Golden Spirit Valley had withered, black vines creeping up the hem of her garments. I'm fine. Lin Jingjing's voice was as faint as a whisper. It's just that the power of nature is being suppressed by the abyssal energy. Chen embraced her and carried her into the hastily erected tent. Gazing at the alarm on the panel that flickered with urgency, the energy depletion rate of the spirit field is accelerating. Remaining reserves, 30. Multiple abyss energy nodes have been activated. The nearest node to the territory is deep within the corrupted bone marsh. The world channel was still dominated by Elia's prominent announcement. Yet, at this moment, the chorus of support had dwindled to a mere few. With an increasing number of voices denouncing the Elven race's indifference. What is the point of infighting at such a time? Haven't you noticed the abyssal creatures are emerging? If the spirit field is lost, who will provide sustenance? Are we to wait for our demise together? I wager 5 abyssal cores that the Elven forest will be the next to be attacked by the earth dragons. Chen refrained from engaging in the dispute. He stood outside the tent, gazing at the spirit field beneath the starlit sky, suddenly reminded of Grong's words. The forces of nature and abyssal energy are twin brothers. He retrieved a shard of abyssal crystal collected from an earth dragon's corpse and picked up a withered golden spirit grain, channeling energy into both simultaneously. As the dark purple of the shard met the golden hue of the grain, a faint white light emerged. Liamo, Chen shouted into the communication crystal. Send all the body-tempering potions and abyssal crystal shards to the spirit field. I wish to conduct an experiment. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, a miracle unfolded at the edge of the spirit field. Within the soil nourished by a dark red potion, the withered grains sprouted tender shoots. With leaves half golden and half dark purple, yet resiliently reaching for the sunlight. Observing this peculiar plant, Chen was suddenly struck with a bold idea. Perhaps the method to resist the abyss was never purely defensive, but rather an act of fusion. In the distance, the corrupted bone marsh trembled anew, as if more abyssal creatures were awakening. Yet Chen's gaze had found clarity. He clenched the mixed potion in his hand, understanding that he had discovered an unprecedented path. The war against the abyss had only just begun, and his arsenal included not only runic obsidian and dwarven explosive barrels, but also this life born from destruction, a new existence that melded light and darkness. Chapter 43, The Pulsation of the Earth and the Wrath of Nature. The soil of the spirit field quaked strangely at midnight. It was not the violent assault of a lava earth dragon, but rather a low-frequency pulsation akin to a heartbeat, causing the roots of the spirit grain to emit a faint hum. Chen knelt atop the core mound, his palm pressed against the ground, clearly sensing the flow of energy shifting direction. The natural forces that had been converging towards the spirit field were now being drawn away by an even greater force, flowing in reverse towards the Elven forest. This was the pulsation of the earth. Lin Jingjing's voice was weak, having just awakened from unconsciousness. The leaf-shaped mark on her forehead flickered ominously, a precursor to the upheaval of natural forces as the Elven race mobilized the energy of the entire forest. Chen suddenly lifted his gaze towards the Elven forest. Under the night sky, the tree canopy glimmered, countless green lights rising from the leaves, coalescing into a massive vortex of energy. At the center of the vortex, a giant hammer woven from vines was vaguely discernible. This was the emblem of the Elven race's forbidden technique, the wrath of nature. The world channel was now inundated with panicked messages. Look at the Elven forest. What is that? A green tornado? It's the wrath of nature. The elves are truly about to strike. It is said this technique can flatten half of a tier 5 territory. Chen felt a sense of impending doom, trapped between the abyss and the elves. He was beset on all sides. I just saw Elias, captain of the guard, moving towards the multitude station with the seed of nature. That is the key to unleashing the forbidden technique. Chen's communication crystal vibrated suddenly, receiving urgent intel from the shadow assassins at the edge of the Elven forest. At least 500 wind whisperers have gathered, their bowstrings entwined with living vines. Each pull withers a leaf. Further in the valley, thousands of ancient trees are uprooting, their roots intertwining into a massive cage, clearly intended to prevent your escape. Grong, can the frequency of the earth's pulsation disrupt the wrath of nature? Chen seized his mithril battle axe, its blade still stained with the dark green blood of the earth dragon. The gaunt giant was tapping the ground with a wooden staff, the green crystal at its tip resonating with the earth's pulsation. It's worth a try. But we need the core energy of the spirit field to collaborate, adjusting the pulsation frequency to the inverse, like two colliding carriages. Lin Jingjing suddenly grasped Chen's wrist. Her palm icy cold. No, that would utterly destroy the spirit field. The energy of the wrath of nature is too potent. An inverse resonance would only cause both energies to collapse simultaneously. Chen looked into her pale face, and then at the half-golden, half-purple peculiar grain sprouting at the edge of the spirit field. It had not withered under the earth's pulsation. Instead, it had produced a second leaf, its white radiance growing brighter. Perhaps, he thought, we do not need to fight against it. He turned and raced towards the center of the territory, the multitude station. The golden light of the portal was still stabilizing, yet the runes upon it were visibly dimming, as the energy of the wrath of nature disrupted spatial stability. The station's administrator, a bearded dwarf, was drenched in sweat, desperately hammering the energy nodes of the teleportation array. Can we still teleport? Lu Chen's voice was out of breath. The dwarf wiped his brow. We can manage to send at most 50 more. The elves' energy is about to tear the space apart. The teleportation coordinates will be severely skewed. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the bulletin board in the corner of the station, where various races' scripts indicated the teleportation destinations. Multitude prepared zone, safe. Resource contention zone, dangerous. Racial battlefield, extremely dangerous. He recalled the rumors circulating on the World Channel regarding the racial battlefield, where not only abyssal creatures lurked, but also the dragon race capable of manipulating lightning and the Titan's ruins known for their forging prowess. Suwaner, Lu Chen shouted into the communication crystal. Deploy 30 shadow assassins and 20 abyssal nightmare knights to the multitude station, bringing 3 days' worth of supplies and runic obsidian shields. My lord, where do you want them sent? Suwaner's voice trembled with alarm. To the resource contention zone. Lu Chen fixed his gaze upon the runes on the portal, instructing them to seek out races that could counter the forces of nature, establishing contact at all costs, even if it meant bargaining with abyssal creatures. As the first ray of dawn pierced through the clouds, the Elven race's wrath of nature was poised to unleash its fury. The green vortex above the Elven forest began to whirl, the giant hammer of vines crackling ominously, while the tremors of the ground resonated with the earth's pulsation from the spirit field, causing fine cracks to appear in the walls of the stone houses in the territory. Elia stood beneath the vortex, her silver battle skirt rustling in the energy flow. The seed of nature in her hand had sprouted, emerald roots entwining her arms, causing veins to bulge where they penetrated her skin. Lu Chen, feel the wrath of nature. This is the price for your desecration of the spirit field. The countdown on the World Channel flashed across the screen. 10, 9, 8. Within the multitude station, 30 shadow assassins had already melded into the light of the portal. Their forms flickering within the golden glow, the poison on their daggers glimmering in the energy flow. 20 abyssal nightmare knights formed 2 lines. Their mounts' fiery hooves leaving charred imprints on the teleportation array, the corrosive energy of their lances sizzling against the light. 7, 6. Remember your mission. Lu Chen patted the shoulder of the last knight. Find a way to counter the forces of nature and survive. The knight removed his helmet, revealing a face scarred by flames, yet grinning fiercely. My lord, fear not. Even if we perish on the racial battlefield, our lances will still be driven into the graves of the elves. 5, 4. Suddenly, the light of the portal drastically contracted, and the dwarf administrator shouted, Hurry. The space is collapsing. As the final nightmare knight leapt into the luminous curtain, Lu Chen beheld the collision of his steed's flames with the verdant energy of nature's fury, erupting into a blinding sphere of white light. The ground of the outpost began to sink, golden runes shattering like glass, peeling away from the shimmering veil. 3, 2. Just as Lu Chen burst forth from the outpost, he witnessed the first wave of nature's fury crash down. A torrent of green energy surged forth like a waterfall breaching its dam from the direction of the Elven forest, where trees grew wildly only to wither instantaneously, forming a bizarre belt of decay and vitality. The anti-magic barrier of the verdant fields ignited with a dazzling crimson glow upon contact with the torrent, as the shockwave from the clash of obsidian runes and natural forces hurled Lu Chen into the air. 1. The chatter of the World Channel abruptly ceased. All eyes were fixed upon the all-consuming green deluge, observing Lu Chen's domain teetering on the brink amid nature's fury. Lu Chen lay at the edge of the verdant fields, blood-soaked froth spilling onto a half-gold, half-purple grain seedling. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred as the seedling erupted in resplendent white light, enveloping him within its radiance. The green torrent of nature's fury, in the presence of the white light, inexplicably diverted, flowing around the core area of the verdant fields. Grolong's astonished voice echoed from behind. It's the pulse of the earth. It resonates with the seedling. This grass is absorbing the energy of nature's fury. Lu Chen raised his gaze, piercing through the white glow to see Lin Jingjing kneeling upon the central mound, the leaf mark upon her brow merging with the seedling's luminescence. Her form began to grow translucent, as if destined to become part of the natural force, yet her lips curled into a smile of liberation. Lu Chen, I think I understand. Her voice resonated through the pulse of the earth. Nature and the abyss were always meant to coexist. In the direction of the Elven forest, Ilea watched the suddenly diverted nature's fury, her silver teeth clenching audibly. The bowstrings of the wind whisperers snapped one after another, as the energy of nature's fury visibly diminished. The source being the peculiar plant emanating white light at the heart of the verdant fields. Impossible. Ilea's voice trembled. How could nature's fury be absorbed? That is the primal force of our Elven race. After a moment of silence, the World Channel erupted once more, this time with incredulous excitement. What the hell is that? White light. Nature's fury is flowing around it. The verdant fields are unharmed. Lu Chen is still alive. What on earth is that plant? It can absorb nature's fury? I bet 100 abyssal cores that Lu Chen is about to strike it rich. After absorbing nature's fury, won't he rise to level 6 on the spot? Lu Chen paid no heed to the clamor of the channel. He felt the strange energy coursing through him. a blend of the vitality from nature's fury and the destructive power of the abyssal earth dragon, harmonized by the pulse of the earth. Truly resembling Grolong's assertion of becoming complementary twin forces, he understood that the threat from the elves would not relent. With the shadow assassins and nightmare knights beyond the portal in a state of uncertainty, and the deeper multiracial battlefield concealing countless unknowns. Yet at this moment, grasping the seedling's leaf, feeling the rhythm of the earth's pulse, he sensed for the first time that he might have genuinely discovered the path of fusion. Chapter 44. The steam crossbow blueprint and the rebirth of the territory before the green torrent of nature's fury had fully receded. Chen had already delineated a white line within the core area of the verdant fields. Inside the line, the extraordinary seedling of half-gold, half-purple grew at a visibly accelerated pace, its roots weaving into a network of energy that spanned the entire core area, continuously drawing in the residual energy of nature's fury from the soil. Outside the line, Grolong and the troll miners repaired the anti-magic barrier with obsidian runes, their stone hands gliding over the luminous wall, leaving behind a series of protective runes. My lord, the dwarven merchant ball seeks an audience outside the ruins of the outpost. Suwanner's voice bore a tinge of fatigue, her left arm bandaged, a result of being grazed by debris while protecting the refugees during the onslaught of nature's fury. Chen navigated through the refugees, clearing the rubble, spotting Bale's caravan from a distance. 20 camels bore heavy wooden crates, the dwarven runes upon them glinting in the sunlight. This time, they carried not explosive barrels, but rather intricate machinery parts. My lord, you are truly fortunate, Ball exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, wood shavings still clinging to his beard. We saw that green light from the outskirts of the Black Forest, and thought your land had turned to ash. He opened the topmost crate, revealing 20 neatly arranged metal frames, adorned with gears and copper pipes, resembling unfinished weaponry. This is our tribe's newly developed steam crossbow, boasting a range 3 times that of your human bows, with the power to penetrate elven magical shields. Item: Dwarven Steam Crossbow, Tier 4. Effect: fires metal bolts powered by steam, with a firing speed twice that of ordinary bows, capable of accommodating explosive tips. Core component: Earth Pulse Steam Generator, requires 100 star-patterned silver ingots for construction. Chen picked up one of the frames, his fingertips tracing the teeth of the gears, feeling the intricacy of the craftsmanship within. Name your price. Bale's eyes glinted as he extended 3 fingers, 300 star-patterned silver ingots for the blueprints, along with 50 completed steam crossbows. Additionally, I desire as many of those newly sprouted dual-colored grains from the verdant fields as possible. Using them as fuel in our smithy will enhance our tempering efficiency. This price far exceeded the actual value of the steam crossbows, yet Chen did not hesitate. The threat from the elves still loomed. The penetrating power of the steam crossbows was crucial in countering the wind whisperers. He decisively declared, deal. The star-patterned silver ingots will be delivered within 3 days. You may take as many grains as you wish, but you must leave 10 dwarven blacksmiths behind to teach our craftsmen how to assemble the steam crossbows. Ball grinned, his eyes narrowing into slits. Not a problem. I shall have them unload right away and ensure your men learn the basics of assembly within 3 days. News of the successful transaction quickly spread throughout the territory. The refugees, engaged in clearing the ruins, observed the dwarven blacksmiths beginning to test the machinery, excitement lighting up their once weary faces. New weaponry signified enhanced self-defense capabilities and promised a more secure future. My lord, here is the list of refugees we gathered today. Suwanner presented a scroll of parchment, densely inscribed with names. Over 300 escaped from the Elven forest, and there are more than 200 remnants from Zhang Baishan's former subordinates. Combined with our existing population, we have surpassed 8,000. Chen scrutinized the names on the list, and suddenly noticed a familiar ID, Lone Traveler. This user, who had previously warned him to be cautious of Zhang Baishan's spies on the World Channel, was now among the refugees, assisting the troll miners in transporting obsidian. What brings you here? Chen approached Lone Traveler. The refugee, clad in worn leather armor, bore a scar running from his brow to his jaw. Yet his gaze was strikingly sharp. Lone Traveler set down the obsidian, his voice gravelly. The elven nature's fury was not solely directed at you. Our small territories on the forest's edge have been obliterated as well. Ilea proclaimed that we were tainted by human corruption, and we had to either submit or perish. I chose the third path. Chen recalled the anonymous warnings on the World Channel, suddenly realizing that this lone traveler might hold substantial knowledge about the elven secrets. Can you forge? Lone Traveler nodded. My father was a blacksmith. I can repair steam machinery. Excellent. Chen gestured toward the dwarven blacksmiths. Go learn how to assemble the steam crossbows from them. If you perform well, I will grant you a blacksmith forge. In the ensuing half-month, the territory experienced an unprecedented construction boom. The outer expanse of the verdant fields is delineated into 3 distinct zones. To the east lies newly cultivated farmland, where 5,000 refugees toil in the soil, nurturing the dual-colored grain. Though Lin Jingjing has yet to fully recuperate, she dutifully traverses the field's ridges each day, her fingertips imbued with the essence of nature, hastening the growth of the seedlings by 30%. To the west is the industrial sector, where Zhang Kezi leads a band of lone wanderers and blacksmiths, assembling steam crossbows under the guidance of dwarven artisans. The rhythmic clanging of ironwork intertwines with the hissing of steam, creating a unique symphony. To the south, a new residential area emerges, with 32 tiered houses rising prominently. The rooftops, adorned with moonstone powder, emit a soft glow at night, dispelling the gloom left by nature's fury. On the World Channel, discussions regarding Lu Chen's territory have shifted from awe to envy. Have you heard? The refugees in Lu Chen's domain receive 2 pounds of grain daily. Better sustenance than we, the lesser lords, can offer. My cousin has fled to him, claiming he is constructing a steam workshop capable of producing crossbow bolts that can pierce through elven shields. Aya has suffered a significant loss this time. Nature's wrath failed to harm him, and instead nourished that divine herb. Lu Chen regards these speculations with a mere smile, his focus primarily directed towards the reconstruction of the multi-species station. The dwarven blacksmiths have utilized the remnants from the steam crossbows to repair the energy nodes of the teleportation array. While long-distance teleportation remains unachievable, connections with the goblin tribes of the Black Forest have been established, resulting in a substantial influx of the copper tubes necessary for manufacturing steam generators. My lord, the first batch of steam crossbows is assembled. The voice of the lone wanderer brimmed with excitement. Oil smeared upon his scarred hands, he presented a complete steam crossbow. Its copper tubes linked to a miniature boiler, where fuel made from the dual-colored grain burned in a fire pit below, steam billowing from the nozzle, driving the gears to produce a rhythmic clicking sound. Lu Chen accepted the steam crossbow and aimed it at a target 50 meters away. The instant he pulled the trigger, a metallic bolt soared through the air with a piercing sound, precisely penetrating the bullseye, the steam hissing from the arrow's tail. Let us try adding an explosive tip. As the bolt detonated at the target, a cheer erupted from the direction of the verdant fields. Lin Jingjing stood amidst the grain fields, her form now fully corporeal, the leaf-shaped mark on her forehead resonating with the radiance of the seedlings. The once half-golden, half-purple grains now shimmered with a faint, iridescent glow. Verdant fields, Tier 4 unlocks new functionality, energy conversion, allowing the transformation of natural power and abyssal energy in a ratio of 1 into steam power. Ball, send me another 100 sets of steam crossbows, and I shall trade 50 pounds of iridescent grain for them. In the direction of the Black Forest, Ball surveyed the grain brought back by the caravan and suddenly instructed the blacksmith beside him, send the finest artisans from the tribe to Lord Lu Chen. This business could last a lifetime. As the sun descended, Lu Chen stood before the newly completed steam workshop. 20 steam crossbows were neatly arranged in the square, their arms directed towards the elven forest, the twilight illuminating their metallic surfaces like rivers of gold. The refugees continued their labor on the ridges. Children chased butterflies along the edges of the fields, while the sounds of blacksmithing and steam filled the evening breeze. Lu Chen understood that the elven threat had not yet been extinguished, and the shadows of the multi-species battlefield loomed ever closer. Yet, gazing upon this vibrant land, his heart brimmed with an unprecedented resolve. The rebirth of the territory had only just begun, and that weapon, powered by steam, nature, and abyssal forces, would surely unleash its brilliance upon the future battlefield. Chapter 45, Floating Fragments and the Secrets of Talent. The clatter of gears in the steam workshop had not yet dissipated when urgent tidings arrived from the depths of the Black Forest, delivered by shadow assassins. As Lu Chen unfurled the missive, the star-patterned silver ring on his finger suddenly grew warm. The wax seal bore the highest insignia of the Shadow Sanctum, utilized only upon the discovery of epic resources. My lord, within the mists west of the Thunder Gorge, we have uncovered this. When 50 shadow assassins entered the territory, bearing a translucent crystal, even Grellin's wooden staff began to tremble violently. The crystal stood approximately 3 men tall, its surface coursing with a pale blue energy. Intricate runes visible along its fractured edges. Sunlight passing through cast a phantom image of a floating city upon the ground. Item: Fragment of the Floating City, Tier 6. Effect: Contains spatial energy, capable of repairing the teleportation array of the multi-species station, unlocking the short-distance spatial jump skill. Note: the fragment retains energy fluctuations from the Titans, resonating with the iridescent grains of the verdant fields. The moment Lu Chen's palm made contact with the fragment, a blinding red light erupted from the panel. High-level spatial energy detected. Would you like to consume 10,000 units of iridescent grain to activate the fragment? Activate. He confirmed without hesitation. A hum emanated from the direction of the verdant fields, as 20 pounds of iridescent grain transformed into a stream of light, infusing the fragment. The pale blue energy surged dramatically, the projected illusion sharpening into clarity. It revealed a city composed of crystal and metal, suspended above the clouds, its Titan runes resembling the gear patterns of the steam workshop. At that moment, the world channel erupted with excitement. What on earth is that? A mirage? It's the floating city, the legendary mobile fortress of the Titans. Lu Chen is extraordinarily fortunate. I bet he can use this fragment to restore the teleportation array. The multi-species battlefield is about to open ahead of schedule. Amidst the fervent discussions, Lin Jingjing's voice, tinged with a faint excitement, reached out. Lu Chen. My panel seems to have changed. The girl knelt at the core of the verdant fields, the leaf-shaped mark on her forehead resonating with the fragment of the floating city. The talent information on her panel undergoing reconfiguration. Lin Jingjing's talent. Heart of Nature, current level, Tier 3. Conditions for upgrade to Tier 4. Absorb 100 units of energy from the floating city fragment. Current, 12, 100. Cultivate iridescent grains capable of thriving in abyssal environments. Current, 0, 1. Establish energy resonance with at least 3 different races. Current, 2, 3. Completed with humans and trolls. Purify a large area of abyssal contamination. Current, 0, 1. Lu Chen's gaze lingered on the third condition. Only one more different race was needed. The elves were clearly out of the question, and abyssal creatures could not establish resonance. Suddenly, he recalled the goblin messenger responsible for delivering news at the multi-species station, who often indulged in stealing sips of the verdant grain brew. Suwaner, please summon the goblin messenger and tell him I have freshly brewed iridescent grain wine. Simultaneously, Lu Chen's personal panel began to heat up. The energy from the fragment of the floating city not only activated Lin Jingjing's talent, but also prompted an upgrade notification for his lordly talent. Lu Chen's talent. Resource Domination, current level, Tier 3. Conditions for upgrade to Tier 4. Master 3 types of Tier 6 resources, current, 1, 3, floating city fragment acquired. Break the population threshold of 10, 000, current, 8, 200, target, 10, 000. Achieve an energy closed loop between the steam workshop and the verdant fields, current, 60, requires 1, 000 copper tubes. Bring back at least one type of alien technology from the multi-species battlefield, current, 0, 1. The fourth condition drew Lu Chen's attention toward the multi-species station. Those soldiers dispatched to the resource contention area half a month ago had returned only sporadic news, with the latest communication indicating they were engaged in trade with the Dragonkin. My lord, the teleportation array at the multi-species station has activated. The lookout's shout pierced through the clouds. When Lu Chen arrived at the station, golden beams illuminated the arrival of 17 bloodied figures, remnants of the 20 nightmarish knights initially dispatched. The leading knight's armor lay shattered, his left arm unnaturally twisted. Yet he clutched a scroll of beast hide tightly in his grasp. My lord, we have discovered the means to restrain elven magic. Blood foamed from the knight's lips. Splattering upon the scroll, the descendant of the dragon claimed it was the blueprint for the void chains, capable of locking the flow of natural forces. At the cost of 50 steam crossbows, the instant the scroll unfurled, the remnants of the floating city erupted with a cerulean glow. The dragon runes inscribed upon the blueprint resonated with the titan runes of the fragments, conjuring a swirling energy ring in the air. Lu Chen's panel promptly refreshed. Acquired alien technology. Void chains, level 5. Effect, temporarily restrains nature-based skills, with a special effect against elves. Resource domination talent upgrade condition 4. For has been fulfilled. The returning knights brought even more astonishing news. The resource contention area of the myriad races battlefield was shrinking, with all races converging upon the main combat zone, where a black hole capable of devouring territories had emerged. Only floating cities of level 6 or above could withstand it. At the heart of the main combat zone lay a complete remnant of a floating city. The surviving knights recounted how the dragon and abyss races were vying for its core, nearly pulling them into the fray. The world channel grew grave at this moment. A storm is brewing in the myriad races battlefield. The black hole in the main combat zone has consumed 3 level 5 territories. I have received word that the elves have dispatched elite wind whisperers, targeting the core of the floating city. Lu Chen possesses the fragments. He will undoubtedly head to the main combat zone. Lu Chen did not respond immediately. He instructed the lone traveler to have the steam crossbow craftsman study the blueprint for the void chains while he stood before the remnants of the floating city. Observing Lin Jingjing's talent panel. After absorbing the energy from the fragments, the girl's progress bar had advanced to 35, 100. And the roots of the colorful grains began to extend toward the corrupted bone mire, evidently attempting to adapt to the abyssal environment. Braun, take your kin into the fog once more to scout for additional fragments. Lu Chen handed the dragon's blood collected by the knights to the gaunt troll, instructing him to anoint his staff with it, which would temporarily disperse the fog. As dusk enveloped the territory, good news arrived from the spirit-rich fertile fields. The first colorful grain had borne ears in the sulfurous soil of the abyss, its hue transforming into a profound purple gold. Yet it still radiated vibrant life. Lin Jingjing's talent upgrade condition 2, for has been fulfilled. Lu Chen's panel also flickered. Resource domination talent upgrade condition 1. 3 has been updated, 2, 3, with the purple gold grains classified as level 6 resources. He gazed at the void chains being assembled in the steam workshop. Suddenly comprehending the true rules of the myriad races battlefield, It was not merely a slaughter between races, but rather a fusion of disparate powers. The returning knights recuperated in the medical tents, their nightmarish steeds gnawing at the purple-gold grains, the eerie violet flames flickering with the blue glow of Titan runes. Chen knew that it would not be long before these soldiers, seasoned by the myriad races battlefield, would become a new force against the threats posed by the elves and the abyss. The blue light of the floating city remnants grew increasingly luminous in the night sky, intertwining with the purple-gold radiance of the spirit-rich, fertile fields. The teleportation array at the Myriad Races station had been restored to 70% functionality upon its next activation. It would reach the edge of the main combat zone. Suwaner, tally all available combat forces. Chen's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Prepare sufficient colorful grains and steam crossbows. We shall venture to the main combat zone and reclaim what is rightfully ours. Under the moonlight outside the tent, Gron's staff pointed toward the depths of the fog, the green crystal atop it pulsating in harmony with the floating city fragments. There, perhaps lay more remnants, greater secrets, and the key to level 6 territories. The path to talent ascension had been laid open, and the tempest of the myriad races battlefield had merely begun to stir the first grains of sand. Chapter 46, Elemental Furnace and Second Expedition. Beside the obsidian furnace in the stone hammer camp, an unprecedented transformation was underway. Gron's troll craftsmen entwined the refined abyssal sulfur with star-patterned silver threads, while Chen directed the dwarven blacksmiths to meld the colorful grain powder from the spirit-rich, fertile fields into the furnace's base. As the final rune-imbued obsidian was embedded into the furnace wall, it suddenly erupted in a triadic luminescence, with red, blue, and green energies swirling within the hearth, instantly melting a common iron ore into a gleaming ingot of electrified metal. Building, Elemental Furnace, Level 5. Function, capable of simultaneously infusing fire, water, and earth elemental energies. Forging weapons and equipment imbued with elemental effects. Currently forgeable, thunder obsidian shield, magic resistance, conductive, steam elemental arrow, explosive, high temperature. Fuel, colorful grains, consumes 5 units per hour. Chen picked up the electrified ingot, a tingling sensation coursing through his fingertips. How much power could it enhance when forged into arrows for the Thunder Archer? The lone traveler, holding the freshly drawn blueprint, remarked with shining eyes, at least a 30% increase. If we also mix in troll bile, the arrowheads will inflict a paralyzing effect upon impact, perfectly countering the elves' nimble agility. On the World Channel, news of the elemental furnace began to gain traction. Is Chen truly amalgamating the crafts of all races? The troll's obsidian, the dwarves' forging techniques, the human steam technology. I wager his next move will be to mass-produce elemental weaponry, rendering the elves' magical shields ineffective. There was a considerable commotion at the Myriad Races teleportation portal, with reports indicating that the Abyssal Race's vanguard had already reached the main combat zone. Why was he not acting? Yet Chen was indeed in motion. On the third morning following the activation of the elemental furnace, he stood before the recently repaired teleportation portal at the Myriad Races station, observing the flickering coordinates on the panel. The energy fluctuations from the floating city remnants in the main combat zone grew increasingly intense, with the dragon and abyss races engaged in a fierce struggle. This time, the objective was the power core of the floating city. Chen pointed to the area marked in red on the map. Gron's scouts reported that the core was protected by a barrier of earth element energy, impervious to ordinary attacks. Before him stood 50 Earth Shatterers and 80 Thunder Archers. The hammers of the Earth Shatterers had been tempered in the elemental furnace, each embedded with elemental crystals, enabling them to summon surrounding earth elements with every swing. The Thunder Archers had exchanged their arrows for steam elemental arrows, their quivers also stocked with specialized paralytic potions. The Earth Shatterers will breach the energy barrier. Chen's voice resonated through the communication crystal, reaching every soldier's ear, while the Thunder Archers provide cover, prioritizing the elimination of the Abyssal Race's minions outside. Remember, once we secure the core, withdraw immediately. Do not engage in prolonged combat. Suddenly, Gron raised his staff, the green crystal at its tip projecting a holographic image, an instant view of the main combat zone. Countless fragments floated around the remnants of the floating city, with soldiers from various races engaged in fierce combat atop each fragment. The earth element energy barrier enveloped the core like a massive amber, continuously absorbing the energy of attacks directed at it. This barrier absorbs attack energy to sustain itself. Gron's voice was grave. It must be countered with energy of the same attribute to temporarily weaken it. The Earth Shatterer's hammers are the key. Chen looked toward the captain of the Earth Shatterers, who suddenly slammed his hammer into the ground, causing 5 stone spikes to erupt beneath them. Rest assured, my lord. We have brought the breach stones forged in the elemental furnace, ensuring we can create an opening in the barrier. The golden light of the teleportation portal began to swirl, and the energy readings steadily climbed. Chen conducted a final inspection of the soldiers' gear. The Earth Shatterers had their armor seams packed with colorful grain powder, capable of releasing natural energy to mend injuries in dire moments. while the Thunder Archers had dwarven steam vials attached to their quivers, allowing for instant replenishment of arrow propulsion. Set forth. With a commanding order from Chen, 130 soldiers stepped forth in succession into the luminous portal. The stone boots of the Earth-Shatterer struck the shimmering surface, sending ripples of earthy hues radiating outward, while the crossbow bolts of the Thunder Archers trembled slightly within the flow of energy, their electric tips intertwining with the golden glow of the portal. As the last soldier vanished into the shimmering veil, the coordinates of the teleportation gate were firmly set on the northwestern side of the main battlefield's floating city ruins, where the earth-based energy barrier was at its most vulnerable. By the Element Forge, artisans had commenced the mass forging of barrier-breaking stone cones. Gron, wielding his wooden staff, rhythmically struck the ground, summoning the subterranean earth elements into the forge. With each stone cone taking shape, intricate patterns akin to those of the barrier emerged on their surfaces. At this pace, 20 cones could be produced in a day, sufficient to support a large-scale assault. Gazing towards the portal, Chen was abruptly alerted by a notification on his panel. Detecting energy anomalies in the main battlefield, your soldiers have encountered an ambush by the Abyssal Tribe. The Earth-Shatterers are constructing a stone wall for defense. He quickly summoned the live footage. As the soldiers emerged from the teleport point, they were swiftly encircled by the corrosive hounds of the Abyssal Tribe. The Earth-Shatterer promptly erected a stone wall, shielding the Thunder Archers within. As their steam element arrows rained into the hounds, the ensuing explosions vaporizing the green corrosive liquid, but simultaneously drawing the attention of even more abyssal creatures. Activate the self-destruct mechanism on the stone cones. Blast a bloody path to the barrier. Chen shouted into the communication crystal. In the footage, the captain of the Earth-Shatterers thrust a stone cone into the ground, its surface instantly turning crimson. A violent explosion sent the corrosive hounds flying, revealing an energy barrier pulsating with earthy light behind them. Seizing the moment, the soldiers charged forth, the Earth-Shatterer's stone hammers crashing against the barrier, each strike sending ripples across its surface, while the Thunder Archers aimed their bolts at the center of the ripples, attempting to widen the fracture. Messages flooded the world channel. Did you see that? Chen's forces have breached the barrier. Reinforcements from the Abyssal Tribe have arrived, at least 200 corrosive hounds. They're going to be surrounded. Elemental weapons are truly effective. The corrosive acid cannot damage the stone wall at all. Just then, the imagery shook violently. The scene crystallized on a blinding yellow light as the Earth-Shatterers simultaneously plunged all their stone cones into the barrier, triggering a chain explosion that created a 10-meter-wide breach, behind which the blue glow of the floating city's core could be faintly discerned. At that moment, the energy readings from the portal plummeted, and communications were completely severed. Chen clenched his fists, staring at the message on his panel indicating that the survival status of his soldiers was unknown. He turned to Su Wanner and commanded, "Deploy 50 more Earth-Shatterers and 100 Thunder Archers on standby, and have the Element Forge expedite the production of barrier-breaking stone cones and steam element arrows in preparation for reinforcement." Within the forge, the tricolored energy streams whirled ever faster. Gron was directing the troll artisans to add freshly mined obsidian into the furnace, while the lone wanderer calibrated the steam pressurization apparatus, the sounds of metal clashing and energy humming intertwining into an exhilarating symphony. Chen stood beside the forge, grasping a newly forged thunder obsidian shield. The obsidian surface shimmered with an anti-magic sheen, while the star-patterned silver edges conducted electricity as if tailored for the impending multiracial conflict. He understood that the second expedition was merely the beginning. Only when the core of the floating city's main battlefield was truly secured could the Element Forge unleash its full potential, a power capable of altering the course of the war. As night deepened, the portal at the multiracial station still glimmered faintly, as though beckoning new adventurers. Chen gazed towards the direction of the fertile spirit fields, where the colorful grains were accelerating in growth under the nurturing of the Element Forge. They were not merely fuel, but also a vital link connecting the powers of various races. Before the next batch departed, he instructed Lin Jingjing to bestow blessings upon each soldier with the heart of nature. His voice carried an undeniable conviction as he addressed the artisans. The light of the Element Forge pierced the night sky, illuminating the path to the portal. This time, they were not only equipped with elemental weapons, but also carried the determination to integrate the crafts of all races, launching a new assault into the depths of the multiracial battlefield. Chapter 47. The struggle for the core of the floating city. The brilliance of the Element Forge burned through the night. As the first rays of dawn pierced the clouds, 50 newly supplemented Earth-Shatterers stood arrayed before the multiracial station, their stone hammers adorned with newly forged elemental crystals, radiating an earthy glow in the sunlight. Lin Jingjing stood at the forefront of the ranks, the leaf-pattern mark on her forehead shimmering, delicate green tendrils of energy coiling around the soldier's armor, a blessing of the heart of nature, enabling them to maintain clarity in the abyssal environment. Remember, do not engage the dragon tribe unless provoked. Chen conducted a final equipment check, handing a badge engraved with Titan runes to the captain leading the team, a relic imprinted from the remnants of the floating city, perhaps granting them a temporary trust. The golden light of the portal began to swirl once more, its energy readings more stable than before, bolstered by the continuous infusion of colorful grain energy from the element forge, enhancing the stability of the spatial passage. As the silhouettes of 150 soldiers vanished into the luminescent veil, a new alert appeared on Lu Chen's panel, detecting abnormal energy fluctuations in the main battlefield. The Earth-based barrier's breach is contracting. The world channel erupted with messages. Lu Chen's second batch has entered. This time, they brought even more elemental weapons. It seems they intend to seize the core by force. The Abyssal Tribe's main forces have arrived. Reports indicate their corrosive lord is personally overseeing the battle, capable of melting grade 6 armor. The dragon and elf tribes are clashing. The elves attempted a sneaky maneuver to ambush the floating city, but were caught directly in the crossfire of the dragon tribe's Thunder Dragon. Lu Chen had no time to concern himself with the chaotic skirmishes. His focus remained solely on the live feed, where the second batch of soldiers, upon emerging from the teleportation point, faced a horrifying sight. The previously blasted breach had shrunk to a mere 3 meters in width. With surviving Earth-shatterers propping up the gap with their bodies, their stone armor marred by green corrosive stains, while the Thunder Archers, backed against the rubble of the floating city, had few steam arrows remaining, their bowstrings heated to a dangerous red from relentless firing. Split into 2 teams. The new captain's voice rang through the communication crystal. First team, support the breach. Second team, follow me to secure the core. The earthy stone walls trembled under the onslaught of the Abyssal Tribe. The corrosive lord emerged behind the pack of hounds, raising its blistered arm, green corrosive liquid cascading down like a waterfall, causing the stone arms of the earth-shatterers supporting the breach to emit wisps of smoke, as several soldiers' armor melted away, revealing skin that was petrifying beneath. Use the elemental crystals. The captain's stone hammer struck the ground with a resounding thud, as the newly reinforced earth-shatterers activated the elemental crystals embedded in their hammers simultaneously. A wave of earthy energy radiated outward from the hammers, dispersing the corrosive liquid into droplets, temporarily halting the contraction of the breach. The Thunder Archers, seizing the opportunity, launched a counterattack. The newly equipped steam element arrows, infused with gentle green natural energy, not only exploded upon hitting the corrosive hounds, but also sprouted dense vines that ensnared the surrounding abyssal creatures. This arrow, a product of the Lone Wanderer's overnight innovations, was specifically designed to counteract the regenerative capabilities of the Abyssal Tribe. Now is our chance. The captain seized the moment as the corrosive lord retreated, leading the second team toward the breach. The Earth-shatterer's stone hammers carved deep furrows into the ground with each step, each footfall sending tremors that caused the abyssal creatures atop the rubble to stagger. Meanwhile, the Thunder Archers accurately eliminated threats on either side of the breach, clearing a pathway for their comrades. As they burst through the breach, they finally beheld the full visage of the floating city's power core, a blue crystal, approximately 10 meters in diameter, suspended in midair, its surface coursing with titan runes that resonated powerfully with the remnants of the floating city in Lu Chen's domain. Surrounding the core were 3 corpses. 2 were abyssal corrosive hounds, while the third, clad in the armor of the Elven Wind Whisperers, was evidently the ill-fated individual who had attempted a surprise attack earlier. Quick! Encase the core in runic obsidian. The captain drew forth the prepared obsidian chains. Forged in the elemental furnace, these chains could temporarily isolate the core's energy fluctuations. Just as the chains were about to touch the core, a green energy whip suddenly surged from the shadows, ensnaring the captain's arm. The head of the corrosive lord emerged from behind a pile of rubble, a cruel smile spreading across its pustule-ridden face. Human, relinquish the core, and I may grant you a swifter demise. Dream on. The captain forcefully smashed the elemental crystal against the ground. The ensuing explosion sent the corrosive lord reeling and caused the core's blue light to surge dramatically. An uncanny scene unfolded as the titan runes on the core suddenly detached, as if imbued with life, and latched onto the Earthbreaker's stone hammer, which instantly radiated with the same azure glow. Titan energy resonance detected. Earthbreaker gains temporary skill. Titan's wrath, dealing double damage to abyssal beings. The world channel erupted into chaotic discussions. What on earth is that? The hammer is glowing. Have the titan runes acknowledged their master? Can Lu Chen wield the core's energy? The corrosive lord has been sent flying. Its corrosive liquid seems ineffective against the blue light. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously. Bolstered by Titan's wrath, the Earthbreaker became akin to a deity of war. As it swung its hammer, the green corrosive liquid retreated, and the abyssal corpses dissipated into wisps of smoke. The Thunder Archers utilized their final steam arrows to eliminate the remaining corrosive hounds, intertwining the natural energy of the arrows with the blue light of the core to form a protective barrier. Retreat. The captain hoisted the core, now shrouded in obsidian chains. Its size reduced to that of a basketball, yet still exceedingly heavy. The first batch of surviving soldiers supported one another, hastening towards the portal, the blue light on their stone armor acting as a beacon guiding them home. The furious roar of the corrosive lord echoed behind them, as the green energy whip shattered the rubble they had relied upon. But the barrier formed by the Titan runes repelled all assaults. As the last soldier vanished into the portal's glow, a notification appeared on Lu Chen's interface. Successfully acquired the Floating City Power Core, Tier 6. Conditions for upgrading Resource Dominion talent completed, 3 of 3. A brief silence enveloped the world channel, soon followed by an even more fervent discussion. Lu Chen has obtained the core. He truly has it. The Abyssal are in a frenzy. The Corrosive Lord is charging into the portal with all its forces, undoubtedly targeting Lu Chen's territory. The elves and dragons are rushing towards the human domain, seeking to reap the benefits. Lu Chen had no time to celebrate. He watched as the soldiers, clutching the core, burst through the portal, its blue light resonating with the remnants of the floating city, causing the entire territory to tremble slightly. The vibrant grains in the spirit-rich fields surged in growth, while the tricolored energy flow within the elemental furnace spun increasingly faster. Resource Dominion talent upgraded to Tier 4. New function unlocked. Cross-racial equipment fusion allows the fusion of equipment traits from different races. Lin Jingjing's talent upgrade conditions 3 of 4 completed, establishing resonance with Titan energy. The furious roars of the Corrosive Lord echoed from the direction of the portal, as green corrosive liquid began seeping through the gaps of the light screen, corroding the ground into deep pits. Lu Chen decisively commanded, Gran, initiate the self-destruct sequence of the elemental furnace, blow up the portal. The lanky troll wasted no time, striking his staff heavily upon the runes of the furnace's base. The tricolored energy flow became instantly chaotic, and the elemental furnace began to tremble violently, the core's vibrant grain energy escaping wildly. Lu Chen grasped the power core and sprinted towards the spirit-rich fields, the earth-shattering explosion resounding behind him, as the myriad races station, along with the encroaching abyssal vanguard, was consumed by the torrent of energy. When the dust settled, a massive pit, 100 meters in diameter, appeared on the territory's surface, with a strange vortex of magma and natural energy swirling at its depths. Lu Chen stood in the heart of the spirit-rich fields, embedding the power core next to the floating city remnants, the blue light melding with the pale blue energy flow of the remnants, projecting a complete phantom of the floating city into the sky. The world channel's messages turned gravely serious. The portal has been destroyed. Has Lu Chen trapped himself? The Corrosive Lord is not completely vanquished. Its energy fluctuations are still present at the pit's bottom, slowly regenerating. The black hole in the myriad races' main battle zone is beginning to expand rapidly, with all races converging upon the human territory, the last sanctuary. Lu Chen gazed at the phantom of the floating city in the sky, suddenly understanding its purpose. This was not a mobile fortress, but rather a colossal energy converter capable of transforming various energies, natural, abyssal, titan, into a pure defensive barrier. He placed his hand upon the core, and the Resource Dominion talent on his panel began to pulse frantically. Detected Tier 6 Floating City Core, 10,000 units of vibrant grain can be consumed to activate the defensive barrier. Activation will grant the territory the Titan's Guardian effect, capable of withstanding all attacks below Tier 7. Lin Jingjing's voice, trembling with excitement, reached him. Lu Chen, my talent has leveled up. On the girl's panel, the progress bar for the Heart of Nature was completely filled, and the leaf mark on her forehead transformed into a blooming rainbow flower. The vibrant grains of the spirit-rich fields ascended, intertwining with the blue light of the floating city's phantom, forming an energy dome that enveloped the entire territory. The Corrosive Lord at the pit's bottom emitted a reluctant roar, but its corrosive liquid was purified upon contact with the dome. In the distance, silhouettes of dragons, elves, and abyssals approached, yet none dared to advance toward the blue light of Titan's Guardian. Lu Chen understood that the true trial was just beginning. The energy of the floating city core would inevitably be depleted, and the black hole of the myriad races battlefield would eventually consume all. But at this moment, as he looked at Lin Jingjing by his side, at the soldiers in the distance repairing their gear, and at the rekindled flames atop the elemental furnace's remnants, his heart brimmed with an unprecedented resolve. This battle for the floating city core may merely be the prologue to the chaos among the myriad races. Yet, as long as they could safeguard this territory imbued with the strengths of various races, there would always be hope. Within the territory enveloped in blue light, new elemental weapons were being forged, new soldiers were assembling, and new hope was quietly growing within the soil of the spirit-rich fields. Chapter 48, Cold Arrows Beneath the Dome. The blue light of the energy dome reached its zenith at noon. The vibrant grains of the spirit-rich fields had grown to half the height of a person, their ears adorned with Titan runes resonating in harmony with the phantom of the floating city, temporarily stabilizing the dome's defensive strength at 78. Lu Chen stood atop the newly erected watchtower, observing as artisans fused the Corrosive Lord's pus with the Titan runes to forge a pitch-black shield atop the remnants of the elemental furnace. This was the first product crafted using his cross-racial equipment fusion talent, embodying the anti-magic properties of obsidian and the explosive power of steam. My lord, the Abyssal have erected a corrosive altar at the pit's bottom. The voice of an shadow assassin descended from the tower's apex. Noting that their priests were chanting as the energy fluctuations of the vortex intensified, seemingly summoning something. Suddenly, Chen's panel flashed with a warning. High-frequency energy concentration detected. Source located 3 kilometers northeast in the rubber forest, suspected to be an Elven wind whisperer. The global channel's news refreshes synchronously. The Ranger Battalion of the Elven clan has vanished. Just moments ago, they were spotted lingering outside the dome. Alia is surely up to no good. The Corruption Lord is preoccupied with the frontal assault, and she intends to launch a sneak attack from the flank. The energy fluctuations in the Lingyun wilderness are peculiar. It seems Lin Jingjing is performing some sort of ritual. Chen's heart sank suddenly. He turned to gaze toward the core region of the Lingyun wilderness, where Lin Jingjing knelt at the center of the rainbow-hued grain spike. The colorful flower mark on her forehead spinning increasingly faster. She was attempting to catalyze the grains with Titan energy, fulfilling the final condition for the heart of nature's 4th stage, to cultivate the Titan seed capable of purifying the abyssal altar. Send 10 earth shatterers to protect her and construct a temporary barrier with runic obsidian. Chen shouted into the communication crystal. No sooner had the order been given than a sharp sound sliced through the air. A verdant shadow darted through the northeastern oak grove, and an arrow entwined with living vines, like a venomous serpent, pierced through a weak point in the energy dome, where a 3-second fluctuation had occurred due to the fusion of Titan energy, aimed directly at Lin Jingjing's back. Be careful. Chen's reaction was swifter than his thoughts. He grasped the newly forged black shield, activated the steam-powered device, and propelled himself downward from the lookout tower like an arrow released from a bow. At the moment the shield collided with the arrow, the vines surged forth, crawling up the shield's surface as if alive, their sharp barbs attempting to pierce through the crevice. Using the recoil to roll backward, Chen discovered that the arrowhead was not metal but a wooden core embedded with the Titan seed, inscribed with the Elven clan's sacrificial runes. High-risk item detected. Nature's sacrificial arrow, stage 6, capable of absorbing the target's life force and converting it into natural energy. Lin Jingjing was knocked to the ground by the shockwave. Although she was not directly struck, the explosion of green energy waves swept across her shoulder, instantly draining the color from her skin, rendering it akin to withered bark. The radiance of the colorful flower mark suddenly dimmed, and the grain spike of the Lingyun wilderness wilted as well. Found it! Grellin's roar echoed from the direction of the oak grove, his staff pointing at the crown of a millennia-old oak tree. That scoundrel is hiding in a tree hollow. Chen looked up to see, indeed, a verdant figure in the shadow of the treetop preparing a second arrow. That was an elite of the Elven Rangers, the Windrunners. They could merge with the trees, and their arrows possessed 3 times the penetrating power of the Longwind speakers, particularly adept at sniping spellcasters. Lone Wanderer. Chen hurled the black shield to the earth shatterers. Fuse the steam crossbow with Titan runes and craft me a weapon capable of piercing the oak. The clanging of the blacksmith's forge intertwined with the hissing of steam in an instant. The Lone Wanderer embedded a Titan rune metal tube into the crossbow's barrel and poured in 3 scoops of the Corruption Lord's pus as a catalyst. The barbs on the bolt shimmered with a black-green glow. This was the corrupt wood arrow, specifically designed to counteract plant life. At that moment, the world channel erupted. Hit! The Elven Ranger struck Lin Jingjing. That arrow is problematic. Lin Jingjing's vitality is depleting. Chen had gone mad. Had he truly used abyssal pus to forge a weapon? Did he not fear contaminating the Lingyun wilderness? Chen had no time to heed these concerns. He seized the modified steam crossbow, and as he aimed at the oak's crown, a prompt appeared on the panel. Cross-species equipment fusion activated. Corrupt wood arrow gains Titan piercing effect, dealing 100 increased damage to plant targets. The moment he pulled the trigger, the steam crossbow emitted a roar akin to a dragon's cry. The corrupt wood arrow, trailing black-green flames, pierced through the energy dome, accurately penetrating the oak's trunk and pinning the Windrunner within the tree's heart. Verdant blood flowed down the shaft of the arrow, and wherever it passed, the bark of the millennia-old oak withered at a visible pace. 3 left. Reports from the shadow assassins emerged from the forest, indicating they were shifting positions, still targeting Lin Jingjing. Chen suddenly recognized the true intent of the Elven clan. They did not seek to slay Lin Jingjing, but to seize the Titan energy within her. The resonance of the heart of nature and the Titan runes was precisely the key the elves coveted for their dream of natural sublimation. Lin Jingjing, absorb the Titan seed on the arrowhead. Chen shouted into the communication crystal. That was the final condition. In the Lingyun wilderness, the girl, enduring excruciating pain, pressed her palm against the nature's sacrificial arrow that was embedded in the ground. The colorful flower mark erupted in dazzling light. As the arrowhead's Titan seed made contact with the Titan energy, it took root and sprouted into a vine entwined with golden veins, continuously drawing the surrounding abyssal energy into Lin Jingjing's body. Lin Jingjing's talent, Heart of Nature, has upgraded to stage 4, unlocking the skill Titan Vine, capable of controlling plants infused with Titan energy, effective against abyssal creatures. The wind in the world channel suddenly shifted. Incredible. It's backfiring. Lin Jingjing has seized the energy of the Titan seed. What kind of vine is that? It's golden. It has drained the corrosive liquid from the pit bottom clean. The Elven clan must be dumbfounded. Their scheme has backfired. The Windrunners in the oak grove were clearly panicking. They abandoned their sniping and attempted to flee, only to be ensnared by the Titan vine that suddenly erupted from the ground. The golden vines, seemingly imbued with intelligence, specifically ensnared their archers' arms, lifting the Elven rangers into the air, allowing the purifying energy of the Lingyun wilderness to wash over them. Lu Chun stepped forward, observing the Windrunners ensnared by the vines. Their once verdant skin was losing its color, revealing a pallid undertone, a sign of their waning natural energy. Return and inform Alia. His voice resonated through the vines. If you desire Titan energy, it must be exchanged with sincerity. The consequence of scheming is precisely this. As the last Windrunner was released, the blue light of the energy dome surged abruptly. Lin Jingjing stood at the center of the Lingyun wilderness, the Titan vines spreading from beneath her feet throughout the territory, thoroughly purifying the corrosive altar at the bottom of the pit, revealing the buried energy spring. The energy there, having absorbed both abyssal and natural forces, transformed into a resplendent gold and silver hue. Detected geologic energy mutation. Lingyun wilderness upgraded to stage 4. Rainbow grain yield increased by 50. Can be directly converted into Titan energy. Lu Chen's panel simultaneously flickered. Cross-species equipment fusion unlocks new recipe. Titan steam crossbow, stage 7. Requires 100 Titan metal, 5 steam cores. 3 Windrunner tendons. In the distance, the Elven camp on the horizon stirred. Clearly the message brought back by the Windrunners had plunged Alia into hesitation. The Dragon Clan's Thunder Dragon continued to circle high above, but its emitted lightning no longer targeted the territory, instead redirecting towards the still recovering Corruption Lord at the pit's bottom. My lord, after the purification of the Abyssal Altar, the Corruption Lord's energy has decreased by 30. Grellin's staff now shimmered with a gold and silver hue. The energy from the geological spring was sufficient to sustain the Titan Guardians for 3 days, granting us time to repair the elemental furnace. Lu Chun gazed at the complete phantom of the floating city in the sky, suddenly formulating a new plan. He commanded both the Lone Wanderer and Grellin simultaneously. Craft me a flying vessel using Titan metal and Troll obsidian. We shall transform the phantom of the floating city into a true mobile fortress. As the sun sank in the west, the Titan vine of the Lingyun wilderness bore golden fruit. Lin Jingjing plucked one and handed it to Lu Chun. The cross-section of the fruit revealed a perfect gear pattern, astonishingly similar to the components of the steam workshop. This is, Lu Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Item acquired, Titan gear fruit, stage 7. Can be used as a natural fuel core for the floating city. At this moment, the world channel erupted with fervor. Lu Chun is building a flying ship. He truly intends to turn the phantom into reality. The Corruption Lord is nearing its breaking point. Half of its energy has been siphoned by the spring. A messenger from Elia has arrived, bearing a gift, the core of nature, suggesting a desire for collaboration. Lu Chun clenched the gear fruit in his hand, observing the craftsmen as they commenced the construction of a dock beneath the ethereal shadow of the floating city, the Titan vines being tamed into a natural ship frame. He understood that the icy arrows from the dome were merely an interlude. The true challenge lay in how to elevate this floating city amidst the encirclement of various races. As night deepened, the azure glow of the energy dome intertwined with the golden radiance of the Titan vines, creating a warm, luminescent veil. Standing beside the dock, Lu Chun listened to the crisp sound of the steam hammer striking the Titan metal, suddenly comprehending the essence of the battlefield among the myriad races, not annihilation, but rather, fusion. The cold arrows of the Elven Rangers could not thwart this endeavor. Instead, they became catalysts for integration. As the first light of dawn broke anew, the ship frame of the floating city began sprouting self-repairing metallic vines. The true voyage was about to commence. Chapter 49, The Vine's Cage and the Fist's Bargain. As the morning light pierced the energy dome, the silhouette of the Elven envoy materialized at the edge of the Titan vines. Clad in a white robe embroidered with thorny patterns, he held a crystal box, within which floated a pale green orb, the core of nature sent by Elia, said to contain the essence of a millennium-old oak. Lord Lu Chun, the envoy's voice was deliberately calm, though his fingertips betrayed his tension, turning white. Her Majesty the Queen wishes to exchange the core of nature for 10 Titan gear fruits, and the cultivation method of the Titan vines from Lady Lin Jingjing. Lu Chun did not respond verbally, merely inclined his chin. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the oak grove behind the envoy. As dozens of Titan vines burst forth from the earth, their golden veins shimmering in the sunlight, ensnaring 3 concealed windwalkers. The barbs of the vines pierced their quivers, crushing the natural sacrifice arrows within, splattering green juice upon the ground, which was promptly purified by the fertile soil. The envoy's face turned ashen. Before negotiations, it is prudent to manage your people. Lu Chen's voice was as frigid as ice. The guards dispatched by Elia have already been disarmed by my vines 3 times. Messages on the world channel refreshed at that moment. The elves are resorting to underhanded tactics, bringing assassins to negotiations. The Titan vines are ferocious. The windwalkers are like chicks caught within. I told you, when dealing with the elves, one must wield a fist. Chen has executed this splendidly. The envoy's forehead glistened with cold sweat. He gazed at the windwalkers suspended in midair, the golden veins continuously absorbing their natural energy, rendering the elf struggles increasingly feeble. The core of nature within the crystal box dimmed momentarily, evidently sensing the plight of its kin. Her Majesty harbors no ill intent, the envoy attempted to justify, but was interrupted by Chen. The core of nature is indeed a valuable item. He approached the crystal box, the Titan runes on his fingertips resonating with the orb. But to exchange it for gear fruits and cultivation methods was insufficient. He turned to point at the pit's bottom, where the corruption lord emitted a reluctant roar. The roots of the Titan vines had penetrated its lair, golden energy flowing up the vines, causing the corruption lord's pustules to visibly wither. Tell Ilya that cooperation is possible. But first, you must assist me in eliminating this nuisance. The envoy's expression darkened. The corruption lord is a mainstay of the abyssal race. We need not aid humans. Then we have nothing to discuss. Chen waved his hand, and the Titan vines suddenly tightened. The vines ensnaring the windwalker's arms began to infuse them with purifying energy. The elven rangers emitted muffled cries of pain, their emerald skin rapidly losing color, revealing the pallid contours of their bones. The world channel sentiments shifted entirely in favor of Chen. Well done. This is how one should confront them. The elves are overdue for a reckoning. They won't realize who the true leader is until they're hurt. The corruption lord is on the brink. The Titan vines have nearly drained its energy. The elves would be foolish not to assist. The envoy gritted his teeth and retrieved a communication crystal from his robes, hastily uttering a few words into it. Half a stick of incense later, the sounds of arrows whistling through the air erupted from the direction of the oak grove. 30 Longwind speakers loosed their arrows, imbued with green energy, striking the corruption lord's eyes with precision. Though they did not inflict fatal wounds, they successfully captured its attention. This is Her Majesty's sincerity. The envoy's voice dripped with humiliation. She will send 300 Longwind speakers to assist you, but afterwards, we demand 1/3 control of the floating city's projection. Chen smiled. He suddenly seized the envoy's wrist, pressing it against the crystal box. The light of the core of nature collided with the Titan runes, forming an energy contract in the air. 1/3 may be granted, but command must remain with me. Moreover, your Longwind speakers must accept the energy binding of the Titan vines. Any who dare betray will be purified into plant fertilizer. The envoy's wrist trembled violently, yet he could not break free from Chen's grip. The core of nature within the crystal box suddenly erupted with brilliant light, enveloping their palms, creating an intertwined mark of emerald and gold. This was the Elven race's life contract, a breach of which would result in the wrath of nature, transforming the violator into nourishment for the earth. Deal. The envoy's voice was filled with despair. At the moment the contract was completed, the Titan vines collectively surged. The golden vines surged towards the pit's bottom like a tidal wave, completely enveloping the corruption lord in a colossal cocoon. The arrows of the 300 Longwind speakers rained down like a green tempest, relentlessly bombarding the weak points of the cocoon, forming a pincer attack with the purifying energy of the vines. Discussions on the world channel grew fervent. Is this true cooperation? The elves and humans joining forces against the abyssal race. Chen's strategy is brilliant, binding the elves with a life contract, ensuring they won't betray him. The corruption lord is doomed. The Titan vines and natural energy combined are overwhelming. Its corrosive liquid is ineffective. Standing atop the lookout tower, Chen observed the fluctuating values on the panel. Corruption lord energy remaining, 15. Expected to be completely purified in 1 hour. Loyalty of Longwind speakers after energy binding, 70. Titan gear fruit yield increased to 5 per hour. Lin Jingjing's voice resonated from the fertile land, laced with mirth. The Titan vines are absorbing the natural energy of the Longwind speakers. Thorns are beginning to sprout from their golden veins. Chen looked down and indeed saw the vines entwined around the Longwind speakers sprouting fine green spikes on their surface, a sign of the fusion of natural power. He suddenly realized that Ilya's true intention in agreeing to collaborate might be to reverse engineer the secrets of the Titan vines through energy binding. Tighten the vines by 1/3. Chen commanded through the communication crystal, instructing the Longwind speakers to attack with full force and refrain from any tricks. The sting of the contract's mark dissuaded the elves from slacking. The rate of fire of the Longwind speakers' arrows increased, the intertwining green energy and golden vines forming a swirling vortex, compressing the cocoon of the corruption lord ever smaller. When the last trace of dark purple energy seeped from the cocoon, the Titan vines collectively bloomed white flowers, thoroughly purifying the remnants of the abyssal race into nourishing soil. Successfully killed the corruption lord, tier 7, obtained abyssal core 5000, unlocked new cross-race equipment fusion recipe, nature Titan shield, tier 8. The envoy gazed at the scene at the bottom of the pit, his complexion as pale as a sheet. He understood that without the corruption lord as a common enemy, the ensuing negotiations would be even more arduous, and Chen now possessed an additional 5,000 abyssal cores as leverage. It was time to discuss the control of the floating city. Chen's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. 1/3 of the territory belongs to you, but it must be dedicated to the cultivation of natural flora. All yields shall be uniformly allocated by the spirit-rich fields. Abruptly, he delivered a powerful blow to the titan vines nearby. The vines quivered violently, their golden veins illuminating instantaneously, directing the arrows of all long-wind speakers towards the Elven envoy. The envoy, startled, took a half-step back, only to realize that their core crystal of nature had been ensnared by a vine unbeknownst to them. This is the protocol of negotiation. Chen's fist glimmered silver under the sunlight, a testament to the fact that my leverage will always surpass yours by a fraction. The World Channel's pinned message transformed into Chen's declaration. Wishing to collaborate? First, consider the weight of your own fist. The core of nature is splendid, yet my vines are even sturdier. As the setting sun gilded the energy dome's edges, the Elven envoy departed with a contract steeped in humiliation. Within the golden veins of the titan vines, green thorns grew ever more luxuriantly, while the multicolored grains of the spirit-rich fields began to bear ears adorned with natural patterns. Chen stood beside the dock of the floating city, observing artisans forge anchors from the remnants of the corroded lord. He understood that the alliance with the Elven race was merely a stopgap. True peace necessitated a mightier force for protection, and that force was known as a fist. When the first embryonic form of the natural titan shield took shape within the elemental furnace, the sky beyond the energy dome resonated with the long roar of the dragonkin. A new negotiation was perhaps on the horizon, but this time, Chen's bargaining power had increased yet again. Chapter 50, The Rift in the Earth, the Surge of Demon Energy. The golden blossoms of the titan vines had yet to fully wither when a piercing sound of friction erupted from the ground at the edge of the spirit-rich fields. It was not the brittle crackle of the corroded lord's purification, but rather a deep, thunderous rumble, as if a colossal entity stirred beneath the earth. The watchtower beneath Chen's feet suddenly tilted, the energy readings on the panel plummeting by 15 instantly. My lord, the eastern edge of the spirit-rich fields has cracked open. The exclamation from the shadow assassin trembled with urgency. Chen dashed to the tower's edge, his heart constricting sharply. The once smooth ground now resembled timber cleaved by a giant axe, a fathomless rift extending from the edge of the spirit-rich fields to beneath the energy dome. Dark purple demon energy erupting like boiling magma, spewing forth from the fissure, withering the vibrant grain ears in its wake, while the golden veins of the titan vines turned black at a visible pace. Warning, high-level demon energy leakage detected. Concentration has reached a lethal threshold. Energy dome defense efficiency reduced by 30. Rift fissure level, a class, expanding at a rate of 3 meters per minute. The messages on the world channel arrived swifter than the panel's alerts. What the hell is that? Purple smoke? Why has the spirit-rich fields cracked open? It's demon energy. 10 times more refined than abyss energy. Has Chen breached hell? I see something moving within the fissure. Numerous black shadows are crawling. The energy dome is turning dark. It can hardly hold. Chen's communication crystal nearly shattered. Lin Jingjing's voice trembled with a hint of despair. The titan vines are withering. The demon energy is devouring their vitality. I cannot stop it. Grong's roar mixed with the brittle sound of his staff striking the ground. The earth vein spring at the pit's bottom is reversing. The gold and silver energy has turned pure black. All earthbreakers, seal the fissure immediately with rune obsidian. Chen's shout drowned out the howling demon energy. Thunder archers. Target the area with the most violent eruptions and suppress it with steam elemental arrows. 50 earthbreakers charged towards the rift. The thunderous impact of stone hammers colliding with the demon energy producing a hissing corrosive sound. The stones, upon contact with the fissure, turned black. Yet they stubbornly slowed the rate of expansion. The steam arrows from the thunder archers shot towards the demon energy, each explosion clearing a small area. But new demon energy rushed to fill the void, surging even more violently than before. More terrifying were the creatures emerging from the fissure. They were humanoid forms seemingly coalesced from pure black demon energy, devoid of facial features, save for a pair of eyes glowing with crimson fire. Their clawed fingertips could easily rend the stone armor of the Earthbreakers, a phenomenon never witnessed on the battlefield of myriad races, the Demon Shadows. These things are impervious to physical attacks. The squad leader bellowed, as a stone hammer struck a demon shadow, merely stirring a cloud of black mist. Use elemental weapons. Chen suddenly recalled the earth vein spring beneath the corroded lord's lair. That spring, once purified by the titan vines, now resembled a tainted heart, pumping black energy into the rift. He seized the freshly forged natural titan shield, activating its steam power as he descended the watchtower. The natural thorns on the shield and titan runes illuminating simultaneously, cleaving a path through the demon energy. Lin Jingjing, bind the earth veins spring with the titan vines. Chen's voice resonated through the demon energy. Grong, take the troll miners and fill the rift with abyss cores. using their energy to neutralize the demon energy. In the core area of the spirit-rich fields, Lin Jingjing knelt amidst the withering grain ears, the seven-colored floral mark on her forehead pulsating violently. The roots of the titan vines surged towards the earth vein spring, golden vines clashing with the black earth vein energy, unleashing a cascade of blinding sparks. The once black veins flickering with a faint green glow. Lin Jingjing's nature heart talent triggers a special effect, life sacrifice, temporarily suppressing demon energy pollution. Amidst the panic on the world channel, a glimmer of hope finally emerged. Look, the vines are glowing again. Lin Jingjing is giving her all. Lu Chen is using his shield to block the demon energy. What is that shield made of? It can withstand it. The trolls are throwing things into the rift. Abyss cores. They are detonating. Grong's strategy proved remarkably effective. The moment the abyss cores made contact with the demon energy, a violent explosion akin to colliding positive and negative charges occurred, the dark purple demon energy transforming into azure smoke in the blast, momentarily halting the rift's expansion. However, the losses for the troll miners were equally severe. Those nearest to the rift were tainted by the demon energy, their skin rapidly rotting away, transforming into new demon shadows crawling towards Lu Chen's defenses. Alia, Lu Chen roared into the communication crystal. If you don't act now, your Longwind speakers will also be consumed by the demon shadows. The sound of bowstrings vibrating echoed from the oak forest beyond the energy dome. 300 Longwind speakers unleashed their arrows, imbued with green energy, like a torrential downpour directed towards the rift. The shockwaves generated by the collision of natural power and demon energy tore a gap in the formation of the demon shadows. Yet their expressions were graver than Lu Chen's. The demon energy was following the trajectory of the arrows, contaminating the roots of the oak forest in reverse. This is no ordinary rift. Alia's voice trembled with fear for the first time. It is a black hole of the battlefield of myriad races collapsing, forcing the demon energy from the depths of the abyss upward. Your territory lies precisely at the outlet. Suddenly, Lu Chen's panel erupted with blinding red light. Detected 8th tier demon shadow lord energy fluctuations 100 meters from the rift. A deafening roar emanated from the depths of the fissure as a 10-meter tall demon shadow rose from the demon energy, its claws entwined with remnants of the titan vines. Its eyes flashing with red light, locking onto Lu Chen's natural titan shield. The shield, an amalgamation of natural and titan energy, had become the most feared entity by the demon energy. All who can fight, charge with me. Lu Chen raised the natural titan shield above his head, the steam power device emitting a desperate screech. Grong, throw all the abyss cores in there. Lin Jingjing, sacrifice your final life. The messages on the world channel turned somber. Lu Chen is going all out. He is charging towards the rift. The demon shadow lord has emerged. That thing could shatter a 7th tier territory with a single swipe. The Elven race is retreating. The Longwind speakers have ceased their fire. Lu Chen did not look back. He gazed at the ever-expanding black stains on the natural titan shield, feeling the faint vitality transmitted through the vines by Lin Jingjing. Suddenly, he struck the shield forcefully against the fissure in the ground. At the moment of collision with the claw of the Shadow Lord, he pressed the self-detonation button on the inner side of the shield. A final safeguard embedded by the gift of cross-species fusion. Boom. The dual explosion of natural and titan energy formed a blinding white light above the fissure. The Shadow Lord let out a wretched scream, being purified into wisps of blue smoke by the white light. The surging demonic energy was temporarily halted by the explosion's energy wall, causing even the expanding fissure to slightly close under the shockwave. As the dust settled, Lu Chen found himself sprawled at the edge of the Spirit Abundance Plains, the natural titan shield reduced to fragments. His left arm eroded to mere bone by the demonic energy. Lin Jingjing's figure emerged from the vines, the 7-colored flower on her forehead completely withered, her body now translucent, as if she might dissipate at any moment. The fissure's mutation level has dropped to B-grade. Demonic energy concentration has decreased to a hazardous threshold. Remaining defense efficiency of the energy dome, 45. Weak life signs detected from Lin Jingjing. Would you like to consume 10,000 units of Titan energy for rescue? Without hesitation, Lu Chen chose yes. The remaining Titan vines in the Spirit Abundance Plains suddenly glowed collectively, infusing their last energy into Lin Jingjing's body. The girl's transparent form gradually solidified, the faint green leaf imprint reappearing on her forehead, the initial form of the heart of nature. All advancements consumed in the sacrifice of life. The world channel fell into silence, and after a long while, messages began to trickle in. Have we temporarily sealed it? Lu Chen is still alive, and Lin Jingjing is unharmed. But the fissure still emits demonic energy, and the energy dome is about to shatter. Lu Chen stared at the slowly expanding fissure, the demonic energy coiling within like an injured viper, writhing in the crevice, yet momentarily unable to break free. He understood this was merely a temporary reprieve. The black hole of the myriad races battlefield continued to contract, and the next surge of demonic energy would be even more ferocious. Bron, construct a barrier around the fissure with the remaining runic obsidian and titan vine remnants. Lu Chen's voice was hoarse like sandpaper. Suwaner, issue a recruitment order. All lords willing to assist shall share the output of the Spirit Abundance Plains for the next 3 years. As the first rays of dawn once again pierced through the shattered energy dome, a circle of black isolation walls had risen around the fissure. The remnants of the titan vines intertwined with the runic obsidian, resiliently standing their ground despite being constantly eroded by demonic energy. Forming a defense line as if constructed from flesh and blood, Lu Chen sat beside the isolation wall, observing the energy reading on the panel dwindling to a mere 15. And suddenly, he smiled. From combating Zhang Batian to collaborating with the Elven race, from acquiring the core of the floating city to resisting the surges of demonic energy. His stakes continually fluctuated in battle, yet the one constant was his unwavering resolve to stand here. Deep within the fissure, the sound of heavier footsteps could be faintly discerned. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the fragment in his hand, knowing the true test lay ahead. As long as a single seed of grain survived in the Spirit Abundance Plains, and as long as there was still one person capable of fighting by his side, he would not retreat. Demonic energy could rend the earth asunder, yet it could not tear apart the determination of a clenched fist. Chapter 51. The Abyssal Worm and the Battle of the Earth Veins. The black stone bricks of the isolation wall continued to exude demonic energy, and the sounds emanating from deep within the fissure suddenly shifted in tone. No longer was it the rustling of the shadow's movements, but rather a deep, rumbling roar, akin to a colossal creature crushing the rock layers beneath. Lu Chen could distinctly feel the tremors through his palm pressed against the wall, the frequency accelerating from 30 to 50 tremors per minute. My lord, the isolation wall is sinking, Gron exclaimed as his staff plunged half a foot into the ground. The green crystal atop it bursting forth with blinding red light. Something is digging underground. Its target is the earth vein spring. Before he could finish, the eastern segment of the isolation wall suddenly collapsed. The black stone bricks were hurled upwards as if by an invisible force and a 10-meter diameter. Earth-colored figure erupted from the ground, its segmented body covered in slime and embedded with a multitude of barbs, each adorned with severed earth vein roots. This was the Abyssal Worm, an ancient abyssal creature older than the corrosive lord, feeding on earth vein energy. Abyssal creature, Earth Vein Worm, Stage 8. Abilities: Earth Vein Devour, can absorb underground energy to strengthen itself. Slime Corrosion, ignores defenses below Stage 3. Segment Regeneration, unless the head core is destroyed. Weakness, weak defenses at the segment connections when exposed on the surface. The alarm on the world channel blared almost simultaneously. It's the Earth Vein Worm. It has taken the fissure as an entrance, gnawing away at Lu Chen's earth vein. I wondered why the demonic energy suddenly weakened. The true threat lies underground. If the earth vein spring is consumed, the Spirit Abundance Plains will be utterly doomed. Lu Chen's panel began to flicker wildly. Earth vein energy loss rate has increased to 1 per minute. Remaining energy in the Spirit Abundance Plains, 28. Detected energy fluctuations from a second worm, 500 meters from the spring. Even more terrifying was the opening from which the worm emerged. The soil there was visibly turning to sand, the Spirit Abundance Plains, which once purified demonic energy, now becoming nourishment for the abyssal worm. Black mycelium sprouted from the sand, extending towards the spring along the earth veins. Thunder archers, aim for its segment connections. Lu Chen shouted as he seized a half-assembled steam crossbow, the remaining titan energy causing the weapon to emit a faint glow. Gron, have the trolls throw incendiary bottles at the opening to halt the spread of the mycelium. 80 thunder archers loosed their steam arrows, ablaze with blue flames, towards the worm. The arrowheads struck the slime at the segment connections, the high temperature causing the slime to boil and reveal the soft tissue beneath, pale pink in hue. Yet, the worm's regenerative abilities far exceeded expectations. White viscous fluid surged from the damaged area, and within half a minute, the wound was healed, even becoming more robust than before. It is absorbing earth vein energy to regenerate. Lin Jingjing's voice reached him from the Spirit Abundance Plains, where she knelt beside the spring, the faint green leaf imprint resonating with the remaining earth vein roots. The gold and silver energy of the spring was nearly depleted, leaving only black, demonic energy flowing. Lu Chen suddenly took note of the worm's head. There lay a fist-sized crystal core, flickering with dark purple light as it consumed. That was the tainted earth vein core, the source of the worm's energy. He recalled that the fragments of the natural titan shield still contained titan energy, and suddenly had an idea. Lone Traveler, dismantle all the cores of the steam devices and fill them with titan fragments. Lu Chen roared into the communication crystal. We need to act with utmost haste. We only have 3 minutes. The sounds of the forge clanging mingled with the hissing of escaping steam, creating a desperate symphony. The Lone Traveler, accompanied by the craftsman, hammered the molten titan fragments into the steam cores. The sound of metal cooling during the quenching process heralded the emergence of 10 irregular titan bombs, their surfaces still crackling with dangerous sparks. Messages on the world channel had shifted from shock to lament. The second worm has emerged. It bypassed the isolation wall and is heading straight for the spring. Lu Chen's thunder archers had nearly exhausted their arrows, and the trolls had run out of incendiary bottles. The Elven Longwind speakers were setting up formations in the oak grove, seemingly hoping for both the worm and Lu Chen to suffer mutual destruction. Lu Chen had no time to concern himself with Ilia's schemes. He took the Titan bomb, watching as the first worm's head submerged once more into the ground, leaving only its rear half writhing in the sandy soil. The alerts regarding the loss of earth vein energy turned a glaring red, remaining 15. Lin Jingjing, use your last vestiges of natural power to ensnare its tail, Lu Chen urged as his steam boots sank into the sand with each step. Buy me 10 seconds. Suddenly, a faint glow illuminated the direction of the Spirit Abundance Plains. The dying Titan vines emerged from beneath the sand, using their last strength to entwine the worm's tail. The pale green vines engaged in a fierce friction with the black segments, releasing wisps of azure smoke, from which several droplets of golden sap fell upon the sandy ground. This was the forcibly extracted essence of the Earth's veins. Now was the moment. Lu Chen bound together 5 Titan bombs and hurled them into the crevice at the rear of the worm's tail. As the fuses crackled and hissed, he rolled and leapt towards the burrow of the second worm, a thunderous explosion resonating behind him. The posterior half of the first worm was obliterated, dark purple blood splattering onto the sand, causing the black mycelium to wither instantaneously. The rate of energy loss from the Earth's veins has decreased to 0.5. However, the second worm had already reached the spring. Its core pulsated with a gluttonous red glow, and within its gaping maw spun a vortex of energy, greedily consuming the last remnants of the bicolored essence of the Earth. Lin Jingjing was hurled away by the shockwave, the pale green leaf mark nearly extinguished. The bountiful grains of the fertile land completely bowing down, their golden veins turning to ashen dust. Alia, do you wish to watch as the Earth's veins are devoured, allowing the black hole of the battlefield to swallow this place whole? Lu Chen's voice was laced with desperation as he clenched the remaining 5 Titan bombs, his knuckles turning white with exertion. The bowstring of the oak forest resonated once more. This time, the arrows of the Longwind speaker soared with unprecedented resolve. Streams of green energy cascading into the crevice of the second worm, coordinating with Lu Chen's Titan bombs to form a pincer attack. Alia's voice pierced through the communication crystal. Imbued with resolute determination, aim for its core. I want this beast to understand that the essence of the Earth belonging to the Elven race is not to be trifled with. It turned out that the essence of the spring extended all the way to the Elven forest, merely concealed by the energy of the Titan vines. The abyssal worm was not only gnawing at Lu Chen's foundation, but also at the very source of natural energy upon which the Elven race relied for survival. A seismic shift occurred in the world channel. The Elven race has finally taken action. Their veins are interconnected. A double explosion ensued. Titan energy collided with natural power within the worm's body. The core glowed fiercely. It was about to self-destruct. A blinding white light erupted from the second worm. This time, it was no longer a unilateral purification, but rather a triad of obliteration involving nature, Titan, and abyssal energy. The core of the worm shattered into fragments, from which rolled out several translucent beads, remnants of the essence of the Earth it had not yet digested. Lu Chen dashed forward to seize the beads, thrusting them into Lin Jingjing's hands. The moment her fingertips grazed the beads, the pale green leaf mark erupted with a gentle glow, the once sandy soil beginning to exude a humid vapor, while the roots of the bountiful grains in the fertile land sprouted fresh white shoots anew. Energy loss from the Earth's veins is halted, remaining 8. Detected pure essence of the Earth's veins. Do you wish to expend all Titan energy to catalyze its regeneration? Without hesitation, Lu Chen selected yes. The residual Titan energy within him flowed into the essence of the Earth through his palm, and the beads transformed in Lin Jingjing's hands into a golden stream, seeping into the ground through the fissures of the spring. The once desiccated soil visibly rejuvenated into rich black earth. Even the magical miasma seeping from the isolation walls was purified into white mist by the newly born energy from the veins. When the first rays of sunlight pierced through the ruptured energy dome, the spring of the Earth's veins surged forth with crystal-clear water anew. This time, however, it was no longer bicolored, but a vibrant cascade infused with the energies of nature, Titan, and the abyss. As the water flowed, the black mycelium transformed into nourishment, and new shoots adorned with thorns sprouted from the remnants of the Titan vines. The tumult in the world channel gradually subsided, leaving behind a series of repeated exclamations. The Earth's veins have awakened. They are merging on their own. Lu Chen collapsed beside the spring. Watching Lin Jingjing press her forehead against the water, the leaf mark on her brow once again suffused with a spectrum of colors. His left arm still throbbed faintly, yet the surface of the white bone was covered with a delicate golden membrane, evidence of the essence of the Earth mending his wounds. In the distance, Alia gazed toward the direction of the colorful veins, suddenly stowing away the Longwind speaker's bow and arrows. We shall return. Her voice was calm and unwavering, instructing her kin that from this day forth, the Elven forest and the fertile land would share the alert of the Earth's veins. Lu Chen did not look up. He understood that the battle for the Earth's veins instigated by the abyssal worm had imparted a crucial lesson to all races. In the face of the black hole on the battlefield, no one could stand alone. At the breach of the isolation wall, Gron was directing the trolls to repair with a mixture of the colorful spring water and runic obsidian. The instant the stone bricks made contact with the spring water, spiny vines sprouted forth, serving as both a defense against the miasma and a barrier against abyssal creatures, forming a peculiar double line of defense. The fertile land has evolved to Stage 5, unlocking new feature. Shared veins can share energy alerts with bound races. Cross-race equipment fusion unlocks ultimate recipe. Earth Vein Titan Cannon, Stage 9. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the newly revealed blueprint on the panel. The enormous cannon, powered by the energy of the Earth's veins, bore engravings of both Elven runes and Titan patterns on its barrel, clearly requiring the technology of both races to complete. The friction from deep within the fissures had not entirely ceased, yet this time, Lu Chen's heart was devoid of fear. He watched as the colorful spring water flowed through the fertile land, suddenly comprehending that the ultimate trial of the battlefield was never merely the slaughter between races, but the ability to find a possibility of coexistence on the brink of annihilation. When the second ray of sunlight illuminated the spring, Lin Jingjing raised her head, cradling a colorful seed in her palm. It spun in the sunlight, reflecting Lu Chen's silhouette, as well as the faint echoes of Elven songs drifting from the direction of the oak forest. A new battle may soon commence, but this time, they would not be fighting alone. Chapter 52, The Emergence of the Abyssal Rift. The Seal War begins. The seven-colored spring water flowed through the fertile land for a full 3 days, and the delicate golden membrane on Lu Chen's left arm finally faded, revealing newly formed skin. When he clenched his fist, tiny points of seven-colored light emanated from his palm, a sign that the essence of the earth was transforming his physique. My lord, the vines at the isolation wall are trembling. Gron's staff suddenly pointed towards the fissure, the green crystal at its tip emanating an ominous purple halo. And the energy fluctuations below were unsettling. Lu Chen's heart plummeted. He hastily ascended the newly constructed watchtower, peering through the gaps in the vines on the isolation wall, only to witness a sight that froze his blood. The previously half-closed fissure was slowly widening, the surrounding soil no longer turning to sand but instead transforming into black crystal. Dark purple energy flowing across its surface like countless writhing serpents. Warning, initial detection of the abyssal rift, current level, primary. Features, continuously leaking abyssal energy, attracting surrounding magical shadows. Expanding by 0.5 meters every hour. Ceiling conditions, must inject 10,000 units of earth vein energy, 5,000 units of natural energy, and 3,000 units of titan energy, and maintain suppression for 72 hours. At this moment, the world channel was engulfed in a scarlet alarm. Abyssal rift. This is a true rift. Not the trivial fissures we've dealt with before. The black hole of the battlefield is contracting to a critical point, and rifts will multiply. Lu Chen's territory was at the forefront. Did he possess sufficient earth vein energy to seal it? Lu Chen took a deep breath and called up his lord interface. A pale blue light curtain unfolded before him, and various data flickered slightly under the influence of the abyssal rift. Lord, Lu Chen. Level, Stage 5, 98. Territory level, Stage 5. Core resources, earth vein energy, 32. Natural energy, 18. Titan energy, 25. Special resources, Titan gears fruit, 23. Abyss core, 8,000. Earth vein essence, 17. Troop strength, Earth Shatterer, 42, 50. Thunder Archer, 65, 80. Shadow Assassin, 380, 500. Shadow Hunter, 350, 400. Nightmare Knight, 187, 200. Auxiliary Forces, Troll Warrior, 120. Elf Wind Whisperer, 280. Special Buildings, Elemental Forge, half-destroyed capable of forging equipment below level 9, consuming 5 units of rainbow grain per hour. All races station, closed teleportation function disabled. Residual spatial energy can be utilized to reinforce seals. Spiritual Treasury stores various resources equipped with basic purification functions. Unlocked skills. Interracial equipment fusion. Mastery can merge the characteristics of 3 or more races' equipment. Earth Vein Resonance. Basic can mobilize stored earth vein energy, inflicting additional damage on abyssal creatures. Titan's Fury. Temporary consumes 100 units of Titan energy, significantly enhancing personal combat strength for 10 minutes. At the bottom of the interface, a line of crimson warning has appeared. The sealing war has commenced. Failure penalty. Territory consumed by the abyssal rift. All racial binding relationships dissolved. Has there been a response from Aliena? Lu Chen's gaze lingered on the value of natural energy. A reserve of 18 is insufficient even for the minimum sealing conditions. Assistance from the Elven race is imperative. The Elven envoy stated, Sue Warner's voice tinged with anxiety. That Queen Aliena is willing to provide 3,000 units of natural energy, but demands that we grant access to the research on the floating city fragments. The discussions in the World Channel have reached a fever pitch. The elves are taking advantage of the situation. How can they still think of research at a time like this? If it were me, I would also trade. The floating city fragments are far less critical than sealing the rift. Look at the rift's surroundings. Shadows of the demons are clustering ominously, at least 1,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen agreed to her terms, but the energy must be delivered within an hour. Any delay of a minute would nullify the transaction. He simultaneously commanded through the communication crystal, Grelin, have the troll warriors construct an energy conduction array around the rift, using the abyss core as a node. Lone Wanderer. Smelt all remaining materials in the elemental forge into Titan alloy to create the sealing core. As the natural energy from the Elven race flowed through the earth veins, Chen's Lord interface suddenly displayed a prompt. Detected a substantial influx of natural energy. Earth vein resonance skill upgraded to intermediate, enabling energy vision sharing with Elven wind whisperers. His vision expanded instantaneously, allowing him to clearly perceive the energy flow of each wind whisperer. 280 Elven archers stood in the oak grove behind a barricade. Their bowstrings infused with green energy connected to the vibrant earth veins, forming a vast energy net that firmly locked in the charging trajectory of the demon shadows. Now is the moment. Chen pressed his hand against the railing of the watchtower, channeling the stored earth vein energy. The intermediate earth vein resonance allowed him to precisely control the energy flow. Colorful light points streamed along the railing into the conduction array, and the abyss core node erupted with blinding radiance, incinerating the first wave of charging demon shadows into ashes. The Thunder Archer's steam crossbow bolts, imbued with natural energy, flew toward the black crystal at the edge of the rift. Upon impact, the arrowheads exploded in green flames, temporarily halting the dark purple energy flow on the crystal surface. Buying precious time for the sealing process, the world channel's messages began to shift. The energy conduction array is effective. The abyss core can be utilized in this manner. Chen's earth vein resonance can share vision. The elves' archery accuracy has doubled. The speed of the rift's expansion has slowed. From 0.5 meters to 0.3 meters. On Chen's Lord interface, various energy values were gradually decreasing. Earth vein energy, 30. Natural energy, 2,900, 5,000. Titan energy, 24. Lone Wanderer, alongside the craftsman, hammered the final piece of Titan alloy into the sealing core, a metallic sphere interwoven with 3 types of energy, its surface inscribed with intertwining runes, serving as both the key to sealing and the outlet for the rift's energy. There are still 60 hours remaining. Chen glanced at the countdown on the interface, suddenly noticing the progress bar for his Lord level, just 2 points away from achieving level 6. My lord, have you forgotten? Su Wanner presented a battle report. The experience gained from slaying 2 earth vein worms, combined with the rewards from initiating the sealing war, precisely accumulated to 98. Suddenly, a deafening roar emanated from the depths of the rift. A creature, 10 times larger than an ordinary demon shadow, emerged from the dark purple energy flow. Its claws adorned with a damaged metal ring inscribed with abyssal runes. It was the Demon Shadow General, one of the first guardians of the abyssal rift. Abyssal creature, Demon Shadow General, level 8. Abilities, energy absorption, capable of devouring all types of energy attacks, shadow teleportation, demon summoning. Weakness, residual earth vein mark at the core, transformed from fragments of the earth vein core devoured by earth vein worms. Chen's Lord interface turned crimson, detected a high-level abyssal creature. Sealing energy consumption rate increased to 1 per hour. Everyone, heed my command. Chen seized the newly forged earth vein titan sword, the rainbow patterns on the blade resonating with the light in his palm. The earth shatterer must protect the sealing core, the thunder archers shall suppress the demon shadows, and the shadow assassins will hunt the demon shadow general with me. He leaped from the watchtower, the earth vein resonance skill causing the colorful waters beneath to automatically form energy steps, as the demon shadow general activated its shadow teleportation. Chen, utilizing shared vision, anticipated its move, the blade striking accurately at its core, where indeed lay a golden fragment the size of a grain of rice. The unprocessed earth vein essence still within the earth vein worm. Ag, the demon shadow general let out a piercing wail, its shadowy form convulsing violently. The summoned demon shadows disbanding in an instant. The world channel erupted once more. We found it. The weakness lies in the earth vein mark. Chen's new sword is incredibly powerful. The colorful radiance has breached its defenses. The sealing energy consumption has slowed. Once the general was injured, the rift's expansion ceased. Chen did not linger in battle. He understood that slaying the demon shadow general was merely the beginning. The sealing war for the abyssal rift would require 72 hours of sustained effort. Upon returning to the sealing core, he found Lin Jingjing kneeling at the center of the energy conduction array, the 7-colored flower mark on her forehead resonating with the array's focal point. Although her body remained translucent, it was notably more stable than before. Lin Jingjing's Heart of Nature, level 4, triggers life link, consuming 1 vitality per hour, enhancing sealing energy efficiency by 20. Chen's Lord interface displayed a new prompt. Detected lifelink. Would you like to consume 500 units of Titan energy to reinforce Lin Jingjing's life signs? Without hesitation, he selected yes. The glow of the floating city fragments dimmed momentarily, and Lin Jingjing's translucent form solidified slightly, the radiance of the seven-colored flower mark becoming more stable. There are still 70 hours remaining. Lu Chen gazed at the surging dark purple energy within the abyssal rift, gripping the earth vein titan sword tightly. Although the values on his Lord interface continued to decline, each represented a flicker of hope. 31 earth vein energy, 2,700 units of natural energy, 23 titan energy, and the increasingly harmonious camaraderie among his diverse allies. The melodies of the elven folk drifted from the direction of the oak grove, harmonizing splendidly with the rhythmic twang of the Longwind Seer's bow and the resonant thrum of the Thunder Archer's steam crossbow. Amidst the roars of the troll warriors, imbued with the potent essence of the earth's springs, even the remnants of the elemental furnace contributed feeble energy to the sealing core. The battle for the abyssal rift seal was just beginning. Yet, as Lu Chen observed the fluctuating racial synergy on the Lord's interface, 65, he suddenly contemplated that the 72-hour sealing period might indeed be sufficient to forge a new miracle. When the first beam of moonlight pierced through the breach in the energy dome, illuminating the sealing core, Lu Chen's Lord-level progress bar silently surged to 99. Only one final step remained to ascend to the 6th-tier Lord, and that step perhaps lay hidden within this interspecies sealing conflict. Chapter 53, Fortifying the Abyss. The sealing commences. The faint glow of the energy conduction array pulsed in the darkest hour before dawn. Lu Chen stood before the ruins of the elemental furnace, watching Grong direct the troll craftsmen as they hoisted a new steam core into place. On the fractured walls of the furnace, the solitary traveler adeptly patched the fissures with titan alloy, golden liquid metal flowing through the gaps, entwining with the remnants of natural thorns to form a robust lattice structure. Elemental furnace upgrade plan confirmed. Lu Chen accessed the building panel, his fingertips gliding across the luminous screen, merging titan alloy with natural thorns, reinforcing the furnace while installing an energy diversion valve, enabling an additional output of 5 earth titan arrows per hour, with consumption elevated to 8 units of rainbow grains. Elemental furnace, 6th tier, upgrade in progress, estimated time remaining, 3 hours. He turned towards the spirit repository. The storage core bore 3 deep gashes from the claws of shadowy creatures last night, and the purification crystal atop the repository had dimmed. Suwaner, transfer 100 units of earth essence, Lu Chen murmured, caressing the injured area where the wooden structure was visibly decaying. He planned to replace the outer wall of the repository with runic obsidian and substitute the purification crystal with the core of a Titan Gears fruit. Spirit repository, 5th tier, upgrade plan confirmed. Defense strength increased by 40, purification range expanded to a radius of 50 meters, capable of processing 3 different pollutants simultaneously. Messages in the world channel became increasingly frenetic as the building upgrades illuminated the skies. Lu Chen is transforming his territory into an impregnable fortress. Even the repository is being replaced with obsidian. The elemental furnace has reached 6th tier. Are his craftsmen made of iron, completing repairs and upgrades overnight? Look towards the multicultural station. A radiant glow is emanating from there, as if it is channeling energy into the sealing array. Lu Chen lifted his gaze, and indeed, a pale blue beam of light ascended from the ruins of the multicultural station. Grong's staff was thrust into the center of the station, the green crystal resonating with the Earth's spring, compressing the residual spatial energy into liquid form, which flowed through pre-installed conduits towards the sealing core of the abyssal rift. Multicultural station, 2nd tier, temporary modification completed. Spatial energy conversion rate 30, can provide 500 units of special energy to the sealing array per hour. As the final Earth defense tower was erected behind the isolation wall, the upgrade of the elemental furnace reached completion. The furnace of the 6th tier shimmered with the colorful flames of the Earth, and the first Earth Titan arrow, freshly forged, automatically soared into the quiver of the Thunder Archer, the runes upon the arrowhead resonating with the energy flow of the spirit repository, leaving a delicate trail in the air. All building upgrades were finalized. Su Wanner's voice, tinged with a weary excitement, announced, current available defensive power, 5 Earth defense towers, automatically attacking abyssal creatures. 1 6th tier elemental furnace, continuously supplying weapons. 1 reinforced spirit repository, purification energy support. 1 spatial energy node, modified multicultural station. Lu Chen's Lord interface simultaneously refreshed. Territory defense index increased to 75. Sealing array energy supply stability enhanced by 40. Lord level, 5th tier, 99. At that moment, Lin Jingjing's voice resonated from the center of the energy conduction array. The energy reserves are sufficient. Earth 32, Nature 4800, 5000, Titan 25, we can initiate the sealing. The girl's form had become as transparent as glass, yet the multicolored flower mark upon her forehead glowed with astonishing brilliance. The conduction array beside her began to whirl. The 7-colored flow of earth energy, the verdant flow of the elven nature, and the golden torrent of Titan energy entwined like 3 massive dragons surging towards the sealing core. erupting in a blinding white light upon contact. Abyssal Rift Sealing Procedure initiated. Current progress. 1. The crimson alerts in the world channel abruptly transformed into golden notifications. The first Abyssal Rift Sealing battle has officially commenced. All races can earn rewards by contributing energy. A sound akin to shattering glass echoed from the depths of the rift. The crystalline edges of the rift began to flake away, and dark purple energy surged forth, colliding with the tricolored sealing light wall, igniting a cloud of radiant mist. The previously amassed shadowy creatures screamed and dissipated within the light fog, leaving only a few high-ranking shadows lingering at the edges of the light wall, their claws scratching ominously. Earth defense towers, engage freely. Lu Chen's voice resonated across the battlefield through the energy resonance. The 5 towers ignited simultaneously. Arrows coalesced from earth energy rained down upon the rift like a torrential downpour, each arrow carrying a purifying effect, exploding into vibrant blossoms of light upon striking the shadowy creatures. From the direction of the elemental furnace, the first batch of upgraded Earth Titan arrows had already reached the Thunder Archer's hands. The runes upon the arrowhead resonated with the sealing light wall, and the arrows generated fine energy chains along their trajectory, firmly ensnaring any approaching shadows, allowing the purifying energy of the light wall to wash over them. 71 hours and 58 minutes remained. Lu Chen focused intently on the countdown on his interface. The progress bar for his Lord level surged to 995 the moment the sealing commenced. He understood that the final stretch, the last 05, lay within this sealing battle that would endure for 3 days. Suddenly, the light wall at the center of the rift trembled violently. An arm cloaked in black scales emerged from the dark purple energy flow, and as its fingers spread wide, spiderweb-like fissures appeared in the surrounding light wall. It was a being of the abyss more formidable than the Shadow General. Energy fluctuations of an Abyssal Lord, 9th tier, detected. Time until complete breakthrough, 12 hours. The messages in the world channel erupted into panic. It's the Abyssal Lord, 9th tier. Can Lu Chen's sealing withstand this? The Elven nature energy is nearly depleted. The Longwind Seer's arrows are slowing down. I've donated all my accumulated earth energy. Whether we survive now rests with Lu Chen. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the spirit repository. At the top of the upgraded repository, the core of the Titan Gears fruit continuously injected purified energy into the sealing array, originally down to just 25 Titan energy. The repository's conversion was restoring it at a rate of 1 per hour. Grong, gather all the abyssal cores from the troll warriors. Lu Chen's voice remained remarkably calm. Have the elemental furnace initiate a new production line, forging the world-breaking spear from the abyssal cores and Titan alloy, specifically designed to pierce the scales of the Abyssal Lord. As the first rays of sunlight penetrated the energy dome, the light wall of the sealing array finally stabilized. The black crystalline edges of the rift ceased to expand. The dark purple energy flow was securely locked within the light wall, with only the occasional flicker of red light foretelling the fierce battle to come in 12 hours. Lu Chen stood beside the sealing core, observing Lin Jingjing's ethereal figure meld with the light wall, her voice tinged with a hint of frail joy. Look, our energies are gradually merging. Earth, nature, Titan, they are stronger together than in isolation. Detected perfect fusion of 3 energies. Sealing efficiency increased by 15. Abyssal Lord breakthrough time extended to 24 hours. At this moment, a resplendent golden light erupted from Lu Chen's Lord interface. Lord level has risen to stage 6. Unlocking a new skill. Resonance of all races. Temporarily harness all energy bound to the race for a duration of 5 minutes. He clenched his fists, the multicolored light points in his palms shimmering even more brilliantly than before. From afar, the rhythmic clanging of hammers echoed from the elemental forge. The first glimmer of the boundary spear piercing through the morning mist, and the purification crystals of the spiritual treasury refracted a spectrum of colors, channeling the energy of the earth's veins to every corner in need. The spatial energy pillars at the way station of all races stood firm as rock, infusing the light wall with an unceasing resilience. The fortifications were complete, and the sealing had begun. This sealing battle, spanning 3 days, was only just entering its true test. Yet, as Lu Chen gazed at the industrious warriors of various races around him, observing the sealing light wall that amalgamated myriad powers, he felt an overwhelming certainty. This time, they would prevail. Chapter 54. The Oath of Strong Spirits and the Orc Contract. As the light wall of the sealing array rippled at noon, a thunderous battle cry erupted from the western side of the territory. Lu Chen ascended the Earth Vein Defense Tower, where he beheld an astonishing sight. 300 orc mercenaries approached with heavy steps, their bare torsos adorned with battle scars, and leather pouches filled with potent spirits hanging from their waists. The leading orc hefted a massive axe, taller than himself, stained with still-drying blood. We are the Blood Axe Mercenary Corps. The leader bellowed, his voice resonating through the tower, causing the railing to tremble slightly. We heard that someone was fighting the Abyss spawn and came to earn some drink money. The world channel erupted with messages upon the orcs' arrival. Orc Mercenary Corps? Don't they only take on nation-destroying missions? What brings them to Chen? I know the Blood Axe Mercenary Corps. Their leader, Grom, is said to be able to down a barrel of strong spirits. His axe skills are as fierce as his drinking. They must be here for the rewards from the sealing battle. What the orcs lack most is the essence of the earth's veins. Chen leapt down from the defense tower, the energy of the earth forming a cushion beneath his feet. Grom's massive axe suddenly swung in front of him, the blade mere inches from his nose, exuding a potent aroma of spirits and blood. Human lord, if you wish for our assistance, it can be arranged. The orc leader grinned, revealing sharp tusks, but we only recognize the oath of strong spirits. Use the 7-colored valley wine from your spiritual fertile land as a down payment. And after the task is completed, provide 50 more barrels, not a drop less. Special event triggered, orc mercenary contract. Conditions, provide 10 barrels of 7-colored valley wine as a down payment. Promise to pay 50 barrels post-sealing battle. And you may hire the Blood Axe Mercenary Corps, 300 orc warriors, including one Stage 9 leader. Contract penalty. Breach will result in all orc tribes listing you as a deadly enemy, forbidding any future hiring of orc mercenaries. Chen glanced towards the spiritual treasury. Indeed, the wine cellar there contained 50 barrels of 7-colored valley wine, crafted from the first batch of grains from the spiritual fertile land. Its liquid gleaming with a soft golden hue, capable not only of invigorating, but also of rapidly restoring stamina, prepared especially by Lin Jingjing for prolonged battles. Suwaner, fetch 10 barrels of 7-colored valley wine, Chen commanded calmly, and prepare 10 roasted whole lambs for the brothers to fill their stomachs. Grom's eyes brightened instantly. As Suwaner directed the refugees to bring the wine barrels, the orc leader abruptly uncorked one, tilting it back to gulp down more than half a barrel. The golden liquid flowing down his beard and splattering on the ground, creating tiny sparks, proof of the earth vein energy contained within. Good wine. Grom wiped his mouth, slamming his axe onto the ground. From now on, the Blood Axe Mercenary Corps will heed your command. As long as there's drink, we can take the head of the Abyss Lord for you. The oath of strong spirits has taken effect. The Blood Axe Mercenary Corps joins the sealing battle. Current loyalty, 70, affected by the quantity of alcohol. The enthusiasm of the orc warriors ignited completely under the influence of alcohol. They gathered around the roasted lamb, the clinking of wine pouches mingling with their boisterous songs, creating a unique battle hymn. Grom pulled Chen close, sketching a rough diagram of the abyss rift in the dirt with his axe. Last night, we killed some shadow beasts at the edge of the Black Forest. Their weakness is under their armpits, where the scales are softer than their bellies. Suddenly, Chen's Lord interface flashed a notification. Gained orc combat intelligence. Damage dealt to shadow beasts increased by 10. As dusk enveloped the territory, the light wall of the abyss rift began to tremble violently. Dark purple tendrils of energy extended, revealing more clawed arms covered in scales. The sound of claws scraping against the light wall reminiscent of nails on glass, sending chills down one's spine. Grom downed the last sip of his drink, springing to his feet. Brothers, it's time to work. 300 orc warriors simultaneously raised their weapons, their battle cries echoing through the skies. Their combat style starkly contrasted with that of humans, as Grom wielded his massive axe. He seemed to draw upon the energy of the earth's veins, each swing releasing golden energy ripples that shattered the high-ranking shadow beasts at the edges of the light wall. The ordinary orcs formed a wedge formation, charging into the throngs of shadow beasts, their waist pouches occasionally tearing open, the potent spirits spilling onto their wounds, which, rather than causing pain, amplified their strength threefold. These lunatics, the captain of the Thunder Archers watched in astonishment, noting that the orc warriors, despite gaping wounds revealing bone, seemed impervious to pain, growing more exhilarated with each strike. The world channel buzzed with fervor. The orcs are ferocious. They are charging forward against the shadow beast's claws. Grom just cleaved through 3 high-ranking shadow beasts. Those are stage 8 creatures. Chen just scored big. 10 barrels of wine for 300 madmen. A windfall. Chen noticed a detail. The orc warriors' pouches contained not only ordinary spirits, but also several pouches glowing with green liquid. After Grom consumed it, his skin briefly hardened, making it difficult for even the shadow beast's claws to pierce. What is that? He inquired, pointing at the green glowing pouches. This is our secret weapon, abyssal spirits. Grom proudly shook the pouch. Mixed with the bile of abyss worms and strong spirits, it fortifies your defenses, but too much can drive you mad. Acquired special item, abyssal spirits, temporarily increases defense by 20, with a 5 chance of entering a berserk state. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the rift. The head of the Abyss Lord broke through the energy flow. A single eye aflame with black fire fixated menacingly on Grom, clearly incensed by the orc's ferocity. Dark purple energy whips lashed out like venomous snakes, striking 3 orc warriors who were unable to evade in time. Their bodies began to dissolve upon contact. Curse your ancestors. Grom's eyes blazed red. He poured an entire barrel of 7-colored valley wine over his axe, the liquid igniting upon contact with the sparks from the blade, intertwining golden flames with the energy of the earth to form a colossal fire axe. Brothers, drink the abyssal spirits. Let us take this son of a bitch down. 300 orcs simultaneously bit through their wine pouches, the green glow flickering in their eyes. Grom's massive axe, now ablaze with golden flames, swung toward the energy whips. The collision unleashed a shockwave that sent the surrounding shadow beasts flying, and the light wall of the rift trembled, developing spiderweb-like cracks. The Bloodaxe Mercenary Corps has entered a berserk state. Combat power increased by 50, defense increased by 30, lasting for 10 minutes. Seizing the opportunity, Chen ordered a full assault from the Earth Vein defense towers. 5 towers simultaneously released Earth Vein Titan arrows, the runes on the arrowheads resonating with the orcs' fiery axes, erupting into a kaleidoscope of colors upon striking the head of the Abyss Lord. The steam arrows from the Thunder Archers rained down like a torrential downpour at the center of the explosion, tearing open the wounds that had just healed. The world channel buzzed rapidly. The orcs have gone mad. They are using their bodies to block the energy whips. Grom's axe is on fire. That's the energy of the earth. The Lord's eye. One of the Abyss Lord's eyes has been shot out. As the state of fury came to an end, nearly half of the orc warriors lay fallen, yet the energy whip of the Abyssal Lord had also been severed by Grom's colossal axe. Leaning on the axe handle, Grom gasped for breath, his chest wound deep enough to reveal bone. Yet he raised a wineskin with a smile towards Chen. What say you, human lord? Are our skills worth 50 barrels of wine? Chen ordered Su Wanner to send over an additional 20 barrels of Rainbow Valley wine. Watching the orc warriors greedily gulp down the liquor, he suddenly comprehended the true essence of the liquor contract. For the orcs, fine spirits were not mere commodities. They were a testament to camaraderie and a bond of life and death. Bloodaxe Mercenary Corps loyalty increased to 90. Unlocking special skill, Berserk Fury, consumes 1 barrel of Rainbow Valley wine, temporarily increases all members' combat power by 30. At this moment, the fissured light wall stabilized once more. Grom's giant axe was embedded beside the ceiling array, its golden flames intertwining with the energy flow of the light wall, forming a diminutive defensive barrier. A prompt appeared on Chen's Lord interface. Detected resonance between orc energy and the Earth's veins, natural and titan energy. Sealing efficiency increased by 10. Lin Jingjing's voice emerged from within the light wall, tinged with a hint of mirth. Their wine contains life energy. It seems to warm the light wall. Chen gazed towards the spirit-abundant fields, where the Rainbow Valley ears leaned slightly towards the fissure, as if channeling strength to the orc warriors. Suddenly, Grom splashed half a barrel of wine onto the ground. The golden liquid seeped into the soil, sprouting several seedlings shaped like fangs. A response from the spirit-abundant fields to the orc energy. The world channel's wind shifted dramatically. I misjudged the orcs. They truly fight with all their might. Chen felt that this contract was immensely worthwhile. With the orcs' assistance, the ceiling battle was steadied. Look at those seedlings. They resemble little axes. It's astonishing. As night fell, Grom led the surviving orc warriors to construct a defensive line beside the fissure. They fashioned a makeshift fortress from their axes and shields. Roasting shadow meat over a bonfire, the crisp sound of clashing wineskins and war songs echoing in the night sky, adding a rugged warmth to the tense ceiling battle. Chen stood atop the Earth's Vein defense tower, watching the ceiling progress slowly ascend, 15, and the new orc avatars appearing beside him. He knew that with the Bloodaxe Mercenary Corps participation, the odds of victory in this 3-day battle had increased. The promise of 50 barrels of Rainbow Valley wine had transcended the realm of mere contracts, becoming a testament to the two races fighting side by side. As the first beam of moonlight fell upon Grom's giant axe, the flames of the axe blade resonated once more with the energy of the light wall, drawing a golden arc across the night sky, a harbinger of victory, a glorious testament to the oaths sworn over fine spirits. Chapter 55, The Lord's Counterattack and Energy Resonance. The moonlight was refracted by the light wall's colorful ripples into fragmented light spots, and Grom's giant axe suddenly emitted a low hum. The orc captain jolted awake from his drunken stupor, seizing a nearby wineskin and smashing it against the ground. Something's amiss. This stench is stronger than abyssal spirits. Instantly, Chen's Lord interface flashed a crimson alert. Abyssal Lord's energy fluctuations have surpassed the critical threshold. Complete breach of the ceiling light wall expected in 3 minutes. Deep within the fissure, a dark purple energy stream began to swirl, forming a massive vortex. From the Abyssal Lord's hollow eye sockets, more energy whips ignited with black flames. Each 3 times thicker than before, their barbed tips adorned with undigested orc bones. A gruesome response to the Bloodaxe Mercenary Corps. All Thunder Archers. Switch to Earth Vein Titan arrows. Chen's roar pierced through the chaos of battle. Grom, retreat your men behind the light wall, and let Berserk Fury protect our flanks. Bloodaxe Mercenary Corps Berserk Fury skill activated. All members' combat power increased by 30, lasting 15 minutes, consumes 1 barrel of Rainbow Valley wine. The surviving 150 orc warriors formed 2 walls, their axes crossing to create a steel barrier. Grom stood at the center of the barrier. Mixing abyssal spirits with Rainbow Valley wine, splashing the concoction onto the axe blade. The moment the two liquids met, they erupted into azure golden flames, creating a fiery vortex before the barrier. The world channel buzzed with messages as energy fluctuations intensified. It's coming. The Abyssal Lord is about to emerge. There are claws moving in the vortex. This orc firewall is impressive. The black flames extinguish upon contact with the azure golden flames. What are the Longwind speakers doing? Still dawdling? Finally, a crisp sound of bowstrings vibrating came from the direction of the oak grove. The arrows of 280 Longwind speakers, entwined with natural thorns, rained down upon the vortex like a green tempest. The moment the thorns contacted the dark purple energy stream, they grew wildly, firmly binding the energy whips to the fissure's edge, granting Lu Chen precious time to regroup. Lin Jingjing, how much natural energy can you mobilize? Lu Chen's Earth Vein Titan sword was drawn, its 7 colored patterns resonating with the light wall. We need a full-force strike to disrupt its breakthrough rhythm. The transparent figure at the center of the light wall nodded gently, and suddenly, the Rainbow Valley ears in the spirit-abundant fields all bowed down. As a golden energy stream surged along the Earth's veins towards the fissure, natural energy temporarily increased to 6,000 units. The Titan's Vine Bind skill can be activated, lasting 10 seconds. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the Lord interface. Earth Vein Energy, 25. Titan Energy, 20. Orc Fury Energy Field Intensity, 80. Natural Energy, 6,000, 5,000. Overload. Now is the moment. He channeled all energy into the Earth Vein Titan sword, the sword's tip glowing with a radiant spectrum that pierced the night sky. Elemental Furnace. Launch all stored Earth Vein Titan arrows. Earth Vein Defense Towers, lock onto the center of the vortex. The 6th level Elemental Furnace erupted violently, and 30 Earth Vein Titan arrows shot forth like a meteor shower towards the fissure. The energy cannons of the 5 defense towers fired simultaneously, merging with the arrows to form a golden torrent of energy. Upon contact with the vortex, Lin Jingjing's Titan's vine guided it, intertwining into a colossal energy spear. Drink. Grom's roar shook the ground, and the azure golden flames of the orc warriors surged, enveloping the energy spear in a frenzied fiery mantle. The world channel's messages paused for 3 seconds, then were drowned in a tide of astonished exclamations. My heavens, what is that? A golden spear? 4 elemental energies. Earth Vein, Natural, Titan, and Orc energies are all fused together. It pierced. The energy spear has entered the vortex. At the moment the energy spear penetrated, the Abyssal Lord let out a deafening wail. The dark purple vortex violently contracted, the energy whips scattering like kites with severed strings, and the black crystals at the fissure's edge began to show signs of melting. Lu Chen's Lord interface flashed frantically, detected a 30 loss of the Abyssal Lord's energy. Breakthrough time delayed to 4 hours. 4 elemental energy resonance triggers special effect. Judgment of all races, dealing devastating damage to abyssal beings. Ceiling progress increased to 30. Light wall strength temporarily increased by 50. As the energy spear dissipated, Grom suddenly collapsed to the ground, azure golden flames erupting from his 7 orifices. The orc captain's skin visibly shriveled at an alarming rate, yet he clung fiercely to his giant axe. Don't mind me. Give the wine to the brothers who are still alive. Lu Chen immediately instructed Su Wanner to bring 5 barrels of Rainbow Valley wine, personally feeding it to the surviving orc warriors. As the liquor flowed into Grom's mouth, his shriveled skin regained a hint of color, and a glimmer reignited in his murky eyes. Human Lord, we Haven Tea brought shame to the orcs, have we? Not at all, Lu Chen replied, his voice a bit hoarse. You are the finest warriors. The loyalty of the Blood Axe Mercenary Corps has risen to 100. Unlocking the ultimate skill, Blood Axe Sacrifice, which allows the sacrifice of remaining members' vitality to deal percentage damage to the Abyss Lord. Grom chuckled softly, shaking his head as he pushed the massive axe toward the vice-captain beside him. Do not employ that tactic. Save it to procure wine for the brethren. His head gradually bowed, the azure flame of the axe blade extinguishing completely, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, the atmosphere of the world channel turned solemn. Grom is gone? The energy spear he unleashed earlier must have been catalyzed by his life force. I now believe that orcs truly regard their contracts as sacred. The luminous wall of light in the rift suddenly shimmered with a gentle white glow. Lin Jingjing's voice trembled with emotion, his soul, within the light wall, it seems to be smiling. Lu Chen gazed toward the light wall, and indeed saw a hazy orc figure wandering within, seemingly clutching a wine pouch, in the direction of the fertile lands. The crops shaped like fangs suddenly matured en masse. The azure grains on the ears automatically fell, rolling along the ley lines toward the rift, forming a new defensive barrier on the inner side of the light wall. Acquired special item, Blood Axe Grain, imbued with the life force of orc warriors, can be used to brew indomitable war wine, granting temporary blessings from Grom upon consumption. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, the Abyss Lord's breakthrough faced yet another hindrance. However, Lu Chen understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. The decisive battle in 4 hours would be the true test of life and death. He instructed the lone traveler to forge new weapons from the remnants of Grom's axe. In the furnace of the elemental forge, azure flames supplanted the previous multicolored flames, a testament to the infusion of orc energy. Su Wanner assessed the remaining combat strength. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the battlefield. Only 87 orc warriors remained, while the Longwind speakers had suffered heavy losses, and the stone armor of the Earthbreaker was predominantly riddled with cracks. Current available combat strength: Thunder Archers, 58, equipped with Lay Titan arrows. Shadow Assassins, 350, lurking around the rift. Blood Axe Mercenary Corps, 87, can initiate Blood Axe Sacrifice. Elven Longwind Speakers, 120, Natural Energy Reserves, 1,200 units. Special Structures, 5 Lay Defense Towers, remaining energy, 60, 1 Level 6 Elemental Forge, continuously producing weapons. The world channel buzzed with new concerns. Our remaining combat strength is dwindling. Can we last through the final 4 hours? I've donated all the Lay Essence from the guild. It's up to Lu Chen now. Look at the leaderboard. Lu Chen's contribution has surpassed the elves, ranking first. Lu Chen paid no heed to the leaderboard. He stood before the light wall. Watching Lin Jingjing's translucent figure intertwine with the fragments of Grom's soul, suddenly grasping the true essence of the battlefield of myriad races, not conquest between races, but the symbiotic light born from the collision of different powers on the brink of annihilation. Within the furnace of the elemental forge, the first Blood Axe Titan sword forged from the remnants of the massive axe had taken shape. The sword's azure flames entwined with the multicolored lay patterns, and a blood-red gem was embedded in the hilt, the energy core extracted from Grom's heart, the final mark of the war spirit contract. 4 hours remained. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the new sword. The flames upon its blade resonated with the light wall, casting a colossal shadow of the battle axe upon the ground, ready to embrace the ultimate confrontation. Deep within the rift, the dark purple vortex began to swirl once more, but this time, the azure grain barrier on the inner side of the light wall suddenly illuminated, responding to the shadow of Lu Chen's sword, hope ignited by the orc warrior's sacrifice, echoing the final resonance of the war spirit. Chapter 56, Dwarven Treasure, Ancient Dragon Blood Body Refinement, Secret Method. As the azure grain barrier within the light wall rippled unexpectedly, Lu Chen was honing his new sword with the energy core of Grom. In the furnace of the elemental forge, the azure flames suddenly split into 2 streams. One continued to forge weapons, while the other formed a vortex at the base of the furnace, indicative of the spatial fluctuations characteristic of the dwarven merchant convoy. Lord, we're here to do business again. Bauer's booming voice emerged from the vortex, followed by 10 guards shouldering iron boxes, each branded with the claw marks of the Dragon Clan. This time, I assure you will be satisfied with our goods. The world channel ignited with messages. What are the dwarves doing here? Engaging in trade at such a critical moment? The boxes bear the marks of the Red Dragon. Surely they have pilfered treasures from the Dragon Clan. That old fox Bauer must have caught a whiff of opportunity. What Lu Chen needs most right now are life-saving items. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the Blood Axe Titan sword, the energy of the ley lines subtly swirling at his fingertips. Bauer's gaze fell upon the Blood Axe grain barrier behind Lu Chen, his throat visibly bobbing. My lord, I'll trade this for your Blood Axe grain. What do you say? He opened the foremost iron box, revealing a layer of red dragon scales, with a yellowed beast hide lying in the center, intricately inscribed with the meridian diagrams in dragon blood. Item: Ancient Dragon Blood Body Refinement Secret Method, 9th rank. Effect: using ancient dragon blood as a catalyst. It can reshape the practitioner's physique, significantly enhancing control over energy, with natural resistance to abyssal energy. Note: the secret method requires at least 100 milliliters of ancient dragon blood. The process is extremely painful, with a failure rate of 30. Lu Chen's heart raced. His Lord interface immediately displayed a prompt. Detected high-level body refinement secret method. Your ley resonance physique is compatible. Using it has a 70 chance to break through the current bottleneck and unlock the embryonic form of the myriad race's battle body. What's the price? Lu Chen's voice trembled with restrained excitement. Bauer extended 3 fingers, 300 pounds of blood axe grain, plus 50 lay titan arrows. He leaned in, whispering, we pried this from the red dragon's lair. That old dragon is still in a frenzy. If you don't want it, selling it to the Dragon Clan could fetch you 10 floating cities. The world channel erupted in discussion. Are you out of your mind? 300 pounds of grain for a piece of parchment? You have no idea. That's the ancient dragon blood secret method. My grandfather said this thing can allow mortals to withstand dragon breath. Lu Chen will definitely trade. He is in dire need of a way to enhance his power. Lu Chen did not hesitate. He instructed Su Wanner to immediately allocate resources while he cradled the beast hide scroll and approached the ley spring. The meridian diagram drawn in dragon blood on the secret method glowed upon contact with the ley energy, the red lines resonating with the multicolored light points in his palm, as if a virtual red dragon coiled upon the scroll. This secret method, Lin Jingjing's voice resonated from within the light wall, laced with astonishment, can guide ley energy to cleanse the meridians, thoroughly washing away the traces of abyssal corruption. As Bauer's merchant convoy departed with the blood axe grain, Chen had already immersed himself in the multicolored waters of the lay spring. He bit open a small vial of red dragon blood gifted by Bauer. The searing liquid coursing down his throat as if magma surged through his veins. The beast hide scroll floated upon the water's surface. The dragon blood-etched meridian diagram intertwining with the energy flow of the spring, forming a red energy net around him. Initiating ancient dragon blood body refinement secret method. Current progress, 10. Feeling the assistance of lay energy, pain level reduced by 30. Detecting residual abyssal pollution, currently being neutralized by ancient dragon blood. The world channel buzzed with intensified messages. What is Chen doing? There's red light emerging from the spring. It's that scroll of the secret method. He is really using it. There are dragon shadows within the red light. The Abyss Lord seems to have been disturbed. The vortex is spinning faster. The agony of body refinement exceeded all expectations, as the ancient dragon's blood coursed through his meridians. Every inch of Chen's skin felt as if it were being torn apart by dragon claws, only to be forcibly mended by the energy of the earth. The bones in his body emitted sharp cracks, and his left arm, once eroded by demonic energy, suddenly erupted with a crimson radiance. The dark purple taint within the red glow melted away like snow, revealing beneath it the faintly golden hues of newly formed bones. Progress, 50. Passive skill unlocked, dragon blood resistance, reduces abyssal energy damage by 20. Earth resonance physique merges with dragon blood, granting temporary skill, dragon form, significantly enhances strength and speed for 3 minutes. From the depths of the rift, the abyssal lord let out a furious roar. A skull, adorned with bone spurs, emerged from the dark purple vortex, shooting pillars of black energy from its hollow eye sockets, aimed directly at the earth's spring. Clearly sensing the impending threat, thunder archers, cover the lord. The vice captain raised Grom's massive axe, while the surviving orc warriors formed a barrier in front of the spring. The collision of azure golden flames and the energy pillars produced a hissing sound of corrosion. Chen's consciousness was pulled back and forth between excruciating pain and clarity. He witnessed the orc warriors disintegrating beneath the energy pillar, saw the vibrant fields of spiritual essence bowing collectively to channel energy, and beheld Lin Jingjing's translucent figure pressing against the light wall, weaving the final protective net for him with titan vines. Progress, 80, shape of all races activated. Enabling simultaneous manipulation of 5 energies, earth, nature, titan, orc, and dragon blood. Detected a full force impact from the abyssal lord, accelerating the secret technique as progress temporarily. As the last vestige of abyssal corruption was purged by the dragon's blood, Chen leaped from the spring. His skin shimmered with the faint luster of dragon scales, while the pale golden bones of his left arm were enveloped in a layer of blood-colored armor. The blood axe titan's sword ignited in his grasp, entwined in azure golden and crimson flames. Ancient dragon blood body refinement secret technique completed, temporarily elevating combat power to 9th tier for 1 hour. Ultimate skill unlocked. 5 elements judgment. Combines 5 energies to unleash a lethal strike, effective against the abyssal lord. At this moment, messages flooded the world channel, quickly overwhelmed by exclamations. Is that dragon scale? Chen has transformed into a dragon man. 5 types of energy. I see 5 colors of light. He split the abyssal lord's energy pillar with a single sword. My heavens. Chen paid no heed to the tumult in the channel. He tightened his grip on the sword infused with dragon blood, gazing at the countdown to the final battle displayed on the panel. 30 minutes remaining. The light wall of the rift showed signs of immense cracking under the abyssal lord's assault. Dark purple energy streams cascaded like waterfalls, yet evaporated upon contact with the dragon blood armor encasing him. Everyone fall back. Chen's voice resonated with a dragon's roar, as 5 energies whirled within him. For the final strike, I shall take the lead. The orc warriors and elven archers retreated simultaneously, clearing a path for his attack. The colorful ears of wheat from the spiritual fields soared into the sky, coalescing above him into a colossal energy sphere. While the energy cannon of the Earth's defense tower charged simultaneously, its light aligning with the energy sphere. The last 50 titan arrows from the elemental forge floated around him, orbiting his form. The abyssal lord's head burst through the light wall, and black energy pillars, akin to the sides of death, slashed towards Chen. But this time, he did not evade. The 5 elemental energies coalesced at the sword's tip into a swirling ball of 5 colors, the scales on his dragon blood armor standing erect, channeling all energy into this one strike. 5 elements judgment. At the moment of collision between the sword light and the energy pillar, the world seemed to lose its sound. The 5-colored radiance shone like a newborn sun, utterly consuming the dark purple energy, as the abyssal lord's head shattered inch by inch in the brilliance. Emitting a wretched howl of defiance, the black crystals of the rift began to melt, revealing the healing roots of the earth beneath. Successfully killed the abyssal lord, 9th tier. The abyssal rift begins to close, sealing victory. Rewards, Abyss Core 10, 000, Ancient dragon blood 500 milliliters, shape of all races fully activated. As the light faded, Chen knelt amidst the scattered grains, the dragon blood armor gradually receding to reveal his scarred body beneath. Lin Jingjing emerged from the light wall, no longer translucent. The girl's brow bore the imprint of 5 colored flowers, a testament to the fusion of 5 energies. The pin message on the World Channel transformed into a system announcement. The first successful sealing of an abyssal rift. Lord Chen awarded the title of Guardian of all races, and all participating races received the blessing of the earth. At some point, Bear's caravan reappeared at the edge of the battlefield, a dwarf holding a new iron box. My lord, congratulations. This is our gift to you. A hefty 10 pounds of ancient dragon blood. Next time you assault the Red Dragon's lair, remember to bring me along. Chen accepted the iron box, gazing at the newly sprouted green shoots at the closure of the rift, suddenly comprehending the true significance of the ancient dragon blood body refinement secret technique. It was not merely a tool for enhancing strength, but rather the key to the fusion of the energies of all races. When the 5 types of energy coexist harmoniously within him, the so-called abyssal threat is merely a trial to be faced together. On the distant horizon, figures of dragons and elves gradually emerged, yet this time, their gazes held no hostility, only recognition of strength. Chen tightened his grip on the blood axe titan sword, the 5-colored glow of the sword shimmering in harmony with the rainbow in the sky, heralding a new chapter in the battlefield of all races. Meanwhile, the yellowed beast skin scroll lay quietly in the treasury of spiritual essence, becoming the first testament to this interracial collaboration. Chapter 57, Dragon Blood Armor, Breaking the Class of Troops. The green shoots at the closure of the rift grew into seedlings under the warm sun over 3 days. Chen stood before the elemental forge, observing the 10 pounds of ancient dragon blood sent by Bear swirling in a special container. The dark red liquid was dotted with tiny golden specks, remnants of the dissipating dragon might. Upon contact with the container's walls, it scorched intricate patterns resembling dragon scales. My lord, the casualty statistics for the troops have been compiled. Su Wanner's voice was laden with fatigue, and the figures on the parchment were alarming. Only 52 Thunder Archers remained, 38 Earth Shatterers, and merely 43 Orc Mercenaries. The Long-Wind Whisperers retreated to the Elven forest for recuperation, taking with them the 200 pounds of blood axe grains we had gifted. Chen's gaze fell upon the ancient dragon blood within the container. The prompt on the Lord interface continued to flash. Remaining ancient dragon blood, 510 pounds. Usable for troop body refinement, with a 70 chance of breaking through the current tier. Gather all combat-capable soldiers in the spiritual essence fields. He abruptly commanded. Tracing the dragon scale patterns on the container's wall with his fingertip, he decided to mix 100 pounds of ancient dragon blood with the juice of the colorful grains, adding the Titan alloy powder from the elemental forge to create a body refinement pool. The World Channel buzzed with excitement as the soldiers assembled. Is Chen up to something again? Why gather everyone in the spiritual essence fields without a break after the battle? Is that dragon blood? He's going to use ancient dragon blood for the soldiers? Is he out of his mind? This stuff can cause them to explode if mishandled. I bet his Earth Shatterers can break through. They were on the verge of mutation when they blocked the energy pillar last time. As the first strands of dragon blood flowed into the low-lying areas of the spiritual essence fields, the roots of the colorful grains began to grow wildly, intertwining to form 3 pools the size of football fields. The dark red dragon blood fused with the golden grain juice, creating a swirling energy vortex at the bottom of the pool, with the silhouette of a dragon faintly visible at its center. This was the result of Lin Jingjing catalyzing it with the heart of nature, lowering the risks of body refinement. First batch, Thunder Archers. Chen's voice resonated throughout the area, amplified by the energy resonance. 52 archers stepped in unison into the baptismal pool, their steam crossbows having been meticulously modified within the elemental furnace. The crossbow bodies were adorned with intricate dragon scale patterns, while the arrows, imbued with the essence of the Earth Titan, glimmered with a faint crimson glow. Thunder Archers, 4th tier, are undergoing dragon blood infusion, current progress, 15. Suddenly, the surface of the baptismal pool began to bubble. Dragon blood seeped into the archers' pores, and white steam erupted from their palms that clutched the arrows. As their skin manifested the same dragon scale motifs as the crossbows, one archer let out a pained howl. His left arm swelled dramatically, muscles ripping through his armor to reveal a new limb covered in fine scales. Hold on. Lin Jingjing's voice resonated with a soothing power as titan vines emerged from the depths of the pool, coiling around the soldier's wrists and infusing them with natural energy. The dragon blood was reshaping your arrow pathways, enabling your arrows to carry the flames of dragons. The World Channel erupted with fervor. Look at their hands. They've transformed into dragon claws. The arrows are glowing. They're red. It seems they could ignite the very air. 3 archers just exploded. The risks are indeed perilous. Chen felt his heart leap into his throat. As the progress bar climbed to 70, the red light of the baptismal pool surged dramatically. and the remaining 49 Thunder Archers ascended simultaneously. The arrows, autonomously launched from the steam crossbows, intertwined in the air to form a fiery web. Each arrow trailing long tails of dragon flame, incinerating the flowing clouds above the spirit-rich fields into ash. Thunder Archers have advanced to 5th tier, evolving into Dragon Flame Archers. New skills acquired. Dragon Flame Arrow. Arrows now carry high-temperature dragon flames, capable of igniting magical shields. Dragon's Might induces fear in lower-tier creatures. The second group to enter the baptismal pool was the Earthbreakers. 38 warriors clad in stone armor, upon contact with the dragon blood, began to shed their outer stone layer, revealing beneath it a new skin gleaming with metallic luster. Their stone hammers stood upright in the dragon blood, the elemental crystals embedded in the hammerheads resonating with the energy whirlpool at the bottom of the pool, emitting a dragon-like hum. Earthbreakers, 4th tier, are undergoing dragon blood infusion. Current progress, 40. The most astonishing transformation occurred with their shields. The once hefty stone shields gradually thinned under the dragon blood's immersion, while dark red dragon scales sprouted on their surfaces, with the shield edges sharpening into dragon-like fangs. One warrior's shield accidentally collided with the pool wall, effortlessly tearing through the titan vine boundary. The hardness of the dragon scale shield now surpassed that of ordinary steel. Their stone armor is melting, a sentinel on the watchtower exclaimed. Yet, Chen remained calm. He observed golden liquid seeping from the fallen stone, a fusion of the earth's essence and dragon blood. As the progress bar reached completion, the stone armor of the 38 Earthbreakers completely vanished, replaced by dragon scale armor enveloping their bodies, with their hammerheads transforming into dragon heads capable of exhaling a soft golden dragon breath upon roaring. Earthbreakers have advanced to 5th tier, evolving into dragon scale guardians. New skills acquired. Dragon scale barrier. When the shield is deployed, forms a semicircular dragon scale barrier, increasing defense by 50. Earth essence dragon breath deals additional damage to abyssal creatures. Lastly, the orc mercenaries stepped into the baptismal pool. The 43 surviving warriors gazed at the dragon blood within the waters, suddenly raising Grom's legacy battle axe and pouring a small amount of abyssal liquor into the pool. In the name of the blood axe, we honor Grom. The dark red dragon blood collided with the green abyssal liquor, producing a cerulean flame. The orc warriors roared wildly within the flames, their skin scars beginning to glow, merging with the golden specks within the dragon blood to form new patterns, a perfect resonance of Orcish and Draconic bloodlines. Orc mercenaries, 4th tier, are undergoing dragon blood infusion. Current progress, 90. The world channel buzzed with excitement. By the gods, cerulean flames. What did they mix into the dragon blood? It's the abyssal liquor. The orcs combined that concoction with dragon blood, and they didn't perish? They've broken through. Their axes have grown larger, and they have wings. As the flames dissipated, the backs of the 43 orc warriors sprouted bat-like dragon wings, their battle axe blades entwined with cerulean dragon fire. Their leader, Grom's lieutenant, sprouted a pair of small dragon horns from his forehead, and the battle axe in his hands automatically split into two, each handle engraved with dual runes of dragon and Orcish origin. Orc mercenaries have advanced to 5th tier, evolving into blood axe dragon guardians. New skills acquired. Dragon wing charge, short distance flying charge, with dragon fire explosion upon impact. Twin axe frenzy, wielding twin axes creates an energy storm, dealing damage to a wide area of enemies. As the Lord interface for Chen illuminated with dazzling golden light upon the completion of all unit breakthroughs. Current available combat forces. Dragon Flame Archers, 49. Dragon Scale Guardians, 38. Blood Axe Dragon Guardians, 43. Special units. Shadow Assassins did not participate in the infusion, retaining their stealth characteristics. Nightmare Knights, currently exploring the main battlefield of the myriad races. Territory's overall combat power assessment. 7th tier, capable of withstanding a single 8th tier attack. Lin Jingjing approached him, pointing at the dragon shadows swirling in the center of the baptismal pool. They are still circling, as if awaiting something. Suddenly, Chen understood. He turned and walked towards the elemental furnace, pouring the remaining 410 pounds of ancient dragon blood into the hearth. The cerulean flames of the 6th tier furnace instantly transformed into a pure red hue, and a dragon-like roar echoed from the depths of the hearth. As the Earth Titan arrows being forged levitated automatically, merging with the dragon blood to become special arrows adorned with dragon heads. Acquired special item, Dragon Blood Titan Arrows, 5th tier. Effect, upon striking a target, unleashes dual damage from dragon fire and titan energy, with a 30 chance to trigger Dragon's Might. The World Channel's pinned message was once again dominated by Chen, 7th tier combat power. His territory has directly leveled up. I now believe he could single-handedly confront an 8th tier lord, who could withstand the combination of Dragon Scale Guardians and Dragon Flame Archers. It seems the Dragon Clan is stirring. A player captured footage of a red dragon circling at the edge of the Black Forest, its gaze ominous. Chen gazed towards the Black Forest, where the aura of the red dragon indeed grew closer, yet he felt no trepidation. The dragon flame archers were practicing volley shots over the spirit-rich fields, unleashing 49 dragon blood titan arrows simultaneously, forming a red fire dragon in the sky that incinerated the simulated abyssal targets into ash. This served as a direct demonstration to the dragon clan, a testament to their might. Baal's caravan appeared for the third time at the edge of the territory, this time accompanied by an elder leaning on a dragon-headed staff, his scale-like skin indicating his draconic lineage. Lord Lu Chen, the elder's voice resonated with the deep timbre characteristic of dragon speech. The red dragon elder wishes to discuss the matter of ancient dragon blood with you, offering 10 complete red dragon scales in exchange for your infusion method. Lu Chen did not respond immediately. He watched as the blood axe dragon guardians unfurled their dragon wings, forming a defensive formation above the territory, while the dragon scale guardian shields reflected sunlight, casting enormous dragon shadows on the ground. These formidable combat forces, acquired through dragon blood infusion, were not only sharp blades for defending the territory, but also provided the confidence needed to negotiate with the myriad races, informed the red dragon elder. Lu Chen's voice resonated through the energy resonance to reach the elder's ears that negotiations can proceed, but he must first return the red dragon egg stolen by Baal. The elder's expression darkened in an instant, but under the watchful gaze of the dragon flame archers, he ultimately nodded. I will relay your message to the elder. As the sunset gilded the dragon scales with golden edges, Lu Chen stood atop the watchtower, observing the newly patrolling tier troops displayed on his interface. He understood that the infusion of dragon blood into the body not only enhanced combat capabilities, but also heralded a revolution in the military unit system. The long-range suppression of the dragon flame archers, the formidable defense of the dragon scale guardians, and the frenzied charge of the blood axe dragon guards, together, these three forces were more than adequate to confront the myriad challenges of the battlefield. Meanwhile, the dragon shadow at the center of the infusion pool continued to swirl quietly. Lin Jingjing remarked that it was the remnant soul of an ancient dragon, awaiting the infusion of additional dragon blood. Perhaps, in the next instance, it would give rise to a true dragonkin military unit. In the distance, within the main battleground of the myriad races, the black hole's devouring continued unabated. Yet within Lu Chen's heart, fear had vanished. The dragon blood-infused armor would undoubtedly shine with even greater brilliance on future battlefields. Chapter 58, Claw of the Lava and Fong of the Shadow. The crimson glow of the dragon blood infusion pool had yet to fade, while the scent of burning sulfur wafted from the edge of the black forest. Lu Chen stood atop the earth vein defense tower. Observing the flickering dual-thread alerts on the panel, the dragon scale patterns on his fingertips slightly warming due to energy resonance. Hostile forces detected approaching. Claw of the Lava, Red Dragon Vanguard force approximately 200 troops, including 5 8th-tier Red Dragon Knights, currently 10 kilometers from territory. Fong of the Shadow, Abyss Assassin Alliance troops strength unknown, energy fluctuations concealed, suspected to have infiltrated the outer perimeter of the territory. The messages in the world channel bubbled like boiling oil. The Red Dragons have truly taken action. The Claw of the Lava is their elite guard unit, reputed to exhale dragon breath capable of melting gold and iron. The Fong of the Shadow has also arrived. Those rats lurking in the shadows specialize in hunting lords and core units. Lu Chen was now in a predicament, caught in a pincer attack. No matter how solid his constructions were, could they withstand an assault from two fronts? Lu Chen summoned the summary panel of his territory's buildings. The pale blue light curtain unfolded at the tower's peak, and the data under the dual threat appeared particularly glaring. Current core, building status. Elemental Forge, 6th tier. Function, produces 10 dragon blood titan arrows and 5 sets of dragon scale components per hour, capable of forging dragon-type weapons below 8th tier. Defense, covered by 3 layers of red dragon scales, immune to fire attacks below 7th tier. Fuel reserves, 5,000 rainbow grain, 200 gene of ancient dragon blood residue. Current status, forging red dragon armor piercing shells, estimated remaining time 1 hour. Spirit treasure vault, 5th tier. Storage, 300 earth vein essence, 50 titan gear fruits, 2,000 blood axe grains, 8,000 abyss cores. Defense, runic obsidian outer wall, titan core purification crystals, capable of withstanding a single 8th tier impact. Special function, automatically identifies infiltrators, triggering an earth vein shockwave upon activation. Current status, highest alert activated. Shadow assassins have triggered alarms 3 times, all repelled by the shockwave. Earth vein defense towers, 5 units. 7th tier. Weapons, 3 dragon flame jets, 1 earth vein titan cannon, ample ammunition reserves. Synergy effect, the 5 towers form an energy resonance net, capable of releasing earth vein dragon might, suppressing enemies of 50 combat strength below 8th tier. Energy, directly connected to the earth vein spring, capable of continuous operation for 72 hours. Current status, the dragon head sculpture at the tower's pinnacle has turned towards the black forest, locking onto the energy trajectory of the Claw of the Lava. Myriad races post, 2nd tier. Function, supports only short-range teleportation, radius 50 kilometers. can temporarily detain 10 captives below 7th tier. Special, the post foundation is embedded with 100 abyss cores, forming an anti-shadow force field. Current status, serving as a temporary garrison for the Dragon Scale Guardians. Weak points have been fortified with Dragon Blood Titan arrows set as traps. Dragon Blood Infusion Pool. Remaining energy, sufficient for one final military unit infusion, limited to 30 individuals. Special effect, the Dragon Shadow at the bottom can briefly materialize, devouring nearby shadow creatures. Current status, Lin Jingjing is reinforcing it with the Heart of Nature, preparing to transform it into a permanent defensive structure. Territory Comprehensive Defense Index, 82, major weak point. Agricultural area on the west side of Spirit Fertile Fields. Lu Chen's gaze lingered on the weak point. There lay the latest batch of blood axe grains, the ears of grain not yet fully matured, relying solely on a hastily constructed wooden fence for defense. The Fong of the Shadow had evidently done their homework by choosing to infiltrate from here. Blood Axe Dragon Guards, follow me to the west agricultural fields. Lu Chun grasped the Blood Axe Titan sword, the dragon scale patterns on the blade glowing automatically. The Dragon Flame Archers occupied the Earth Vein Defense Tower, prioritizing the suppression of the Claw of the Lava's charge with red dragon armor-piercing shells, while the Dragon Scale Guardians held the Spirit Treasure Vault steadfastly, denying the Shadow Assassins any opportunities. When he led 43 Blood Axe Dragon Guards to the agricultural fields, the soil beneath them began to undulate ominously. A Dragon Guard's dragon wings were suddenly torn asunder by a black shadow surging from the ground, dark purple venom spreading along the wound, swiftly corroding half of a dragon scale. Encountered elite of the Fong of the Shadow, Shadow Erosion Assassin, 7th tier. Skill, Venom Corrosion Ground Assault. The real-time broadcast in the World Channel shook violently. It's the Shadow Erosion Assassin. Their venom can even dissolve dragon scales. Lu Chun is surrounded. At least 50 shadows are in the agricultural fields. The Claw of the Lava is merely 5 kilometers from the defense tower. The dragon breath of the Red Dragon Knights is already visible. Suddenly, Lu Chun plunged the Blood Axe Titan sword into the ground. Dragon blood energy spreading from the blade throughout the agricultural fields. The azure golden blood axe grains erupted collectively in radiance, exposing the ground tracks of all Shadow Erosion Assassins. Double Axes dance. He bellowed at the Blood Axe Dragon Guards. The 43 Dragon Guards simultaneously unfurled their dragon wings, a tempest of azure golden energy swirling above the agricultural fields. The shadows of the Shadow Erosion Assassins screamed as they materialized in the storm, their venom evaporating upon contact with the dragon flame. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen activated dragon form. The dragon scale armor enveloped his entire body, and the dragon claws that emerged from his fingertips effortlessly rent the core of the Shadow Erosion Assassin. Kill Shadow Erosion Assassin 37. Obtain 37 venom sacks. Unlock building upgrade material, anti-venom coating. Simultaneously, the red dragon armor-piercing shells from the Earth Vein Defense Tower were finally completed. 5 projectiles adorned with spiral dragon patterns whistled towards the Claw of the Lava, detonating amid the dragon breath of the Red Dragon Knights. Shattering dragon scales mixed with Titan energy, sending the foremost ranks of red dragons into disarray. Claw of the Lava's offensive has been thwarted, pausing at the edge of the defense tower's attack range. At that moment, Lu Chen's Lord interface popped up an upgrade prompt. A pale golden light enveloping the battlefield's crimson hue. Territory level, 790. Materials required to upgrade to level 8. 10 Red Dragon Reverse Scales. Requires slaying 8th tier or higher Red Dragon Knights. 5 Shadow Fong Cores. Exclusive drops from the leader of Shadow Erosion Assassins. 100 Earth Vein Spring Crystals. Requires deep mining from the core area of Spirit Fertile Fields, necessitating a 3-day production halt. 3 Myriad Races Recognition Badges. Requires formal alliances with at least 3 races. Current progress. Orcs 1, 3. 500 Void Crystals, to be mined from the depths of Thunder Canyon. Accompanied by 9th tier Thunder Elements. The messages in the World Channel instantaneously shifted from worry to astonishment. 8th tier Materials. Is Lu Chen aiming to directly ascend to the pinnacle of lords? Red Dragon Reverse Scales and Shadow Cores. Aren't these precisely what the 2 factions before him possess? He still needs 2 more Myriad Races recognitions. The elves and dragons would surely not part with them easily. How will he manage that? Lu Chen paid no heed to the clamor in the channel. He gazed at the charred remnants of shadows smoldering in the farmlands and was suddenly reminded of the red dragon's lair mentioned by Bauer. There, he might find the coveted reverse scales he sought, perhaps even the hidden backing of the Shadow's Fong. The vice-captain of the Blood Axe Dragon Guard approached him, remnants of shadow venom clinging to his dragon horns. My lord, the defenses of the western farmlands can be entrusted to the Dragon Scale Guardians. Shall we raid the lair of the Shadow's Fong? Lu Chen turned his gaze towards the direction of the defense tower, though the lava claw had ceased its assault. The breath of the Red Dragon Knights continued to sear the defensive net, depleting the energy of the ley lines at a rate 20 faster than anticipated. The alarm of the spiritual essence repository sounded once more, this time with a more intense tremor, indicating that high-level shadow assassins had evidently breached the outer defenses. Split our forces, Chen commanded with an undeniable resolve. You take 20 Blood Axe Dragon Guards to support the Spiritual Essence Repository and ensure the capture of a Shadow Erosion Assassin leader. I will lead the remaining forces to confront the Red Dragon Knights and, incidentally, acquire a few reverse scales. Lin Jingjing's voice resonated from the body-tempering pool. Imbued with the unique soothing power of the heart of nature, I can attempt to accelerate the crystallization of the ley line spring, so we need not halt production. But I require more Blood Axe grains as nourishment. Ascension Materials 3.5 Progress Update. Ley line spring crystals, expected to be collectible in 12 hours. As Chen's dragon form unfolded once more, the dragon head sculptures of the ley line defense tower suddenly roared in unison. 5 golden ley line dragon might rays intertwined with his dragon flame, forming a pillar of light that pierced the heavens at the edge of the Black Forest. This was a declaration of war against the lava claw and a warning to the Shadow's Fawn. The top message on the World Channel changed to reflect the latest battle situation. Chen has taken the initiative. He charges towards the Red Dragon Knights. Combat has erupted at the Spiritual Essence Repository. The shields of the Dragon Scale Guardians are being corroded by shadow venom. Look at his Ascension panel. The core progress of the Shadow's Fawn is at 1.5. As Chen's Blood Axe Titan Sword cleaved through the first breath of the dragon, he suddenly understood the true objective of the Lava Claw and the Shadow's Fawn. They were not here for revenge. They were here to thwart his ascension to level 8. These two threats were precisely the catalyst he needed to break through his bottleneck. The Blood Axe grains of the Spiritual Essence-rich fields matured rapidly amidst the tremors of battle, their azure golden ears bending towards the battlefield as if to channel strength to the soldiers. Within the furnace of the Elemental Forge, the first Red Dragon armor-piercing projectile, embedded with shadow venom sacs, emerged hot and fresh. The dragon scales and shadow patterns on the projectile formed a strange equilibrium. A direct response from Chen to the dual threats. Territory Ascension Materials Real-Time Update. Red Dragon Reverse Scale, 0.10. Shadow's Fawn Core, 1.5. Leyline Spring Crystals, 30. 100. Universal Recognition Medallion, 1.3. Orc. Void Crystal, 0.500, to be mined. As the sun set, Chen crushed the first Red Dragon Reverse Scale in his palm. The leader of the Shadow's Fawn howled amidst the ley line tremors of the Spiritual Essence Repository, while the grains of the Spiritual Essence-rich fields visibly transformed into crucial materials for his ascension. This storm ignited by lava and shadow would ultimately serve as the stepping stone for Chen to ascend to level 8. Chapter 59, Celestial Trajectories, The Secret of Coordinates. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the Black Forest in a golden red hue, and the blood of the Red Dragon still dripped from Chen's Blood Axe Titan Sword. The first Red Dragon Reverse Scale shattered in his hand, releasing a dragon might that collided with the ley line energy, sketching a series of shimmering silver points in the air. These points were not randomly scattered. They were arranged according to a certain pattern, resembling an enlarged version of the spatial coordinates of a universal station. Detecting special energy residues. Analyzing. Obtained Celestial Coordinate Fragment, 1.7, containing high-level spatial energy. Usable for locating unknown areas beyond the universal battlefield. The World Channel erupted with messages as the light points emerged. What is that? The light points in Chen's hand are moving. It's a celestial coordinate. The legendary key to the Titan ruins. Is this hidden within the Red Dragon Reverse Scales? No wonder they were so anxious. Chen clenched his fist, and the light points flowed into his Lord interface, forming a new section beside the Ascension Materials panel. Celestial Exploration Progress, 14, Red Dragon Lair Depths Coordinate Unlocked. He suddenly recalled Bauer's words about a portal to the Void Storm located at the deepest part of the Red Dragon's lair, where the Thunder element served as the guardian of the Void Crystals. Dragon Flame Archers, cover fire. While Chen remained in his dragon form, he soared high into the sky, commanding, open the passage to the lair. 49 Dragon Flame Archers simultaneously pulled their triggers. The Dragon Blood Titan arrows forming a rotating fire wheel in the air, tearing a gap in the formation of the lava claw. The surviving 23 Blood Axe Dragon Guards unfurled their dragon wings and followed closely, their dual axes swirling as azure golden energy storms forced the Red Dragon Knights, attempting to regroup, to stagger backwards. Remaining forces of the lava claw, 150, including 3 level 8 Red Dragon Knights. Entranced to the Red Dragon lair exposed, coordinates locked. Meanwhile, the battle at the Spiritual Essence Repository intensified. The vice-captain of the Blood Axe Dragon Guard had half of his dragon horns corroded by the venom of the Shadow Erosion Assassins. Yet he clung fiercely to the neck of the assassin leader, enduring as the latter's claws raked at his back. When the ley line barrier of the Dragon Scale Guardians finally converged, the core of the assassin leader was forcibly extracted. It was a black crystal the size of a walnut, which also contained a string of celestial coordinates embedded within. Obtained Shadow's Fawn Core, 2.5. Extracted Celestial Coordinate Fragment, 2.7. Unlocked coordinates of the Shadow Erosion Temple. Lin Jingjing's voice echoed from the spiritual essence-rich fields, tinged with excitement. We have collected 60 ley-lined spring crystals, and the energy from the blood axe grains has accelerated their maturation. Moreover, there are light points within the crystals. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the battlefield, suddenly realizing an overlooked detail, whether it be the red dragon reverse scales, shadow core, or ley-line crystals. The celestial coordinates they contained all pointed in the same direction, directly above the Thunder Canyon, the very site of the void crystal extraction. All units converge at the Thunder Canyon. Lu Chen's roar reverberated through the territory via energy resonance, causing the elemental forge to halt the production of red dragon armor-piercing projectiles and devote all resources to forging anti-thunder equipment. The winds of the world channel changed dramatically with the rallying order. He is heading to extract the void crystals. The celestial coordinates must be related to this. Level 9 thunder elements. Even with the dragon flame archers, can he withstand it? Look at his celestial exploration progress. It's at 30. The fragments are automatically stitching together. As Lu Chen led his forces to the Thunder Canyon, the fragments of the celestial coordinates had formed a complete pattern 1/3 of the way. The storms deep within the canyon were more ferocious than imagined, with purple lightning striking the ground like the claws of a colossal dragon, turning exposed rocks into glass. The brilliance of the void crystal flickered at the heart of the thunderstorm, resembling a sapphire ensconced in an electric cocoon. Encountering level 9 Thunder Elemental Lord. Skill: Thunder Judgment Charge Barrier Void Lightning. Hint: celestial coordinates resonate with thunderstorm energy, allowing the Dragon Blood Titan arrows to guide lightning and temporarily weaken its defenses. Lu Chen's Lord interface suddenly displayed a new prompt. Celestial Coordinate Revelation. The Void Crystal is the core of stabilizing spatial passages. When collecting, 7 types of celestial fragments are required as anchors, or a spatial collapse will occur. So that was it. He realized with clarity that the red dragon reverse scales, shadow core, and ley-line crystals were all part of the anchors. The dragon flame archers, following the coordinate guidance, shot the dragon blood titan arrows into the most densely packed area of the thunderstorm. At the moment when the arrow collided with the lightning, a cascade of violet currents surged down the shaft, forming a temporary conductive net across the canyon. Seizing the opportunity, the blood axe dragon guards charged forth, their dual axes slicing through the air, intertwining azure gold energy with the electric currents, creating a fissure upon the lightning elemental lord's charge barrier. Lightning elemental lord's defense weakened by 30, lasting for 10 minutes. Star Realm Coordinate Fragment 3/7 activated, gaining the temporary buff, Lightning Immunity. The live broadcast on the World Channel flickered due to electrical interference. They are drawing lightning, using dragon blood arrows as lightning rods. The fissure has opened. Lu Chen has entered. The void crystal is glowing. It resonates with the coordinate fragment. As Lu Chen's blood axe titan sword pierced the core of the lightning elemental lord, the 7th star realm coordinate fragment flew forth from the void crystal. The 7 fragments automatically assembled above his head, forming a rotating silver star map. The brightest star corresponding to an unknown star domain beyond the battlefield of myriad races. Star realm coordinates fully resolved, unlocking Titan main star positioning privileges. A temporary passage can be opened by consuming 1,000 units of void crystal. Territory upgrade materials updated. Void crystal, 500 collected. As the body of the lightning elemental lord dissipated amidst the currents, Lu Chen's lord interface finally displayed the golden light of Ascension. All upgrade materials gathered. Territory level elevated to 8, unlocking the construction rights for the Star Realm Teleportation Array. Recognition Badge Progress Update 2/3 triggered the conquest of the Red Dragon Nest achievement, gaining temporary recognition from the dragon race. A thunderous cheer erupted from the direction of the spirit-rich wilderness. Lin Jingjing stood beside the ley-line spring, 60 crystals hovering around her, forming a beam of light leading to the Star Realm. The azure gold radiance of the Blood Axe Valley intertwined with the light column, enveloping Lu Chen's territory, halting even the red dragon remnants at the edge of the Black Forest, who gazed in awe at this land illuminated by the star tracks. The top message on the World Channel transformed into a system announcement. The first 8th tier lord has been born. Lu Chen has received the title of Star Realm Pioneer. His territory will serve as a forward outpost for the battlefield of myriad races. Standing before the void crystal mine in the Thunder Canyon, Lu Chen gazed at the newly appeared blueprint for the Star Realm Teleportation Array on his panel. In the bottom right corner of the blueprint, a line written in Titan runes read, "When 7 coordinates converge, the true battlefield of the myriad races shall unfold." He understood that collecting the Star Realm coordinates was merely the beginning. Deep within the Red Dragon Nest, in the hidden chamber of the Shadow Eclipsed Temple, and the 4 uncollected fragments yet to be unlocked awaited exploration. The coordinates of the Titan main star might well be the key to unraveling the ultimate secrets of the battlefield of myriad races. As the first void crystal was fed into the elemental furnace, The foundation for the Star Realm teleportation array had already commenced construction in the core of the spirit-rich wilderness. Lin Jingjing's heart of nature resonated with the leyline spring, infusing the foundation with the energy of the Star Realm coordinates, causing each brick to shimmer with silver star track patterns. The deputy commander of the Blood Axe Dragon Guards approached Lu Chen, raising the newly forged lightning-resistant battle axe. My lord, where to next? The Red Dragon Nest or the Shadow Eclipse Temple? Lu Chen gazed at the brightest star in the star map, his blood axe titan sword glinting with the luster of Star Realm energy under the sun. We return home first. His voice was calm, yet imbued with strength. Once the teleportation array is completed, we shall see what the outside world truly resembles. As night fell, the radiance of the Star Realm coordinates continued to shine within the territory. They resembled a series of guiding beacons, illuminating not only Lu Chen's path of ascension, but also heralding the dawn of a new chapter that would span the Star Realm, slowly unfolding under the watchful eyes of myriad races. Chapter 60, Gathering the Star Realm Fragments, a Dual Domain Exploration. On the 7th day since the foundation of the Star Realm teleportation array took root in the spirit-rich wilderness, Lu Chen stood before the elemental furnace, watching as the last void crystal melted into the core component of the teleportation array. The star track patterns on the furnace walls resonated with the 7 Star Realm fragments, projecting a three-dimensional map of the depths of the Red Dragon Nest and the hidden chamber of the Shadow Eclipse Temple within the furnace, revealing a hidden function unlocked after the coordinates were fully resolved. For fragments remained. Lu Chen traced his finger across the map's red dots. One was hidden within the lava heart of the Red Dragon Nest, 2 lay within the shadow pool of the Shadow Eclipse Temple, and the final one. He suddenly paused, realizing that the last red dot coincided with the remnant of the Lightning Elemental Lord in Thunder Canyon. Star Realm Fragment Collection Progress 374. 7. Remnant fragment of the Lightning Elemental Core has been resolved. As preparations for exploration intensified, the world channel buzzed with activity. Lu Chen is serious now. The Dragon Flame archers have swapped to fire-resistant gear. It is said that the hidden chamber of the Shadow Eclipse Temple is a one-way trip. None who enter emerge alive. I wager he will head to the Red Dragon Nest first, as the fragments there are the easiest to obtain. Yet Lu Chen chose to split his forces. Blood Axe Dragon Guards, follow me to the Shadow Eclipse Temple, he commanded, handing a piece of Red Dragon Reverse Scale to the Dragon Scale Guards captain. You take 30 Dragon Flame archers to the Lava Heart. Use this to suppress the fiery energy, and be sure to retrieve the fragment. Special Mission, Dual Domain Exploration. Mission Reward, Star Realm Fragment 4. Unlock Titan, Main Star Teleportation Privileges. Failure Penalty. The energy of the Star Realm teleportation array becomes unstable, with a 50 chance of collapse. As Lu Chen led the Blood Axe Dragon Guards to the Shadow Eclipse Temple, this shadowy edifice suspended above the black forest continuously exuded dark purple mist. The temple doors were constructed from the bones of shadow assassins, with the door knocker shaped like 2 burning green heads, a symbol of the Shadow's Fawn. Knock with the Dragon Blood Titan Arrow. Lu Chen's voice echoed through the mist, carrying an aura of dragon might. The deputy commander of the Blood Axe Dragon Guards shot an arrow at the door knocker, and the moment the arrow made contact with the green flames, the skeletal door let out a chilling wail, slowly opening inward. Entering the Shadow Eclipse Temple Hidden Chamber, first level, encountering 20 shadow puppets. Hint: puppets are immune to physical attacks. Their cores must be destroyed using Dragon Flame or Leyline energy. The live broadcast on the World Channel was shrouded in dark purple mist. It's the shadow puppets. Their shadows mimic attack movements. Lu Chen's sword is glowing. The energy of the Star Realm fragments can disperse the mist. The Dragon Flame archers have engaged in the Red Dragon Nest. The flames of the Lava Heart have surged skyward. Lu Chen's Blood Axe Titan sword cleaved through a wave of azure gold energy, bisecting the oncoming puppets. Yet the puppets' shadows immediately reformed on the ground, morphing into smaller shadow creatures that began to climb up the ankles of the Blood Axe Dragon Guards. Dual axes whirl. The deputy commander's roar dispersed the mist, and a tempest of azure gold energy swept all shadows into the air. The burning arrow clusters left by the Dragon Flame archers ignited, and the shadow creatures hissed as they melted in the flames. Kill 20 shadow puppets, obtaining shadow core powder, which can be used to temporarily shield against shadow tracking. Discovered Star Realm Fragment 5, 7, located at the bottom of the shadow pool in the 2nd level of the hidden chamber. Meanwhile, news arrived from the lava heart of the Red Dragon Nest. The captain of the Dragon Scale Guards, amid crackling flames, announced, "My lord, we found the fragment." But the lava heart suddenly erupted, and the Dragon Flame archers. Lu Chen's Lord interface displayed a warning. Lava heart energy has gone berserk. 10 Dragon Flame archers casualties. Fragment acquisition progress 70. He remained undistracted. The 2nd level of the Shadow Eclipse Temple loomed before him, its floor a flowing shadow pool, filled with the bodies of countless shadow assassins. At the center, on a stone pillar, 2 Star Realm fragments emanated a faint silver light. Encountering the Guardian of the Shadow Eclipse Temple, Shadow Lord, 8th tier. Skill, Shadow Devour, can absorb the target's shadow, rendering it immobile. Shadow Teleportation, Astral Pollution, contaminates astral fragments. The world channel was inundated with frantic messages. It's the Shadow Lord. He.S. holding the fragments. Chen shadow has been captured. He can't move. Success at the Red Dragon Nest. The fragment has been obtained. Progress 5, 7. Suddenly, Chen activated the energy of the astral fragments, and 7 fragments formed a rotating star map above his head. The Shadow Lord's Shadow Devour skill faltered upon contact with the star map, allowing the Blood Axe Dragon Guard to launch a dragon wing charge, cleaving towards the core of the Guardian, where the 3rd astral fragment was embedded. Shadow Lord's core damaged. Skill Astral Pollution fails. Obtained Astral Fragment, 6, 7. Exploration of the Shadow Erosion Temple's hidden chamber completed. As Chen burst forth from the Shadow Erosion Temple with the fragments, communication from the Red Dragon Nest finally returned to normal. The voice of the Dragon Scale Guard Captain, imbued with weary excitement, echoed, "My lord, the fragment has been secured." But the eruption of the lava heart has triggered a chain reaction, awakening the volcano belt of the Black Forest. Astral Fragment Collection Progress, 7, 7, fully gathered. Triggered hidden storyline. Elemental imbalance. The fire and shadow elements of the myriad races begin to rampage. The World Channel's system announcement suddenly flooded the screen. All astral fragments gathered. The Astral Teleportation Array enters the final activation phase. Warning: elemental imbalance may cause dimensional tremors. Please stabilize the teleportation array promptly, Lord Chen. As Chen hurried back to the spiritual fertile fields, the core of the Astral Teleportation Array radiated an unstable crimson light. Lin Jingjing stood at the center of the array, the energy of the heart of nature resonating with the 7 astral fragments, yet struggling to suppress the rampaging elemental forces. The runes at the edge of the array erupted continuously, each explosion causing the grains of the spiritual fertile fields to bow down. Arrange the fragments according to the star map. Chen leaped into the center of the array, embedding the 7 fragments into their corresponding slots. The Dragon Flame Archers formed a ring of fire outside the array with their Dragon Flame arrows, while the Blood Axe Dragon Guards released Azure Gold energy to balance the shadows. As the last fragment found its place, the Astral Teleportation Array suddenly erupted with blinding white light. The ring of fire and Azure Gold energy merged within the white light, forming a beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth, absorbing the rampaging elemental forces. The volcanic eruptions of the Black Forest ceased at the moment the beam appeared, and the dark purple mist of the Shadow Erosion Temple gradually dissipated. Astral Teleportation Array, Tier 9, activated successfully. Capable of transporting to the Titan main star, single transport limit, 1,000 individuals. Initial information acquired about the Titan main star: it contains 3 major regions: Titan Ruins, Elemental Sanctum, and Abyssal Rift. Myriad Races Recognition Badge Progress updated. 3, 3, Crisis of Elemental Imbalance resolved. Formal recognition obtained from the elves. The World Channel buzzed with excitement within the white light. We did it. The teleportation array is glowing. The Titan main star. That's the legendary divine level dimension. Chen will be the first to arrive. His name will be etched in the annals of myriad races. Chen gazed at the stars at the end of the beam. The star trail patterns on the Blood Axe Titan sword resonating with the teleportation array. The deputy commander of the Blood Axe Dragon Guard approached him, the mud from the shadow pool still clinging to his dragon horn. "My lord, when shall we depart?" 3 days hence. Chen's gaze swept across the territory. The grains of the spiritual fertile fields stood tall once more. Astral energy flowed within the elemental furnace. And the Dragon Scale Guardians and Dragon Flame Archers were busy repairing their equipment, all preparing for the impending astral journey. As night fell, the 7 astral fragments formed a complete star map above the teleportation array. Lin Jingjing's heart of nature resonated with the star map, and Titan runes began to emerge on the ears of grain in the spiritual fertile fields, as the entire territory amassed energy for interdimensional transport. Chen understood that the explorations of the Red Dragon Nest and Shadow Erosion Temple were merely preludes. The Abyssal Rift and the unknown challenges of the Elemental Sanctum on the Titan main star were the true tests. Yet at this moment, as he looked at the soldiers around him, ready for action, and the stable white light of the Astral Teleportation Array, his heart brimmed with unprecedented resolve. 3 days later, his voice resonated through the energy waves across the battlefield of myriad races. "I await you at the Titan main star." The light of the star map flickered in the night sky, as if responding to his invitation. A new journey across the astral realms was about to commence under the watchful eyes of countless races. Chapter 61, The Star Trail as a Guide, Titan main star. The morning dew of the spiritual fertile fields sparkled in the white light of the Astral Teleportation Array, and the 3 days of preparation passed in an instant. Chen stood at the edge of the teleportation array, observing the last batch of supplies being moved into the center by the Shadow Assassins. 500 pounds of blood axe grains, 200 dragon blood titan arrows, and the astral barrier-breaking axe, forged from the reverse scale of a red dragon and shadow core. All units inspected their equipment, preparing to initiate the teleportation in 5 minutes. Lu Chun's voice resonated through the assembled troops. 49 Dragon Flame Archers, 38 Dragon Scale Guardians, 43 Blood Axe Dragon Guards, along with Lin Jingjing and 10 scholars responsible for documentation, perfectly forming a vanguard squad of 100 individuals. The World Channel buzzed with messages. Live broadcasts covering the entire battlefield of myriad races. They're about to set off. Lu Chen's vanguard squad is all elite. I see Ball. That dwarf is mingling with the scholars, surely aiming to pilfer treasures from the Titan ruins. The elves have sent a long-wind speaker along. Does Alia wish to partake as well? Lu Chen did not hinder the elves following. On the Lord interface, the badge of recognition from myriad races shone exceptionally bright, with the alliance runes of 3 races forming a triangular barrier around the teleportation array, a necessary safeguard for interdimensional travel. Lin Jingjing, he approached the girl. Observing the Titan runes resonating in her palm with the star map, maintain synchronization of the heart of nature with the astral fragments during the transport, and ensure the energy flow remains stable. Astral teleportation ready. Target, Titan main star, coordinates locked. Estimated teleportation time, 10 minutes, may encounter spatial turbulence during the process. As Lu Chen stepped into the center of the array, the 7 astral fragments ignited simultaneously, forming a rotating star map above the teleportation array. The Dragon Flame Archer's arrows created a ring of fire outside, while the azure gold energy released by the Blood Axe Dragon Guards intertwined with the fire ring, forming a protective cocoon of energy around the vanguard squad. Activate. With Lu Chun's command, the white light of the astral teleportation array surged violently, engulfing everyone. The World Channel's broadcast was momentarily obscured by static, leaving only a line of system prompts. Interdimensional teleportation initiated, signal lost. The teleportation experience was far more wondrous than imagined. Lu Chen felt his body disintegrate into countless points of light, swiftly traversing along the trajectory indicated by the star map. Surrounding him were flowing nebulae, and the whispers of Titan runes echoed in his ears. Lin Jingjing's heart of nature energy flowed gently like water, connecting all the points of light together, preventing them from being scattered by spatial turbulence. What is that? Ball's startled voice came from the side. The nebula beside the dwarf suddenly distorted, revealing a burning green eye. It was the residual energy imprint of the Shadow Lord from the Shadow Erosion Temple, following along the resonance of the astral fragments. Encountered spatial parasite, Shadow Remnant, Tier 7. Tip: can be purified using Dragon Flame or Titan energy. Contact will pull you into a spatial rift. Dragon Flame Archers. Fire at will. Lu Chun's Blood Axe Titan Sword, even in point form, could still concentrate energy, unleashing Azure Gold Sword Chi to cleave at the Shadow Remnant, slicing it into segments. Maintain formation, do not disperse. The World Channel's broadcast resumed after a 3-minute interruption, the image shaking violently due to spatial fluctuations. I see it. Something is pursuing them. It's a Shadow Remnant. Lu Chen's sword aura could still be wielded in this space. How astonishing. We are nearing our destination. The colors of the nebula ahead have shifted. We are now entering the atmosphere of Titan's main planet. In the final 30 seconds of the transmission, the points of light from the Vanguard team suddenly plunged into a golden ocean. The energy here is so dense that it seems almost tangible. Each droplet of seawater is pure Titan energy. As the Dragon Scale Guardian's armor made contact with the water, intricate golden patterns began to sprout automatically. A welcoming gesture from the main planet of Titan. Transmission complete. Arrived at the edge of the elemental sanctum of Titan's main planet. Detected ultra-high concentration of Titan energy. All unit attributes temporarily increased by 20. Main quest triggered. Titan Legacy. Exploration of 3 major regions required to unlock core permissions of the main planet. As the points of light coalesced back into human form, Lu Chen found himself standing upon a floating rock amidst a rolling sea of golden clouds. Beneath him swirled a tumultuous ocean of gold, and on the distant horizon, he could faintly discern colossal structures crafted from crystal and metal, the outlines of Titan ruins. Most astonishing of all was the sky, where 2 suns hung simultaneously, one radiating a fiery red glow, the other exuding a frosty blue light. The elemental sanctum truly lived up to its reputation. Lin Jingjing's voice was filled with wonder as her heart of nature imprint resonated with the golden sea. And amidst the crevices of the surrounding rocks, grass-bearing Titan runes sprouted forth. The World Channel erupted with excitement at the sight before them. Is that 2 suns in the sky? The environment of Titan's main planet is incredible. The buildings in the distance are 10 times larger than Lu Chen's floating city remnants. Be careful. Something is moving beneath the golden sea. Suddenly, a warning popped up on Lu Chen's Lord interface. Detected high-level elemental life approaching. Type: Gold element. Rank 9. The golden sea surged, and a massive hand made entirely of pure gold emerged from the clouds. As its fingers spread wide, the rock beneath the Vanguard team began to tremble violently, as if to be drawn into the ocean. The dragon scale guardians swiftly formed a defensive formation. The dragon scale patterns on their shields clashing against the golden sea, producing a jarring metallic screech. It's the guardian of the elemental sanctum, Ball shouted suddenly, pulling out a rune-inscribed stone tablet from his backpack. This was the translation tablet found in the red dragon's lair, which proclaimed, "Outsiders, present your qualifications." Chen raised the Starbreaker axe, its astral energy resonating with the golden sea, carving a complex rune in the palm of the giant hand. This was the insignia formed by the combination of 7 astral shards. The gold element giant hand abruptly halted, the patterns in its palm began to glow, lifting the rock beneath the vanguard team higher, directing them towards the Titan ruins. Gold element recognition obtained. Free passage in the elemental sanctum granted. Basic map of Titan's main planet unlocked. Explored Area 5, edge of the elemental sanctum. The dragon flame archers stood at the edge of the rock, gazing down at the elemental creatures that flitted by below. Some resembled burning red bulls, others flowed like mercury, and some resembled flying clusters of crystal. These high-level elements, rare on the battlefield of myriad races, roamed here in herds like ordinary livestock. "Sir, look over there." The vice-captain of the Blood Axe Dragon Guard pointed towards a valley to the left, where the golden sea formed a spiraling vortex. At the center of the vortex, a black fissure was faintly visible, an abyssal rift. It was 10 times larger than those on the battlefield of myriad races. Chen's Lord interface simultaneously marked, "Abyssal rift, Titan's main planet level unknown, energy fluctuations far exceed rank 7, advised to avoid." The mood in the world channel grew somber. "There's an abyssal rift too? The waters of Titan's main planet run deep. I see the long-wind speaker of Elia gathering from the golden sea. They seem to be studying something." That rascal Ball sneaked off. He headed towards the Titan ruins. Chen chose not to pursue the dwarf. He understood that exploration of Titan's main planet required division of labor. The elves would study elemental energy while the dwarf coveted the ruins' treasures, and his objective lay in uncovering the core secrets of the 3 major regions. Lin Jingjing approached him, pointing at a crystal bridge ahead. There's a natural energy reaction on the other side of the bridge, 100 times more potent than the spirit-abundant fields. It feels as if there's life there. Unknown life, signal detected. Energy signature, Nature Titan hybrid. Recommendation, cautious approach, maybe indigenous inhabitants of Titan's main planet. As the Vanguard team stepped onto the crystal bridge, runes suddenly illuminated the bridge, casting their shadows upon the golden sea. These shadows no longer resembled human or orc forms, but instead took on the silhouette of giants, consistent with the architectural style of the Titan ruins. This was the main planet's authentication of the visitors. The World Channel's broadcast froze at that moment. Their shadows have transformed into giants. Titan's main planet is truly wondrous. Even the bridge is alive. A new journey has indeed begun. What will they encounter? Chen's Blood Axe Titan sword hummed upon the crystal bridge, the astral patterns on the axe resonating with the runes of the bridge, cleaving a path through the clouds ahead. He glanced back at the direction of the astral transmission array, where the spatial ripples had yet to fully dissipate, signaling that subsequent forces would arrive within 12 hours. "Let us proceed." Chen's voice held an unprecedented determination as he set forth to meet the indigenous inhabitants and uncover the true secrets of Titan's main planet. The golden sea closed behind them, the runes of the crystal bridge gradually dimming, as if no one had ever trodden there. Yet, golden energy continuously seeped from the footprints of the Vanguard team, forming new astral trails upon the bridge. This was their mark, the first record of their new journey. A low rumble echoed from the Titan ruins in the distance, as the black energy of the abyssal rift intertwined with the golden light of the elemental sanctum, creating a dangerous yet magnificent tapestry under the dual suns. Chen understood that the true challenges were only just beginning. But as he grasped the hands of his companions and gazed upon the poised Vanguard team behind him, his heart brimmed only with anticipation. Titan's main planet, we have arrived. Chapter 62, on the other side of the Star Bridge. The Titan natives. As the runes of the crystal bridge faded beneath their feet, when the last astral pattern vanished, Chen beheld the scene across the bridge, a peculiar forest composed of living plants and metal. The trunks shimmered with the blue glow of Titan alloy, while the leaves were vibrant energy entities, with golden energy coursing through the veins of each leaf, a testament to the perfect fusion of nature and Titan energy. "They are here." Lin Jingjing's voice trembled slightly as she pointed towards a stone platform at the heart of the forest. There stood a dozen giants, towering 3 meters tall, their skin a mixture of rock and vines, and embedded with diamond-shaped crystals on their foreheads, the flickering light within those crystals resonating with the astral shards. Detected Titan natives, rank 9. Characteristics: mastery of natural shaping and metal forging. Inherent affinity for Titan runes. Status: alert, no hostility exhibited. The broadcast from the World Channel instantly sharpened, leaving the audience in awe of the giants before them. Is this the indigenous people? They resemble moving fortresses. Their crystal foreheads are glowing. Are they aligned with Chen's astral shards? The long-wind speaker of Elia has halted in the middle of the bridge, proving the elves truly fear titans. Chen signaled the dragon flame archers to sheath their weapons and stepped forward alone. As he approached, the crystal foreheads of the titan natives illuminated simultaneously, and a curtain of light composed of runes unfolded before him. The text mirroring that of the astral transmission array. This was the universal language of the titan race. Outsiders, what brings you here? The runes on the curtain flowed gently, forming a clear inquiry. Lin Jingjing's heart of nature suddenly radiated warmth, and to her astonishment, she found herself capable of deciphering the runes. They inquired about our purpose and proclaimed that the astral fragments were their long-lost sacred relics. We had come to explore the titan heritage. Chen pointed to the starry patterns etched on the astral disruption axe, seeking to uncover the truth behind the abyssal rift. The runes upon the light screen began to flicker violently, as if conveying a surge of excitement. The leader of the titan remnants stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Gently pressing his palm against the stone platform, metal and plant life abruptly sprang forth, coalescing into a table inscribed with runes. Sit. Titan remnant hostility neutralized, entering communication phase. Unlocking Titan main star historical fragment. 1. 10 The remnants are the guardians of the Titan race, tasked with safeguarding the elemental sanctuaries. The global channel buzzed with exhilaration. We can communicate. They understand human speech. That table is alive. The metal is sprouting leaves. If Ball were here, he would surely want to dissect the table for research. During their exchange, Chen learned that these remnants were descendants of the Titans. A millennium ago, the abyssal rift had suddenly manifested on the main star, and the Titans exhausted their energies to seal the rift, leaving only a few who devolved into their current forms, barely surviving on the energy of the elemental sanctuaries. Your astral fragments, the leader of the remnants gestured towards Chen's backpack, are the key to sealing the rift. Our ancestors temporarily sealed the rift, breaking the key into 7 pieces and scattering them across various planes, unaware that you would retrieve them. Lin Jingjing suddenly pointed to the crystal embedded in the remnant's forehead. These crystals, are they absorbing abyssal energy? Indeed, a faint dark purple energy flowed within the crystal, but it was quickly purified by the golden titan energy. The leader of the remnants sighed. The seal of the rift is weakening, and our crystals can scarcely endure. If you could assist in reinforcing the seal, we would be willing to share the secrets of the titan relics. Triggering side quest. Reinforce the abyssal rift. Requiring 500 units of titan energy, 300 units of natural energy, and 200 units of dragon blood energy. Quest reward. Titan forging technique. Able to craft 10th tier equipment. Control of the elemental sanctuary. The global channel's messages flew by at an astonishing pace. Indeed, there is a quest. Reinforcing the rift grants the forging technique. Their crystals purify abyssal energy, resembling Lin Jingjing's abilities. The dragon scale guardians of the lava heart are arriving soon. The reinforcements have brought more supplies. Chen hesitated to agree immediately. He noticed numerous fine cracks on the remnants' rocky skin, and the glow of the crystal on their foreheads flickered erratically. These guardians were in a worse state than they appeared. What assistance do you require? He inquired, pointing at the cracks. Our heart of nature may be able to mend your bodies. Lin Jingjing gently placed her palm on the remnant's arm, and a soft green energy flowed along the fissures. A miracle unfolded. Delicate vines sprouted from the rocky crevices, stitching the cracks together, while golden titan energy surged through the vines, restoring luster to the once dull skin. The power of nature. The leader of the remnants spoke with a tremor in his voice, as the glow of the crystal on his forehead brightened, radiating warmth akin to the legends. Titan remnant affection increased to 60. Unlocking energy sharing ability. Can mutually transmit natural and titan energy. Lin Jingjing's heart of nature upgraded to level 5, gaining titan natural shaping skill. When the dragon scale guardians arrived with the reinforcements, the titan remnants had already begun constructing a temporary camp using metal and plant life. Their forging techniques were astounding. Simply chewing titan alloy would transform it into shields adorned with natural patterns upon spitting it out, while vines in their hands hardened instantly, boasting strength comparable to the armor of the dragon scale guardians. We require this for reinforcing the rift. The leader of the remnants handed Chen a black crystal. An energy crystal exuded from the abyssal rift, which could be activated by astral fragment energy to temporarily freeze the rift's expansion. Obtained abyssal energy crystal, 10th tier. Use with caution as it may trigger energy backlash. The global channel's broadcast shifted towards the distant abyssal rift. They're about to take action. Chen is approaching with the black crystal. The titan remnants are erecting an energy tower, seemingly an amplification device. The twin suns are setting quickly. Will the night on the main star be dangerous? As the sun dipped below the horizon, a peculiar sight graced the skies of the titan main star. A purple moon rose in the direction of the setting red sun, while the blue sun transformed into a myriad of stars. The purple moonlight bathed the elemental sanctuary, causing the golden sea of clouds to shimmer with an eerie violet glow. Titan main star enters midnight phase. Abyssal energy activity increased by 50. Titan remnants enter alert state. The glow of their forehead crystals all turned red. Chen stood at the edge of the abyssal rift, both the astral disruption axe and the 7 astral fragments glowing in unison. He tossed the abyssal energy crystal into the air, and the blood axe titan sword inscribed intricate runes. The crystal descended slowly, enveloped by the runes, towards the rift. Now is the time. The leader of the remnants' roar echoed through the valley. The energy tower erupted simultaneously, casting a golden beam that enveloped the rift. And the crystal detonated within the beam, as the black energy clashed with the golden titan energy, forming a swirling vortex of energy that indeed halted the rift's expansion. Side quest reinforced the abyssal rift completed, obtained basic titan forging technique. Abyssal rift temporarily stabilized, energy fluctuation reduced to level 6. The global audience breathed a sigh of relief. We've temporarily stabilized it. At least tonight, we are safe. Chen and the remnants are cooperating well, unlike their first encounter. Look at the camp. The titan remnants are inscribing runes on the dragon scale guardian shields. As night deepened, the titan remnants invited Chen's vanguard team to share dinner. Their food consisted of crystals condensed from energy. The red crystals contained flame energy, the blue ones brimmed with frost power, and the green exuded the fragrance of nature. These crystals melted in the mouth, swiftly restoring stamina. Lin Jingjing and the children of the remnants sat upon the grass, weaving glowing vines with natural energy. The girl's heart of nature resonated with the crystals adorned on the children's foreheads, causing the surrounding metal plants to sway in harmony with their laughter, creating a heartwarming scene that transcended races. Chen observed this all, as a prompt suddenly appeared on his Lord interface. Titan main star exploration progress increased to 15. Unlocking core area map of the elemental sanctuary. In the distance, a scream from Baal echoed from the Titan ruins, indicating the dwarf had encountered trouble while exploring alone. Yet Chen remained unmoved, aware that solidifying the relationship with the remnants was of utmost importance. These guardians of the Titan heritage were the key to unraveling the secrets of the main star. The purple moon in the night sky suddenly brightened, illuminating the energy tower at the center of the camp. Chen's astral fragments soared towards the tower's pinnacle under the moonlight, merging with the remnants' crystals to form a new star map, which, in addition to the known 3 major regions, marked a hidden Titan graveyard. Discovered hidden area, Titan graveyard, likely containing crucial materials to restore the astral teleportation array. Clenching his fists, Chen gazed at the flickering new coordinates on the star map. He understood that the exploration of the Titan main star was merely beginning. More secrets and challenges awaited them. Yet at this moment, witnessing the joyful companions and the gradually trusting remnants around him filled his heart with confidence. Tomorrow would herald a new journey, and this time, they would no longer fight alone. Chapter 63. Preliminary exploration of the Titan graveyard and the foundation of the Stargate. As the twin sons of Titan Prime ascended once more, the golden sea of clouds had shed its eerie violet glow. Chen stood atop a rise in the makeshift camp, observing the leader of the remnants inscribing colossal runes upon the ground with Titan alloy. This was the foundational outline for the Multitude's portal, tenfold larger than the teleportation array of the Lingshuan Plains, with edges reserved for connections to the energy towers of the Elemental Sanctum. The graveyard lay to the northwest of the Elemental Sanctum. The remnant's leader pointed to a corner of the rune, where a piece of dark green crystal was embedded, visible through the corruption canyon, guarded by ancestral stone statues that recognized only Titan runes. Hidden area, Titan graveyard. Detailed coordinates unlocked. Danger level, 8. Passage permit. Must carry at least 1 piece of astral fragment or be accompanied by Titan remnants. The world channel buzzed with fervor as the exploration team assembled. Chen is heading to the Titan graveyard. That rascal Bauer vanished last night. Could he have gone tomb raiding ahead of us? Is the Multitude's portal truly to be constructed on Titan Prime? This would transport the entire battlefield here. I see the Dragon Scale Guardians transporting astral fragments. Are they planning to use them as the energy core for the portal? Chen's role was clearly defined. 43 Blood Axe Dragon Guards would accompany him to explore the graveyard, while 38 Dragon Scale Guardians remained to oversee the construction site. And 49 Dragon Flame Archers were divided into 2 groups, alternating in providing aerial cover. The lone wanderer handed a Titan rune to the chief craftsman, instructing that the energy circuit for the portal be crafted accordingly, ensuring the remnant's master forgers completed the foundation within 3 days. Construction task for Multitude's portal, Titan region, initiated. Required materials: 5,000 units of Titan alloy, 1,000 units of astral fragment energy, 300 pieces of elemental sanctum energy crystals. Guarding forces: 38 Dragon Scale Guardians, 20 Titan remnant warriors. As the exploration team ventured into the corruption canyon, the murky green gas permeating the air caused the arrows of the Dragon Flame Archers to rust. Countless half-metal, half-skeletal remnants clung to the canyon walls, their joints still exhibiting a faint motion, as if they might fall at any moment. Clear the gas source with Dragon Blood Titan arrows. Chen cleaved through the oncoming debris with his Blood Axe Titan sword. golden energy flowing to form a barrier within the canyon. These were the vanquished of the Titan clan, corroded into shambling husks by abyssal energy. Encounter, corrupted Titan, level 7. Skills, acid spray, energy siphon. Tip, dragon blood energy can purify its corruption. Titan rune attacks deal additional damage. The World Channel broadcast was obscured by the green gas. The sounds of fierce combat echoing. The arrows of the dragon flame archers are smoking. This gas is too corrosive. Lu Chen's sword is glowing. The golden energy disperses the toxic gas. The blood axe dragon guards' double axes ring out. They seem to be cutting with ease. The azure energy of the blood axe dragon guards indeed counters the corruption. As the vice captain swung his double axes, an energy storm shredded the remnants of the corrupted Titan. The gusts from the flapping dragon wings dispersing the surrounding poison. At that moment, Lin Jingjing's heart of nature began to warm. Vines sprouted from her palms, climbing the rock walls to seal the fissures emitting toxic gas. Corruption Canyon Purification Progress, 50. Obtained, Titan Anti-Corruption Liquid Formula, can be used to protect portal metal components. Meanwhile, the construction site for the portal was abuzz with activity. The lone wanderer directed the craftsman to melt the Titan alloy, while the remnant's master forger struck the liquid metal with his palm, each contact causing defensive runes to emerge on the alloy's surface. The dragon scale guardians bore energy crystals mined from the elemental sanctum, embedding them into the grooves of the foundation. Upon contact with the Titan alloy, the runes immediately ignited, creating a stable flow of energy. Multitude's portal construction progress, 15. Foundation runes activated successfully, providing basic defensive capabilities. Titan remnant affection level increased to 70. Unlocks Titan alloy purification technique, reducing material loss by 30. As the exploration team finally emerged from the corruption canyon, the entirety of the Titan graveyard unfolded before them. A basin encircled by colossal stone statues, their visages reminiscent of the remnants, but on a grander scale. Wielding weapons that shimmered with residual energy. At the center of the basin stood a pyramid-shaped structure, its apex pierced by a broken metallic pillar. The markings of astral fragments clearly visible. It's the guardian statues. Lin Jingjing pointed at the front row of statues. Their eyes suddenly glowed red. Their stone axes lifting in unison, perceiving the team as intruders. Triggered graveyard defense mechanism. Encounter, Titan guardian statue, level 9, X6. Weakness, energy core at the statue's base, must be attacked with the astral breaking axe. Lu Chen activated 7 astral fragments simultaneously, their light coalescing above his head into a complete astral map. The movements of the guardian statues visibly slowed, a flicker of hesitation passing through the red glow. The energy from the astral fragments causing confusion in their recognition. Dragon flame archers, aim for the base. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen charged forth, the astral breaking axe cleaving towards the nearest statue, while the blood axe dragon guards danced with their double axes in protective fury. The audience on the World Channel held their breath. Level 9 statue. Can Lu Chen's astral breaking axe breach its defenses? The fragments are working. The statue's movements are slowing. I can see Bauer inside. There's a dwarf waving from the top of the pyramid. As the astral breaking axe collided with the statue's base, golden energy surged along the axe blade, the runes on the base igniting like a lit fuse, rapidly spreading to envelop the entire statue. The guardian statue emitted a deafening roar, its stony surface beginning to flake away, revealing the rusted metal skeleton within. These guardians were, in fact, war machines of the Titan clan, sustained by the energy of the graveyard. Successfully destroyed Guardian Statue X2. Obtained, 500 units of Titan war machine remnants. Can be used to enhance the portal. Pyramid entrance now open. Bauer's life signal detected, safe. Meanwhile, at the portal construction site, the lone wanderer faced a dilemma. The energy flow of the foundation could not synchronize with the energy tower of the elemental sanctum, causing the brightness of the runes to fluctuate erratically. We need a living energy conductor, the Titan forger suggested, tapping the energy crystal, for example, using the arrowheads of dragon blood Titan arrows as a medium. When the dragon flame archers embedded tin and used arrowheads into the foundation, a miracle occurred. The dragon blood energy within the arrowheads resonated with the elemental energy of the crystals, instantly stabilizing the runes of the foundation, even extending thin energy lines to successfully connect with the distant energy tower. Multitude's portal construction progress, 30. Successfully connected to the elemental sanctum energy network. Obtained, energy overload protection effect. Unlocks new interdimensional teleportation feature. Can be directed to any explored area of the multitude battlefield. As Lu Chen and the exploration team entered the pyramid, Bauer was delightfully gnawing on a stone tablet inscribed with runes. Lord Lu Chen. The dwarf's mouth was filled with metallic crumbs. This is the Titan clan's spatial technology manual. It can enhance the portal's stability tenfold. Obtain special item, Titan spatial manual. Can upgrade the multitude's portal to astral nexus. Deep within the pyramid, the broken metallic pillar radiated potent astral energy. Suddenly, Lu Chen's Lord interface displayed a prompt. Detected co-origin energy from astral fragments. can be used as the core of the Multitudes portal. Once activated, the maximum teleportation limit increases to 10,000 people. The news on the World Channel reached a fever pitch, 10,000 people. Lu Chen is about to establish an empire on Titan Prime. Significant discoveries have been made regarding both the graveyard and the portal, and this chapter has proven to be immensely profitable. There are stirrings near the abyssal rift. It appears something is striking against the reinforced layers. Lu Chen did not immediately return. He instructed Ball to take the spatial manual back to the construction site, while he and Lin Jingjing remained at the pyramid to study the runes inscribed on the metal pillars. The girl's innate affinity with nature resonated with the energy at the fracture, and images of the Titans' fierce battles against the abyssal tribe were projected onto the pillar. It became evident that the prototype of the Myriad Races portal was, in fact, a reinforcement passageway constructed by the Titans to counter the abyss. Unlock Titan Main Star Historical Fragment. 2. 10. The technology of the Myriad Races portal originates from the Titans' wartime necessities. Lin Jingjing acquires the passive skill Titan War Resonance, which can soothe the guardian beings within the graveyard. As the setting sun once again gilded the Titan main star with golden hues, the foundation of the Myriad Races portal had begun to take shape. The Dragon Scale Guardians, under the protection of the runes, successfully repelled a wave of abyssal creatures surging from the Corruption Canyon, while the exploration team returned with core fragments of the metal pillar, embedding them into the energy core of the portal. Progress on the construction of the Myriad Races portal. 50. Core energy connection successful, beginning to consolidate astral energy flow. Progress on the Titan graveyard exploration. 30. Key material obtained. Astral core fragment. Standing beside the energy core, Lu Chen observed the resonance between the fragments and the foundational runes, suddenly grasping the true significance of the Titan main star. This place is not merely a treasury of heritage, but rather a frontline stronghold against the abyss. The construction of the Myriad Races portal is not for expansion, but rather to unite the strengths of all races. The pinned message on the World Channel transformed into an announcement issued by Lu Chen through his lordly authority. The Myriad Races portal, Titan region, will be activated in 2 days. All races are welcome to dispatch vanguards to jointly safeguard the elemental sanctum. From afar, a dull thrum of energy collisions echoed from the direction of the abyssal rift. Yet this time, Lu Chen felt no trepidation. He gazed at the industrious artisans of various races around him, observing the continuous updates from the graveyard explorations, knowing that the scales of victory were tipping towards unity. As night once again enveloped the Titan main star, the luminescence of the elemental sanctum outshone the moonlight. The silhouette of the Myriad Races portal flickered in the night, akin to a nascent star on the verge of rising, heralding the slow unfolding of a new chapter in the collaborative struggle against the abyss across dimensions. Chapter 64. The initial trial of the Stargate and the Abyssal Vanguard. The runes of the Myriad Races portal shimmered in the morning light as Lu Chen stood beside the energy core, watching the final astral core fragment being embedded into its recess. In the moment of resonance between the fragment and the foundational runes, the outline of the portal suddenly rippled, and a pale blue light curtain spread outward from the center, enveloping the entire construction site. This was the energy precharge prior to the activation of the Stargate, preparing for the first test of transmission. Lu Chen's voice resonated throughout the area due to the energy reverberation. Ball, install the spatial stabilizer you brought back from the graveyard. The dwarf hurried over. Clutching a metal box adorned with knobs, the Titan runes on the box resonated with the portal. This was a prized artifact of the Titans, capable of enhancing the stability of the spatial passage by 30%, although it was somewhat taxing on astral energy. First test activation of the Myriad Races portal, Titan region. Test target, Spirit-Rich Pastures Myriad Races Way Station, coordinates locked. Test supplies, 100 units of Titan alloy, 50 energy crystals. The broadcast on the World Channel instantly focused on the light curtain. It's about to begin. The first interdimensional transmission test. I bet it will fail. That device Ball installed looks unreliable. Look towards the abyssal rift. There's a black tide surging this way. Lu Chen's gaze shifted simultaneously to the northwest. The murky green gas of the Corruption Canyon suddenly thickened, and countless dark purple figures surged forth from the canyon's end, their claws still smeared with uncoagulated corruption. The foremost creature bore the body of a lion and the tail of a scorpion, with abyssal runes igniting on its forehead. These were the elite vanguard of the abyss, the Scorpion Lion Demons. Encountering the abyssal vanguard forces, Scorpion Lion Demons, level 8, x50, Corruption Worms, level 7, x200. Threat level, orange, potential to breach the outer defenses of the elemental sanctum. Dragon Scale Guardians, form a defensive formation. Lu Chen's Blood Axe Titan sword was drawn in an instant, golden energy coursing along its blade. Dragon Flame Archers, intercept with me and buy time for the portal test. Just then, the light curtain of the portal began to flicker violently, and Bale's spatial stabilizer emitted a piercing alarm. Energy overload. Something is interfering with the spatial passage. Images of the spirit-rich pastures materialized within the light curtain, but the space surrounding the way station was distorting, as countless shadows of scorpion-lion demons emerged from the fissure. The abyss was simultaneously assaulting two interdimensional transmission nodes. Detected interdimensional spatial interference. Test progress interrupted to 70. Spirit-rich pastures experiencing simultaneous assault. Defense index dropping to 60. The world channel erupted with chaos. Dual fronts of war. The abyss is playing dirty. Chen is stretched too thin. We must defend the portal while the spirit-rich pastures is in peril. The Titan exiles have mobilized. Their warriors are charging towards the canyon. Chen made a swift decision. Ball, shut down the spatial passage. Lin Jingjing, connect the ley lines of the two dimensions using your heart of nature. The girl placed her palm against the energy core, and the light of the heart of nature spread along the astral fragments, forming a green energy bridge within the light curtain. Suddenly, the colorful grains of the spirit-rich pastures collectively ascended, streaming along the energy bridge towards the Titan main star, colliding with the energy crystals of the elemental sanctum, erupting in a dazzling brilliance, as the ley lines of both locations briefly resonated under the influence of natural power. Spatial interference suppressed, test progress restored to 90. Spirit-rich pastures gains Titan energy augmentation, defense index rising to 80. The situation on the interception battlefield also began to reverse. The warriors of the Titan exiles formed a barrier of metallic plants, staunchly halting the charge of the scorpion lion demons. The arrows of the dragon flame archers, imbued with natural energy, sprouted vines upon striking the scorpion lion demons, ensnaring them firmly in place. Chen cleaved through the foremost scorpion lion demon leader, and the starry patterns on the blade suddenly illuminated, shattering its abyssal core into dust. Slain scorpion lion demon leader, level 8, gained abyssal leader core, usable to enhance portal defenses. Abyssal vanguard forces routed, remaining troops retreating to the corruption canyon. As the light curtain of the portal stabilized, the first batch of supplies from the spirit-rich pastures successfully transmitted to the Titan main star. 100 units of Titan alloy and 50 energy crystals lay neatly stacked beside the light curtain, still bearing the faint blue ripples of the spatial passage. First test of the myriad races portal successful, transmission stability, 85. Function unlocked, bidirectional material transmission, biological transmission requires further adjustments. The audience on the world channel let out a collective sigh of relief. That scared me. I thought we were going to fail. The ley line resonance was crucial. Lin Jingjing's ability is simply a game changer. The abyss certainly has more tricks up its sleeve. They can't possibly have sent only this amount of troops. Chen did not let his guard down. He ordered the Dragon Scale Guardians to embed the abyssal leader core into the portal's defensive runes. The instant the core made contact with the Titan alloy, the runes glimmered with a dark purple light, forming a swirling energy barrier outside the Stargate. This was a defensive measure to counter the abyss using abyssal energy. Ball, continue testing the biological transmission functionality with your team. Chen wiped the corrosive residue off his sword and declared, I shall make a brief excursion to the Titan tomb. Lin Jingjing's passive skill may enable us to delve deeply into the pyramid's lower levels. As the exploration team re-entered the tomb, the stone doors of the pyramid had fully swung open. Lin Jingjing's skill, Titan War Resonance, caused the guardian stone statues along their path to lower their weapons, while the runes at the bases of these statues began to emit a gentle green light, seemingly guiding their way. Titan Tomb Exploration Progress, 50, Lower Passageway, unlocked. Titan War Relics discovered. Colossal Battle Armor, Tier 10, Star Realm Cruiser Blueprint. The murals adorning the walls of the pyramid's lower levels took Chen's breath away. They depicted the titanic conflict between the Titans and the Abyssal race, a cataclysm that engulfed the entirety of the Star Realm, leading to the obliteration of countless planets. The Abyssal Rift on the Titan's home planet was revealed to be the very outlet of energy from the legendary Void War. There is a corpse here. Lin Jingjing's voice rang out, tinged with astonishment. At the center of the lower chamber lay the intact remains of a Titan, a dark purple spear embedded in his chest. The abyssal runes upon it sharing a kinship with the core of the Scorpion Lion Demon Chief. Acquired Titan General's remains. Extracted key information from the Void War. The true objective of the Abyssal race is the elemental sanctum core of the Titan home planet. Unlocked special item. Abyssal Reversal Spear, temporarily seals the energy of abyssal creatures below Tier 9. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated from the direction of the elemental sanctum. Chen's Lord interface flashed with blinding red light. Detected energy fluctuations of a Tier 9 Abyssal Lord, breached the Corruption Canyon defense line. 10 kilometers from the multiracial teleportation portal. The live feed on the world channel shifted to the battlefield. It is the Abyssal Lord. It resembles a colossal centipede, burdened with corrosive sacs. The defense barrier of the portal is melting. The abyssal energy is overwhelmingly potent. Reinforcements from the elves have arrived. Ilea is firing arrows with the wind speaker. Chen seized the abyssal reversal spear and, along with the exploration team, raced back. As they burst from the tomb, they were met with a harrowing sight. The Abyssal Lord's corrosive sacs continuously spewed forth dark purple liquid, the energy barrier of the portal now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The dragon-scale guardian's armor hissed under the corrosive fluid, yet held steadfastly against the onslaught. Use this. Chen hurled the spear to the captain of the dragon-scale guardians, instructing him to pierce the corrosive sac. The moment the spear made contact with the Abyssal Lord, the dark purple liquid abruptly solidified. The Lord emitted a tortured roar, attempting to dislodge the spear with its massive claws, but was ensnared by the vibrant energy of the seven-colored grain bestowed by the spirit-abundant fields. Lin Jingjing's heart of nature reconnected the ley lines of both locations, channeling the purifying power of the spirit-abundant fields into the battlefield. Abyssal Reversal Spear activated, temporarily sealing the energy of the Abyssal Lord for 5 minutes. Multiracial Teleportation Portal Remaining Defense Index 30, fragments of the Star Realm core, beginning to heat up. Seizing the opportunity, Chen initiated a full-scale assault. The arrows of the Dragon Flame Archers, infused with Titan energy, rained down upon the Lord's carapace like a torrential downpour. The Blood Axe Dragon Guardians unfurled their dragon wings, the intertwining azure energy, and the Elven thorny nature forming a swirling vortex of energy around the Lord. Meanwhile, the Titan Survivors warriors utilized metallic flora to repair the portal's barrier, each repair causing the runes to glow brighter. Abyssal Lord's carapace shattered, core exposed, remaining health 20. Multiracial Teleportation Portal Test Progress 100, biological teleportation function unlocked. As the final Dragon Blood Titan arrow struck the Abyssal Lord's core, the light of the multiracial teleportation portal surged. 200 nightmarish knights from the spirit-abundant fields erupted through the glowing veil, their black steeds thundering upon the sacred ground of the elemental sanctum, their lances imbued with spatial energy, utterly obliterating the Lord's remaining form. Successfully killed Abyssal Lord, Tier 9. Obtained Abyssal Source Core, multiracial teleportation portal defense upgraded to 80. Biological teleportation function stabilized, capable of supporting large-scale troop deployments. The World Channel's announcement board lit up with golden system notifications. Multiracial teleportation portal, Titan region, officially activated. All races may teleport to the Titan home planet via the Spirit-Abundant Fields way station. Lord Chen awarded the title of Interdimensional Guardian, Elemental Sanctum open to all races. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen stood before the newly repaired portal, observing the vanguard forces of various races arriving in succession. The Elven Wind Speakers constructed arrow towers beside the oak groves. The Orc's Blood Axe Mercenary Corps fortified their defenses along the edge of the Corruption Canyon. While the Dwarven craftsmen debated fiercely around Baal's spatial stabilizer, the collaborative defense system of the multiracial alliance taking shape, Lin Jingjing approached him, pointing toward the Titan tomb. The murals in the lower levels still have the latter half, depicting the Titans assembling a key from fragments of the Star Realm, seemingly capable of sealing the Abyssal Rift. Chen's gaze drifted to the northwest, where the Corruption Canyon had been largely purified. Yet the dark outline of the Abyssal Rift remained starkly visible. He tightened his grip on the Abyssal Reversal Spear, the Titan runes upon it shimmering in harmony with the light of the multiracial teleportation portal. Tomorrow, we shall descend to the tomb's depths, Chen proclaimed with an unprecedented resolve, and retrieve that key. The multiracial teleportation portal remained bustling in the night, new faces continually appearing within its shimmering veil. The defeat of the Abyssal Vanguard did not allow Chen to lower his guard. He understood this was merely the beginning. The true might of the Abyssal forces likely lay in wait on the other side of the rift, gathering strength for their next assault. Yet at this moment, witnessing the scene of warriors from various races exchanging supplies and strategizing beside the portal filled Chen's heart with confidence. As the strength of the multiracial alliance converged upon the Titan home planet, and the Star Realm portal became a bridge of hope, even the most formidable abyssal threats would ultimately crumble before the power of unity. As the twin suns rose once more, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the veil of the multiracial teleportation portal, casting a cross-dimensional shadow upon the sacred ground of the elemental sanctum. This was the light of hope belonging to all races, heralding the prologue of a new war. Chapter 65, Homecoming and Tower Construction, Shadows of the Deep Sea. The light of the multiracial teleportation portal shimmered with a gentle blue hue as the twin suns transitioned. Chen patted Ball on the shoulder, placing the exploration map of the Titan tomb into his hands. The deciphering of the runes in the lower levels is now your responsibility. Be wary of the second form of the statue guardians. They can combine. The dwarf, engrossed in the Star Realm cruiser blueprint, mumbled in response, "Rest assured, my lord. By the time you return, I will have certainly devised the method to forge the key." Multiracial teleportation portal biological teleportation initiated. Target, Spirit-Abundant Fields multiracial way station. Number of teleporters, 1, Chen. Estimated teleportation time, 30 seconds. Current spatial stability, 92. As he passed through the shimmering veil, the familiar essence of the Spirit-Abundant Fields enveloped him. In the plaza outside the way station, Newly constructed steam cranes were hoisting Titan alloys, as Sue Warner and the craftsmen embedded fragments of the Star Realm core into the foundation. Here, too, a Star Realm watchtower was to be constructed, forming a cross-dimensional observation network in conjunction with the portal to the Titan home planet. My lord. Sue Warner's eyes sparkled as she handed him a scroll of blueprints. This is the design for the watchtower conceived by the lone traveler, integrating the energy conduction technology of the elemental furnace. The crystal atop the tower can directly receive images of the Titan home planet's astral trajectory. Building, Star Realm Watchtower, Tier 7. Function, cross-dimensional observation, abyssal energy warning, Star Realm fragment localization. Construction materials, 2,000 units of Titan alloy, 3 Star Realm core fragments. 500 essence of the spirit abundant, fields ley lines. Estimated construction time, 72 hours. The world channel buzzed with activity once more with Lu Chen's return. Lu Chen is back. Did he truly intend to construct a watchtower in the Lingyun wilderness? Is this a scheme to surveil the entire globe? It is rumored that the abyssal rift on Titan's main star has expanded yet again. Is his return a harbinger of reinforcements? I beheld a peculiar luminescence by the seaside, as if something was aglow beneath the waters, resonating with the energy of astral shards. Lu Chen's attention was captivated by this final piece of news. He ascended the unfinished base of the watchtower, feeling the ley line energy of the Lingyun wilderness coursing through his feet, granting him a faint perception of the energy flow within a 100-mile radius. In the southeastern Crescent Bay, an unfamiliar energy was indeed pulsating, neither of abyssal origin nor natural or Titan in nature. Prepare the vessel. Lu Chen seized the anti-abyssal spear resting nearby and set forth for Crescent Bay. 3 hours later, the steam sailboat, Lingyun, arrived at the bay. The waters here shimmered with an extraordinary indigo hue as sunlight penetrated the surface. One could discern countless glowing fish swimming in the depths, their scales adorned with patterns reminiscent of astral shards. Cast the net. Lu Chen signaled to the sailors to lower the specially crafted energy net, woven with Titan alloy threads, capable of capturing the source of energy fluctuations. As the net was hoisted, everyone was left astounded. There were no fish within, only a palm-sized diamond-shaped crystal, encasing an image within. It depicted a group of fish-tailed beings constructing a palace on the ocean floor, its dome embedded with colossal astral shards. In the climax of the vision, a gigantic hand, cloaked in dark purple scales, tore asunder the dome. Discovery of underwater civilization relic. Astral crystal, recording fragments of an unknown civilization. Energy analysis. Of the same origin as astral shards, infused with unique hydrous energy from marine creatures. New quest unlocked. Deep sea tracing. Requiring descent into the depths of Crescent Bay to ascertain the status of the civilization's remains. The world channel erupted with fervor. Is it merfolk? Or some other underwater race? They too possess astral shards. That dark hand must belong to the abyssal kin. Has the underwater civilization been vanquished by them? If Lu Chen's watchtower were to be constructed by the sea, it could perhaps monitor the ocean floor directly. Clutching the crystal to his chest, Lu Chen returned to the Lingyun wilderness, where construction of the astral watchtower had entered a critical phase. The dragon-scale guardians were embedding the final piece of the astral core fragment into the tower's apex, and upon contact with the ley line energy of the Lingyun wilderness, it suddenly projected a real-time image of Titan's main star. Ball was directing craftsmen to pry open the joint of the statue's sentinels with anti-abyssal spears, and the rune array on the tomb's lowest layer had illuminated significantly. Astral watchtower construction progress. 60. Unlocking basic function. Interdimensional image transmission. Detection of astral crystal energy from Crescent Bay, enhancing the watchtower's sensitivity to hydrous energy by 20. In the ensuing 3 days, Lu Chen oversaw the watchtower's construction while delving into the underwater crystal secrets. Lin Jingjing resonated with the crystal through the heart of nature. Successfully deciphering further images, the underwater civilization referred to themselves as the Star-Tide Clan, their ancestors having once been allies of the Titan race, tasked with safeguarding the marine branch of astral shards, until the abyssal race's deep-sea corruptor invaded, forcing them into a deep-sea slumber. Their palace lay within the ocean trench. Lin Jingjing pointed to a fleeting coordinate within the crystal. The water pressure there was too immense for ordinary vessels to descend, necessitating a diving capsule crafted from Titan alloy. Acquired precise coordinates of Star-Tide Clan relics, located in the Crescent Bay Trench, depth, 5,000 meters. Unlocked special structure. Deep-sea diving capsule, requires 500 units of Titan alloy. 10 astral crystals. When the last crystal of the astral watchtower was embedded, the ley line energy of the entire Lingyun wilderness trembled in response. The crystal sphere atop the tower illuminated, simultaneously projecting the energy flows of Titan's main star, Crescent Bay, and the Lingyun wilderness into the air, forming a three-dimensional map of the astral realm. At the trench's location, a flashing red dot was steadily expanding, perfectly synchronized with the energy fluctuation frequency of the abyssal rift. Astral watchtower construction complete. Currently monitoring 3 high-risk energy points. Titan's main star abyssal rift, Crescent Bay Trench, Corrupted Canyon. Triggering Emergency Quest, Deep Sea Interception. The seal of the Star Tide clan relic is about to shatter. The Deep Sea Corruptor, level 9, will surge forth from the trench. The World Channel's alarm instantly drowned out all other messages. A level 9 Deep Sea Corruptor. Just as Chen returned, he must confront a deep sea boss? His diving capsule isn't even finished yet. Surely he can't engage in melee combat? Quickly, look at the Watchtower's images. Reinforcements from Titan's main star are arriving through the portal. Chen gazed at the astral map in the sky, suddenly struck with an idea. He commanded Su Wanner, gather all Titan alloy from the elemental furnace to prioritize the construction of the diving capsule, and notify the Dragon Flame archers to prepare Titan blood arrows, infused with powdered crystals from the Startide clan. Additionally, make arrangements for the forging masters of Titan exiles to be received at the multi-race station, as their metal shaping techniques can reinforce the diving capsule. As the first deep-sea diving capsule, Startide, gracefully glided into Crescent Bay, the alarm of the Astral Watchtower reached a crescendo. The surface of the trench churned with dark purple foam, as a gigantic claw, slick with slime, burst through the water, pulverizing the shoreline's rocks. The Deep-Sea Corruptor had awakened prematurely. Deep-Sea Corruptor, level 9, has breached the first layer of sealing, current location, Crescent Bay Shallow Waters. Abilities, Deep-Sea High Pressure, can crush the target's innards. Corrosive Slime, dissolves defenses below level 7. Astral Shard Contamination, pollutes astral energy within its range. Chen stood in the control room of the diving capsule, observing the real-time data transmitted from the Watchtower. Suddenly inserting the anti-abyssal spear into the energy interface at the capsule's base. The Titan runes on the spear resonated with the alloy walls of the capsule, forming a golden protective shield outside. Dive. Target the trench relics. Diving capsule Startide activated deep sea mode. The protective shield can withstand 5,000 meters of water pressure. Astral Watchtower remote support initiated, providing energy navigation for the diving capsule. The World Channel's broadcast shifted to the interior of the diving capsule. They are descending. The water is growing darker, illuminated only by the protective shield's light. The Corruptor is in pursuit. Its speed is astonishing, like a bolt of black lightning. Ahead, there is light. It is the palace of the Startide clan. As the diving capsule entered the relics, Chen finally comprehended the wisdom of the Startide clan. Though the palace's dome lay shattered, the remaining astral shards were still engaged in self-repair, with countless luminous corals forming an energy net that kept most of the deep-sea corruptor's might at bay. At the center of the palace, upon a stone platform, half of an astral key emitted a faint glow. This was the portion safeguarded by the Startide clan. Now is the moment. Chen activated the mechanical arm of the diving capsule, grasping the half key, sealing the entrance with Titan alloy, confining the corruptor outside. At the instant the metallic wall descended, the deep-sea corruptor's colossal claw struck the capsule. The diving capsule shook violently, and the protective shield's radiance dimmed by 30%. But the energy of the astral key surged forth, resonating with the anti-abyssal spear, creating a swirling vortex of energy outside the capsule that repelled the corruptor's slime entirely. Acquired astral key, oceanic portion, resonating with the key fragment of Titan's main star. Startide clan relic initiating self-destruction protocol, will completely seal the trench in 10 minutes. Astral Watchtower detecting energy disarray from the corruptor, they are retreating. As the diving capsule burst forth from the surface, a thunderous roar echoed from the trench behind them. The images from the Astral Watchtower revealed that the relics, in their self-destruction, had formed a new seal, and the figure of the deep-sea corruptor vanished amidst the roiling waters. Yet traces of dark purple energy lingered at the trench's edge, faintly visible. Emergency mission, deep-sea interception completed, obtain Star Realm key fragment, 2-7. Residual energy of the Startide clan transmitted through crystals unlocks the passive skill, Water Element Affinity. Chen stood on the deck, aligning the half key with the Star Realm Watchtower. The crystal orb atop the tower immediately projected an image of the Titan main star. The key fragment in Bale's hand merged with Chen's half in the air, forming a complete ethereal silhouette, with 2/7 of the key's surface runes illuminating. The World Channel's announcement board was once again overtaken by the system prompt. Star Realm key fragment, 2-7, has been collected. Remaining fragments are located, Titan Graveyard's lower level. Abyssal Rift's core, unknown area of the battlefield of all races, 4. Chen has gained the title, Deep Sea Guardian. The residual energy of the Startide clan will assist in purifying ocean pollution, as the setting sun gilded the fertile lands with golden edges. Chen stored the Star Realm key fragment in the spiritual repository. The crystal orb of the Star Realm Watchtower was synchronously displaying images of the Titan main star and Crescent Bay, with the fluctuations of 3 high-risk energy points clearly visible on the map, like 3 ticking time bombs suspended above the heads of all races. Preparing to return to the Titan main star, Chen gazed towards the station of all races, where the light barrier awaited the next transport. This time, we shall retrieve the fragment from the lower level of the graveyard. The radiance of the Star Realm watchtower shone particularly bright in the night sky. It was not merely an observation tower, but a vital link connecting land, sea, and the Star Realm. Chen understood that the journey to collect the keys was still long, yet with each fragment acquired, the hope of sealing the abyssal rift grew stronger. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the fertile lands once more, the light barrier of the station flared alive again. Chen's figure vanished into the azure glow. While the Star Realm watchtower continued its silent operation, monitoring the energy flows of 3 realms, awaiting the day when the keys would be fully assembled. Deep within the depths of Crescent Bay, in a sealed trench, a faint blue light quietly flickered to life. It was the eyes of the surviving members of the Star-Tide clan, sensing the resonance of the key and beginning to swim towards hope. Chapter 66, Coral Messenger, Whisper of Pearls. As the blue light of the station faded at the elemental sanctum of the Titan main star, Ball held up the half-star realm key fragment, gesturing towards the runic wall of the lower graveyard. Upon seeing Chen's arrival, the dwarf excitedly waved the fragment. "My lord, this wall's runes require a key to unlock, and the ocean fragment in your hand must be the key." Just as Chen extracted the key fragment obtained from the deep sea, 2 metallic pieces automatically levitated into the air, their serrated edges fitting perfectly together, forming 2/7 of the complete key amidst the flowing runes. The stone door of the lower graveyard emitted a heavy grinding sound, slowly opening inward to reveal coral-like crystals shimmering with a ghostly blue light. This was the token of alliance between the Titans and the Star-Tide clan, originating from the same source as the underwater crystalline energy of Crescent Bay. Lower level of the Titan graveyard unlocked, obtained, interracial covenant historical fragment, 3:10. Residual energy of the Star-Tide clan detected. The coral crystal can be activated through the ocean key fragment. The world channel's messages refreshed with the opening of the stone door. Chen has acquired the second key. Together, these 2 can truly open the door. What is that coral crystal? It looks just like the coral in the sea. How could there be marine life in the Titan main star? Was this place once an ocean? Just as Chen's fingertips brushed against the coral crystal, an urgent communication from the Star Realm watchtower suddenly connected. The image of the fertile lands exploded in the air. On the surface of the Crescent Bay, countless luminous corals were gathering along the ocean currents, their branches intertwining into peculiar patterns, with a pearl the size of a fist resting at the center. Its surface swirling with runes identical to those of the Star Realm key. Detected special energy signal. Coral Messenger, creation of the Star-Tide clan. Items carried. Star-Tide Pearl, contains location information for the Star Realm key fragment. Urgency level, moderate, Pearl's energy is decaying, must be received within 12 hours. Suwaner. Chen's voice resonated through the communication crystal. Protect the pearl with the energy of the Star Realm watchtower. I will return immediately. However, Ball pressed his hand on Chen's shoulder, pointing at the suddenly illuminated star map on the runic wall. "My lord, look. The ocean fragment has activated not only the stone door, but also the markings on the star map. The third key is in the eye of the storm, where the energy fluctuations are identical to the pearl. Star Realm key fragment, 3:7. Location, Eye of the Storm, space turbulence zone between the battlefield of all races and the Titan main star. Special navigation unlocked. The coral pearl can guide through space turbulence." When Chen once again passed through the transport portal back to the fertile lands, the coral messenger of Crescent Bay had already constructed a temporary energy field. The Star-Tide pearl floated at the center of the energy field, its surface runes visibly dimming at an alarming rate, while the surrounding coral branches began to exhibit signs of bleaching. Linjingjing. Connect with the pearl using the heart of nature. Chen swiftly approached the energy field, and the ocean key fragment suddenly flew from his backpack, adhering to the surface of the pearl, eager to uncover its hidden contents. The moment the girl's palm touched the pearl, a pale green energy flowed along the coral branches. Suddenly, the pearl erupted with indigo light, projecting the image of the Star-Tide clan, a group of beings with fishtails delivering the third key fragment into the space turbulence. Led by a Star-Tide elder who pressed the pearl into the core of the coral messenger, instructing them to find the one holding the ocean fragment, for only he could survive in the eye of the storm. Acquired Star-Tide clan task, Storm Key Hunt, must traverse space turbulence to obtain the third key fragment. Star-Tide pearl transformed into navigation core, can be installed in the deep sea submersible, granting the ability to traverse space. Energy of the coral messenger fully replenished. Can serve as an inter-realm communication node. The discussions on the world channel erupted due to the content of the imagery. The third key is in the space turbulence. Once you enter, there's no coming back. The coral messenger can function as a communicator. The technology of the Star-Tide clan surpasses that of the Titans. Is Chen's submersible going to soar to the heavens, capable of diving into the sea and traversing space? Chen embedded the Star-Tide pearl into the control panel of the Star-Tide submersible. The moment the pearl made contact with the Titan alloy, intricate coral patterns sprouted across the surface of the hull, while the energy shield, originally designed for pressure resistance, rippled with spatial waves. forming a barrier capable of withstanding the tearing forces of turbulence. Deep Sea Submersible, StarTide upgraded to Spatial Submersible, unlocking functionality. Traversal of space turbulence, short distance spatial jump. Required energy, Star Realm Core Fragment 1, per jump. Each jump consumes. As the submersible entered the transport portal of Crescent Bay, the coral messenger suddenly disintegrated. Countless tiny coral polyps spreading along the ocean currents, forming a faint blue energy line between the fertile lands and the Titan main star. This was a communication network built by the StarTide clan with their lives, enabling the submersible to maintain signal stability amid space turbulence. Coral communication network established. Inter-realm communication stability increased to 80. Real-time connection established between the Star Realm watchtower and the submersible, allowing for remote course correction. The moment the submersible entered the space turbulence, Chen truly comprehended the terror of the eye of the storm. The external space resembled shattered glass, with countless sharp energy blades slicing through the submersible's shield. The star map transmitted by ball through the communication network frequently distorted, yet the direction indicated by the StarTide pearl remained crystal clear. There, a faint golden light flickered. Unmistakably the third key fragment. Encountered space turbulence. Danger zone level 9. Shield loses 15 per hour. StarTide pearl navigation activated, automatically avoiding lethal energy blades. The broadcast on the world channel flickered violently due to turbulence interference. So thrilling. The energy blade from earlier nearly cleaved the submersible in two. The pearl is radiating light. It seems to be anticipating the direction of the turbulence. The golden light draws nearer. The third fragment of the key lies ahead. As the submersible traverses the final layer of the spatial barrier, the very core of the eye of the storm reveals a floating wreck of a starship. The third fragment of the key is embedded within the energy core of the wreckage, surrounded by the bodies of the StarTide's tribe, who evidently met their demise while escorting the key amidst a spatial collapse. Discovered the remains of the Titan star cruiser, the Watcher. Star key fragment 3-7 has been locked. Retrieval requires breaching the cruiser's defense system. Chen's Blood Axe Titan sword resonates with the key fragment, causing the defense runes of the cruiser to illuminate, forming a swirling vortex of energy around the wreckage. The brilliance of the StarTide's pearl collides with the vortex, unexpectedly opening a passage at its center, a privilege reserved for Titan allies by the StarTide's tribe. Gained partial control of the Watcher, able to call upon the remnants of the Titan main cannon. Warning, spatial turbulence is contracting, will completely engulf the wreckage in 10 minutes. The viewers on the world channel hold their breath. Only 10 minutes remain. Can Chen secure the fragment? He activates the main cannon. Is he attempting to blast open a path? The pearl guides him. He is nearing the fragment. As Chen's fingertips brush against the third key fragment, the three metallic pieces automatically reassemble once more. 3/7 of the complete key erupts in a dazzling light, enveloping the submersible. The wreckage of the cruiser disintegrates within the spatial turbulence, yet the energy flow from the last shot of the main cannon opens a path for the submersible to return. Star key fragment 3/7, collection complete, unlocking passive skill spatial stabilization, reducing spatial turbulence damage by 30. The energy of the StarTide's pearl is exhausted, transformed into a permanent navigation rune, inscribed on the submersible's control panel. As Chen gazes at the three fused key fragments within the portal back to the lush wilderness, he suddenly comprehends the sacrifice of the StarTide's tribe. These coral messengers and pearls are not mere instruments of communication. They stand as a testament to interspecies trust, akin to the pact between the Titans and the StarTides. Just as the myriad races collaborate in defense of the Titan homeworld at this moment, the last vestige of energy from the coral communication network delivers a message from the StarTides, this time not as an image, but as a clear intent. The fourth key lies across the abyssal rift. The World Channel's bulletin board refreshes simultaneously. Star key fragment 3/7 gathered. Remaining fragments distributed. Abyssal rift opposite side 1. Unknown region of the myriad races battlefield 3. Coral messenger mission completed. The remaining forces of the StarTides will arrive in the lush wilderness in 3 days. Chen places the newly acquired key fragment alongside the first two. As the runes flow, the energies of the elemental sanctum, Crescent Bay, and the Eye of the Storm converge within the metal. He is aware that the journey to the opposite side of the abyssal rift poses far greater dangers than the spatial turbulence. Yet the coral pearl brings not merely the location of the key, but the hope earned through the sacrifice of the StarTide's tribe. As the Star Realm watchtower once again aligns with the Titan homeworld, reinforcements are surging forth from the elemental sanctum's myriad races portal. Chen's gaze sweeps over the bustling warriors of various races within the energy field, glancing past the faint azure glimmers of the coral communication network, ultimately resting on the key fragments, where the future battlefield is reflected. 3 days later, on the coastline of the lush wilderness, the first batch of surviving StarTides will arrive along the current. Meanwhile, Chen has begun retrofitting the submersible in preparation for traversing the abyssal rift. Although the pearl left by the coral messengers has exhausted its energy, The navigation rune it inscribed will ultimately guide them to the remaining keys. Chapter 67. Crossing the Rift, Key Outpost. The crystal sphere of the Star Realm watchtower rotates in the morning light of the lush wilderness, projecting images of the opposite side of the abyssal rift onto the stone walls of the council chamber. The landscape there is starkly different from the Titan homeworld. With twisted obsidian spires rising from the dark purple soil, the abyssal runes atop the spires resonating eerily with the energy fluctuations at the rift's edge. This is the cross-dimensional observation privilege that Chen has barely unlocked with 3 fragments of the star key. The modifications to the spatial submersible are now 70 complete. The mechanical eye of the solitary traveler flickers with blue light as he points to the stoutest spire in the projection, warning that the energy field of the abyssal mother will disrupt spatial jumps. We must disengage from the submersible 5 kilometers from the rift and traverse the corrosive marsh on foot. Spatial submersible star tides, second upgrade. New module, abyssal energy filtration system, requires consumption of 1 geomantic essence per hour. Defense enhancement, outer layer covered with star tides coral crystals, increasing resistance to abyssal corrosion by 40. Weapon system, equipped with the remnants of the Titan main cannon, capable of firing a single Star Realm judgment beam. The world channel updates in tandem with the progress of the modifications. Is Chen truly heading to the opposite side of the abyssal rift? That place is so perilous that even Titan remnants dare not approach. I see survivors of the star tides. They are helping Chen attach coral pieces to the submersible, their tails splashing with a rhythmic sound. Bauer is with the dwarven artisans constructing artillery on the Titan homeworld, claiming it is for long-range support for Chen. Chen's finger traces a map on the council table, marking a red at the edge of the corrosive marsh. The energy readings here are anomalous, as if there lies an abandoned Titan outpost. We will rest there for the night and launch a surprise attack on the mother at dawn. The abyssal tribe's night vision will diminish by 30. Tactical planning, abyssal infiltration. Participating forces, Blood Axe Dragon Guards 20, Dragon Flame Archers 15. Star Tides Guides 5, skilled in abyssal energy masking. Logistical support, Lush Wilderness will transport 50 units of geomantic essence per hour. Titan Homeworld provides coordinates for long-range bombardment. As the first rays of sunlight gild the coral crystals, 5 guides from the Star Tides stand beside the submersible. Their tails are wrapped in specially made Titan alloy armor, allowing them to walk briefly on land, their palms resonating with the Star Realm runes and key fragments. This is the abyssal camouflage bestowed upon them by the Star Tides elders, capable of simulating the energy characteristics of low-tier abyssal creatures for 3 hours. The guardians of the mother are obsidian golems. The leading Star Tides guide points to the image on the submersible S screen, indicating that their cores are hidden within their chests and can only be pierced by dragon blood Titan arrows. The corrosive heartgrass in the marsh releases hallucinogenic spores. They must take care to avoid the glowing flowers. Acquired Abyssal Rift Survival Manual. Unlocked temporary skill, Abyssal Whispers, lasting 1 hour. The World Channel S broadcast switches to the cockpit as the submersible powers up. We are off. Chen's submersible resembles a beautifully adorned iron box wrapped in coral. The alarm of the Star Realm watchtower sounds. Their S movement at the abyssal mother across the rift. Elias' Longwind speaker has constructed a tower on the Titan homeworld, and the natural energy of the elves can penetrate the rift the moment the submersible traverses the spatial barrier. The energy shockwave from the abyssal rift causes the crystal screen to flicker violently. Chen observes the defense system S readings plummet from 100 to 78. As white smoke begins to rise from the surface of the coral crystal-covered hull, the corrosive energy here is thrice as potent as anticipated, and the filtration system S hum grows increasingly frantic. Abyssal energy concentration, high risk, corrodes one hull structure every 10 minutes. Star Tides guides activate abyssal camouflage. The low-tier magical shadows wandering nearby show no signs of hostility. Arrived at the ruins of the Titan outpost. Remaining energy of the defense system, 62. Discovering the remnants of the outpost log, documenting the location of the 4th key fragment, Nest's energy core chamber at the summit. The metallic door of the outpost had long succumbed to corrosion, transformed into a sieve, as Chen's blood axe Titan sword cleaved through the obstruction. The blade emitted a sudden tremor. In the corridor beyond the door, the scattered remains of dozens of Titan warriors lay strewn about, each with orderly perforations through their chests. Not inflicted by abyssal creatures, but rather reminiscent of fratricide. This was the handiwork of Titan traders. The voice of the Star Tide guide trembled with fear as the log recounted that a faction of Titan warriors, tainted by abyssal energy, had betrayed their covenant, seizing the key fragments to offer them to the abyssal lord. Unlocking historical fragment 4, 10. The correlation between Titan civil war and abyssal corruption. The emergency generator of the outpost is still operational, capable of providing 8 hours of illumination and energy shielding. The viewers on the global channel were taken aback by the gruesome sight of the skeletal remains. Can the Titans betray as well? I had always believed they were united as one. Could the traitors still be lurking within the nest? Chen is truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Ball's cannon was primed and ready. He declared that the moment Chen signaled, he would obliterate the apex of the nest. As night fell, the emergency lights of the outpost flickered to life, casting an eerie blue glow. The abyssal nest has entered a state of alert, increasing the number of guards to 500, including 10 obsidian golems. Star-Tide Guide's abyssal camouflage has 50 energy remaining, requiring completion of the raid before dawn. Suddenly, Chen's communication crystal vibrated, and Ball's boisterous voice crackled through with electrical interference. My lord, we have unearthed an anti-abyss resonator on the Titan homeworld. If we hurl this device into the nest, it will incapacitate all golems for half an hour. Acquired special item, anti-abyss resonator, one-time use. Effective against abyssal creations below level 8. Deployment method, to be shot into the nest's energy vortex by a dragonflame archer using a specially crafted arrow. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the shadows of the abyssal rift, the raiding party lay in ambush at the swamp's edge. The leader of the dragonflame archers fitted the resonator into the arrowhead, the bowstring of the steam crossbow tautened to its utmost in the silence. Loose, the arrow, trailing a pale blue trajectory, sliced through the sky, detonating upon contact. The energy wave of the anti-abyss resonator radiated outward from the nest's center, causing the obsidian golems to freeze in place, their cores emitting a jarring shatter, and the patrolling shadowy figures descended into momentary chaos. Anti-abyss resonator activated. Obsidian golem paralysis countdown. 29 minutes, 58 seconds. The energy vortex of the abyssal nest is in disarray, the golden glow of the key fragment unusually radiant. Chen simultaneously issued his charge signal. The dual axes of the Blood Axe Dragon Guard cleaved a path through the swamp, intertwining azure energy with the coral shields of the Star-Tide clan to form a mobile fortress, while the Dragonflame Archer's arrows accurately targeted the golem's eyes, their sole weakness. Chen gripped his Blood Axe Titan sword, racing towards the energy vortex. His Lord interface revealing that the fourth key fragment was suspended on a platform at the vortex's center. Encountering Abyssal Lord's elite guards, level 8, skills, Shadow Choke, Energy Siphon. Chen's space stabilization passive activated, reducing the binding time of Shadow Choke to 1 second. The live broadcast on the global channel focused on the vortex's center. I see the key. It's right there on that platform. Chen is surrounded by elites. His sword is glowing, as if preparing to unleash a powerful strike. Ball is fired. The Titan homeworld's beam has struck the apex of the nest. At that moment, Chen's Titan Fury skill erupted. Streams of golden energy surged along the blade, sending 3 elite guards staggering back. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a short-range spatial leap. Landing on the floating platform, the metallic tendrils of the fourth key fragment suddenly sprang forth, perfectly aligning with the 3 fragments in his palm. As the runes flowed, 4/7 of the key erupted in radiant brilliance. The energy core of the nest is spiraling out of control, set to explode in 10 minutes. The retreat proved more perilous than anticipated. The paralyzed obsidian golems began to stir, and the corrupted heart grass in the swamp released an inextricable cloud of spores, nearly causing the Star-Tide clan's camouflage to falter. Chen invoked abyssal purification 3 times in quick succession, temporarily repelling the pursuing shadows, while the key fragment in his palm automatically released energy, carving a brief safe passage ahead. Star Realm Key Fragment Awakening Passive, Abyssal Banishment, intimidates abyssal beings below level 9. The submersible has initiated emergency protocols, awaiting at the designated evacuation point. As the last Dragonflame Archer leapt into the submersible, the explosion of the abyssal nest illuminated the entire expanse across the rift. A dark purple shockwave surged forth like a tsunami, the submersible's coral shield fracturing instantly. Yet the Star Realm Key Fragment erupted with golden light, rebounding the shockwave. This was the final safeguard set by the Titans, capable of withstanding a single energy impact below level 9. Successfully evacuated from the abyssal rift, submersible remaining structural integrity, 35. Acquired remnants of the abyssal nest core, usable for enhancing the Star Realm Watchtower's early warning system. The global channel's announcement board was inundated with golden notifications. Star Realm Key Fragment, 4/7, collected. Remaining fragments distribution, unknown area of the battlefield of all races 3. Chen unlocks the title, Abyss Conqueror. All abyssal beings' hostility towards him increases by 50, but their fear escalates by 80. Upon returning through the portal to the spirit-infused wilderness, Chen unfurled the key fragment in his palm. The 4 metallic pieces had melded into a complete geometric form, the surface runes inscribing the secrets of the Titan homeworld, the oceans, spatial turbulence, and the abyss, a condensed history of the wars among all races. The Star-Tide Guide's fishtail gently tapped against the cabin wall, producing a crisp sound. Their way of expressing joy. Gazing towards the direction of the Star Realm Watchtower, Chen contemplated the remaining 3 fragments, where the crystal orb was flashing with new coordinate indications, likely corresponding to the ancestral sanctuaries of the elves, orcs, and dragons within the 3 ancient ruins of the battlefield of all races. Outside the submersible's viewport, the image of the abyssal rift gradually blurred. Yet Chen knew that this confrontation was far from over. The energy fluctuations from the nest explosion would likely awaken deeper abyssal forces, and with each additional key fragment, the secrets unlocked would grow increasingly perilous, such as the truth behind the Titan civil war, or why the Startide clan was so adamant in guarding the keys. As the blue light of the portal dissipated in the square of the spirit-infused wilderness, Baal's holographic image awaited there. The dwarf held a yellowed piece of parchment, exclaiming excitedly, "My lord, I have found clues to the remaining 3 key fragments. They lie beneath the blood oath altar on the Orc Prairie." Chen tightened his grip on the key fragment, feeling the energy coursing within. He understood that the journey ahead would no longer be a solitary endeavor. The choral network of the Startide clan, the forging skills of the Titan exiles, the natural powers of the elves, and even the vigilant gazes of the dragons had, under the guidance of the key, quietly woven into an expansive web spanning across all races. The smoke of battle across the abyssal rift had yet to dissipate, but the seeds of hope had been sown, carried forth by the radiance of the key fragments, reaching towards the broader cosmos. Chapter 68. The Secret Path of the Trench and the First Encounter with the Sea Clan. The tides of the spirit-infused wilderness surged particularly fiercely on the night of the full moon. As the crystal orb of the Star Realm watchtower suddenly projected a strange image, deep within the trench of Crescent Bay, a dark blue luminescence was slowly unfolding, and faint traces of artificial excavation could be discerned on the rock walls behind the light screen. This was the hidden map unlocked by the 4th Star Realm key fragment, marking the passage left by the Startide clan. The passage leads to the Coral Throne, where the Startide clan's guide places a palm upon the holographic display. Instantly, a complex map of ocean currents materializes, depicting the site of historical trade between our ancestors and the sea dwellers, which was later abandoned due to the encroachment of the abyss. According to clan records, the 5th fragment of the astral key was once pledged to the sea folk. Unlocking hidden area, underwater passage, length 5,000 meters, danger level 7. Passage features presence of water pressure traps, luminescent jellyfish, hallucinogenic, ruins of an abandoned trading post. Sea folk forces, coral guardians, level 8, neutral towards terrestrial species, but hostile towards those bearing abyssal energy. The world channel buzzes with excitement upon the discovery of the passage. The sea folk are finally making an appearance. I always said the Startide clan couldn't be the only marine race. Is Chen really going to dive into the ocean right after returning from the abyss? It seems he intends to traverse land, sea, and sky. The jellyfish in the passage glow. They appear beautiful, yet undoubtedly possess deadly toxins. Chen's submersible, the Startide, remains in the repair bay, its hull adorned with cracks and covered in coral crystals. The mechanical arm of the lone traveler is embedding the core remnants of the abyssal nest into the filtration system. Give me another 12 hours. And the submersible will adapt to the unique water pressure of the underwater passage, while simultaneously enhancing its filtration against the hallucinogenic toxins. Third upgrade of the spatial submersible. New modules. Pressure balancing device, capable of withstanding trench-level pressures. Hallucinogenic toxin filter, requires Startide coral powder for operation. Weapon adjustment. Titan main cannon remnants replaced with sonic shock cannon, effective against aquatic life. As the submersible re-enters Crescent Bay, the 5 guides of the Startide clan don lighter combat attire. Their tails are wrapped in protective gear crafted from bioluminescent coral, emitting a soft blue glow in the dark waters, serving both as illumination and a friendly signal to potential allies. A secret code agreed upon between the Startide and the Sea Folk. Activating Startide friendly signal. Hostility from the Sea Folk reduced by 30. Carrying trade goods. 100 units of spirit-rich multicolored grain, 50 fragments of Titan alloy, to demonstrate sincerity. The entrance to the underwater passage is even more magnificent than depicted in the hologram. The dark blue light curtain is, in fact, an energy shield, adorned with flowing dual runes of the Startide and the Sea Folk. Chen approaches the 4th fragment of the key to the light curtain, which parts like a waterfall, revealing the deep passage within. Glowing coral embedded in the rock walls serves as a guide for the journey ahead. Successfully entered the underwater passage. Current depth 3,000 meters, water temperature 12. Detected faint trading signal. In light we trust, with scales we prove. As the submersible travels midway, the passage suddenly trembles violently. High-pressure jets of water erupt from small openings in the rock walls, creating swirling vortices around the hull. The real-time data from the Astral Watchtower shows that these currents are mixed with fine ice crystals capable of freezing mechanical components, marking the first line of defense of the passage. Activate the pressure balancing device. Just as Chen issues the command, dozens of metallic tendrils spring from the submersible's exterior, counteracting the water pressure through the energy waves generated upon contact with the currents. The Dragon Flame Shooter prepares the sonic shock cannon, aiming at the jet of water. Water pressure trap successfully neutralized, consuming 20 units of Titan energy. 1,000 luminescent jellyfish detected 500 meters ahead. These jellyfish boast umbrella diameters exceeding 3 meters. Their trailing tentacles shimmering with iridescent hues. As the submersible approaches, they suddenly glow collectively, casting distorted images on the control panel as light penetrates the hull. The captain of the Blood Axe Dragon Guard glimpses the souls of comrades lost in the Corruption Canyon, while the Star-Tide Guide is plunged into haunting nightmares of a nest explosion. Encountered hallucinogenic jellyfish swarm. 15 personnel experiencing illusions. Recovery required 3 minutes. The Star-Tide Guide activates the ocean resonance ability, temporarily soothing the jellyfish swarm. The leading Star-Tide Guide suddenly begins to sing an ancient ballad, synchronizing the rhythm of her tail slapping against the hull with the jellyfish's luminous frequency. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolds. The jellyfish's glow gradually softens, their tentacles forming a luminescent archway, seemingly guiding the submersible onward. The coral markers on the rock walls also illuminate, revealing wall paintings depicting the exchange of resources between the Star-Tide clan and the sea folk using astral fragments. Hallucinogenic jellyfish swarm shifts to neutral status. Safe passage through the ocean resonance ability granted. Unlocking historical fragment. 5. 10. The sea folk were once allies of the Titan clan, entrusted with guarding the oceanic branch of the astral key. As the submersible emerges through the curtain of light at the end of the passage, a city constructed from living coral comes into view. Enormous coral pillars are inhabited by sea folk with human torsos and fish tails. Their scales glisten with the luster of mother-of-pearl under natural light, and the tridents they wield are topped with blue crystals of the same origin as the astral fragments. Arrived at the Coral Throne. Encountered Sea Folk Patrol. Coral Guardians, Level 8, X10. Detected the astral key fragment carried by Chen, lowering hostility of the Guardians to vigilant. Outsiders, present your credentials. The leading Coral Guardian crosses his trident before the submersible, his gills opening and closing rapidly with tension. The emblem of the Star-Tide clan is no longer sufficient, unless you can provide evidence to dispel the abyssal encroachment. Chen instructs the Dragon Flame Shooter to cast forth a piece of the abyssal nest's core. The moment the remnants contact the seawater, the Coral Guardian's trident erupts with blue light, enveloping the debris, while dark purple energy swiftly dissipates within the blue glow. This is how the sea folk verify the threat of the abyss. Coral Guardian confirms the abyssal threat. Attitude shifts to friendly. Qualifying for an audience with the sea folk leader, the Tide Lord, requires proceeding alone to the Coral Palace. The World Channel's broadcast hones in on the entrance of the Coral Palace. Chen is to meet the sea folk leader alone? Is he not afraid of being captured? The Coral Guardian's trident can purify abyssal energy. This technology surpasses that of the Star-Tide clan. Look at the crystal atop the palace. Its shape resembles that of the astral key fragment. Chen follows the Coral Guardian through the archway formed by living coral, and the interior of the palace reveals a breathtaking sight. The ceiling is a massive mother-of-pearl shell, casting a gentle light as it opens and closes, while countless starfish-shaped energy crystals are embedded in the walls, containing ancient trade contracts, one of which is the agreement wherein the Star-Tide clan exchanged the 5th key fragment for the sea folk's defensive array. The Tide Lord reclines upon a throne sculpted from coral. A diamond-shaped blue crystal embedded in his forehead resonates intensely with the key fragment clasped in Chen's palm. The astral key. The Lord's voice echoes like waves crashing upon rocks. You wield it against the abyss? Not only that, Chen places the 4th fragment into a recess before the throne, connecting it to the palace's crystal network, projecting an image of the abyssal rift. We need to gather all 7 fragments to close the rift entirely, and for that, we require the sea folk's assistance. The Tide Lord's crystal forehead suddenly glows. I can provide you with the fragments, but you must assist us in cleansing the deadwater zone of abyssal pollution. It was once our hatching ground, now overrun by corruption worms. Triggering quest, purify the deadwater. Quest objectives, eliminate 500 corruption worms, level 7. Repair the energy barrier of the sea folk's hatching ground. Quest rewards, astral key fragments, 5, 7, sea folk's tide power blessing, enabling free movement in water. The World Channel erupts with excitement upon the announcement of the quest. The 5th shard has stabilized. Indeed, the aquatic race possesses treasures. Corrupted worms? Chen has recently vanquished these creatures in the abyssal rift, well acquainted with their nature. Empowered by the might of the tides. Will he no longer need a submersible to traverse the ocean? Can he simply swim? Upon Chen's return to the submersible, the Coral Guardians had meticulously prepared a detailed map of the deadwater region for them. The guiding mermaid of the Star-Tide tribe excitedly slapped her tail against the cabin wall, as they had never anticipated that they would once again set foot in the territory of the sea folk in their lifetime. The sonic wave cannon of the submersible was fully charged, and the quiver of the Dragon Flame Archer was filled with special arrows soaked in coral juice, which enhanced their range by 50% underwater. Purification task ready. Temporary navigation provided by the sea folk. Coordinates of the deadwater region locked. The crystal network of the Coral Palace has established a connection with the Astral Watchtower, enabling the sharing of abyssal pollution data. At dawn, The submersible arrived at the Deadwater region. The seawater here exhibited an eerie gray-black hue, and the excrement of the corrupted worms formed thick froth on the surface. While the energy barrier of the sea folk's hatchery flickered with faint blue light, suddenly, Chen's Lord interface displayed a notification. Detected a significant amount of residual astral energy. This was once a storage point for the shards of the astral key. The sonic wave cannon aimed at the gathering of worms. Chen's command echoed through the water communication device as the Blood Axe Dragon Guards prepared to land on the barrier debris, ready to repair the breach with Titan alloy. The low-frequency sound waves of the cannon spread through the water, causing the bodies of the corrupted worms to tremble violently, their hard exteriors shattering. The arrows of the Dragon Flame Archer, infused with coral juice, shot into the swarm of worms, creating a blue energy mesh that ensnared the fleeing creatures. Purification progress. 30. The barrier of the sea folk's hatchery is beginning to self-repair. Hidden treasure chest discovered contains the trade ledger between the Star Tide tribe and the sea folk, detailing clues to the sixth shard. As the final corrupted worm was eradicated, the seawater of the Deadwater region began to clear. The energy barrier of the sea folk's hatchery fully expanded, resonating with the blue light of the Coral Palace's crystal network, forming a colossal energy vortex at the seabed, from which the fifth shard of the astral key slowly ascended. Task purification of Deadwater completed, awarded astral key shard 5, 7. The Tide Lord's tide power enhancement is now in effect. Chen and his troops can move freely underwater. The World Channel S announcement board was once again illuminated with golden notifications. Astral key shard 5, 7, collected. Remaining shard locations: Orc Grasslands, Blood Oath Altar, Elven Ancient Tree, Root of Life, Dragon Lair, Heart of Magma. Chen has received the title Friend of the Ocean, allowing him to summon sea folk patrols for coastal defense assistance. On the return journey to the Coral Palace, Chen merged the fifth shard with the previous four. At the moment of metallic fusion, an image of an underwater passage suddenly projected into the water, revealing that its other end connected to the subterranean river of the Orc Grasslands. The very secret that had once enabled the Star Tide tribe to trade with the orcs. The sixth shard, the Tide Pearl gifted by the Tide Lord, suddenly illuminated, forming a three-dimensional image of the Blood Oath altar in the water, which the orcs used to safeguard their Blood Oath contracts. Only those in possession of both the astral shards and the Orcish battle axe could retrieve it. Clutching the fused key shard, Chen felt the tide power coursing through his veins. The discovery of the underwater passage not only granted him the fifth shard, but also opened a shortcut to the Orc Grasslands, allowing him to traverse the continent through the subterranean river, saving at least 3 days compared to crossing the abyssal polluted area on the surface. As the submersible emerged from the underwater passage, the morning sun gilded the coastal line of the fertile sea. The crystal ball of the astral watchtower simultaneously displayed the image of the Coral Palace, where the Tide Lord was commanding the sea folk to reinforce the energy barrier, while the coordinates of the Blood Oath altar blinked with a crimson glow on the map. The next destination, Orc Grasslands. Chen gazed towards the interior, where the smoke of nomadic tribes faintly rose on the horizon, seeking the Blood Oath altar spoken of by Baal. The entrance to the underwater passage slowly closed amidst the tides, yet Chen understood this was not the conclusion. The Tide Pearl provided by the sea folk could open the passage at any time, a testament to their trust and a covenant to jointly combat the abyss. The fifth shard of the astral key shimmered with a blue glow in the sunlight, as if whispering the secrets of the ocean depths and the new journey soon to unfold on the grasslands. Chapter 69, Pastoral Song of the Grasslands, Pursuit of the Blood Oath Altar. The moment the submersible exited the underwater passage, the briny sea breeze was abruptly replaced by the dry scent of grass. Chen stood on the cliffs of Crescent Bay, gazing at the undulating green waves of the interior, as the Orc Grasslands appeared like a sun-warmed velvet blanket. The smoke of nomadic tribes tracing a winding path across the skyline. This was the Blood Oath Road marked on Baal's map, and following the smoke would lead him to the altar guarding the sixth shard of the astral key. My lord, the geomantic energy of the grasslands is very active. The vice-captain of the Blood Axe Dragon Guards felt a slight warmth emanating from his dragon horn, pointing towards a distant group of thunder cattle grazing with their heads lowered. These beasts could absorb thunder energy, closely related to the thunder elements of the Thunder Canyon. Entering Orc Grasslands, safety level, green. Special environment, geomantic energy exhibits thunder attributes. The damage of the Dragon Flame Archer's arrows is increased by 10. Nomadic tribes, Black Hoof Tribe, friendly. Broken Tooth Tribe, neutral. Blood Axe Tribe, friendly, kin of Grom. The broadcast screen of the World Channel swayed with the sound of hooves. Chen has switched mounts. It's a steam warhorse from the fertile sea. Steam billowing from its hooves. That must be the tint of the Black Hoof Tribe. They are waving. It seems they recognize the Blood Axe Dragon Guards. The Blood Oath altar spoken of by Baal is in the center of the grasslands, within the stone circle. My grandfather has been there. As Chen's steam warhorse trod upon the Blood Oath road, the iron shoes clashed with the soil imbued with thunder energy, sparking tiny blue flames. The Black Hoof tribesmen raised their bone goblets and cheers, their tents adorned with the desiccated remains of abyssal creatures, a testament to the Orcish valor. Outsider, you bear the scent of Grom. The one-eyed chief of the Black Hoof tribe's eyes gleamed. He presented a frothy goblet of strong liquor to Chen, in which tiny bolts of lightning danced. The Blood Oath altar lies within the Thunder Eye. The fools of the Broken Tooth tribe are causing trouble there. Attempting to awaken the slumbering Thunder Elemental Lord using the altar's energy. Received friendly bonus from the Black Hoof tribe. Movement speed increased by 20. Can purchase Thunderfire liquor, temporarily boost strength by 10. Unlocked latest intelligence on the Blood Oath altar. The Broken Tooth tribe has set traps around the altar. The sacrificial ceremony will commence at the next full moon. As the steam warhorse entered the territory of the Broken Tooth tribe, the color of the grasslands darkened suddenly. The pasture here bore charred marks, the air thick with the scent of sulfur, and dozens of totem poles were bound with live thunder cattle. Their blood flowing down the poles, forming eerie runes on the ground. This was a bloody ritual to awaken the thunder elements. Encountered Broken Tooth tribe patrol, level 7, 15. The patrol displayed hostility towards the astral key shard Chen carried, perceiving it as a foreign object that siphoned the power of the grasslands. Drop that metal and get out of our territory. The war axe of the Broken Tooth chief cleaved through the air, the blade entwined with dark red energy. Catalyzed by the blood of the thunder cattle, embodying the rage of blood. Chen's blood axe tightened, sword swung forth. The golden energy clashing against the dark red bloodlight, the shockwave uprooting the surrounding grass. Seizing the opportunity, the vice captain of the Blood Axe Dragon Guards launched a dragon wing charge. The azure energy from his twin axes tearing through the formation of the Broken Tooth tribe. Let them witness the true martial prowess of the Orcish warriors. Eliminating 10 members of the Broken Tooth clan patrol, capturing 5, and acquiring the Blood Oath altar trap distribution map. Hostility from the Broken Tooth clan has escalated to that of mortal foes, with patrols throughout the grasslands converging upon the Eye of Thunder. The world channel buzzes with fervent excitement. The blood rage of the Broken Tooth clan is most sinister. Chen's sword has been stained red. The dual axes of the Blood Axe Dragon Guards are far superior to the war axes of the Broken Tooth clan. They are indeed the true orcs. Ahead lies the stone circle. The altar's energy is radiating. The spectacle at the Eye of Thunder is even more magnificent than imagined. A circular array of towering black stones, each inscribed with ancient orc runes, stands illuminated by the moonlight, resonating with the storm clouds above. Atop the central monolith, the sixth fragment of the astral key emanates a blue-golden glow, yet it is tightly bound by chains affixed by the Broken Tooth clan. Embedded with abyssal crystals that suppress energy. Blood Oath Altar, level 8, has been locked, surrounded by 30 thunderstorm traps, summoning thunder elementals upon activation. The main force of the Broken Tooth clan, 3 level 8 shamans, 100 warriors, is conducting a waking ritual. Chen instructs the Dragonfire archers to erect temporary arrow towers around the periphery of the stone circle, filling the slots of the steam crossbows with Dragon Blood Titan arrows soaked in Thunderfire liquor. The vice captain, pointing to the red dots on the trap distribution map, leads 10 Blood Axe Dragon Guards to eliminate the thunderstorm traps in the northeast, where the shamans are most vulnerable. Assault plan initiated. Dragonfire archers to suppress the Altar Guardians. Blood Axe Dragon Guards to clear the traps, while Chen directly targets the key fragment. Reinforcements from the Black Hoof clan, 50 warriors, have arrived at the perimeter, engaging the Broken Tooth clan patrol. As the first Dragon Blood Titan arrow strikes the altar's chains, a Broken Tooth clan shaman suddenly raises his bone staff. The runes of the stone circle erupt in brilliant blue light, and 30 columns of lightning surge from the ground, coalescing into the form of thunder elemental guardians, clad in armor still bearing the ancient Blood Oath runes. Now is the moment. Chen's steam warhorse leaps through the gaps between the lightning columns. The Blood Axe Titan sword cleaving through the oncoming thunder elementals, utilizing the energy from the astral key fragment to combat them. The 5 fragments in his palm suddenly grow hot, blue-golden energy coursing along the blade, resonating with the Blood Oath runes on the Thunder Elemental Guardians. Those Thunder Elementals, which had originally targeted Chen, suddenly halt and turn to assault the Broken Tooth clan warriors. This is a hidden law of the Blood Oath altar. The astral key fragments gain the recognition of the Thunder Elementals. The allegiance of the Thunder Elemental Guardians shifts, throwing the Broken Tooth clan into disarray. The energy of the Blood Oath altar spirals out of control, causing the density of the storm clouds to reach a warning threshold. The audience in the world channel erupts with fervor. They're turning against the Broken Tooth clan. The Thunder Elementals are aiding Chen in combating them. The shamans are panicking. They're pouring Thunderbolt's blood onto the altar. Paul's airship. He has arrived from Titan Prime, and he has brought an old orc with him. Paul's steam airship detonates above the altar as a diminutive figure descends with a parachute, clutching a wrinkled old orc. The old orc's war axe bears the same blood axe insignia as Grom, Master Chen. This is the Elder Shaman of the Blood Axe clan. He knows how to break the chains. The moment the Elder Shaman lands, he suddenly begins to sing an ancient war song in Orcish. The central monolith of the altar begins to tremble, the chains securing the key fragment loosening automatically, while the bone staff of the Broken Tooth clan shaman splinters under the power of the war song. This is the Blood Axe clan's inherited song of unbinding, capable of breaking the contracts that violate the blood oath. The sixth fragment of the astral key, 6-7, has been unlocked and merges automatically with the first 5. The awakening ritual of the Broken Tooth clan fails, and the storm clouds begin to dissipate, as Chen embeds the sixth fragment into the metallic orb in his palm. The very energy of the orc grasslands trembles in response. The fused key radiates a blue-golden light, casting images of the orc ancestors and the titans pledging their oath above the stone circle. They used the fragments of the astral key as tokens, vowing to jointly guard the energy of the Eye of Thunder against the encroachment from the abyss. Unlocking historical fragment, 6. 10. The orcs once used the astral key fragments to suppress the Thunder Elemental Lord, preventing it from being tainted by the abyss. Gained permanent friendship with the Blood Axe clan, allowing the summoning of thunder energy for defensive positions on the orc grasslands. The World Channel S announcement board is once again awash in golden notifications. The astral key fragments, 6-7, have been gathered. Remaining fragments, Dragon Nest, Heart of Molten Fire. Chen has received the title Blood Oath Guardian. All neutral tribes on the orc grasslands automatically become friendly. As the battlefield is cleared, the Elder Shaman points disdainfully at the corpse of the Broken Tooth clan shaman. They were deceived by the energy of the abyss, believing that awakening the Thunder Elemental Lord would grant them dominion over the grasslands, unaware that the old fellow had long been corrupted. He hands Chen a bone shard engraved with Blood Axe runes, saying, "Take this to the Heart of Molten Fire. The Red Dragon will grant you some leeway." This was a promise made by Grom in exchange for his war axe. Acquired special item, Blood Axe Bone Contract, can reduce dragon hostility by 50. New function of the Blood Oath Altar unlocked, can periodically produce thunder cores for the enhancement of steam weaponry. As the setting sun gilds the stone circle with a golden hue, the Black Hoof clan herdsmen have kindled bonfires around the altar. The aroma of roasting meat intertwines with the spiciness of Thunderfire liquor as Blood Axe Dragon Guards and Black Hoof clan warriors engage in jovial arm wrestling, while the captives of the Broken Tooth clan clear the thunderstorm traps under the supervision of the Elder Shaman. Order in the grasslands is being restored. Chen sits beside the bonfire, gazing at the 6 key fragments in his palm. The runes etched upon the metallic surface record the secrets of the Titans, the Star Tides, the Sea Folk, and the Orcs, resembling a necklace that interlinks the histories of countless races. Paul's airship rests nearby. As the diminutive figure gestures animatedly with the Elder Shaman, their steampunk mechanical arm harmoniously intertwined with the Orc's bone staff. The final fragment awaits in the Heart of Molten Fire. Chen caresses the Blood Axe Bone Contract, resonating with the key fragments. The temperature there surpassing even that of the abyssal rifts, indicating a need for new fire-resistant gear. Suddenly, the captain of the Dragonfire Archers points towards the southern sky. There's a pillar of crimson smoke soaring into the clouds, perfectly aligning with the direction of the dragon nest. It is a warning signal from the Red Dragon, seemingly heralding an upheaval at the Heart of Molten Fire. The World Channel buzzes with new tension. It appears the Red Dragon is in trouble. That smoke column is a distress signal. Chen has just acquired the 6th fragment and is already rushing to extinguish the flames. The pace is too swift. The Elder Shaman said the Heart of Molten Fire is guarded by lava sentinels, beings even more formidable than the Thunder Elemental Lord. Chen stows the key fragments in his backpack, the hooves of his steam warhorse glinting red in the light of the bonfire. He understands that the journey to the Heart of Molten Fire will not be smooth. The Red Dragon's warning may be connected to the final key fragment, potentially unraveling deeper conspiracies from the abyss, such as whether there are traitors within the Dragonkin similar to the Broken Tooth clan. As the first rays of morning light gild the grasslands in gold, Chen's party sets forth on their journey southward. The Elder Shaman of the Blood Axe clan, accompanied by 10 orc warriors, joins their ranks, their war axes shimmering with thunder energy under the sunlight, forming a peculiar combination with the steam crossbows of the Dragonfire Archers. The smoke of the orc grasslands gradually fades into the distance, yet the radiance of the Blood Oath Altar continues to flicker on the horizon. There, the Black Hoof clan herdsmen are learning the methods of cultivating thunder-resistant grains, while the Elder Shaman begins to repair the Blood Oath runes damaged by the Broken Tooth clan. The rebirth of the grasslands is just beginning. Meanwhile, Chen's gaze is already fixed upon the southern sky, shrouded in crimson. Chapter 70, Heart of Molten Fire, the final key resonance. The path southward is enveloped in a haze of crimson smoke. The steam warhorse of Chen trod upon the searing volcanic rock, sparks igniting with each collision of horseshoes against the ground. The bone staff of the Blood Axe clan's Elder Shaman rhythmically struck the stone, each impact momentarily quelling the geothermal geysers. a testament to the ancient Orcish mastery over volcanic terrain. Ahead lay the throat of lava, and the shaman's solitary eye fixated upon the roiling river of magma, which was strewn with burning pumice stones. The sole passage of Ur had been obliterated by the treachery of the red dragon, compelling us to take a circuitous route through the Ashen Gorge, home to the exiled lava goblins. Entering the volcanic zone, danger level, orange. Special environment, extreme heat, losing 1 stamina per hour, requiring ice spring water to alleviate. Geothermal traps, triggering high-temperature steam upon activation. Encountered creatures, lava goblins, level 6, flame lizards, level 7, red dragon rebel patrols, level 8. The broadcast on the World Channel shimmered with heat distortion. Chen's steam warhorse was on the verge of melting. Its hooves were smoking. It was said that the goblins of the Ashen Gorge could construct lava war chariots, swifter than Baal's airship. The red dragon rebels? It appears the dragon kin are indeed embroiled in internal strife, akin to the Broken Tooth clan. Upon the team's arrival at the Ashen Gorge, hundreds of lava goblins were reveling around a bonfire. Their skin glimmered like obsidian, with wisps of smoke rising from the sharp horns atop their heads. And their spears were bound with burning sulfur balls. These artisans, cast out by the red dragons, survived by dismantling the weapons abandoned by their dragon overlords. Outsiders, trade your thunder cores for passage. The goblin chief brandished a rusted red dragon battle axe, its flaming runes flickering ominously. We were aware of the secret of the heart of magma. Its guardians had multiplied tenfold, all abyssal red dragons. Acquired information on lava goblins. The core of the heart of magma has been tainted by abyssal energy. And the final fragment of the astral key is sealed within the sacred fire altar. Trade options. Exchange 5 thunder cores for a goblin lava war chariot, capable of crossing lava rivers. Goblin Guide 3. Without hesitation, Chen agreed to the transaction. As 5 shimmering thunder cores were cast forth, the goblins erupted into shrill cheers. Their lava war chariots were indeed as magnificent as rumored. Crafted from the ribs of red dragons and volcanic copper, able to float upon the river of magma, their wheels solidified lava that left burning trails in their wake. Riding the lava war chariot, the time to cross the lava river is reduced to 10 minutes. The Goblin Guide activated the geothermal awareness skill, providing early warnings of geothermal traps. As we traversed the lava river, the entirety of the heart of magma unfolded before our eyes. This nest of red dragons, suspended above the volcanic crater, had its obsidian walls marred by a massive breach, through which dark purple magma flowed, tainted dragon blood corrupted by the abyss. The sacred fire altar at the center continued to burn, but its flames now exhibited a bizarre greenish-purple hue, starkly contrasting with the energy of the astral key fragment. Arrived at the heart of magma, detecting intense fluctuations of abyssal energy, level 9. Main forces of the Red Dragon Rebels, Abyssal Red Dragons, level 9, x3. Lava Guardians, level 8, x50. Status of the Sacred Fire Altar, polluted. The energy of the final fragment of the astral key is suppressed. The World Channel's comments surged rapidly. There truly are Abyssal Red Dragons. Their scales are black, and their eyes glow green. The flames of the altar are green. It's so strange, it must be abyssal corruption. Chen brandished the Blood Axe Bone contract. The Red Dragon Rebels seemed to hesitate. Chen raised the Blood Axe Bone contract. The runes upon the bone resonating with the energy of the heart of magma. The foremost abyssal red dragon abruptly halted, a flicker of struggle in its greenish-purple pupils. The pact forged between Grom and the red dragons lingered, even amidst the abyssal taint. It was the emblem of the Blood Axe clan. The leading abyssal red dragon exhaled a plume of green fire, which extinguished abruptly 3 meters from Chen. But you are too late. The guardian of the sacred fire altar has already been slain by us, and the key fragment shall soon become a sacrifice to the abyssal lord. Blood Axe Bone contract activated. Hostility of the abyssal red dragons reduced to hesitant. Triggered branch quest. Purify the sacred fire. Requiring the energy of the first 6 fragments of the astral key to dispel the altar's pollution. The elder shaman suddenly shouted in Orcish. Thrusting his bone staff into the ground, Grom's blood oath shall not falter. Red dragons, have you forgotten your pact with the titans? This proclamation seemed to ignite a fuse. Some of the abyssal red dragon scales shimmered with crimson light, and pained expressions flickered across their greenish-purple eyes. They were red dragons forcibly tainted, not willing traitors. Now is the moment. Chen's Blood Axe Titan blade erupted with a golden radiance, as the first 6 fragments of the astral key ascended simultaneously, forming a semi-complete spectral key above the heart of magma. The Dragonflame archers suppressed the rebel leader, while the Blood Axe Dragon guards surged toward the altar with me. Resonance of astral key fragments inflicts 20 additional damage to abyssal red dragons. Not fully fallen red dragons, level 7, x10 switch allegiance, joining the battle. The clash erupted instantaneously. The arrows of the Dragonflame archers, imbued with the dual energies of thunder and dragon fire, targeted the joints of the wings of the abyssal red dragons. while the dual axes of the Blood Axe Dragon Guards wove together azure energy with the flames of the defecting red dragons, tearing a breach in the rebel formation. Meanwhile, Chen dashed across the remnants of the lava war chariot, making a beeline for the sacred fire altar. The audience on the World Channel watched. Rapt, they turned back again. There are good red dragons too. The green fire of the altar is receding. The golden light of the fragments can purify the corruption. Bale's airship is exploding from the side. He is tossing Titan explosives. As Chen's palm pressed against the sacred fire altar, the first 6 fragments of the key suddenly nestled into the grooves upon its surface. The greenish-purple flames recoiled violently, as if encountering their nemesis, revealing the polluted core of the sacred fire beneath, where the 7th fragment of the astral key was embedded at its center, encrusted with thick, dark purple crystals. Use your blood. The elder shaman's voice pierced through the clamor of battle. The blood of titans and orcs can activate the final purification ritual. Without hesitation, Chen slit his palm, and the moment his blood dripped onto the fragment, the 7th fragment erupted in a dazzling red light. The 7 fragments fully merged above the altar, forming a golden spectral key that spanned the heavens and earth, upon insertion into the core of the sacred fire. The entire heart of magma trembled. Astral key, complete, successfully activated. Purification of the sacred fire altar completed, abyssal energy recedes from the heart of magma. All abyssal red dragons' corruption has been purged, their hostility towards the dragonkin lowered to friendly. The announcement board of the World Channel was thoroughly blanketed in golden notifications. Astral key, 7-7, collected. You may proceed to the battlefield of all races, the Void Nexus, to initiate the final ritual to seal the abyssal rift. Chen awarded the title Astral Guardian, gaining maximum favor from all races of the myriad beings. Red Dragon Leader, the Lord of Magma, extends a packed invitation to Chen, offering the heart of magma as a stronghold to assist in the fight against the abyss. As the golden light dissipated, the greenish-purple flames of the heart of magma transformed back into a pure crimson hue. The red dragons prostrated around the altar, expressing reverence for the complete astral key. The Lord of Magma, a colossal beast twice the size of an ordinary red dragon, spoke in the dragon tongue. We were ensnared by the heart-controlling crystal of the abyssal lord. We thank you for lifting the taint. This key was entrusted to the dragonkin by the Titans as the final line of defense. Chen grasped the levitating star realm key, its metallic surface inscribed with the chronicles and wisdom of myriad races, from the Titan homeworld to the depths of the oceans, from the chaotic currents of space to the chasms of the abyss. All secrets were unveiled in this moment. The old shaman's bone staff resonated with the key, casting the coordinates of the void nexus upon the ground, the very epicenter of the battlefield for all races, and the sole location to seal the abyssal rifts. 3 days hence, Chen's voice echoed through the energy resonance, permeating the communication channels of all races. Gather at the void nexus. We shall bring this war to an end. The red dragons unleashed a thunderous roar, a resounding affirmation of their agreement. Meanwhile, the magma goblins jubilantly dismantled the weapons of the traitors. The old shaman and the Lord of Magma engaged in hushed conversation, seemingly reconstructing the covenant between the orc clans and the dragonkin. As Chen's party prepared to depart from the heart of magma, the Lord of Magma bestowed upon him a dragonfire core. When embedded within the star realm key, it would summon red dragon reinforcements at the void nexus. Remember, the true form of the abyssal lord is far more terrifying than we can fathom. The journey south had been fraught with peril, yet the return was smooth. The purified red dragons soared through the skies as guardians, the hooves of steam, steeds no longer billowing smoke. Blood Axe Dragon Guards and orc warriors hummed the ballads of the plains, while the star realm key radiated a warm glow in Chen's palm. Discussions on the World Channel shifted towards the impending final battle. It is finally coming to an end. 7 keys have been gathered. We are but a step away from closing the door. I wager the Abyssal Lord is at tier 10. Otherwise, all our groundwork would be in vain. Chen's party grew ever more formidable, encompassing elites from all races. This was indeed the coalition of myriad races. He cast a glance back at the heart of magma, where crimson flames danced within the volcanic maw, resembling a heart that would never extinguish. He understood that the gathering of the Star Realm keys was not the conclusion, but rather a new beginning. After sealing the abyssal rifts, the myriad races would need to collectively confront the aftermath of war, necessitating genuine peace and unity. As the first sliver of moonlight gilded the path homeward, the coordinates of the void nexus became increasingly clear upon the Star Realm key. Chen tightened his grip on the key, feeling the pulsating energy of countless races within it, his mind consumed by a singular thought. In 3 days, at the void nexus, we shall bring all to an end.